The sky cracked, alien invaders slaughtered, and then boom spiritual energy surged, awakening my talent. I expected a powerful system, but instead got a measly grade A thunder talent. Lower middle class. Worthless. Then, bam asterisk. A system. A 10 million-fold enhancement system. I instantly boosted my talent 100 million times stronger. My grade A became Tao level. Lightning shot from my eyes, I could crush rocks with a thought, and I hit the warrior realm in hours. The testing orb exploded from the sheer power. Those snobs in my class, they laughed at my grade A talent, saying I'd be stuck farming. Now they're staring at a shattered testing orb, wondering how the trashy con became a Tao level powerhouse. Bring on the 10,000 races battlefield, I'm ready. The sky was a stark, cloudless black. Shanty town. My simple stone house held only a lamp, a bed, and a table, nothing more. Penniless, I sat there, a gloomy cloud settling on my face. Linguji, the 9th year. This was the year the sky cracked, the year the alien races flooded Blue Star through those fissures. They slaughtered like butchers. Luckily, a surge of spiritual energy swept across our world, awakening talents, igniting cultivation within us. Countless strong individuals rose, battling those invaders, fighting together. After millennia of war, we forced them back, securing peace. Now, it's not technology, but cultivation that reigns. Advanced practitioners walk the skies, cleave mountains. They phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme our world. I'd only been here a few days. The news of this world's reality hit me like a tidal wave. I expected a powerful system, like those time travelers in stories. But days passed, and nothing. My talent awakened, yes, but this talent? I'd envisioned myself, a time traveler, at least at the mysterious level. Prefecture level, even. Instead? A measly grade A thunder talent. Better than nothing, a path to cultivation, but lower middle class. The talent scale, Tao, Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow, A, B, C, Mysterious level barely reaches the end of the martial artist realm. And the martial artist path? Martial artist, martial spirit, samurai, martial master, general, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, venerable. With grade A, I'd be lucky to reach warrior. My talent? Ordinary. Poor, even. In this lifetime, a samurai? Anyone could outmatch me. I stood, going to the large pot in the corner. Lifting the lid, only one bun remained. I devoured it instantly. That was it, my entire food supply. My life was teetering on the brink. 10 spiritual coins left in my pocket, barely enough to last 4 days until my subsidy, a brief reprieve. If not for careful planning, those coins would be gone. I'd be starving. My past life, how miserable was that? These past few days, I've been plotting a change of destiny. But finances aren't my biggest worry. It's the upcoming final exam. In this world, it's the key university, the army, a future beyond measure. But how do I excel? How do I survive and pass this test? After all, we go to the 10,000 races battlefield. Alien territory. I'm not even a warrior. How can I complete that mission? Life or death stakes. Completion is a long shot. Without connections, if I fail, no university. I'll be banished to the outer city, farming. Serving the warriors. The stark difference between ordinary people and those with power. The strong rule. My grade A talent? Not even guaranteed to break through to warrior. Time is my enemy. Rich families buy resources, boosting their cultivation speed. I'm alone, relying on my own efforts, wasting time on work. My talent is average, so reaching warrior status in a short time frame is a pipe dream. Ugh, I sighed. Other time travelers, immense talent, powerful backgrounds, or even a rags to riches story. Me? Mediocre aptitude. Worthless? There's always a way. I clenched my fists, determination flaring. this life, or the last, I won't be easily defeated. My gaze fell on a light blue book on the table, Elementary Lightning System Cultivation Method. I sat cross-legged, beginning the exercises. An hour passed. No true energy. Warriors need true energy to break through. I'd practiced for over a month, and felt nothing. Forget warrior, I doubted I could even muster a speck of strength. Am I truly worthless? My heart sank. Heaven-level talent senses the world's aura, flourishes here. I've seen it. A mysterious level genius in my class became a warrior in 7 days. The difference between high and low aptitude. Lower talent means slower, limited progress. The warrior realm is the limit for someone like me. That girl? Her future is limitless. An insurmountable chasm. My heart plummeted. A warrior? I refuse to accept it. I refuse. I punched the wall. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed. The system has been upgraded tens of millions of times, the upgrade is complete, and it is now bound to the host. Binding, the binding is complete. A system? A flicker of hope crossed my face, quickly replaced by calm. What can you do? The system's voice again. This system is a 10 million-fold enhancement system. It will strengthen the host. Full system energy activates the enhancement function. Enhancement system. I was stunned. This is immense power. Whether to open the novice gift package? Yes. I said instantly. Congratulations to the host, you have been strengthened by 100 million times. Enhancement initiated? 100 million times? My heart surged. A chance to change my fate. I focused on improving my talent. The stronger it is, the smoother my future cultivation will be. My achievements will soar. How powerful will my grade A become after a 100 million-fold boost? Enhanced talent. I was resolute. An overwhelming pressure descended. A surge of power erupted from within. My body pulsed with destructive lightning. Lightning bolts shot from my eyes, dancing around me like writhing snakes. I felt I could control the thunder at will. I exuded an aura of terrifying power, like a god of thunder wielding heavenly retribution. A minute later, the power receded. I slowly stood. The thunder's power coursed through me, tempering my body with each breath. A terrifying talent. A million-fold enhancement truly lives up to its name. I sensed that I could reach the warrior realm within a day. System. I checked my stats. Yikong, talent, thunder, Dao level, physique, mortal body, boundary, early warriors, energy value, 0 Dao level thunder talent. My voice trembled. Dao level. Millions of times stronger than grade A. I felt like I was dreaming. No, I need to test this. This is like winning 500 million, I won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. Without hesitation, I headed to the gym. 10 o'clock at night. But in this world of might, many still trained. The gym's equipment was secondary to the training room. Higher aura concentration cost a lot of spirit stones, greatly assisting warriors' cultivation. A considerable sum I couldn't afford. But testing was free. Few came at this hour. Previously, the gap between my talent and ability was insurmountable. Now, nobody tests all the time. I entered the empty testing room. Just a white spar ball sat there, quietly, above 6 graded slots. After confirming I was alone, I approached, pressed my right hand to the orb. Instantly, brilliant white light erupted. Good thing I was alone, that display would have drawn a crowd. The light settled on the 4th grid. Then, in a flash, it surged to the 6th. Dao level. I gasped. What did this even mean? This system, it was terrifying. From grade A to Dao level? Unbelievable. But as my mind raced, the spar ball glowed faintly purple. Then, it exploded into 1,000 fragments. I stared, shocked. Even with Dao level talent, that shouldn't happen. What's going on? I was dumbfounded. Then it hit me, my thunder talent. The most powerful among talents. My Dao level talent, it surpassed even ordinary Dao level. The spar ball couldn't contain the energy surge. It made perfect sense. A smile touched my lips. Dao level talent is incredibly rare in this era of surging spiritual energy. Anything beyond Dao level? Unheard of. If discovered, the consequences would be catastrophic. The 10,000 races would hunt me relentlessly. Dao level thunder talent, I'm set. And I can enhance other things too: body, eyes, bones, artifacts, weapons, skills. My heart pounded. Most importantly, I don't have to worry about failing the assessment, or being stuck in the outer city. A weight lifted from my chest. Life in the outer city would be a living hell. In a world of cultivation, who wants to be a nobody? With Dao level talent, the warrior realm is within reach. Passing the assessment would be a breeze. The 10,000 races battlefield, it's alien territory, but humans go there too. We'll be on the outer edge, facing only late-stage, first-level aliens. Comparable to late-stage warriors. With my Dao level talent, it'll be child's play. Higher talent means greater strength, and it's terrifyingly true. My Dao level thunder attribute? In my realm, I'm unbeatable. If I can't conquer it, no one can. I glanced at the shattered spar ball. If someone walked in, I needed to leave. Quickly. I headed for the door, exiting smoothly and quietly. As I stepped out, I saw a group of young men and women entering. Around my age, 16 or 17. They chatted amongst themselves. They noticed me leaving hurriedly. I recognized them. They seemed familiar, but I didn't stop. I quickened my pace, escaping the gymnasium. They recognized me. Isn't that Yi Kong? What's he doing here? Pang Zhangyi asked, perplexed. Yi Kong's diligent. Even this late, he's still training, a tall, pretty woman with a ponytail remarked. Wang Lifeng, dressed in designer clothes, chimed in, praising my diligence, though it felt condescending. Heh, is diligence enough? Yi Kong's only grade A, right? At best, he'll become a warrior. He's trying to compensate for his lack of talent with hard work. What a joke. If I were grade A, I'd accept it, go to the outer city, and wait to die. A sneer curled Wang Lifeng's lips. Pang Zhangyi agreed instantly, Brother Wang's right. Yi Kong hasn't broken through to warrior yet. He's the slowest among the awakened. I doubt he'll pass the test. Others piled on, Brother Wang's Shen level, compared to Yi Kong's grade A, it's worlds apart. No matter how hard he tries, he can't surpass Brother Wang. Yi Kong's trash, he can't even become a warrior. Comparing him to Brother Wang, it's an insult. He's not even worthy of being compared to Brother Wang's toenails. They showered Wang Lifeng with flattery. Only Zhao Wana remained silent. She watched me leave, contempt in her eyes. She despised their shallowness. Forget him. Let's go see if Shayan and the others have any special talents, she said impatiently, leading the way. Wang Lifeng followed closely, the others trailing behind. Zhao Wana froze upon entering the testing room, seeing the shattered spar ball. What's going on? Wang Lifeng was stunned. He rushed inside, dumbfounded. The others followed, curious. Are you seeing things? What happened? Peng Zhangyi stared, amazed. Wang Lifeng shouted, entering first. The energy tank was also destroyed. Someone tested their talent? Maybe their talent was too high, causing the explosion, someone guessed. No way. Even heaven level can't do that. Only Dao level or higher could cause this. Peng Zhangyi shook his head, incredulous. Dao level? Zhao Wana's voice cut through the silence. Seconds ticked by, heavy with unspoken implications. Dao level talent? Every academy would kill for it. It's beyond their grasp. Who do you think it was? Wang Lifeng asked. Could it be Yi Kong? He just left, Peng Zhangyi suggested hesitantly. No way, he's grade A trash. We saw it in the academy test, they exclaimed in disbelief. To them, it was unthinkable. Dao level talent? How did he awaken it? I was oblivious to the commotion I'd caused. My focus, testing my enhanced cultivation speed. I headed home. 10 minutes later, I opened my old stone house to find Yi Lighting sitting there. Beautiful, elegant. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I greeted her. She was a good friend from childhood, from a prestigious family. I remembered how she'd fallen into the water years ago, and I'd saved her. We were phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme then, but our vastly different backgrounds had driven us apart. She startled at my question. I'm here to give you some crystals. The final exams are coming, right? You need to study hard. Warmth filled my heart. I was alone in my past life and this one, yet she cared. Thank you, I will, I said calmly, my gaze lingering on her. She blushed, lowered her head. I have things to do, I should go. Okay, I'll treat you next time, I nodded. It wasn't that I didn't want Yi Lighting to stay, I simply couldn't afford a meal. When she heard me say that, she blushed, turned, and quickly left. Just as she was about to go, she glanced back at me. Our eyes met, and she blushed even deeper, bowing her head as she finally hurried away. What was with her? I shook my head, putting it aside. My gaze shifted from the doorway to my desk. After checking to make sure I was still alone, I returned to my bed and picked up the elementary lightning cultivation method. I dove into cultivation. Immediately, I felt a powerful surge of thunderous energy. Terrifying power, almost tangible, thrummed in my hands. I reached out, and it felt like the energy became a part of me. As I practiced, the thunder element within me raged like a storm. I felt a potent energy building within me. Within seconds, that energy burst forth, coursing through my body. A moment later, a crackling sound filled the air. I was surrounded by lightning, my hair standing on end. A powerful energy exploded from within me. When I opened my eyes, purple lightning flickered within them, radiating an aura of mystery. I'm already an early-stage warrior? I was ecstatic. This Dao-level talent, it was astonishing. I tested it, I could summon thunderbolts from my palm. My eyes fell on a stone over 3 meters tall. I had to try it. In an instant, terrifying thunder blasted from my hand. Crackling electricity danced in the air like writhing serpents. I sent it hurtling towards the rock. A deafening boom rocked the room, a blinding flash of light engulfing the area. The huge stone shattered, pulverized by the force. A deep crater gaped in the ground. The power was unbelievable, earth-shattering, quite literally. I stared, dumbfounded. This 100-million-fold enhancement system, it was truly extraordinary. I have to keep pushing myself, getting even stronger. I returned to my room, closing the door behind me. System. I called, bringing up my system panel. A blue screen materialized before me. Yikon, talent, thunder, Dao level, physique, mortal body, boundary, early warriors, energy value, 0. I understood the basics, but the energy value was a mystery. How did I gain it? Hunting creatures? System, how do I increase my energy? Host, you can use crystals, spars, power stones, demon spars. Once fully charged, you can use them for immediate enhancement. Charging method, first grade crystal adds 100 energy, second grade adds 1000, third grade adds 10,000. Enhancement effect, 100 energy points enhance 10-fold, 1000 points enhance 100-fold, 10,000 points enhance 1,000-fold. P.S. Enhancement includes a chance for a critical strike, yielding unexpected benefits. Enhancement? And surprises? That piqued my interest. Spars? I remembered the bag Yi Lighting gave me. A smile touched my lips, she'd been incredibly helpful. 10 middle grade Lingwu coins. 1 middle grade coin equals 100 low grade coins, 10 is equivalent to 1000 low grade coins. She'd given me crystals ** and * money. Warmth filled my chest. Now, I could indulge. Let's do this. I dumped the crystals onto the table. I picked up a first-grade crystal and started charging. The system displayed the rising energy value as the crystal disintegrated into dust. 11 first-grade crystals. That's a considerable amount. A first-grade crystal is worth 2 middle-grade Lingwu coins. That's more than half a year's worth of expenses for an average family. I absorbed them instantly. My energy jumped from 100 to 1100. Yi Kong, talent, thunder, Dao level, only 10 million-fold enhancement possible. Physique, mortal body, boundary, early warriors, energy value, 1100 what? Tens of millions of times to strengthen it? I was stunned. Billions of energy points. A long way to go. This 1100 is enough for 110-fold enhancement. I thought. What next? Strength. I needed more strength, so I could gain more resources. My gaze fell on my elementary lightning cultivation method book. A basic, elementary level skill to become a warrior. Higher level techniques required access to major powers, colleges, and prominent families. This particular skill has 9 levels, a higher levels laying a stronger foundation. A level 9 skill is almost legendary. There are few such skills in existence. It's said that a level 9 skill massively boosts true energy. Mine is only level 4. I wonder how much stronger a 100-fold enhancement will make it. I noticed a prompt, elementary thunder system skills, level 4, can be strengthened once. What's this? I asked the system. Host, ordinary items have limited enhancements. The more enhancements, the greater their potential. Your item can only be strengthened once. Higher level items allow for more enhancements. That surprised me. System, why wasn't there a similar prompt when my talent was enhanced? I questioned. Host, you are beyond such limitations. Your talent is limitless, your potential is unlimited. You can constantly strengthen yourself. I gasped. My talent, my body, everything could be continuously strengthened. System, 100-fold enhancement. Strengthening. Congratulations, host. 100-fold critical strike. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the ultimate thunder technique, number 1. White light engulfed me. I now possessed a new skill book, Thunder's most powerful technique. 9-level basic skill? My heart pounded, excitement surging through me. I flipped through it, sitting up straighter. It could increase true energy 9-fold. Let's do this. I closed my eyes. Thunderous energy coursed through me. My true energy skyrocketed, continuing to grow. In seconds, I felt myself transcend limitations, a surge of lightning coursing through my body, and an aura of immense power erupting from within. Breakthrough! I roared. A surge of true energy coalesced in my dantian, forming waves of thunderous power. An overwhelming aura radiated from me. I had reached the mid-stage warrior realm. My thunder true energy has increased 9-fold. I was amazed. This is the power of a level 9 skill. It was incredible. My true energy was already comparable to a late-stage warrior. I felt a breakthrough imminent. Remember? I'd just entered the mid-stage. Now, I was only 3 hours from late stage. That cultivation speed was insane. Dao level thunder talent and level 9 skills, the improvement was astonishing. Those 2 enhancements had drastically boosted my strength. My heart pounded with excitement. And I could strengthen myself further, my body, my skills, even my weapons. Spars. I thought. I'm still broke, but enough crystals would provide the energy for more enhancements. Physical enhancements, skill enhancements, weapon enhancements. My eyes shone with anticipation. Once assessment time rolls around, passing will be a breeze. A smile touched my lips. To get crystals quickly, I need to hunt monsters. Monster bodies hold crystal cores, killing them yields energy. Fighting monsters boosts combat experience and sells their corpses for profit. 3 benefits for the price of 1. I'm a mid-stage warrior, but that's not enough. I need to reach martial spirit to be truly confident. My eyes hardened. The 10,000 races land is extremely dangerous, even on the border. Reaching martial spirit would give me the edge. Acing the final exam is key. Better grades mean more cultivation resources, skills, techniques, elixirs, weapons, and crystals. That's my goal. Top students in previous years became prime targets for major academies. Last year's top student got 500 million Lingwu coins from Tianyuan Academy. That's more than a decade's worth of income for an average family. With those resources, my strength would explode. Just imagine, my already enhanced talent and skills combined with physical enhancements? The possibilities were exhilarating. The next day, as the sun rose, bathing the earth in warmth, I awoke. I was surrounded by crackling lightning, my eyes snapping open. Thunderbolts exploded in the air. I'd reached the late-stage warrior realm. Overnight, I broke through to late-stage warrior. Unbelievable. My heart pounded. I was as strong as a peak warrior. Without my Dao-level talent, I don't know when I would have gotten here. I stretched, showered, and ate a leisurely breakfast. Afterward, I stepped outside, gazing at the sky. It was time to hunt. I headed for the bus station. I couldn't afford a car. I boarded a bus, paid my fare, and settled in. My destination, the magic forest. The 10,000 races war, the alien invasion, human technology crumbled. The resurgence of spiritual energy triggered a massive shift, animals evolved too. Lizards grew to house-sized monsters. Lions and tigers became even more powerful. Luckily, the Zerg hadn't evolved, or humanity would be long gone. The magic forest is a monster haven. It's a dangerous place, no ordinary person dares to venture in. Humans and monsters are enemies, anyone caught becomes food. Even cultivators stick to the edges, hunting cautiously. It's said a beast king lurks there, comparable to a human king. The bus stopped on the outskirts of the forest. I left the city and sprinted towards the forest, my movements like flashes of lightning, covering tens of meters in seconds. I reached 2 watchtowers manned by warrior guards, there to monitor the forest and alert others to any unusual activity. Past monster outbreaks have caused devastating beast tides, claiming countless warrior lives. At the forest's edge, I saw a group of guards. Going into the magic forest alone? One of them asked. Yes, I replied curtly. Their faces fell. The forest was extremely dangerous, and people usually went in groups. Solo hunts, especially by someone so young, were unheard of. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme you're incredibly strong or incredibly reckless. They sensed my power, even the guards stationed at the forest's edge stared at me with respect. Then, 3 men and 3 women emerged, dressed in fine clothes, rich kids, clearly. They heard our exchange. Who is this guy? Going in alone? One of them exclaimed. I know him, Yi Kong. Wang Lifang and I saw him at the gym. He's supposedly a waste, grade A, a young man said, recognizing me instantly. Grade A? A skinny guy stepped forward, a smirk on his face. You dare enter the magic forest alone, you idiot. Look at him, dressed in rags. He's probably trying to find rare herbs, poor fool, one whispered. What else? I bet he'll be terrified by the beasts, another added. Peng Zhongyi also recognized me. I looked at them with indifference. Kneel and beg for mercy, maybe I'll let you tag along. You can collect the herbs we don't want, Li Gaoqiao sneered, regarding me with disdain. Get lost. Or I'll kill you, I said coldly. Li Gaoqiao recoiled, a look of fear in his eyes. He trembled, speechless. I ignored them, entering the forest. Only after I'd gone did Li Gaoqiao regain his composure. Brother Li, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you hit him? His companion asked. Li Gaoqiao exploded, you idiot. I wouldn't stoop to his level. Damn. We have to get him, he hissed, not wanting to admit he'd been scared. Brotherly, you're from one of Jinan's 4 major families, it's beneath you to bother with him, his companion flattered. A nobody, insignificant compared to you, another added. Li Gaoqiao beamed at the flattery. But as he watched me go, his eyes hardened. Let's go. We're here for a rare elixir, a beautiful woman from their group declared. Fine, let's go. No time for bugs, Li Gaoqiao said, clenching his fists. I hope I find you. You'll regret this, he muttered under his breath before following his group into the forest. I'd been in this forest for a while. Even though it was daytime, the air hung heavy, visibility far worse than outside. The trees were bizarre, their shapes resembling grotesque faces. This magic forest almost completely surrounded Jinan City. It was massive, taking days to traverse for the average person. Jinan was one of the 36 major cities in Tianzhu Mansion. I knew this was a unified assessment unprecedented, involving students from Jinan and 35 neighboring cities. Winning first place would be tougher than ever. But I was thrilled, this was perfect. The woods were dense, filled with rustling sounds. I kept glancing around. Roar! A deafening roar shattered the silence. Instantly, I sensed a pair of enormous eyes fixed on me. A gigantic beast emerged from the trees. My eyes were cold, devoid of fear. Soon, a massive blue wolf, over 3 meters tall, stalked into the clearing. Its teeth were terrifying. It bared them, glaring at me. The aura of a first-level ferocious beast sent a shiver down my spine. It showed no fear of me. It lunged. I smirked, stepping back effortlessly. A powerful aura erupted, thunder filling the air. My fist crackled with destructive lightning, a supreme power brewing. As its jaws snapped shut, I unleashed a thunderous blow. Boom! The sound was deafening. My fist slammed into the wolf's stomach. Fear flickered in its eyes before a bloody hole appeared, and it crashed to the ground, lifeless. It never imagined a human ant could kill it so easily. Killing a first-level monster like that level of combat power surpassed my level. But I wasn't surprised. A Dao-level thunder talent with level 9 skills should easily outmatch other warriors at the same level. I approached the beast's corpse, my hands crackling with lightning as I shattered its skull. I pulled out a small knife and extracted a thumb-sized first-grade demon crystal. Absorb. The crystal dissolved, adding 110 energy points. Low-level monsters generally yield just over 100 points. I collected some bones, skin, and meat, stuffing them into a bag. Then, I vanished. Over 2 hours later, I stood by a river, cleaning the blood from my hands. I'd killed 7 monsters, 3 mid-stage first level, and 1 late stage. My destructive thunder made them utterly defenseless. Dao-level thunder talent, unbeatable at my level. I couldn't carry all those corpses, but leaving them was wasteful. My energy was at 1950, enough to enhance a ring. A late-stage monster had yielded 450 energy points. An ordinary ring can be strengthened once. Strengthen. I used 1000 energy points. System prompt, 100-fold enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a spatial ring. A spatial ring? I was elated. This was exactly what I needed. Only the wealthy usually have one. I wonder how big this spatial ring is. Larger spatial rings are incredibly valuable. 10 square meter one's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme cost over 10,000 plus. Mentally probing it, I found it was about 10 square meters house-sized. Perfect for storing the monster corpses. I collected the corpses, piling them up like a small hill. The strongest beasts here were only around first level, no match for me. I decided to venture deeper. The environment grew increasingly strange. Sunlight barely penetrated, and unsettling rustling sounds constantly filled the air. My expression remained unchanged. I was here to test my limits. The gap between me and first-level monsters was vast. Even late-stage ones fell with a single blow, making it hard to assess my true strength. Meanwhile, Li Gaoqiao and his group were also entering the magic forest. They were all mid-stage warriors. Li Gaoqiao and Xiaoya were martial spirits. The forest's edge posed little danger. They were after dragon's blood grass. The environment grew stranger, with strange sounds echoing through the trees. The two women in Pang Zhangyi looked terrified. This was their first time venturing so deep. Brotherly, let's go back and call the family elders. Pang Zhangyi trembled. You're a coward. I'm a warrior, I can protect you, Li Gaoqiao said dismissively. Exactly. Don't be a scaredy cat. You want that dragon's blood grass, don't you? Man Pan sneered. The two women looked on in terror. Let's go, we're almost there, Xiaoya said, handing everyone the map. She led the way, followed by Li Gaoqiao and the rest, too eager to turn back. Pang Zhangyi, terrified of being left alone, scrambled after them. At the same time, I heard a deafening roar. I followed the sound, reaching a clearing. A massive wild boar, over 5 meters long, resembled a hill. Its tusks were terrifying. An ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance. It was devouring a goat, its blood-soaked mouth adding to its monstrous appearance. This was an early second-level beast. I didn't hide my aura, the wild boar sensed it. It turned, its eyes seeming to say, *leave, or die*. I smiled, my gaze fixed on it. Unfazed, it charged. Each step shook the ground, kicking up dust. I stood calmly, a surge of thunder filling me. My right hand crackled with lightning. The wild boar sensed the overwhelming pressure, feeling a deadly threat, but it was too late. It lunged, aiming for my body. I struck. My lightning-laced fist connected with its tusks. Boom! The sound was earth-shattering. Stones flew, dust billowed. Its tusks shattered, the destructive force of my thunder fist smashed into its skull. Roar! A final bellow of pain and terror ended its life. A bone-jarring scream ended the wild boar's life, its head was pulverized. The massive body crashed to the ground, lifeless. A second-level monster, dispatched in a single blow. I shook my head, muttering, killing a second-level monster as a warrior is like a martial spirit. I still have a long way to go. Someone witnessing this would be speechless with shock. I extracted a palm-sized second-level demon crystal from its head. Absorb. The crystal vanished, my energy surging by over 1,000 points. I nodded, satisfied. Second-level monster cores contain 10 times more energy than first-level ones. It was noon. After all those battles, I was hungry. I gathered branches, lit a fire with my lighter, and skewered the wild boar. Level 1 monster meat can be strengthened once, 10-fold enhancement. I commanded. I didn't want to risk a 100-fold enhancement, my body might explode from the strain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a superior cut of meat. The aroma of cooking meat wafted through the air. I took a bite. A powerful energy surged through me. Monster meat boosts true energy, but ordinary warriors absorb less than 1%, it's usually wasted. Higher aptitude means greater absorption, my dull-level talent absorbed 100%. Soon, I devoured the entire leg. Bang! Thunderous energy crackled around me, forming a network of lightning snakes. A few seconds later, it faded. I'd reached peak warrior. One step from martial spirit, true energy solidifies into liquid form, greatly enhancing strength. The difference between warrior stages is significant, early to mid is 3-fold, early to late 9-fold, and peak to martial spirit is 50-fold. The power is staggering. I stood, gazing at the magic forest. It was a treasure trove, not only spars, but monster meat also boosted strength. At this rate, martial spirit was within reach. I stored the remaining meat in my spatial ring and continued deeper into the forest. The further I went, the more powerful the beasts became, many mid and late-stage second-level monsters. They were easy to defeat, I collected their cores. Within 10 minutes, my energy surged by over 3,000 points. I stopped suddenly. In a cave lay a huge saber-toothed tiger, its body like a hill, with massive tusks and bulging muscles terrifying. Beside it grew a small, blood-red herb. Dragon's blood grass, an extremely rare spirit herb. But this beast was formidable. Its energy alone sent shivers down my spine. It was a late-stage second-level monster. I'd never seen one like it before. This beast was far stronger than any early second-level monster. But my expression didn't change. A thrill ran through me. I could kill second-level monsters instantly. What about a late-stage one? I emerged from the undergrowth. The saber-toothed tiger bared its fangs. The herb was nearly ripe, and anything nearby was an enemy. Its aura alone would terrify most. I remained calm, a surge of thunder enveloping me, lightning crackling around me. The pressure was immense. The tiger instinctively recoiled, but it wouldn't give up easily. Its eyes turned ferocious, and it pounced. I met its charge with a thunderous punch. Boom! The impact was earth-shattering. Dust exploded. The tiger was sent flying. Weak. I sneered, not even using my full power. Roar! The tiger roared, unwilling to yield. It vanished, its jaws snapping towards me. I didn't dodge. As it lunged, I unleashed a devastating kick. The thunderous force sent it spinning through the air before it crashed to the ground. Li Gaoqiao and his group were nearby, searching for the dragon's blood grass, when they heard a roar. Did you hear that? A tiger's roar. Should we go check it out? Pang Zhongyi asked nervously. There's probably a fight. Monsters phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme guard valuable herbs. Maybe it's something else, Zhao mused. Zhao's right, Li Gaoqiao added. Pang Zhongyi, if you're scared, go home. You've always been a coward. One of the others sneered. Pang Zhongyi, though resentful, couldn't retort. The two women were silent. Zhao led the way. They followed her towards the sounds of the battle. Along the path, they saw numerous corpses, including some second-level monsters. They were stunned, wondering which powerful cultivator was here. Every monster was killed. Second-level monsters were beyond their reach, killing one was unthinkable. Roar! Another roar. They stopped. It was likely a cultivator fighting a monster guarding the herb. Following their map, the only herb nearby was the dragon's blood grass. Someone else was after it. A master is fighting. Should we go? Pang Zhongyi whispered in fear. That cultivator's been fighting for a while and still hasn't killed it. They must not be very strong. We'll be able to collect what they leave behind, Li Gaoqiao said confidently. The others agreed and rushed toward the sound of the battle. But they didn't know I was just toying with that saber-toothed tiger. I was practicing. At the cave's entrance, the huge tiger was thrown out again, only to charge at me once more. It lacked intelligence, and I was merely using it to hone my skills. First and second level monsters were no match for me, even late-stage ones were relatively weak, excellent for combat training. That's why it was still alive. Li Gaoqiao and the others emerged from the undergrowth. Peering through the grass, they saw me battling a huge saber-toothed tiger. Did you see that? I'm not hallucinating, am I? That lightning, it looks just like Yi Kong, Peng Zhongyi said, squinting. What? That can't be the kid from earlier, can it? He's incredibly strong, Li Gaoqiao scoffed, adding, it's probably Lei Yan from the Lei family. He's got a mysterious level talent, a thunder element, and few can match him in his realm. Only someone that powerful could hold their own against a saber-toothed tiger. I doubt it. Lei Yan is tall and muscular, this guy's slender. Plus, Lei Yu from the Lei family is also a Shen-level thunder talent known as the Lei family's two prodigies. His cultivation surpasses his peers, Zhao countered, unconvinced. Li Gaoqiao and Zhao both believed it was a Lei family prodigy. No one thought it was me, I was just a weakling. Then, I turned my head. They finally got a good look at my face. Everyone was stunned. No way? That's the guy from earlier? How could he be so strong? Li Gaoqiao's jaw dropped. The others were speechless, disbelief and shock painted their faces. What do we do? Should we leave? He's completely overpowering that tiger, Peng Zhongyi asked after a few seconds. He looked utterly bewildered. I was a great and nobody? This was insane. He had to tell Wang Lifeng to avoid me at all costs. Leave? Didn't you see the dragon's blood grass in that cave? That's what we're after. We're not leaving. Someone hissed. Zhao Ya's right. This kid's incredibly powerful. He's beating a saber-toothed tiger. But what does it matter? We'll strike when the time is right. That herb is ours, Li Gaoqiao said coldly, plotting revenge. The dragon's blood grass, a second-grade elixir, could propel him to the peak warrior realm. Everyone sensed something was amiss, but no one dared object. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. I'd been unlucky enough to cross paths with them. Any objections? Watch my signal, we'll ambush him, Li Gaoqiao said, noticing no dissent. Meanwhile, I seemed to be toying with the saber-toothed tiger. It knew it was outmatched, I was simply playing with it. It wanted to escape, but I wouldn't let it. Each time it tried to flee, I sent it flying with a punch. This forest king was humiliated. A massive beast, tossed around like a ragdoll. Boom! The tiger crashed into the cave entrance, sending debris flying. It trembled, rising slowly, fear etched in its eyes. But I wasn't finished. Surrounded by lightning, I attacked again. The tiger, defiant, charged. We clashed once more. The others watched from the grass. Brother Li, should we attack? He seems to be tiring out, someone suggested. No, let's wait. This guy is extremely powerful. Let's strike after he finishes off the tiger, Peng Zhongyi said cautiously. Peng Zhongyi, you're such a coward. The thin man jeered. Shut up. Zhao Ya, what's the plan? Li Gaoqiao silenced them, turning to Zhao Ya. It's time. He's exhausted from the fight. A surprise attack is our best bet, Zhao Ya said calmly. 3, 2, 1, Li Gaoqiao counted down. 6 figures emerged, weapons drawn, charging at me. I sensed their attack unexpected. Those same ants from before dared to attack? The lightning around me intensified, my eyes narrowed, and I hissed, "You're courting death." The tiger, sensing the immense pressure, trembled violently. My eyes turned cold. The game was over. A punch, swift and brutal, like a falling meteorite, struck the tiger, its head exploding. It collapsed, lifeless. The attackers froze, their planned assault halted. They stared, speechless. I turned, my body radiating lightning, my eyes blazing, my hair whipping in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. I resembled a thunder god, surveying them coldly. They trembled, they felt like they were facing a demonic god, despair washing over them. They were pampered elites, unprepared for such brutality. Terror rendered them immobile. After a few seconds, Zhao Ya screamed, "We have to act now. If we don't work together, we're all doomed." They surrounded me. We exchanged grim glances. "Let's attack!" Li Gaoqiao yelled. He launched a weapon filled with silver needles. The others followed suit. They were meant for monsters, now for me. I remained calm, lightning flashing as I vanished. Whoosh! The needles struck the ground, leaving tiny holes. I was gone. Impossible. Where is he? Li Gaoqiao gasped. They hadn't seen my movement. Before they could react, I reappeared behind one of them. ZZZZT. Lightning struck, a headless corpse tumbled to the earth. The others cowered in fear. Help! Zhao Ya and 2 women screamed, fleeing in terror. 2 lightning snakes, born from my hands, struck them down. Arg! They were incinerated. I stared coldly at the remaining 3. None of you are leaving today. Li Gaoqiao stood there, stunned, staring at me and the 3 corpses. Deep regret washed over him, why had he provoked such a terrifying person? Seeing the earlier monster corpses, he realized I'd been responsible. He'd truly been asking for it. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Please, let me go. Pang Zhongyi trembled, utterly terrified. He'd discarded his weapon, sweat dripping from his body. He was genuinely petrified. Of the three, only Xiaoya remained relatively calm, though her fingers trembled. She knew giving up meant death, desperate fighting was her only chance. What? She roared, trying to bolster her courage. A blue ripple emanated from her body as she lunged, her longsword aimed at me. My expression didn't change, I felt no disdain. Insignificant ants, I said coldly, destructive lightning crackling around me. The sky was pitch black without a cloud. Shanty town. In the simple stone house, there is only a lamp, a bed, and a table, and nothing else. It can be described as penniless. Yi Kong sat there with a gloomy face. Linguji, the 9th year. From this year onwards, cracks began to appear in the sky. The foreign race entered the blue star through this crack. Those powerful races are like slaughtering livestock. Fortunately, on the blue star, there is also a surge of spiritual energy, and everyone has awakened their talents and started to practice. Countless strong men showed up one after another, fighting with those alien races, and fighting together. After thousands of years of war, human beings finally forced these alien races out of the blue star and gained peace. In today's world, it is not technology, but cultivation. People with advanced cultivation can walk in the sky and split mountains. And practitioners have become the leaders of this world. Yi Kong has just traveled for a few days. When he got the news, he was completely shocked. Originally, he thought that he would have a powerful system like those people who travel through time. However, a few days have passed, and he still hasn't awakened the system? He just happened to be able to awaken his talent, but this talent. Hey! He thought he was a time traveler, and should be at the prefecture level. At least it's at the mysterious level. But he didn't, he only awakened a first-class thunder talent. This kind of talent is much better than other unawakened people, and it is possible to get better cultivation. But it is only a lower middle qualification. Talent levels, from high to low, Dao level, heaven level, earth level, mysterious level, yellow level, A level, B level, C level. According to previous experience, the talent at the mysterious level is at most the end of the realm of a martial artist. The realm of warriors can be divided into martial artist, martial spirit, samurai, martial master, general, king of martial arts, emperor of martial arts, sage of martial arts, venerable. With grade A qualifications, in this life, at most, you will be a warrior. It can be imagined that his talent is too ordinary, and it can even be said to be poor. In this lifetime, a samurai, to put it bluntly, anyone can overwhelm him. Yi Kong stood up and came to a large pot in the corner. When he lifted the lid, there was only one bun left. Yi Kong couldn't wait to take a bite. Now, the food on his body is only a steamed stuffed bun. Imagine! Yi Kong's life has reached the brink of collapse. He looked at the remaining 10 spiritual coins in his pocket. To be honest, these 10 spiritual coins would not last long. There are still 4 days until the subsidy is issued, and you can persist for a period of time. If it wasn't for Yi Kong's plan, he would have spent all the spirit coins long ago. Then, he was starving to death. His previous life. How miserable is this? In the past few days, Yi Kong is ready to change his destiny. However, what worries him the most is not the financial constraints. Rather, the upcoming final exam. In this world, the college entrance examination is the key to determine a person's life. If you can do well in this exam, then you will be admitted to a university and join the army. Then the future is really endless. But how to behave, in order to enter a good university? He was thinking about how to survive and pass this test. After all, they are going to the 10,000 races battlefield to complete their mission. It is the territory of alien races. He is not yet a martial artist, how could he complete the task? It can be said to be a life and death. Let alone complete the task. What's more, for a person like him without any background, if he can't do his job well, let alone go to college, he will be sent to the outer city to be responsible for the work of planting. This is to provide some convenience for warriors. This is the difference between warriors and ordinary people. In today's society, the strong are the supreme beings. Even Yi Kong's current talent is only grade A. In general, not even warriors can't break through. The point is, his time is really too little. What's more, there is a saying that goes well: poor literature and rich martial arts. The children of the major aristocratic families will purchase resources for cultivation in advance. In this case, the cultivation speed will be faster. Yi Kong has no parents, so he can only support himself by his own efforts. Waste time on work. As a result, his talent is not very good. Of course, he will not reach the level of a warrior in a short time. Ugh! Yi Kong sighed inwardly. For others to travel through, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme they are extremely talented, or have a strong background, or they are just a waste counterattack. How did he get here? His aptitude is so mediocre. Worthless? There is always a way. Yi Kong clenched his fists tightly, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Whether it is the last life or this life, he is not so easy to subdue. His eyes fell on a light blue book on the table. Elementary Lightning System Cultivation Method. Yi Kong sat cross-legged and began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme. According to the exercises, start to practice. Soon, more than an hour passed. He opened his eyes and found that there was no trace of true energy in his body. For a warrior to break through, what he needs is true energy in his body. But Yi Kong practiced for more than a month, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of strength. As for warriors, let alone. Am I really a waste? Yi Kong's heart sank. He has heard that a heaven-level talent can sense the aura between heaven and earth. He is a genius, and it can be said that he is like a fish in water when he cultivates in this world. In his perception, there is a girl in the class who is a mysterious genius. In 7 days, she was already a warrior. This is the difference between high qualifications and low qualifications. The lower the talent, the slower the rate of improvement. Also, there is a limit to this. The realm of warriors. With Yi Kongjia's cultivation base, it is almost impossible to cultivate to a higher level. And the mysterious girl. In this life, her future is limitless. This is a huge gap that cannot be filled by any effort. Yi Kong's heart sank. In my life, can I only become a warrior? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Yi Kong punched the wall. Suddenly, an electronic sound sounded. The system has been upgraded tens of millions of times, the upgrade has been completed, and it is now bound to the host. Binding, the binding has been completed. System? There was a hint of joy on Yi Kong's face, but he quickly regained his composure. What function do you have in the system? The sound of the system rang again. This system is a million times system, which can strengthen the host. When the energy of the system is full, the strengthening function will be activated. Strengthen the system. When Yi Kong heard it, he was stunned. How powerful this is. Whether to open the novice gift package? Yes. Yi Kong said without hesitation. Congratulations to the host, it has been strengthened by 100 million times. Have you strengthened it? 100 million reinforcements? Yi Kong's heart moved. This is an opportunity to change destiny. The first thing he thought of was to improve his talent. Because, the stronger the talent, the smoother the future cultivation will be. His future achievements will be even greater. How strong will his grade A talent be after tens of millions of enhancements? Increased talent. Yi Kong was decisive. An inexplicable coercion descended from the sky. In an instant, Yi Kong only felt a surging force burst out from his body. His body was covered with destructive lightning. Rays of lightning shot out from his eyes, flying around Yi Kong like lightning snakes. Yi Kong seems to be able to control thunder as he pleases. At this moment, Yi Kong exuded a terrifying aura. It's like a god of thunder who controls the punishment of heaven. 1 minute later, this trace of power finally disappeared. He stood up slowly. Yi Kong felt that the power of thunder in his body had begun to move. With every breath, thunder elements will enter the body, tempering the body. What a terrifying talent, it deserves to be strengthened by 1,000,000 times. Yi Kong had a premonition that in another day, he would be able to step into the realm of warriors. System. Yi Kong checked his own information. Yi Kong, talent, thunder, dull level, physique, mortal body, boundary, early warriors, energy value, 0 dull level thunder talent. Looking at this, Yi Kong's voice trembled a little. Dull level, tens of millions of times stronger than a level. Yi Kong felt like he was dreaming. No, I want to experiment. What is going on? This feeling is like winning 500 million. Yi Kong wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Without hesitation, Yi Kong got out of bed and went straight to the gym. More than 10 minutes passed. He arrives at his destination. Now, it is already 10 o'clock in the evening. But in this era of advocating force, there are still many people practicing in the gym. However, the most important thing is not these equipments of the gymnasium, but the training room. It takes a lot of spirit stones to make the aura inside more intense. It is of great help to the cultivation of warriors. Of course, this is not a small sum. With Yi Kong's current strength, he couldn't afford it at all. Fortunately, testing is free. Normally, not many people come here. In the past, there was a gap between his talent and ability. It is almost impossible to go any further. Of course, no one is testing all the time. Yi Kong entered a testing room, which was empty and contained nothing. There is only one white spar ball lying there quietly. And under this white spar ball, there are 6 grids of different levels. Yi Kong checked again, and after confirming that there was no one else, he stepped forward, stretched out his right hand, and pressed it on the white ball. In an instant, the white light group burst into bright light. It happened that there was only Yi Kong in the testing room. Otherwise, this light will definitely attract the attention of others. The grid below has reached the 4th grid. Without the slightest pause, he rushed towards the 6 grids in an instant. It's really Dao level. Yi Kong gasped, what kind of concept is this? At this moment, he finally understood what a terrible system this is. From Class A to Dao class. This is simply incredible. But when he was thinking wildly, the white spar ball was emitting a faint purple light. At this moment, the white spar ball suddenly exploded and turned into countless fragments. See? Yi Kong was shocked. Even with Dao-level talents, it is impossible to make the spar ball explode. What's the situation? Yi Kong was stunned. Slowly. It was only then that he remembered that he was a thunder talent. Among the talents, the attack power is the strongest. In other words, his Dao-level talent is higher than ordinary Dao-level talents. Then, this spar ball exploded directly because it couldn't bear the impact of energy. He has understood. A smile appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. Dao-level talent is also one of the few in the history of soaring aura. As for exceeding the Dao level, let alone. Once discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. 10,000 races will spare no effort in chasing and killing a person with monstrous talent. Dao-level thunder talent, that is, sooner or later. Moreover, I can also enhance some other things, such as body, eyes, bones, natural treasures, weapons, skills. Yi Kong's heart moved. The most important thing is that I don't have to worry about the assessment now, and I don't have to raise them in the outer city. Yi Kong felt a pang in his heart. If they were raised in an outer city, they would never even think about living in this life. In a world that can practice, how many people would be willing to be a waste? Yi Kong is now a Dao-level talent, and he no longer has to worry about not being able to become a warrior. After breaking through to the realm of warriors, if there are no accidents, this assessment will definitely pass. Although the battlefield of 10,000 races is a place of alien races, human races can also go there. The place Yikong and others are going to was only the outermost area, where the most powerful alien race is only at the late stage of the first level. Comparable to human monks in the late stage of warriors. At most, it is the strength of the first level. With Yikong Dao level talent, it is simply a piece of cake. The higher the talent, the stronger the strength, the more terrifying. This is a good example. Yikong's thunder attribute is a Dao level talent. In the same realm, he is absolutely invincible. Even he couldn't get through, let alone anyone else. He glanced at the remains of the spar ball on the ground. Yikong knew that if he stayed here, if someone broke in, it would be bad. Think about this. He walked quickly to the door, opened it and walked out. Before leaving, he closed the door smoothly. When Yikong just went out, he saw a group of men and women walking in from outside. Their age is similar to Yikong, they are all 16 or 17 years old. They walked together and didn't know what they were talking about. When they got closer, they realized that Yikong was walking towards this side in a hurry. Yikong looked at them, always feeling familiar. But he didn't intend to greet each other. He quickened his pace and rushed out of the gymnasium. At this time, everyone recognized Yikong. Isn't this Yikong? Why did he come here? Peng Zhongyi was a little puzzled. Yikong is diligent. It's so late and he's still practicing here. A tall, handsome woman with ponytail spoke. The first one, who was dressed in a famous brand, looked like a rich man, but when he heard about the woman he liked, he was full of praise for Yikong. Is diligence useful? I remember that Yikong's talent is only grade A. In his whole life, at most he was becoming a martial artist, and he tried to make up for his shortcomings through hard work, which was simply a big joke. If I am a class A, then I will accept myself obediently, and then go to the outer city to wait for death. Wang Lifeng watched Yikong leave, with a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. What Brother Wang said is very true. It is said that Yikong has not broken through to the warrior so far. His cultivation is the slowest among all the awakened ones, and I don't think he can pass the test. Peng Zhongyi, who spoke first, immediately agreed. That's right, Brother Wang's talent is Shen level, compared with Yikong's A level, it is simply a world of difference. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't surpass Brother Wang. Yikong is just a waste, even warriors can't break through. You compare him with Brother Wang, isn't that humiliating our Brother Wang? I think he is not as good as our Brother Wang's toes. Brother Wang, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Someone like Yikong is no match for our Brother Wang at all. Brother Wang's talent is Shen level, the most powerful genius. The few men behind them immediately patted Wang Lifeng's ass flatteringly. Wang Lifeng was very happy to hear such flattery, he was already smiling from ear to ear. Among this group of women, only Zhao Wan'er was silent. They watched Yikong leave without saying a word, but a trace of contempt flashed in their eyes. Zhao Wan'er was full of contempt for these people. Forget about him. Let's go to the testing room first to see if Shayan and the others have any special talents. Zhao Wan'er became a little impatient, and urged everyone to leave quickly. Then, she took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walked forward. Behind him, seeing Zhao Wan'er leave, Wang Lifeng hurriedly followed behind him, and the rest followed. As soon as Zhao Wan'er pushed the door open, she froze. She saw that the spar ball had been torn apart. Why don't you go in? Wang Lifeng was stunned, and when he approached, he was dumbfounded. Seeing this, the others became even more curious and gathered around one after another. Are you dazzled? What's going on? Peng Zhongyi stared at this scene dumbfounded. Let's go and see. Wang Lifeng shouted loudly, and walked inside first. When he came to the test platform, he found that in addition to the spar ball, the energy tank on it had also exploded. This can only illustrate one problem. You said, is this someone testing talent? Maybe his talent is too high, causing the spar ball to explode. No way, even the heavenly level can't do it. Only people above the Dao level have this kind of talent. Peng Zhongyi shook his head. How can this be? Tao level? Far from enough. How could such a small place exist? Beyond Tao level? This is simply a fantasy. There are only a few of the entire human race. If it's really Tao level. At this time, Zhao Wanner's voice sounded. As soon as the words came out. After a few seconds, everyone fell silent. This is a very scary thing. This kind of talent is what they dream of, and any academy will be crazy about it. It's not something they can get their hands on at all. Who do you think this person is? Wang Lifeng glanced at the people around him. Could it be Yi Kong? He just walked out of the laboratory. Pang Zhangyi also said doubtfully. No way, how could he be? He's just a grade A trash. We saw it with our own eyes in the academy test. As soon as this guess came out, everyone denied it. In their eyes, Yi Kong is absolutely impossible. Tao level talent, how did he awaken it? Yi Kong didn't know what happened when he just left. The only thing he has to do now is to try how much faster his cultivation speed has become. With this in mind, he planned to act immediately. 10 minutes passed. Yi Kong returned to his residence. He pushed open the door of his old stone house. Yi Kong swept his gaze, and saw a woman with full head of hair, delicate facial features, and a sense of elegance all over her body. Sit down on a broken chair in his house. Why didn't you tell me in advance when you came? Yi Kong said hello. In his memory, the name of this beautiful woman was Yi Lighting, and her family was very prestigious. As for how did she meet the heroine's predecessor? Back then, Yi Lighting fell into the water when she fell into the water, but was rescued by Yi Kong by jumping off. They have known each other since then and are still very good friends, and they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme played together when they were young. It's just that the older the two are, the more disparate their family backgrounds are, and the farther they are from each other. Yi Lighting was taken aback by Yi Kong's question, and quickly answered, I'm here this time to give you some crystals. Aren't you going to take the final exam during this time? You have to work hard. Yi Kong felt warm in his heart. Whether it was the last life or this life, he was a loner with few friends, but now, someone cares about him. Thank you very much, I will try my best. Yi Kong glanced over Yi Lighting and said calmly. Stare at Yi Kong. Yi Lighting immediately lowered her head, blushed, and said embarrassedly, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Okay, then I won't be polite, I will treat you another day. Yi Kong nodded slightly. It was not that he was unwilling to let Yi Lighting stay. His current net worth is simply not enough to buy a meal. When Yi Lighting heard what Yi Kong said, she turned around shyly and ran away. When it is time to leave. Suddenly, she turned her head again and looked at Yi Kong. At this time, Yi Kong also turned around. Looking at each other, Yi Lighting felt ashamed immediately, she bowed her head and walked out. Yi Kong's heart moved, what is going on with this girl? Shaking his head, he put the matter behind him. His eyes moved away from Yi Lighting's body. After sitting down quietly, his eyes fell on the desk. He looked left and right, and after confirming that there was no one else, he returned to his bed and began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the elementary lightning cultivation method. Yi Kong immediately entered the cultivation state. Yi Kong just started to practice, and he felt a powerful element of thunder. A trace of terrifying thunder element, in his hands, seems to be within reach. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and the thunder element seemed to be integrated with Yi Kong. As he practiced, the thunder element in his body was like a storm. Yi Kong can even feel that there is a kind of power in his body that is about to move. Just a few seconds. Elements of thunder were born from Yi Kong's body and wandered through his internal organs. At this time, Zit-CZ. Yi Kong was surrounded by lightning and his long hair was flying. Bang! A terrible breath burst out from Yi Kong. When he opened his eyes, there was a purple thunder in his eyes, giving people a mysterious feeling. I'm already an early martial artist? Yi Kong was overjoyed. This Tao level talent is really terrifying. He shook it slightly, and suddenly felt a force coming. Following his thoughts, streaks of thunder appeared in the palm of his right hand. Bang! Yi Kong jumped up. His eyes fell on a stone more than 3 meters high in front of him. Yi Kong couldn't wait any longer. In an instant, a terrifying thunder shot out from his hand. Zit-zee. One after another thunderbolts, like electric snakes, danced in the void. Yi Kong waved his hand. For an instant, the terrifying light of thunder seemed to turn into a huge thunder python, and it bombarded towards the huge stone. Boom! There was a loud bang, and thunder radiated everywhere, and there was a bright light within a radius of more than 10 meters. The rock more than 3 meters high was directly blasted to pieces under this terrifying force. A dark pothole appeared on the ground. From this point of view, what kind of terrifying power is this? Every attack of his can cause the earth to collapse. Yi Kong looked dumbfounded. A strengthening system of million times is really strong. I have to study hard. How can I become stronger? Yi Kong didn't say any more, and went straight back to his room. For a moment, he went into his room and closed the door. System. Yi Kong looked at his system panel. In front of him, a blue screen similar to a panel appeared. Yi Kong, talent, thunder, tal level, physique, mortal body, boundary, early warriors, energy value, 0. Yi Kong looked at the system panel. In general, he can still understand. It just makes him feel weird. How can I get these energy values? Do you want to gain energy by hunting other creatures? System, how to increase the energy value? Yi Kong said lightly. Host, you can use all the energy for charging, Spar, Power Stone, Demon Spar, as long as the charging is completed, you can charge immediately. 11002100031000 Enhancement Effect, 100 points of energy can be strengthened 10 times, 1000 points of energy can be strengthened 100 times, and 10,000 points of energy can be strengthened 1,000 times. PS, reinforcement, when recharging, there will be a critical strike, which will give you some unexpected gains. Strengthen? And surprises? Yi Kong didn't think so. Spar? A first-class spar poked out from the bag. A smile appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. This girl is very helpful. He opened the bag. There are 10 middle-grade Lingwu coins in the bag. 1 middle-rank Lingwu coin equals 100 low-rank Lingwu coins. 10 middle-rank Lingwu coins are equal to 1,000 low-rank Lingwu coins. Yi Lighting not only brought crystals, but also 10 middle-grade Lingwu coins. Yi Kong felt warm in his heart. Have money. These days can be very nourishing. Ready. Without saying a word, Yi Kong poured all the crystals on the table, then picked up a first-grade crystal from the ground, and put it in his hand. Start charging. Charging. Yi Kong muttered to himself. The spar in his hand is also rapidly disappearing. Suddenly turned into powder and dissipated in the air. And the energy value of the system jumped directly from 0 to 100. Seeing this, Yi Kong was overjoyed and quickly took out all the crystals in his pocket. There are 11 crystal stones of the first grade. That's a lot of money. A first-level spar is worth 2 middle-grade Lingwu coins. This money is enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for 2 weeks. Not to mention 10 first-level spars. This is an average family's expenditure for more than half a year. Without any hesitation, Yi Kong grabbed the 11 yuan first-level spar in his hand and began to absorb it. In just an instant, the 11 yuan first-level spar turned into a mass of ashes and disappeared into the air. In Yi Kong's panel, the original 100 points of energy instantly skyrocketed to 1,100 points. Yi Kong, talent, thunder, tal level, can only be strengthened by tens of millions of times. Physique, mortal body, boundary, early warriors, energy value, 1100 what, it takes tens of millions of times to strengthen it? Yi Kong was stunned. That's billions of energy consumed. What a quantity! That's a long way off. This 100 and 100 points is enough for me to improve 110 times. What's the next step? Yi Kong was thoughtful. Strength. As long as your own strength is strong enough. In this case, he will get more crystals. At this time, his eyes fell on a book of primary lightning type exercises on the table. This is a basic exercise and belongs to the elementary level. Practitioners can be promoted to warriors. But if you want to become a martial artist, you must have more advanced skills. Only those big forces, colleges, and big families can practice. Generally speaking, this set of basic martial arts is divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the more solid the foundation. Level 9 is the highest level and is almost out of print. 9-level basic exercises. Looking at the world, there are only a few books. It is said that these 9-level skills can make people's true energy much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Yi Kong's primary thunder system skills are only the 4th level of the primary stage. I don't know, if I improve this technique 100 times, how far it will be improved. If Yi Kong can upgrade the thunder system cultivation book to a higher level, he might be able to break through to a higher realm. But when Yi Kong saw it, he felt something strange, and a row of words appeared in front of him. Elementary thunder system skills, level 4, can be strengthened once. Yi Kong was puzzled. What's the situation? Yi Kong asked the system suspiciously. Host, the number of reinforcements for ordinary items is limited. The more times of reinforcements, the greater the potential of the equipment. The thing in your hand is an ordinary item and can only be strengthened once. The higher the level, the more times it can be strengthened. The introduction of the system surprised him a little. Yi Kong frowned. Yi Kong wondered, system, why is there no such prompt when my talent is improved? Host, you are no longer this type of person. Your talent has no limit, your potential is unlimited, you can constantly strengthen yourself. Yi Kong was startled. In other words, he can continuously strengthen his talent. The body, the eyes, everything. Call. Yi Kong let out a long sigh of relief, ecstatic in his heart. This is his strength. System, 100 times stronger. Yi Kong said lightly. Strengthening. Congratulations to the host for good luck, 100 times critical strike. Congratulations to the host, you have mastered the perfect thunderbolt skill. In an instant, a white light flashed across his body. In Yi Kong's hand, there was an extra practice cheat book with a line of writing on it. Thunder's number 1 powerful skill. 9-level basic exercises? Yi Kong's heart tightened. Excited. Yi Kong flipped through it, then sat up from the bed. He looked at Lei Ting's number 1 strongest skill. Sure enough, it is a basic skill of level 9, which can increase one's true energy 9 times. Yi Kong was stunned. Practice. Yi Kong closed his eyes slightly. It's just a moment of effort. A series of terrifying thunder elements wandered around his body, like jumping elves. The true energy in his body has reached a terrifying level. And it's still growing. Just a few seconds. Elements of thunder wandered through Yi Kong's body. At this time, Zit-Zizi. Yi Kong seemed to have broken through some shackles, lightning flashed all over his body, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Rush! Yi Kong shouted violently. A powerful force erupted from his body. Waves of true energy gathered in his dantian, forming waves of thunder. A terrifying coercion suddenly broke out. The midterm cultivation base of a warrior. The true energy of the thunder system has been increased by 9 times. Yi Kong was startled. So strong. This is the horror of the 9th level exercises. The Jinqi in his body is already comparable to that of an ordinary warrior in the late stage. He had a feeling that he could break through to the next level soon. Remember, Yi Kong has just entered the middle stage. But now, he is only 3 hours away from the late martial artist. This kind of cultivation speed is really terrifying. This is the dull level thunder talent and the 9th level kung fu. What a terrifying improvement. The 2 strengthenings made his strength change drastically. Yi Kong felt hot in his heart. Moreover, he can also strengthen himself and strengthen other aspects. Spar. I'm still very poor. If I have enough crystals and convert these crystals into energy values, I can continue to strengthen. Whether it's strengthening the physical body, or strengthening the skills, strengthening the weapon. Yi Kong's eyes lit up. When it's time for the assessment, I can easily pass it. A smile appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. If you want to get crystals as soon as possible, you must hunt monsters. Yi Kong was thoughtful. There is a monster crystal in the body of the monster. After killing, you can get energy. Moreover, fighting monsters can not only increase one's combat experience, but also sell the corpses of monsters and gain a lot of wealth. 3 birds with 1 stone. Now, although I am a mid-stage martial artist, it is far from enough. At least I have to become a martial spirit to be fully sure. Yi Kong's eyes flashed. The land of 10,000 races is extremely dangerous. Although it is on the border, it is also very dangerous. Become a Wuling. When the time comes, he will have the confidence to get the best results. Passed the end-of-term examination. When you go to university, the better your grades, the more cultivation resources you will get, and you will get more and more cultivation methods, secret techniques, panacea, weapons, and crystals. This is what Yi Kong wanted. The championships of previous years are all the key training targets of the major colleges. The same goes for last year's top man. Tianyuan Academy recruits the best students every year and can get 500 million Lingwu coins. How much is 500 million Lingwu coins? The income of the average family is more than 10 years. If he had 500 million Lingwu coins of training resources in a semester and exchanged them for crystals, his strength would definitely skyrocket. You know, he just took his talents and skills to this level. It is a strengthening of the body. What kind of picture is this? The more Yi Kong thought about it, the more excited he became. On the second day, the sun just rose, and the warm sunlight sprinkled on the earth. Inside the house, a young man, surrounded by thunder, suddenly opened his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of thunder exploded in the air. This is the late stage of the warrior. Overnight, I broke through to the late stage of the warrior. This is too scary. Yi Kong's heart moved. His current strength is no less than that of a warrior. If it's not Dao level, I don't know when to wait. Yi Kong got up and stretched his body. After that, I got up and took a shower. Yi Kong simply made a breakfast, eating at a leisurely pace. After more than 10 minutes, breakfast was over. Yi Kong opened the door and looked up at the sky. He decided to set off immediately and start hunting. Yi Kong closed the door and walked quickly to the station. With his current net worth, it is impossible to own a car. As soon as we arrived at the station, a bus drove over. He stepped forward, put a Lingwu coin into it, and sat down. The place Yi Kong is going to is the Magic Forest. Tens of thousands of races fought, foreign races invaded, and human technology was defeated steadily. Resurrection of spiritual energy, volcanic eruption. Not only human beings are evolving, but animals are also evolving. These creatures have become more powerful one by one, from ordinary lizards at the beginning to now several meters high, the size of a house. As for other beasts, such as lions and tigers, let alone. Fortunately, the Zerg has not yet evolved, otherwise, humans would not be the rulers of this world long ago. The place Yi Kong is going to is a place where monsters gather. This place is very weird, and there are countless kinds of terrifying monsters, and ordinary people dare not approach it at all. You must know that the relationship between humans and monsters is not harmonious. Once ordinary people are caught, they will most likely become the other party's rations. Even the monks are just on the edge, hunting at will. It is said that in the Magic Forest, there is a beast king, which is comparable to the existence of a human king. However, the destination of the bus is also in the suburbs, which is not too far away. Yi Kong got out of the car and left the city. Without the slightest pause, he ran towards the Magic Forest at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Yi Kong's figure was like a flash of lightning, as fast as lightning. In an instant, it was a distance of tens of meters. Soon, a large forest appeared in front of Yi Kong. There are 2 watchtowers here, both of which are places where human warriors phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. The reason why they are stationed here is to prevent any changes in the monsters in the magic forest, and they can notify the guards as soon as possible. After all, historically, the monster beasts in the magic forest erupted, and the beast tide caused was a catastrophe for human beings. I don't know how many warriors died fighting to resist the beast tide. Just before Yi Kong came to the magic forest, he saw a group of guards. One of them said, "You are going into the magic forest, are you alone?" Yi Kong responded lightly. Seeing that Yi Kong wanted him to go in alone, the faces of the guards changed. You must know that in this magical forest, there are crises everywhere, and there may be some accidents at any time. Generally speaking, warriors who enter it will bring some people with them. In this way, their safety will be greatly guaranteed. Like Yi Kong, those who enter the magic forest alone and kill monsters are even rarer. What's more, Yi Kong's age is too young. That's why those guards were so surprised. Normally, if he went to the magic forest alone and wanted to hunt monsters, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme had enough strength or was fearless. Or he's just a brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. They felt a powerful force from Yi Kong. Even the guards stationed outside the foggy forest looked at Yi Kong with admiration. At this moment, 3 men and 3 women came out from behind. These people are all well-dressed, and they look like children of rich families. They could all hear Yi Kong's words clearly. "Who is this guy? Go in alone?" One person was slightly taken aback. "Brotherly, I know, he is Yi Kong. Wang Lifeng and I were in the gymnasium and saw him. It is said that he is a waste, only grade A, at this time." A young man in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme recognized Yi Kong at a glance. "Class A?" Hearing his companion's questioning, the skinny man in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme felt that he finally had a chance to express himself. With a proud face, he walked towards Yi Kong step by step. "You guy, you were so courageous, you dare to break into the magic forest alone, you don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die." This guy is dressed in rags. He should be planning to enter the magic forest, try his luck, and see if he can find some rare medicinal materials. Poor guy. "Anything else you found?" "I bet, once this guy goes in, he will be scared to the ground by that beast." At this time, Peng Zhangyi also recognized Yi Kong. Yi Kong's eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking at an ant. "Boy, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy now? Maybe I'll take you in with me when I'm happy. You stay behind and collect all the medicinal materials we don't need." Li Gaoqiao stood at the forefront, looking at Yi Kong, as if looking at a lowly person. "Get out! Or I'll kill you!" Yi Kong looked at Li Gaoqiao, a coldness flashed in his eyes. In an instant, Li Gaoqiao couldn't help taking a few steps back, feeling like he was being watched by a tiger. His whole body was trembling slightly. He stood there blankly, unable to speak a word. Waste. Yi Kong was too lazy to talk nonsense with these ants, and walked straight to the magic forest. It wasn't until Yi Kong walked away that Li Gaoqiao came back to his senses. "Brother Li, what's wrong with you? Why is this guy so rude? Don't you hit him?" When Li Gaoqiao was asked such a question by his younger brother, he immediately flew into a rage, and shouted, "You know what a fart! How can I have the same knowledge as him? Damn! Must kill him." Li Gaoqiao's eyes turned cold. He must have said so. "You can't tell the little brother, you were scared by Yi Kong, right? I understand. Brother Li is also one of the 4 major families in Jinan. It's too cheap to be as knowledgeable as him. The younger brother who spoke before immediately flattered me. That's right, a poor boy, in front of Brother Li, is like a heaven and an earth." Li Gaoqiao also had a smile on his face when he heard these flattery. But when he looked at Yi Kong's leading back, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. "Let's go. This time, we are here to find a strange elixir." At this moment, the leader among the 3 women spoke. Her facial features are very beautiful, but it gives people a very sturdy feeling. "Okay, let's go. There's no need to be familiar with bugs. Li Gaoqiao looked at Yi Kong's leaving back, clenched his fists tightly. Boy, you'd better pray, don't let me meet you, or I will make you regret it. Li Gaoqiao thought fiercely in his heart, and then loosened his clenched fists. He took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walked towards the magic forest, and the rest followed. Yi Kong has been in this forest for some time. Although it was daytime, the forest was filled with a strange atmosphere, and the visibility was far worse than that of the outside world. On top of that, the trees look weird and look like faces. This magical forest almost enveloped Jinan City. It is conceivable that this area is so big that it would take at least a few days for the average person to leave this forest. Jinan City is one of the 36 major cities in Tianzhu Mansion. Yi Kong knew. This is an unprecedented 36-city unified examination. This assessment, as the name suggests, not only students from Jinan City, but also students from 36 nearby cities will also participate. As a result, it will be even more difficult to get the first place in this assessment. But Yi Kong was overjoyed, and a smile appeared on his face. Because in this case, it makes more sense. In the woods, there are dense trees everywhere, and there are rustling sounds. Yi Kong glanced around from time to time. Roar! At this moment, a deafening beast roar came. As soon as Yi Kong heard this voice, he felt a pair of huge eyes staring at him. The giant beast hidden in the dense forest slowly walked over. Yi Kong's eyes were indifferent, without any fear. Not long after, a blue wolf with a height of more than 3 meters came out of the woods. Especially its teeth are daunting. It bared its teeth and stared at Yi Kong. Seeing the aura of this first-level ferocious beast, Yi Kong's heart skipped a beat. The huge blue wolf didn't show any fear after seeing the human in front of it. It opened its mouth wide and rushed towards Yi Kong. Yi Kong smiled faintly, stepped back without stopping. A terrifying aura erupted from him, and in an instant, thunderlight filled the air. His fist is full of destructive thunder, a kind of supreme power between heaven and earth, which is brewing. At the moment when Xinglong's bloody mouth was about to bite, his fist was wrapped in terrifying power, and he blasted out fiercely. Boom! There was a loud noise. In the blink of an eye, he punched the giant blue wolf in the stomach. There was a look of fear on Xinglong's face, and the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in its stomach. Bang! There was a loud noise. The huge green wolf crashed down and turned into a corpse. Until it died, it never thought that it would be killed by a human ant just like that. I saw the scene where I killed a first-level monster. Yi Kong was startled. To kill a first-level monster, this level of combat power has already exceeded the category of the same level. But Yi Kong soon felt relieved. He is a Dao-level Thunderbolt, and a 9th-level Kung Fu. It's not a big deal stronger than the strong at the same level, that's a strange thing. He didn't continue to think about it. Yi Kong took a step forward and came to the front of this monster. On his hands, thunder flashed, and bolts of lightning directly smashed his head into pieces. Yi Kong took out a short knife that he had already prepared. He took out a first-class demon crystal the size of a thumb from the monster's head. Yi Kong took it without hesitation. Absorb. The first-grade demon crystal turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth, and this first-grade demon crystal increased its energy value by 110 points. With a movement in Yi Kong's heart, the crystal nucleus of a low-level monster is only more than 100 points at most. Yi Kong packed a piece of animal bone, animal skin, and animal meat into a cloth bag. After Yi Kong finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. More than 2 hours later, Yi Kong was standing by a river, wiping the blood on his hands. Yi Kong killed more monsters than he imagined. In this short period of time, he killed 7 monsters, 3 in the middle stage of the first level, and 1 in the late stage. In front of Yi Kong's destructive thunder, he was completely vulnerable. Dao-level thunder talent. This is his invincible power in the same realm. After washing, Yi Kong saw corpses lying on the ground. He couldn't take away the corpses of these monsters. Even if he took some of them, he couldn't take them away, but it was too wasteful to just throw them here. His heart moved. His current energy value is a full 1950 points, which can be used to strengthen the ring. A late-level monster brought him 450 energy points. An ordinary ring can be strengthened once. Strengthen. Yi Kong used energy points on this ring. System prompt: 100 times stronger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a space ring. Space ring? Yi Kong was overjoyed. This is what he lacks the most right now. The space ring is a very precious thing, only rich people can have it. I don't know the size of this interspatial ring, how big it is, space ring. The bigger the thing, the bigger the value. Houses of 10 square meters are generally very large. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme costing 10,000 plus. Yi Kong glanced at the space ring in his hand, and penetrated into it mentally, and found that the ring was about square meters, as big as a house. It just happened to be able to put away the corpses of these monsters. Yi Kong walked towards the vicinity of the beast corpse. This large piece of monster corpses is piled up here, like a hill. Yi Kong directly received the space ring. He looked around. The strongest of the beasts here was only around level 1, which was equivalent to the cultivation base of a warrior, and to Yi Kong, it was nothing at all. He intends to go deeper. Walking into the woods step by step, the surrounding environment became even more strange. Even sunlight cannot penetrate, and occasionally some rustling sounds can be heard, which makes people feel scared when they step into it. Yi Kong's face remained unchanged. He came here to test his own strength. The gap between a first-level monster and him is really too big. Even a late-level monster will be killed by him in one blow, and it is impossible to judge his true strength. At the same time, Li Gaoxiao and others also walked towards the magic forest. The cultivation bases of these people are all around the middle stage of warriors. Li Gaoxiao and Zhaoya are both Wuling strength. At the edge of this forest, there is not much danger. The goal of their trip is the dragon's blood grass in the magic forest. The surrounding environment became more and more strange, and there were also strange sounds in the forest. Of 6. The 2 women in Pang Zhongyi all looked terrified. This is the first time they have entered the interior of the magic forest. Brotherly, why don't we go back first and call all the elders in the family? Pang Zhongyi trembled with fright. You are too timid, aren't you? I am also a warrior after all. Are you still worried that I can't protect you? Li Gaoxiao said to Pang Zhongyi, with a bit of disdain in his tone. Isn't that right? Those women don't talk. What do you have to be afraid of as a big man? Don't you want that dragon's blood grass? Man Pan stood up with a look of contempt on his face. The other 2 women looked at this scene with horror on their faces. Now. Come on, we're almost at the dragon's blood grass. Zhaoya handed the map in his hand to everyone. After speaking, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme. Li Gaoxiao followed closely behind. As soon as they heard that it was coming, the 2 women in the back didn't dare to say anything, and hurriedly followed. After all, they are coming soon, and they don't want to just go back. Pang Zhongyi watched everyone leave. He trembled all over. He didn't want to stay here alone. Brotherly, wait for me, don't leave me alone. After speaking, he quickly followed. At the same time. Roar. Yi Kong heard a deafening roar. He walked towards the voice step by step. Just as Yi Kong walked more than 10 meters away, he saw an open space. A giant wild boar more than 5 meters long is like a hill. And the 2 ferocious fangs on top of its head are even more sharp. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would have been beaten into a sieve long ago. At this time, he was gnawing on a goat, and his bloody mouth was covered with blood, making it look even more terrifying. Yi Kong could feel that this was a fierce beast at the beginning of the 2nd level. Yi Kong didn't restrain his aura. The wild boar sensed it immediately. He turned his head to look at Yi Kong. His eyes seemed to say, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme Yi Kong should leave quickly, or wait for me to die. Yi Kong smiled faintly. His eyes swept over the wild boar. The wild boar looked at the human in front of him without any fear, and suddenly felt irritated. The wild boar gave up the idea of continuing to eat the antelope. The wild boar opened its mouth wide and rushed towards Yi Kong. Every step the huge figure fell, it was like a mountain trembling, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Yi Kong looked indifferently, looking at the huge wild boar. A terrifying thunder burst out from his body, filling his body. Especially on his right hand, the terrifying lightning bolts, like thunder snakes, continuously condensed. The wild boar sensed this terrible coercion, and instinctively felt a huge crisis. But at this time, he had no way out, he could only use his teeth, trying to pierce a bloodstain from Yi Kong's body. When the wild boar rushed in front of Yi Kong, he had already made a move. With his right fist, wrapped in the lightning that could destroy the world, he punched out. In an instant, the fist of lightning collided with the sharp teeth of the wild boar. Boom! A huge roar sounded, countless stones splashed in all directions, and smoke and dust were everywhere. The wild boar's fangs broke instantly under the bombardment of the thunder fist. In his frightened eyes, the destructive thunder fist struck his head. Roar! With a shrill scream, all life was destroyed, and the wild boar's head was blasted into pieces. Bang! There was a loud noise. The wild boar's body crashed to the ground, no longer breathing. A second-level monster was instantly killed by him with one move. Yi Kong couldn't help shaking his head, and said with emotion, with the strength of a warrior, killing a second-level monster in an instant is equivalent to a martial spirit. He also said that he was too weak. If someone were here, they would be speechless in shock. Yi Kong took out a spar from the monster's head. This second-level demon crystal is about the size of a palm absorb. Yi Kong devoured it without saying a word. With the disappearance of the spar, Yi Kong's energy value skyrocketed again by more than 1,000. Seeing that his energy value has increased a lot, Yi Kong nodded in satisfaction. A monster at the beginning of the second level has more than 10 times more monster crystals in its body than a monster at the beginning of the first level. This moment. At this time, it was already noon. After so many battles, Yi Kong is also a little hungry. He broke off some branches at random, lit a bonfire with a lighter, and skewered the second-level wild boar. Level, monster beast, can be strengthened once, strengthened by 10 times. Yi Kong's voice sounded. Yi Kong began to strengthen the flesh and blood of the monster. It's not that Yi Kong doesn't want to strengthen it 100 times, but he is just worried that his physical body will explode and die due to the load on his physical body. Congratulations to the host for getting a piece of good meat. Soon, a smell of meat wafted out. Yi Kong took a bite. A surging force burst out from his body and rushed into his internal organs. Monster meat can increase a warrior's true energy. But ordinary warriors can't even absorb % of their power, it's simply wasteful. The better the aptitude, the more power you can absorb. And Yi Kong's dull-level talent can absorb 100%. Absorb all these energies. Not long after, Yi Kong swallowed the whole wild boar leg. Bang! For an instant. On Yi Kong's body, streaks of thunder light hovered over him. It's like one electric snake after another. A few seconds later, the lightning around Yi Kong finally disappeared. The pinnacle of warriors. It is only one step away from the realm of martial arts. Once a breakthrough is made, the true energy in the body will condense into a liquid state, and the strength will also increase accordingly. In general, between warriors, the gap in each small realm is 3 times. The gap between the early stage and the middle stage of a warrior is 3 times, the gap in the early stage is 9 times, and the gap between the peak is 18 times. The gap between a warrior and a martial spirit is 50 times that of a warrior. With the increase in strength, this is a very terrifying force. He stood up slowly. Yi Kong looked at the magic forest in front of him. It was simply his paradise. Not just spar. Moreover, eating the meat of these monsters can also improve one's own strength. At this speed, he is not far away from becoming a Wuling. Think about this. Yi Kong put the remaining boar meat into the space ring, and continued to walk deep. Followed by. The more he walked inside, the more fierce beasts Yi Kong could see. Among these monsters, many of them are in the middle stage of the second stage and the late stage of the second stage. It was easy to solve, and then Yi Kong took out the heads of these monsters. Before and after, but 10 minutes. Yi Kong's energy value has increased by more than 3,000 points. Yi Kong was walking and suddenly stopped. I saw a huge saber-toothed tiger lying in a cave. That huge body is like a hill, with 2 ferocious fangs and knotted muscles. It looks extremely terrifying. Beside it, there is a small red grass all over. It was a blood-red grass. Yi Kong recognized what it was at a glance. This is a very rare spirit herb. However, the saber-toothed tiger guarding this elixir seems to be not a fuel-efficient lamp. Just the fluctuation of that monster energy makes people tremble with fear. At first glance, it looks like a monster in the late stage of the 2nd level. Yi Kong has been here for such a long time, and this is the first time he has seen him. This monster is not at the same level as the monster at the beginning of the 2nd level. The strength of the 2 sides is more than 10 grades behind. What's more, this saber-toothed tiger is no ordinary beast. It is even more terrifying than ordinary 2nd-order late-stage monsters. However, Yi Kong was expressionless. Instead, he clenched his right hand with excitement on his face. He can instantly kill monsters at the 2nd level, so what about the monsters at the later stage of the 2nd level? Thinking of this, Yi Kong walked out from the grass. When they find an enemy. The saber-toothed tiger bared its teeth and stared at Yi Kong. After all, this panacea is about to mature. No matter who it is, as long as it is within its range, it will be regarded as an enemy. The terrifying aura emanating from the saber-toothed tiger would make most people's legs weak when they saw it. Yi Kong looked calm, looking at the huge saber-toothed tiger. In an instant, he was surrounded by thunder light, and a terrifying coercion pervaded the air. Around his body, there were lightning bolts one after another, as if about to release terrifying power. This pressure shocked him. The saber-toothed tiger, who was still fierce at first, took 2 steps back subconsciously. However, how could he give up so easily after guarding it for so many years? His eyes became ferocious, and he was the first to strike. It spread its 4 legs and rushed towards Yi Kong. Dust was flying everywhere it passed. Yi Kong was not afraid at all. Instead, he punched out with a terrifying thunder. Punch out! In an instant, it was like a huge stone colliding together. Boom! The huge impact shattered the dust on the ground. The huge saber-toothed tiger was sent flying by this punch. Vulnerable. Yi Kong, on the other hand, looked indifferent, as if he didn't use his full strength at all. Roar! With a roar, the saber-toothed tiger, as the king of the forest, how could it tolerate a human being to push him back? Its huge body disappeared from the spot in an instant, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Yi Kong with 1 bite. Yi Kong looked as usual. He didn't even dodge or evade, and when the saber-toothed tiger rushed up, he kicked his right foot violently. It was a thunderbolt of destruction. In an instant, the right leg ruthlessly kicked the saber-toothed tiger's head. Terrible strength makes it roll 360 degrees in the air. It fell heavily on the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. At the same time, Li Gaoqiao and others were also looking for dragon blood grass not far away. He also heard a deafening roar. Did you hear that? It's a roar of a tiger. Do you want to go there? Peng Zhongyi looked at the others hesitantly. In the past, there must have been fights. Usually there were monsters guarding them. There may be other reasons why monsters are coveting. Zhao Ye thought for a while and said. What Zhao Ye said is absolutely true. Li Gaoqiao added another sentence. Peng Zhongyi, if you are afraid, just leave by yourself, you are a coward in the first place. One looked at Peng Zhongyi with a sneer. Although Peng Zhongyi was stubborn, he didn't dare to refute, so he could only endure it. The other 2 girls had no opinion. Now that the eldest of the 6 people has spoken, they will not say anything more. Among the 6 people, Zhao Ye still led the way, followed by Li Gaoqiao and others. They quickly rushed to the place where Yi Kong and the saber-toothed tiger fought. Along the way, from time to time, you can see the corpses of some monsters, and even some 2nd-level ones. Seeing this scene, they were all startled, not knowing which senior made the move. Along the way, all monsters were killed by him. You know, just any second-level monster is not something warriors like them can contend with. Not to mention killing a second-level monster. Roar! A huge roar sounded again. Zhao and the others stopped immediately. They guessed that in 9 out of 10 it was a certain warrior fighting with the monster guarding the spirit grass in order to fight for the spirit grass. Also, follow this map. The only one here is the dragon blood grass. In other words, the other party also came for that dragon's blood grass. A master is coming, do you want to go? Hearing the roar, Peng Zhangyi asked in horror. Of course, that warrior has been fighting for so long, but he still couldn't kill that monster. In other words, his strength is not very strong. When he kills all those monsters, we can reap the benefits of fishing. Li Gaoqiao said something to everyone. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly realized, and rushed towards the direction where Yi Kong was fighting the saber-toothed tiger. Unfortunately, they don't know. Yi Kong was teasing this saber-toothed tiger. He is practicing. At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, a huge saber-toothed tiger was blown out again. But he did not give up, but continued to rush towards Yi Kong. It's a pity that his intelligence is not high, and Yi Kong is merciful. Prior to these first-level and second-level monsters are completely vulnerable in front of Yi Kong. Although this is a late-level monster, its strength is not too strong. However, he is also capable of fighting, which can be used to sharpen himself and increase his combat experience. That's why it happened. This guy is still alive today. Zhao and the others also came out from the grass. Through the grass, they could clearly see a thunderous figure fighting fiercely with a huge saber-toothed tiger. Did you see it? I'm blind, right? How similar is that thunder light to Yi Kong? Peng Zhangyi wiped the corners of his eyes and looked at the crowd. How so? This guy can't be the kid from before, right? This guy is very strong. Li Gaoqiao snorted disdainfully, and continued, it should be the guy named Lei Yan from the Lei family. It is said that his talent is at the mysterious level. He has a thunder element, and he can be said to be in the same realm. Few people can match him. It is him who has such strength and can suppress an enemy. A ferocious saber-toothed tiger. Probably not. Lei Yan is tall and big, and the man in white is thin and looks like a person at all. And Lei Yu of the Lei family is said to have awakened the Shin-level Lei Yan. He is known as the two great talents of the Lei family, and his cultivation is far superior to his peers. Zhao Ye said somewhat unconvinced. Both Li Gaoqiao and Zhao Ye believed that this person was a genius of the Lei family. No one believed it was Yi Kong. Yi Kong was a weak person. But at this moment, Yi Kong suddenly turned his head. Only then did the 6 of them see the man's face clearly. They finally saw clearly, the man who was surrounded by terrifying lightning. Everyone was stunned. No way? This is the guy I met in the woods earlier. How could his strength be so powerful? Li Gaoqiao had an incredulous expression on his face, his mouth was wide open. The crowd was silent. But their expressions were exactly the same as Li Gaoqiao's. In their eyes, there is disbelief and shock. What should I do next? Do you want to leave now? I guess, this beast was completely suppressed by Yi Kong. After a few seconds, Peng Zhangyi was the first to ask. He had an incredulous look on his face. Yi Kong was just a grade A trash? Why is there such a terrifying power? He must go back and tell Wang Lifeng, don't provoke this guy. Where are you going? Didn't you see that in that cave, there is a dragon's blood plant? This is what we are looking for. Do you think we will leave here? One cursed in a low voice. Old Zhao is right. This kid is really powerful. He can even beat a saber-toothed tiger. But, what does it matter? We are in the dark, and he is in the open, waiting for the opportunity. That is ours. Li Gaoqiao looked at Yi Kong coldly. Li Gaoqiao was brooding over this matter, and he kept thinking about how to take revenge. Now that he has such an opportunity, he certainly won't miss it. What's more, dragon bloodgrass is still a second-grade elixir, enough for him to hit the realm of warriors. When everyone heard what Li Gaoqiao said, they immediately felt that something was wrong. However, no one disputed it. As a child of an aristocratic family, he naturally understands that this is a world where the weak prey on the strong, and the strong are respected. He was also unlucky to meet us today. There is no objection, is there? You watch my movements, let's find an opportunity to ambush him. Seeing that no one objected, Li Gaoqiao opened his mouth. At this moment, Yi Kong seemed to be playing with an ant. Seeing this scene, the saber-toothed tiger was full of depression. Although its intelligence is not very high, after such a long time of fighting, it already knows that it is definitely not the other party's opponent. This kid is just playing with it. The saber-toothed tiger also had the idea of running away. But Yi Kong finally found a target, so naturally he would not let the saber-toothed tiger succeed. Whenever the saber-toothed tiger wants to escape, Yi Kong took a step forward and sent the saber-toothed tiger flying with a punch. Facing such a monster, the saber-toothed tiger didn't even have a chance to escape. For a moment, the saber-toothed tiger had the urge to commit suicide. The saber-toothed tiger is the king of the forest. When has it suffered such a loss? But at this moment, the saber-toothed tiger, which was like a hill, was blown upside down by a punch-a-boom. The saber-toothed tiger slammed into the entrance of the cave fiercely, and fell to the ground, causing debris to fly and smoke and dust to rise everywhere. The saber-toothed tiger trembled all over, and slowly got up, with a look of panic in its eyes, which was a kind of fear from the heart. But Yi Kong didn't seem to be satisfied, and rushed directly to the saber-toothed tiger, surrounded by lightning. Seeing this, the saber-toothed tiger also gritted its teeth and rushed forward. One man and one tiger, fighting together again. In the grass. The six looked at the saber-toothed tiger that was covered in wounds and flew upside down. Brother Li, should we go up? As for that guy, he should not have much strength. One looked at Li Gaoqiao and asked. I think we should wait a little longer. This guy with the thunder and lightning seems to be very powerful. Let's talk about it after he finishes the saber-toothed tiger. Standing at the back of the line, Pang Zhangyi asked cautiously. Pang Zhangyi, you know that you are always so cowardly, what else can you do? The thin man spoke again, Pang Zhangyi. Okay, just shut up. Zhaoya, should we do it? Li Gaoqiao told the two of them not to talk, and then looked at Zhaoya. It's time. However, after such a long period of fierce fighting, his strength must be running out. In the fierce battle with the saber-toothed tiger, our best way now is to make a surprise attack. Zhaoya spoke slowly. Okay, I'll count to 3 seconds, let's join forces and kill him. The murderous intent in Li Gaoqiao's eyes could no longer be restrained. He wished to let this guy understand now what the consequences would be if he offended him. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Li Gaoqiao finished speaking, 6 people rushed out from the bushes, holding weapons in their hands, and rushed towards Yi Kong. Yi Kong also felt it. This was something he didn't expect. The 6 ants I met outside the forest just now dared to attack me. In an instant, the thunder light around Yi Kong became more and more violent, like electric snakes. His eyes became sharper, and he said coldly, "Court death." The saber-toothed tiger stood beside Yi Kong, feeling the terrible pressure. Immediately, his huge body trembled uncontrollably. In the face of these sudden attacks, Yi Kong's eyes turned cold, and he immediately lost interest in continuing to play. A punch blasted out, like a meteorite. The fear on his face made it unable to dodge, so he had to widen his eyes. Crack! There was a sound of bone shattering, and the saber-toothed tiger's head snapped off. With a bang, his body fell limply to the ground, and there was no more sound. One-hit kill. Yi Kong's power is really terrifying. Those who rushed out and wanted to sneak attack were shocked when they saw this scene. They all stopped their movements, and no one dared to step forward. Feeling the destructive thunder, looking at the huge monster lying on the ground, they were taken aback for a moment. Is he still human? The crowd trembled. Yi Kong turned around abruptly, his body was surrounded by lightning, his eyes flickered, and his long hair flew up. At this time, he was like a god of thunder who controlled the punishment of heaven, looking at everyone coldly. The 6 of them could not help but shudder when they watched this scene. At this moment, they seemed to be watched by an unrivaled demon god, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and a feeling of despair emerged spontaneously. These people are all flowers that have been warmed up at home, and they have never experienced such a thing. They were so frightened that they couldn't even hold the weapons in their hands. A few seconds later, Jaya shouted loudly, "We are about to do it, and he still wants us to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? If we join forces, there may be a chance of survival." Everyone gathered around and surrounded Yi Kong. Yi Kong's eyes were indifferent, like a god looking at an ant. The 6 looked at each other. "Let's join forces." Li Gaoqiao's voice sounded. In an instant, something similar to a launcher flew out of his hand, and it was filled with dense silver needles. The others also drew the same weapons. This is the weapon they used to fight against monsters, but now they want to use it on Yi Kong. For an instant, dense rainstorm pear blossom needles, like a storm, enveloped Yi Kong from all directions. Yi Kong looked calm, as if he didn't care about these attacks at all. Lightning flashed all over his body, and he disappeared like a phantom. Oh! Hundreds of rainstorm pear blossom needles. All of a sudden, tiny holes appeared on the ground. But Yi Kong has disappeared. No way? Where are people? Li Gaoqiao exclaimed. He didn't even see how Yi Kong disappeared. The same was true for the other 5 people, their faces were full of horror. Before everyone came back to their senses, Yi Kong appeared behind one of them out of thin air. Zitsizi! Before the man could react, he was struck by a flash of lightning, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. At the moment of his death, thunderous voices sounded in his ears. The other 5 people also looked at Yi Kong. That terrifying aura made everyone tremble. "Help!" Zhaoya and the other 2 women screamed in horror. He didn't dare to resist at all, and was about to leave. Boom! In Yi Kong's hands, countless thunder lights condensed and turned into 2 little snakes. It is an extremely terrifying force. With lightning speed, he attacked the 2 of them. What? A shrill scream sounded, and the 2 women were instantly burned into coke. Yi Kong stared coldly at the remaining 3 people. Today, no one wants to leave. Li Gaoqiao stood there dumbfounded, looking at the godlike man and the 3 corpses lying on the ground. He regretted it very much now. Why did he provoke such a evil star? Thinking of the corpses of those monsters before, Li Gaoqiao knew that this guy must have done it. He is really seeking death. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry, please, let me go, Brother Yi." Peng Zhongyi was even more frightened and shivered. The weapon in his hand had been thrown aside by him, and drops of liquid dripped from his body. It is conceivable that he was really frightened. Among the 3, only Zhaoya could keep calm, but her fingers were trembling. She knew very well that if she gave up at this point, it would only be a dead end, and only by fighting desperately could she have a chance. "What?" Zhaoya shouted loudly, as if trying to summon up courage. A blue ripple spread out from his body. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, he stabbed straight at Yi Kong. Ants who don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Yi Kong's face was indifferent, showing no disdain. Around his body, a destructive thunder flashed. A thunder, like a giant thunder snake, shrouded Zhaoya in it. Zhaoya's eyes widened in fright, and she wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only use the Lingwu sword in his hand to slash hard, trying to split the thunder snake in half. However, how can she cut off the thunder that symbolizes destruction? The moment the thunder snake touched the Lingwu sword, it was smashed into pieces. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying thunder swallowed Zhaoya. Before she even had time to let out a scream, she turned into a scorched black corpse and crashed to the ground. In less than a minute, 2 of the 6 people died. Peng Zhongyi was scared out of his wits. Even Zhaoya was killed by him. He was stunned. At this time, only Yi Kong and Li Gaoqiao were left in the field. Li Gaoqiao looked at Yi Kong. He was surrounded by thunder of destruction, like a demon god. Li Gaoqiao's face was full of despair and fear. He didn't even dare to make a move, his whole body froze there. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he provoke such a evil star? Without saying a word, Yi Kong walked towards Li Gaoqiao step by step with a cold face. The apparently normal step by step gave Li Gaoqiao a boundless pressure and made him have an urge to worship. Li Gaoqiao trembled all over, watching Yi Kong walk step by step. It wasn't until he supported the cave that he realized that he had no way out and could only stare at the young man in front of him. His heart was full of despair and fear. Don't want my life. Our Li family is the Li family of the 4 major families in Jinan. And my father is the current head of the Li family. Li Gaoqiao stared at Yi Kong helplessly, only more than 10 meters away from him. He can even feel that this is a destructive force. Don't kill me. I'll give you as many crystals as you want. Otherwise, you can catch me and don't kill me. My father will certainly redeem me. Li Gaoqiao was scared out of his wits. From the initial intimidation to the present pleading. Yi Kong looked at Li Gaoqiao's promise, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Just let him go. He will never let it go. A destructive thunder flashed above his body, and within 100 meters of him, there was silence. I am going to kill you. Seeing Yi Kong approaching, Li Gaoqiao's heart skipped a beat. Her hands trembled, she firmly grasped the long sword, and slashed at Yi Kong. Yi Kong waved his hand without saying a word. In an instant, a terrible thunder erupted. Then it turned into a giant thunder python, instantly covering Li Gaoqiao. What? Li Gaoqiao's eyes were full of panic and despair, and his whole body collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of coke. Yi Kong glanced at the corpses around him, but was not in a hurry to get them. He came to the saber-toothed tiger next to the cave and put away its corpse. Then, he walked up to the unconscious fat man. Get up for me. Yi Kong stared at Pan Ziyun. Pan Ziyun shuddered, realizing that his identity had been exposed. Brother Kong, please let me go. With a plop, he knelt down to Yi Kong and kowtowed repeatedly. But the next moment, the aura on his body suddenly soared, approaching Yi Kong. Court death. Yi Kong's face remained unchanged. Electric lights flickered around his body, and he grabbed Pan Ziyun's arm. Pan Ziyun only felt severe pain all over his body. Ah, ah! Pan Ziyun screamed one after another. Yi Kong grabbed Pan Ziyun's wrist, and Pan Ziyun's dagger came out of his hand and stabbed him in the neck. But Pan Ziyun was grabbed by Yi Kong, but he couldn't break free no matter what. His eyes widened as he let the dagger plunge into his throat. Blood spattered, Yi Kong finally let go of his palm. Bang! There was a loud noise. Pan Ziyun fell to the ground with a bang, and did not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his eyes until he died. He is not reconciled. For many years, he has never shown that his strength is comparable to Wuling. All the while, he had disguised himself as a coward. A person who can pretend is very dangerous. If it wasn't for being killed by Yi Kong, there might be even greater achievements in the future. Yi Kong glanced at the stones, and took off the storage bags from their waists. Fortunately, he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, the storage bags on these people would have been destroyed by his terrifying thunder long ago. Yi Kong's spiritual thoughts penetrated into the 6 storage bags, and wiped out all the traces of spiritual thoughts in the 6 storage bags. Yi Kong took out the treasure from the storage bag. Looking at the mountain of treasures, Yi Kong sighed in his heart that he was indeed a child of the family. There are more than 20,000 first-class spars. The number of Lingwu coins is as high as 70, which is enough for an ordinary family to spend for several years. If Yi Kong didn't know their bank account numbers, the net worth of those 6 people would definitely be more. Neither Li Gaoqiao nor Zhaoye had received the best training resources. Pan Ziyun has 3 precious medicinal materials and 4 fast iron stone needles on his body. 3 skills. And Li Gaoqiao and Zhaoye are just like him. It is conceivable that this guy is pretending, but his luck is really bad. Yi Kong glanced at the corpse on the ground, and didn't stop there, but started to pack his things. In this battle, he obtained 7 kinds of cheats, 7 spiritual herbs, 70 spiritual weapons coins, for speeding ironstone needles, ordinary treasures, and some rare monster flesh and blood. As for the rest, there is none. Gather everything you can and put it in storage. Yi Kong was also polite, and directly threw these worthless things into the cave. He walked towards the dragon blood grass that was about to mature. Now, this dragon's blood grass is almost mature. A strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. In just a few breaths, all the monsters within 1,000 meters of this strong medicinal fragrance could smell it. In an instant, dozens of monsters rushed towards the entrance of the cave. Wherever they passed, the ground trembled and smoke and dust rose everywhere. There was no fear on Yi Kong's face, but excitement. He didn't expect that there would be such a big gift when he was about to leave. The monsters found that there was only one person at the entrance of the cave. They immediately quickened their pace, fearing that other monsters would snatch the precious dragon's blood grass, but they didn't know that they were already walking towards death step by step. When these monsters rushed over, the thunder around Yi Kong was as real as it was. In an instant, the terrifying thunder illuminated the entire space. The terrifying radiant thunder covered 100 meters in radius, like a sea of thunder. Ow! A shrill roar of beasts echoed in the sea of thunder. Only then did they realize what a terrible existence they had offended. When many monsters saw the figure in the sea of thunder, the figure was surrounded by terrifying thunder. With just one blow, a monster can be killed directly. In their hearts, there is infinite fear. Seeing this, the monsters behind also quickly turned around and ran away. But at the moment when some monsters were about to rush out of the sea of thunder, thunderbolts rushed out of the sea of thunder. Make them disappear completely. 5 minutes later, Lei Hai gradually disappeared, leaving only the corpses of monsters all over the place. Yi Kong stood in the middle, his expression as usual, unaffected at all. You know, among this group of monsters, there are also many secondary ones. Yi Kong glanced at the corpses of these monsters, then stepped forward and dug out all their spars. And those second-level monsters were taken into the space ring by him. As for those low-strength monsters, he already disdains to collect them. The other side. At this time, the dragon's blood grass has also fully matured, with a faint red color all over its body, making it look even more attractive. Yi Kong stretched out his hand to grab it, and took it off. The dragon's blood grass was picked, and the strong medicinal fragrance no longer diffused. Yi Kong sat cross-legged. Dragon blood grass, it can be strengthened twice. It can be strengthened 100 times. Yi Kong was thoughtful. He was worried that his body would not be able to absorb it due to too much strengthening. After strengthening, Yi Kong swallowed the dragon's blood grass in one gulp and practiced on the ground. As for safety issues, the powerful monsters here are filled with the breath of death. No matter whether it is ordinary monsters or humans, no one dares to approach this place. You know, in this magical forest, the second-level monsters are very powerful. Moreover, there are many second-level monsters who died here. In the cave. At this moment, a faint red light appeared around Yi Kong's body. The medicinal effects of the dragon's blood herb spread throughout his body, and a warm feeling poured into his internal organs. In an instant, Yi Kong was surrounded by thunder and his long hair was flying. A series of terrifying thunderbolts seemed to destroy everything around them. His eyes opened, as if thunder was shooting from them. After a few seconds, under the action of this huge medicinal power, his body became stronger. Yi Kong stepped into the realm of Wuling step by step. Zit-CZ. Yi Kong stood up, and the thunder aura emanating from his body made everyone within 100 meters around feel a great fear. Some of the weaker demon clans around were trembling and prostrate on the ground. After a while, the aura on Yi Kong's body instantly restrained, and the terrifying thunder disappeared. Only then did the monsters stagger up to their feet. The monster didn't dare to stay where it was, and ran away. Feeling the power in his body, Yi Kong showed a smile on his face. He glanced at the corpses around him, stepped forward, and chopped off the spar on the head. The corpses of Xiaoya and others have been swallowed by the thunder and turned into fly ash. More than 10 minutes passed. Yi Kong walked out of the magic forest alone. Moreover, it can be seen from the blood on his body. He must have killed the monster, rather than hiding it somewhere. These guards were all taken aback. Yi Kong took a step forward, and a terrifying force erupted from him, carrying a destructive force. At this moment, I felt like a god of thunder in front of me. He didn't dare to move, just stood there, not even daring to breathe. From start to finish, Yi Kong didn't even look at them, and continued to move forward. It wasn't until Yi Kong left that everyone felt that the suffocating sense of oppression disappeared. Call! I breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of evildoer is this? I see that he has the power of thunder. Nima, I didn't dare to take a breath just now. Shut up, such a person is beyond our imagination. The guards were talking about it, with panic on their faces. The Li family, a member of the Li family, was sitting in the yard with a shocked expression on his face. He hurriedly walked towards the study of Li Menghu, the head of the Li family. Just then, the young man opened the door of the room. Ah, hi, what are you in a hurry for? Didn't I say that no matter what happens, you must remain calm? Li Menghu was practicing calligraphy. Patriarch, eldest young master's spirit martial card has been broken, he was probably killed. Li Hai gasped heavily. What? Li Menghu originally said to keep calm, but when he heard this, his eyes widened. On a painting, a long ink mark appeared. Young master's spirit martial card has been broken. Li Hai repeated it again. Who killed my son? I want to tear him into pieces. Li Menghu yelled loudly, and everyone in the Li family could hear him. In his hand, the writing brush he was holding was also crushed by him. Li Hai, ask someone to investigate for me. You must find the murderer who killed my son. You go to Mr. Zhang. I want him to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme or die. Li Menghu clenched his fists tightly, his face was ashen, and his eyes were red. Yes. Seeing that Li Menghu was angry, Li Hai didn't dare to stay here any longer, so he turned around and ran away. In the room, only Li Menghu had a look of grief and indignation. His eyes were like lightning, staring straight ahead. Soon, an old man with wrinkled face and unshaven beard appeared at the door. Li Hai obediently followed behind. Patriarch, what advice do you have? Zhang Muji clasped his hands, he already saw that something was wrong with Li Menghu. He is not from the Li family. He came in from the outside. Then, he saw Li Hai running towards him and said something to him. Li Gaoqiao is no longer alive. Mr. Zhang, can you use the big tracking technique to find out how my son died? This is the coat my child wears. Li Menghu gritted his teeth and said these words, which shows the anger in his heart. Yes, sir. Zhang Muji took Li Gaoqiao's coat from Li Menghu's hand. The big tracking method is activated. He pinched a spell, and a white light spread out from his body, flying towards the direction of the magic forest. Master, Mr. Li has fallen on the edge of the magic forest. Zhang Muji was already sweating profusely in just a few seconds, one can imagine how much it consumed him when using this secret technique. Li Menghu's face was a little ugly. Li Hai, bring your family and follow me. Li Menghu's eyes were red. He swears, he wants to pay in blood. And this time, Yi Kong didn't know when he had already returned to his residence. He didn't know that news of his killing Li Gaoqiao had already reached the Li family. His consciousness entered the space ring. This time, Yi Kong harvested hundreds of first-level sparstones, and even the crystal nucleus of the second-level monster was the size of a fist. In the space ring, there are quite a few exercises and a lot of flesh and blood of monsters. If Yi Kong took out the corpse of the monster beast in the space ring, it is estimated that the entire stone chamber would be filled. Imagine! What kind of quantity is this? He placed more than 200 crystal stones on the table. Yi Kong stretched out his right hand and gently stroked the spar on the table. A few pieces of first-class spar were evaporated into fly ash the moment they came into contact. Yi Kong's strength also skyrocketed. 10 minutes later, Chen Xiaobei bought all the first-grade crystals on a table. Yi Kong's strength has reached its limit. From 1200 points, all the way to 50,000 points. This time, the increase was more than 4. A smile appeared on Yi Kong's face. Sure enough, the murderous treasure came quickly. Yi Kong glanced at the 7 herbs in the space ring and shook his head. Among the 7 kinds of medicinal materials, only one can increase the cultivation of true qi. This is a fire Ganoderma. This is Li Gaoqiao and others preparing for the impact on the realm. After all, 5 copies of Dragon's Bloodgrass is not enough for the 5 of them to break through at the same time. Another elixir is needed. Yi Kong took out a fire Ganoderma lucidum and placed it on the table. I thought about it. Yi Kong intends to elevate this fire Ganoderma to a higher level. I don't know, if this kind of elixir is strengthened by 1,000 times, what will the effect be? Strengthen 1,000 times. Yi Kong's energy value has consumed more than 1. In an instant, the fire Ganoderma is shrouded in white light. Not long after, the fire Ganoderma emitted a red light, and a ball of flame rose up. When the flame of the fire Ganoderma lucidum was extinguished, Yi Kong discovered that the whole body of this fire Ganoderma lucidum was red, exuding a bright precious light. This fire Ganoderma lucidum has been directly upgraded by 2 grades, becoming a precious medicine. This is a treasure. If this thing is put on the market, it can sell for at least several million. That is something that most people may not be able to earn in their lifetime. Smelling the scent of this medicine, my heart moved. Yi Kong took his time. What he has to do is to strengthen his body. The reason why he chose fire Ganoderma lucidum was because he didn't want to keep the Dragon's Blood Grass here, because he was worried that the Dragon's Blood Grass would be 1,000 times stronger. Yi Kong couldn't resist at all. The body is strengthened 1,000 times. Yi Kong said lightly. For a moment, Yi Kong suddenly felt as if he had passed away. His physical body seemed to have been changed by some mysterious force. The bones and internal organs all exude bright light, containing the power of thunder. Congratulations to the host, you have the thunder body. Treasure body? Yi Kong's heart moved. Physiques include mortal body, spiritual body, treasure body, general body, king body, emperor body. The stronger a person's physical fitness, the greater his strength. Every move can make people generate great power. I'm going to eat these elixir. Yi Kong no longer hesitated, and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, a warm feeling came from his body, and after that, all his internal organs were absorbed by him. Yi Kong's momentum was rising steadily. At this moment, a terrible thunder burst out from his body. This force seemed to destroy everything around him. Hurry up to suppress the terrifying coercion, otherwise this terrifying aura is enough for everyone within 1,000 meters to feel it. As time passed, the thunder on Yi Kong's body gradually condensed into a huge thunder dragon. At this moment, every move of Yi Kong's hands and feet carried a force that could destroy the world. A small part of the blue lightning that originally surrounded his body had turned purple. Zitsizi! Yi Kong's whole body has been shrouded in thunder. If it wasn't like this, a radius of 1 kilometer would turn into a sea of thunder. 1 minute passed. The thunder around Yi Kong gradually calmed down, the blood in his body was tumbling, and there was a faint roar of tigers and leopards. His cultivation base has already broken through the peak of a warrior and became a martial spirit. Now, from a martial spirit to a warrior. Imagine! What kind of powerful medicinal effect is this? You know how powerful the samurai is. A samurai can enter a normal academy and become a teacher. His cultivation base, at this moment, directly raised a level. Yi Kong smiled slightly. He still has more than 2 energy left. Yi Kong turned his gaze and landed on the 6 cheat books. Huan level low-grade exercise, what is this? A smile appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. The exercises are divided into elementary, yellow, mysterious, earth, heaven, and god levels. 9 grades are divided into low grade, middle grade, top grade, and extreme grade. There is a world of difference between each level. Kung Fu. This is exactly what Yi Kong lacks most now. Unfortunately, I don't have any special skills. Yi Kong said lightly. Because the number of cultivation methods is really too small. It is almost impossible for Yi Kong to go further. Yi Kong took out 6 cheat books and put them on the desk. 1 sword technique, 2 sword techniques, 2 body techniques, and 1 poison technique. The first thing Yi Kong saw was this set of saber techniques and 2 sets of sword tactics. After hesitating for a moment, he was more inclined to practice sword skills. Think no more. Yi Kong picked up Sword of the Sky. Sky Knife, a low-grade yellow level skill, which can be strengthened twice. Strengthen 1,000 times. 10,000 energy points are worth it. On the Sky Knife, the light shines brightly. The whole room lights up, and after a few seconds, the light fades away. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the soul-breaking knife in the sky, a mysterious low-grade knife technique. Yi Kong was overjoyed. From an ordinary yellow-level kung fu book to a mysterious low-level kung fu book. According to Yi Kong, in Jinan City, the Li family has such a practice. It is precisely because of this mysterious level cultivation method that they can firmly rank first among the 4 great families. It can be said that if Yi Kong sells this technique to the 4 great families, the 4 great families may go bankrupt. From this point of view, how valuable is a profound level cultivation technique? Yi Kong suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He already had a complete set of saber techniques. His eyes fell on the 2 yellow level exercises. Flying cornices and walking walls and moving flowers and connecting trees. Yi Kong took it and glanced at it. He hesitated for a moment, but still chose transferring flowers and connecting trees. The practice of transferring flowers and connecting trees is much faster. But flying the wall and walking the wall is a kind of strengthening of the physique. Strengthen 1,000 times. In an instant, transferring flowers and connecting trees began to emit bright light. After a while, congratulations to the host, you have obtained shapeshifting and shadow changing, a mysterious low-grade skill. The sound of the system sounded again. A smile appeared on Yi Kong's face. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to practice directly. After all, with a good exercise in front of you, who wouldn't want to learn it? In the past, Yi Kong had practiced before he advanced. However, for him, this technique is too advanced, and it will take at least a month to comprehend a technique. At that time, Yi Kong hadn't had time to practice. But now it's different. Even if it is a mysterious level skill, it seems easy in front of a Tao-level genius like Yi Kong. Yi Kong only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme at 3 or 4 times, and he finished all these exercises. The 2 mysterious level exercises made Yi Kong's cultivation level skyrocket again. Without a knife in his hand, he couldn't feel the mystery of the knife technique. But Yi Kong's move made his figure disappear instantly. In an instant, he seemed to have teleported from the left side of the stone house to the right side, spanning more than 10 meters. Seeing this, Yi Kong quickly tried several times before stopping. His shapeshifting is like a phantom, so fast that people can't see Yi Kong's true face at all. It can be seen from this that the speed increase of this technique is huge. He stopped the experiment. Yi Kong felt that the violent thunder power in his body, as well as those 2 mysterious level exercises, had greatly increased his strength. It can be said that he is full of confidence in the assessment 3 days later. You know, in previous assessments, the champions were all late martial arts. This assessment is the unified examination of 36 cities. But what does it matter? With Yi Kong's current cultivation base, it is not difficult to pass this test. There was a touch of confidence on Yi Kong's face. But soon, he shook his head. He can't be so proud. This is just a small test. Even if you win the championship, it is only a small start. He is a Dao-level talent, and he has a strengthening system. Assessment is not my final goal. In the era of the invasion of thousands of races, even generals will fall. Yi Kong has also heard of it in the battlefield of 10,000 races. A general is nothing but cannon fodder. It might be wiped out any time. After all, on this battlefield, there is another terrifying god. Therefore, his current cultivation base is still far behind. These days, we still have to rely on strength to speak. Only by becoming stronger can one transcend the world, control one's own destiny, and control the destiny of others. Think about this. Yi Kong felt that his cultivation still needed to be improved. Now, he is already a samurai. Now, he doesn't have much effect on the flesh and blood of the second-level monsters. It's better to sell it and exchange it for spar to get more energy value. Moreover, he also needs a suitable weapon. After all, he has just mastered a set of mysterious sword skills. How can you not use weapons when you only have sword skills? It just so happened that his savings had reached 70 yuan, so he could buy a yellow-level weapon. Anyway, wait first. Can be enhanced by energy expended. Yi Kong planned to go to the black market first, sell all the monster meat, and then buy a weapon. And what is his purpose in going to the black market? The things in Yi Kong's hands are not good things. If it's not sold on the black market, it's in trouble. It's better to go to the black market. The Li family is one of the 4 major families. He didn't continue to think about it. Yi Kong walked out of the stone house and went straight to the black market. Along the way, he didn't even need to change his form, he just walked so simply. His speed is no different from that of ordinary people. But his breathing and footsteps were different from ordinary people, and the airflow around him seemed to slow down. 10 minutes later. He walked to the north of the city and saw an ordinary-looking cave. But as Yi Kong went deeper, the passage became wider and wider. The lights in the room also became brighter. Yi Kong had also heard about it from friends before. However, at that time, he didn't have enough strength, so he didn't dare to take risks here. After walking for about 1 minute, a large open space appeared in front of us. On this land, there are buildings, stalls, and weapon shops, which look like an ordinary market. To say what a difference. All of these people looked murderous. Yi Kong walked into it and glanced around. There were all kinds of things in these stalls, but he didn't find anything of value. Yi Kong looked at the booth and found that there were very few good things here, so he didn't say much. He plans to go to a place that specializes in buying monster meat. Yi Kong stopped in front of a sign that said, Baibao Pavilion. The building materials here are very advanced. As soon as Yi Kong entered the door, a shopping guide lady in casual clothes came up to him. What would you like to order, sir? When Yi Kong came, he didn't wear famous brand clothes, nor did he bring too expensive jewelry. But Zhang Xiaolu was immediately moved by a breath of dust. Do you buy monster meat? Yi Kong said lightly. Yes, but we buy a lot. A look of disappointment suddenly appeared on Zhang Xiaolu's face. After all, if the customer sells something, she can only get a small fee, but if the customer comes to buy, the fee will be more. Unless Yi Kong wants to sell in large quantities. There are a lot of them, let your person in charge come over. Yi Kong said lightly. Zhen Li pondered for a while, and then said, then you and I go to the backyard together, and I will call the boss. Zhang Xiaolu led Yi Kong to the Yijian box. Then, holding a cup of tea, she walked up to Yi Kong. Yi Kong sat there quietly for less than 3 minutes when an old man with gray hair pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yi Kong holding a cup of tea. Yi Kong came down to earth like a thunder god. Even he had never felt such emotions from a teenager. This gentleman, next time Wu Bin, I heard that you are going to sell a piece of monster meat, can you let me have a look? Wu Bin came over. Can. Yi Kong said and waved his hand. In an instant, a large amount of monster meat was like a hill, filling the entire room. This. Wu Bin and Zhang Xiaolu were stunned to see so much flesh and blood. The two were speechless. I don't know, but how many spars can I get? Yi Kong said lightly. Sorry, sir, there are so many, I need a little time to sort them out. Xiao Zhang, go find the other 2 people. Wu Bin first looked embarrassed and said to Zhang Xiaolu behind him. Okay, boss. The 2 women walked in and looked at the mountain of monster meat. The expressions of shock on their faces were exactly the same as those of Zhang Xiaolu. A thought popped up in the minds of both of them at the same time. People in front of you. Could it be that they have been fighting for several days in this magic forest? Otherwise? Where did these monster meat come from? More than 10 minutes passed. Ha! There was a soft sound. Wu Bin wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and respectfully said to Yi Kong, "Sir, you have a piece of flesh and blood of a second-level monster here, and a second-level animal skin. I paid 800 million crystals, how about it?" "Don't worry, sir, this is definitely much higher than ordinary shops." Wu Bin paid more. Yi Kong was young, how could he kill so many monsters? Among them, there are more than a dozen corpses of second-level monsters. Moreover, judging from his temperament, he is very likely to be an extraordinary person in the future. Of course Wu Bin wants to make friends with this kind of person. The three salesmen were taken aback when they heard this. 800 million crystals. They have worked hard all their lives, but they may not be able to earn so much. Yi Kong turned a blind eye to the reactions of the three of them. He glanced over Wu Bin and found that he was not lying. This is indeed a high price. Okay, that's it. Let's see, what price can these 4 exercises be sold for? Yi Kong took out 4 exercises from the space ring, which were the exercises of Li Gaoqiao and others. When Wu Bin saw these 4 martial arts, he always felt a little familiar. But he didn't say anything. If it's common stuff, why would they go to the black market? Most of the people who come to the black market are people with malicious intentions. Counting these 4 exercises, there are more than 200 million spars in total. I wonder if you plan to sell them all? Wu Bin asked. Okay, we'll sell it all. By the way, I saw a yellow rank sword called Tulong Dao on your counter, please take it out for me and scratch it out. The rest are used to exchange for secondary crystals. Yi Kong glanced over at Wu Bin and said calmly. For some reason, under the gaze of this young man, Wu Bin had the illusion of being watched by a god, and a fear rose in his heart. Okay, sir, follow me to the hall first. The flesh and blood of these monsters will be handed over to you. After a few seconds, Wu Bin finally realized, and ordered Zhang Xiaolu and the others to clean up the monster meat. After speaking, he led Yi Kong to the main hall. Wu Bin walked to the counter and took out the dragon-slaying knife and 40 middle-grade crystals. Then put them in a box and hand them over to Yi Kong. Mr. Yi, here are 100 secondary crystals and a dragon-slaying knife, take a look, is there any problem? There was a hint of respect in Wu Bin's tone. Okay. Yi Kong said, and put it into the space ring casually. The 3 big men saw all this in their eyes. Sir, this is the bronze medal of Baibao Pavilion. If you hold it, you can enjoy a % discount in Baibao Pavilion in the future. Wu Bin handed the token to Yi Kong with a trace of respect on his face. This is the highest level token he can use. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to Yi Kong. Yi Kong looked calm, and after accepting it, he left Baibao Pavilion. At this moment, 3 big men also came out. After Yi Kong left, Zhang Xiaolu had already packed everything. Xiao Zhang, aren't you entertaining that person? The reward this time is 12, you can go to the finance department to get it yourself. Wu Bin looked at Zhang Xiaolu. When Zhang Xiaolu heard this, she was overjoyed. She never thought that she would get 12 yuan. This is her salary for a few months, which makes the waiters envious. They are thinking, why don't they go to meet this big customer? Yi Kong had just left tens of meters away when he felt 3 figures behind him, sneaking behind him. He didn't do it immediately, but smiled slightly. Since someone is going to die, let them die. After speaking, Yi Kong strode out of the black market. Seeing this, the 3 big men behind him showed joy on their faces. After all, here, there are rules. If it is sold on the black market, it is courting death. Now that this guy is leaving, they are relieved. When Yi Kong came out of the cave, he glanced at the 3 big men out of the corner of his eye. There was still a hint of vigilance on their faces, as if they didn't dare to make a move. Yi Kong smiled lightly and continued walking forward. 3 big men followed closely behind. Just when they were several kilometers away from the cave, the speed of the 3 of them suddenly increased. Can't you hold back anymore? A sneer appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. Not long after, the 3 stopped Yi Kong. A look of victory in hand. Boy, hand over your space ring, and I can let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme. Among the three big men, the leading one with a scar on his face spoke. Yi Kong didn't even look at him. He looked at them like he was looking at an ant. Seeing Yi Kong like this, the three of them thought he was really frightened, and they didn't even dare to speak. Brother, your arrogance scares him. At this time, the burly man on the right spoke. Third brother, isn't this obvious? Our boss is so handsome and powerful, anyone who sees him will be shocked. At this time, the big man on the left also spoke. If someone was here, I'm afraid he would have vomited a long time ago. With a centipede-like scar and a face full of freckles, he is already considered handsome. Even a dog can be considered handsome. Hearing the compliments from the two, Suchi showed a bright smile on his face. He turned to Yi Kong and said, Boy, I'm in a good mood today, so give me your interspatial ring and treasures, and then you can leave. Roll? A cold light flashed in Yi Kong's eyes, and a terrifying thunder erupted from him. Boy, do you want to die? Didn't you hear my brother talking to you? The third brother Zhao Si yelled at him. At this time, the thunder around Yi Kong finally exploded. A trace of thunder representing the power of divine punishment hovered around his body, and the terrifying coercion swept across hundreds of miles. Zhao Si was originally arrogant, but now he backed away in fright. The same is true for Li Si and Su Qi. They were terrified and trembling. They finally understood who they had offended. Who are you talking about? Yi Kong said lightly. In the next second, his body appeared in front of Zhao Si as if teleported. Brother, help me. Zhao Si was so frightened that he couldn't speak, his eyes were wide open, and his face was full of horror and despair. Yi Kong shot out with a palm. A flash of lightning instantly formed a thunder dragon, engulfing Zhao Si, boom. With a loud explosion, Zhao Si was blasted into flying ash without even leaving his body. There was only a big black pit left in place. Su Qi and Li Si were both trembling with fright. At this moment, they all regretted that they shouldn't be greedy for these second-level crystals. They saw Yi Kong walking towards them step by step, their hearts were filled with fear, they were trembling, and their legs were weak. You can't kill me. My father is the leader of the Liger Gang. If you want to kill me, you will die without a place to bury you. Su Qi's voice trembled a little. That's right, my elder brother's father is the leader of the Liger Gang. If you dare to kill us, then you won't be able to leave here alive. Li Si seemed to have regained his confidence, and his voice was no longer trembling. Yi Kong looked calm, but a flash of thunder flashed in his eyes. As for these threats, he didn't care at all, the worst would be to wipe them all out. Yi Kong exuded a powerful aura all over his body. He flicked it casually. In an instant, thunder snakes swept towards the two of them. Save! A voice sounded. Su Qi and Zhang Xian couldn't believe it. They couldn't figure it out. After they said the name of the leader of the Liger Gang, this person dared to kill them. Boom! There was a loud noise. At this moment, the light of thunder moved towards their heads. In an instant, blood spurted out, and the bodies of the two fell to the ground. Yi Kong stepped forward and took a storage bag from the two, as well as Zhao Si's. In the beginning, before Yi Kong came to him, he picked it off. The thunder around Yi Kong gradually dissipated, and the invisible coercion also dissipated. Opening all three storage bags, Xiao Chen probed into them with his spiritual sense, and found that there were 54 first-class crystals inside. Even Su Qi has a secondary spar. As for the others, it doesn't have much effect on Yi Kong. Seeing the headless bodies of the two, Yi Kong waved his hand, and the two thunderbolts of destruction turned into a giant dragon, swallowing the two headless corpses in one gulp. In a blink of an eye, two deep black pits appeared on the ground. Yi Kong didn't stop much, just turned around and left. The other side. The site of the Liger Gang. Inside a huge mansion, a member of the Liger Gang broke in directly. At this time, a burly man was having fun with a woman. When he saw someone intruding, he was furious and shouted, "Do you want to die? How dare you trespass on my territory? If you are fine, go die." Seeing this scene, the disciple of the Liger Gang was scared out of his wits. "Master, your son Su Qi is dead." The disciple spoke tremblingly. What? Su Kuang was furious immediately, and shook his right hand vigorously. Let the women under him all look sideways at him. Su Kuang's eyes were red. Su Qi was his only son. My son was killed, I must let him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme but not die. Su Kuang roared in his heart. You, pass my order to activate the killing order. Whoever can catch the person who killed my son Su Qi will be rewarded with 500 million Lingwu coins, and anyone who provides clues will be rewarded with 100 million Lingwu coins. Su Kuang suppressed the sadness in his heart. The anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. Okay, boss. Seeing that the gang leader was angry, his subordinates quickly retreated, fearing that Chi Yu would be harmed. At this time, the woman standing under the leader of the Liger gang also looked dazed. Boss, do you want to do it again? Roll. Su Kuang slapped him across the face. There was a bright red handprint on her face. Seeing Su Kuang being so angry, she didn't dare to say anything more. She had no choice but to hug her clothes and leave crying. Yi Kong returned to his room. As soon as he returned to the room, he sat down on his chair and poured out all the crystals. There are 54 secondary crystals and primary crystals. He thought, after the absorption is over, he will be able to obtain a large wave of power. At that time, his strength will skyrocket again. Yi Kong was thinking about refining all those crystals. Boom! There was a knock on the door. Yi Kong collected all the crystals in his space ring. Who is it? Yi Kong asked calmly. Yi Kong, can I come in? Li Ting, come in. As soon as Yi Kong heard it, he knew it was Yi Lighting. After pushing the door, Yi Lighting changed into a set of casual clothes today, which made people feel very comfortable. As soon as she entered the door, she sat side by side with Yi Kong. Yi Kong, have you eaten yet? Yi Lighting asked with concern. Not yet, Li Ting, why are you here? Yi Kong opened his mouth lightly. No, the most important thing is that the final exam is coming soon. I have a body tempering method and a sword method here, I don't know if it can help you. Speaking of this, Yi Lighting had a bit of shyness on her face. He knew that Li Ting was worried that he would fail the test, so he handed over the exercises to him. He still remembered that Yi Kong liked to learn sword skills since he was a child. Yi Kong felt warm in his heart. Li Ting, thank you. Yi Kong gently rubbed Yi Lighting's hair. This moment. Yi Lighting suddenly blushed. How is this going? She faintly felt that Yi Kong seemed to be different. This made his charm even more attractive. After a few seconds, the two looked at each other, and there was a strange atmosphere in the air. Yes, it's the smell of love. The next second, Yi Lighting shyly rubbed against Yi Kong's arms. Her love can no longer be concealed. Yi Lighting leaned against Yi Kong's arms, bathing in the warm sunshine. The two are like a couple in love. Yi Lighting wished that time would stand still like this. But Yi Lighting knew very well that this was simply impossible. More than half an hour has passed since she arrived, and Elder Lin is about to arrive. She looked at Yi Kong with a look of reluctance. It's almost noon, I'll make you something to eat. Thank you, Li Ting. Yi Kong looked at her quietly, without speaking. You don't need to look out of this way. Yi Lighting got up and walked straight to the kitchen, with a bit of a hostess attitude. Seeing her busy appearance, Yi Kong secretly rejoiced that when he went to the vegetable market last time, he brought some daily necessities. Otherwise, he really had to go out to buy something to eat. Seeing Yi Lighting busy in the kitchen, Yi Kong went straight to the stone room. Entering the room, closing the door, Yi Kong took out a second-level spar and a first-level spar from the storage space. With his right hand, he pressed lightly. Absorb! Yi Kong moved in his heart. With just a few breaths, all the secondary and primary crystals disappeared. Yi Kong's energy value also skyrocketed from points to points. See so many energy values. He couldn't wait to improve himself. He took out the long knife he bought on the black market from the storage space. Dragon slaying knife, yellow level low grade, can be strengthened twice. Yi Kong began to strengthen without hesitation. Strengthen 1,000 times. In an instant, the dragon-slaying knife was shrouded in white light. After a few seconds. Congratulations on getting the 7-star cold moon knife, a low-grade mysterious grade. Yi Kong looked at the 7-star cold moon knife with ecstasy in his eyes. He now has his own knife skills. There are, points of energy left. Strengthen my physical body. This is the fastest way to increase strength. Yi Kong's physical body will become stronger. Enhance 10,000 times. Bang! For an instant, Yi Kong's body was surrounded by thunder, as if it was about to explode. A warm feeling came from the internal organs, as if it wanted to suppress the whole world. At this time, Yi Kong was like a huge furnace. He could even hear the sounds of tigers and leopards, and the crackling of bones. Yi Kong was surrounded by thunder, sitting cross-legged, with his eyes closed. After a full minute, the bloody light still showed no signs of disappearing, but instead made his blood run faster. This moment, Yi Lighting heard an old voice. Miss, the master wants to take you somewhere, so you should go. Why are you in such a hurry, Yi Kong, and I will have dinner first at noon, and then we will go. It was rare for Yi Lighting to say such words in such a tone. Okay, miss, I'll wait for you here. If you hurry up, there won't be so much time. The old man didn't get angry, but spoke with a smile. Understood. Yi Lighting replied with some helplessness. The other side. The power in Yi Kong's body also gradually disappeared. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Thunder General Body. General Body. Yi Kong's heart moved. His physical fitness has improved to another level. He could feel that there was an endless feeling in his body. Yi Kong had an illusion that he could blow up a hill with a single punch. Not only that, but the blue lightning on its body also turned purple. Let him have endless power. In Yi Kong's heart, there was a feeling of being fearless and fearless. With my current strength, even if I face a martial artist, I can fight. A smile appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. His strength is really too strong. The martial artist of Jinan City is a supreme figure. Just a few days. Yi Kong is the top existence of Jinan. This is the Tao-level talent, and it is also the scariest part of the system. In this assessment, no one will be able to prevent him from winning the first place. No one can stop him from standing on the pinnacle of this world. It's a feeling of invincibility. In Yi Kong's eyes, there seemed to be thunder burning. At this moment, Yi Lighting's shout came from outside. Yi Kong, it's time to eat. It is good. As soon as he went out, Yi Kong saw that there were already 3 side dishes and a big pot on the table, while Yi Lighting was holding 2 bowls of rice with a lovely expression on her face. Yi Kong glanced at Yi Lighting, his eyes were full of doting. What? Is my face blocked by something? Yi Lighting was a little embarrassed by his gaze. Well, it looks pretty pleasing to the eye. Yi Kong smiled lightly. Come on, let's go get something to eat. Yi Lighting was a little embarrassed by what he said, so she quickly changed the topic. The other side. As soon as Li Minghu walked out of the cave, he knew that his son had been killed. At this moment, outside the magic forest, those guards are being questioned by the Li family. The Li family also learned about Yi Kong's appearance from them. Li Minghu quickly asked his subordinates to investigate Yi Kong's origin. My lord, I checked it out. In the cave, it was a young man named Yi Kong who killed him. He was still in middle school, his parents had passed away, and he lived in a slum. A middle-aged man looked at Li Minghu with a hint of respect on his face. What? A mere civilian dares to kill my son? Upon hearing that his son had been killed by a poor man, Li Minghu clenched his fists, his eyes were bloodshot. He roared at the man in front of him, immediately, take him back, I will tear him to pieces. Yes, sir. Lin Yo looked respectful. He activated the secret technique and left quickly. And now, in a stone house in a slum. Yi Kong didn't know that the people of the Li family had discovered him a long time ago. At this time, he was eating delicious food with Yi Lighting. Your craftsmanship is amazing. Yi Kong smiled lightly, he rarely smiled at others. Really? Brother Kong, if you like to eat, I won't be polite. Speaking of this, Yi Lighting seemed to have thought of something, with a sad look on her face. Silly girl. Yi Kong laughed and shook his head. However, he didn't notice Yi Lighting's abnormality. After 10 minutes. Yi Lighting looked at her watch, it was almost time to arrive. She wanted to stay with Yi Kong for a while longer, but she knew that she had to go. Brother Kong, I've already finished eating. When my father comes, I still have something to do, so I won't bother you. When Yi Lighting said this, her eyes were full of reluctance. Only then did Yi Kong realize that Yi Lighting seemed a little abnormal. After speaking, he put down his chopsticks. Li Ting, what's going on? Why do I think you're depressed? If necessary, you can tell Brother Kong. Brother Kong, it's okay, it's just that I'm a little tired during this time, I'll take my leave first, my dad has something to deal with. Yi Lighting bit her lower lip and spoke slowly. Silly boy, just tell me if you have anything to do, Brother Kong will give you justice. Yi Kong knew it clearly. Yi Lighting must be hiding something. But she can't say, because she can't ask more, maybe this is her personal question. Okay, Brother Kong, I'll go back now. After Yi Lighting finished speaking, she got up and left. I'll pick you up. After Yi Kong finished speaking, he got up and sent Yi Lighting out of the room. Yi Lighting turned around abruptly and gave Yi Kong a big hug. Yi Kong was dumbfounded. After all, although the relationship between the two is good, they have not had real intimate contact. What are you doing? Li Ting. Yi Kong gently rubbed Yi Lighting's hair. It's okay, Brother Kong, it's okay, I want to give you a hug, I'm leaving first. Yi Lighting knew that she had lost her composure, so she turned her head and left. Yi Kong looked at Yi Lighting and knew that something must have happened to her. I must go to Ye's house. Yi Kong's eyes flashed. If anyone dared to harm Yi Lighting, he would never let it go. At this time, Yi Lighting didn't dare to look back and continued to move forward. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold it. She walked several hundred meters forward, and Steward Lin was already waiting there. He saw disappointment on Yi Lighting's face. Miss, he is just a commoner, so he is not worthy of you. Besides, we'll be back in Kyoto soon. It's not like you don't know, our Yi family is a big family in Kyoto, and there are many noble families who want to curry favor with our Yi family. For a mere Golden Shore city, even the city lord's mansion cannot be compared with the Yi family. Besides, a young man with nothing is not your opponent. Miss, you have to remember that people from the two worlds will never be together. She did not answer. Yi Lighting's eyes were full of disappointment. Of course she understands. When she thought of Yi Kong saving her life, she could never forget it. What's more, every time she sees Yi Kong, it is the happiest time for her. Girl, don't think about it, time will make people forget everything. Lin Butler looked at his master's distraught look, and couldn't help but shook his head. He really couldn't figure it out, how could an ordinary boy with no talent at all be so attractive? How could the lady be so obsessed? You know, many brothers from aristocratic families turn a blind eye to her. Still no response. Yi Lighting could only turn around reluctantly and look at the stone house. Yi Kong, no matter what, I will be with you. Yi Lighting clenched her fists and her eyes were firm. Miss, in 3 minutes, the driver sent by the master will come, and we should leave. When the time comes, the driver will take you to the heir of the Ryu family in Kyoto. Seeing the reluctance on Yi Lighting's face, Butler Lin couldn't help reminding her. Understood. Yi Lighting turned around and said in a helpless tone. Boom! At this time, Yi Kong was washing up. When he heard someone knocking on the door, he thought Yi Lighting had dropped something. Wait a minute, Li Ting, I'll go right away. As soon as Yi Kong put down the bowl and chopsticks, he wanted to open the door. No, came an exclamation. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. He felt a trace of murderous intent. No matter how well the person outside hid himself, he couldn't escape Yi Kong's eyes. Ever since Yi Kong was promoted to Thunder General, his sixth senses have become more acute. Even a disturbance more than 20 meters away cannot escape his senses. Such killing intent would never come from Yi Lighting. So, who is this? In the past 2 days, he killed many people. Have you been discovered? This is also a reasonable thing. Yi Kong didn't hide his aura. That's right. It's not that he can't hide it, but that he disdains it. His current cultivation base is already a warrior, and he also has a strong physical body and strong cultivation base. A warrior arrives. He is not afraid at all. In Jinan, he is the overlord. After thinking about it, Yi Kong gave up the idea. Anyway, with his own ability, there are only a handful of people in Jinan who can hurt him. Get out! Yi Kong shouted towards the door. Boom! There was a loud noise. When Yi Kong said this sentence, suddenly, the wooden door shattered, and a middle-aged man in a black suit with a hooked nose walked out. You are Yi Kong, right? You are so brave, you dare to kill my young master. You really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Follow me honestly, maybe you can save some suffering. Lin Yo gave Yi Kong a fierce look. Really? I don't know what sect you are from. Yi Kong didn't rush to make a move, but asked calmly. Boy, since you will soon be tortured to death by my master, I will kindly tell you. The person you killed was the young master of the Li family. Even a pariah like you wants to murder my young master. Hey, I really want to die. Lin Yo looked at Yi Kong with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. The Li family. Yi Kong smiled lightly. Obey, come with me. After Lin Yo finished speaking, he didn't want to say anything more. The true energy in his body shook suddenly, revealing his cultivation base. His body disappeared instantly, turned into a huge eagle claw, and grabbed towards Yi Kong. But thunder burst out from Yi Kong. Zitsizi! One thunder after another, as if about to turn into a giant thunder dragon, with overwhelming power. This aura of destruction enveloped a radius of 1 kilometer. Warrior? How did you reach the level of a martial artist? Lin Yo trembled with fear from this force. What? A miserable scream sounded. He slapped Yi Kong's arm with a palm, but it was not damaged at all. But there is a layer of thunder around Yi Kong, which protects him. The thunder exploded, revealing the white bones, shocking. The other side. Just as Yi Lighting and Lin Butler were about to leave, they felt the terrible thunder. What a powerful aura, this is a terrifying existence above a martial artist. How can there be such a master in a slum area? Weird. Butler Lin was shocked. Yi Lighting was also taken aback, and looked along the source of the lightning. Oops, this destructive power comes from where Yi Kong is, and Yi Kong is in trouble. Saying that, Yi Lighting hurriedly walked towards the stone house. Miss, you should go back quickly. Butler Lin shouted anxiously. But right now. Yi Lighting was worried about Yi Kong's safety, so she couldn't care less about it. Sorry, miss. Butler Lin dodged and knocked Yi Lighting unconscious. He wished Yi Kong would be shocked to death by the terrifying energy aftermath. What a terrible power. Lin Butler looked up at the thunder in the sky. It was a kind of destructive power. He was thinking, should he go and see who it is? To be able to issue such a terrifying thunder. He would love to see it. However, if there is one person who will affect her safety, it will be too dangerous. Lin Butler shook his head and gave up the idea of going to check. With the burst of true energy, he and Yi Lighting disappeared from the sky together as a shadow of light. When he left, he didn't forget to take a look at the thunder of destruction in the sky, and he was stunned. In the stone house. Li Nyoxian gritted his teeth and insisted. He looked at the young man in front of him with a face full of fear. The young man was covered with terrifying thunder, like a demon god. This guy turned out to be a martial artist. In fact, Yi Kong's realm is still just a warrior, but because of the Thunder General's body, the fluctuations in his combat power are comparable to those of a strong warrior. That's why Li Niu mistook him for a powerful martial artist. At this moment, Li Niu was scared out of his wits. He never expected that Yi Kong was actually a martial artist. Through the previous battles and the power of this blow, Li Niu knew very well that he was no opponent at all. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Niu mobilized all the Jinqi in his body, performed his exercises, and ran towards the distance. Unfortunately, how could Yi Kong let him go? The corner of Yi Kong's mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't care at all. In other words, in his opinion, Li Niu couldn't escape at all. Li Niu ran hundreds of meters away, and then came to his senses. Yi Kong did not follow. He couldn't help but feel a little rejoiced. I want to go back and tell the patriarch that he is a martial artist. Li Niu's heart sank. Such a boy must be killed. If he continues to develop, the Li family will really be over. But right now, a figure surrounded by thunder came to him in an instant. No way? Haven't you been chasing me? Li Niu looked horrified. His body collapsed, and under this destructive force, he didn't dare to fight anymore. He turned and ran. He couldn't imagine how Yi Kong could do this. He ran out for more than 1,000 meters. Isn't this kid still in the same place? Less than a second? Right in front of you. Ants, how do you know that the sky is high and the earth is thick? Yi Kong said lightly. Then, his right hand jerked up. In an instant, above the sky, dark clouds billowed and thunder flickered. Zit-zizi. The situation changed, and a huge thunder dragon emerged from the black cloud. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the thunder dragon swooped down with a world-shattering power. No! Li Niu screamed. Li Niu yelled in horror. He saw the huge brontosaurus. He had never seen such a terrible blow. He finally realized how naive his previous thoughts were. The man in front of him who looked like a banished fairy was definitely not something the Li family could provoke. Boom! Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and gravel splashed in all directions. In an instant, Li Niu was completely engulfed by the thunder dragon, the smoke dispersed, and a huge deep pit appeared on the spot. Ha! Came an exclamation. Yi Kong saw a treasure in the big pit. His curiosity was instantly aroused. You know, Li Niu is a dignified warrior, and he didn't even leave a corpse in front of his thunderstorm. Arguably. Everything about him should be destroyed. Everything in the hole is still there. This shows that this is a treasure. Without hesitation, Yi Kong arrived at the huge pothole with a flash of his figure. In this big pit, there is a dark green mark, which looks like a huge seal. Yi Kong took it, only felt its weight, and knew it was a treasure. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully obtained an incomplete Xian level low-grade seal, which can be upgraded once. Yi Kong was overjoyed when he heard the system's voice. This is a mysterious item. No wonder he was able to withstand his thunder attack. Put these away. Yi Kong narrowed his eyes, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since the Li family knew I was the one who killed them, and sent someone to send them to die, then it would be utterly irreconcilable. In his eyes. The Li family, he must be eliminated. Suppress the murderous intent in my heart. Yi Kong remembered the final exam the next day. The Li family spared your life. Yi Kong decided to wait until the assessment was over before making a decision. This is a broken magic weapon, I don't know how strong it is. Yi Kong took out the seal, ready to try it. If it is really rubbish. So there is no need to upgrade anymore. Boom! Terrifying lightning power poured into the shattered seal. Immediately, the seal glowed with light of 5 different attributes. Rise! Yi Kong shouted violently. 5 rays of light condensed above the seal, forming a huge mountain. Yi Kong swiped casually. In an instant, the giant mountain of 5 elements elemental power burst out. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire earth was shattered, gravel flew, and a large pit with a diameter of more than meters appeared in front of everyone. What a terrifying power! Seeing this scene, Yi Kong couldn't help but gasped. However, he still has some regrets. The seal is incomplete and unable to exert its true power. Unfortunately, his strength was exhausted. Otherwise, just to enhance the flaws of this seal. Perhaps, with strengthening, he could fix the seal's flaws and take it to the next level. This is an Earth-level magic weapon. Earth-level treasures are rare. Jinan might not even have such a thing. Yi Kong sighed, turned, and walked into his stone house. Thinking of himself, Thunder Dragon's blow killed him instantly. He felt a little proud. It's only been a few days. He has become so powerful. This is really amazing. In front of his Thunder Dragon, it was vulnerable. Without any strength to fight back, he was instantly killed. This time, Yi Kong is full of expectations for tomorrow's assessment. Once you win the championship, at that time, he can go to a prestigious university and get more resources. In Jinan, a martial artist may be a giant, but in Daqin, among the 10 kingdoms, and among the 10,000 races, they are nothing. Only by becoming a god can you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever. Only in this way can he have a place in this troubled world. At this time, Li Menghu had already returned to the Li family. Li Menghu sat in the hall with a serious expression on his face. He was waiting for Li Niu to take the kid back. He wants to torture Yi Kong with his own hands, so that he can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Let him pay for my son's death. In Li Menghu's view, with Li Niu's strength, it is too easy to catch a young man who has just awakened. But at this moment, a fat young man rushed over. What happened? Li Menghu looked at the members of the Li family with a solemn expression. Patriarch, Elder Li's psychic card has been broken, and it is very likely that Elder Li has disappeared. Li Dali said out of breath. What? Li Menghu jumped up as if he heard something terrible. Elder Li has fallen. Li Dali repeated in a low voice. Li Menghu was taken aback by this affirmative answer. No way, soon Li Menghu collected himself. However, his body was full of chilling aura, and a great fear was emanating from his body. He looks like a demon god. Has a problem. Li Menghu's face was ugly. That bastard Yi Kong, there is a problem. Li Menghu was thoughtful. He was still thinking, how powerful would a young man who had just awakened be? But he never thought that even a warrior was killed. But he still underestimated Yi Kong. I was negligent. This kid can kill my son. I should have thought about it. His strength is extraordinary. Now even Li Niu has been beheaded by him. This little bastard is not easy. Li Menghu's eyes were red, and he stared fixedly at the front. The armrest of the mahogany chair had been crushed by him. He suppressed his anger. Li Menghu's heart moved. He didn't dare to underestimate Yi Kong. Able to kill a samurai-level master without having time to report. This means that this person's cultivation is at least a martial artist. Even in the Li family, not many people have such power. He wants to fight Yi Kong. Have to think about it. Son, don't worry. Your revenge, my father will help you avenge it. Li Menghu gritted his teeth, and his eyes fell on his second son. Calm down. Li Menghu finally understood that killing Yi Kong was by no means an easy task. He had to plan carefully. What's more, the unified examination in 36 cities is the most important thing. Li Menghu turned his head and glanced at his son. In his life, he had 2 wives, both for himself. The youngest son, Li Tian, is his youngest. It can be said that his talent and ability far surpass Li Gaoqiao. However, as soon as he was born, his mother was killed by him. Li Menghu still has a good impression of his eldest son Li Gaoqiao. But Li Gaoqiao is no longer there. Now, the only hope for the Li family is Li Tian. Fortunately, his youngest son has such a talent since he was a child. His strength has reached the level of Wuling. The assessment of 36 cities is of great significance to the Li family. This is what Li Menghu told him personally. If Li Tian can get 100 places in the assessment of 36 cities, At that time, he will personally take it into his family. You know, this is the place that many people dream of. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, it can be ranked in the top, dash. And the Dean of Tongtian Academy is a martial king, invincible. If it is your youngest child, to be able to worship under a martial king. In this way, the Li family will inevitably soar into the sky. At that time, he will invite someone to kill Yi Kong. Therefore, what Li Minghu is most concerned about now is tomorrow's 36-city unified examination, and he can temporarily let go of his hatred for 36 cities. But Li Minghu would definitely not let Yi Kong run away. He couldn't resolve the death of his son. Li Tian looked at his father, his eyes were red and full of anger. In fact, he doesn't care. His brother died. He's just a little sad. Originally, the relationship between the two was not very good. After all, they are not alone. He is not a fool. Yi Kong can kill a samurai, but also avenge him? Isn't this a murder? Time passed little by little. One night passed in a flash. On the second day, early in the morning, tens of thousands of teenagers stood at the entrance of the 10,000 races battlefield. The final assessment of 36 cities is about to begin. Yi Kong was also among them, and in front of them was a huge teleportation circle, like a high platform. This is a teleportation circle located on the periphery. In front of the teleportation circle, there are dozens of mentors, waiting for them. No, there is only one person, who seems to be waiting for someone. Just then, in the void, a huge spaceship is suspended in midair. Then, he saw that beam of light slowly descending. Everyone's attention was attracted. At this time, the spaceship had arrived, and the huge hatch fell, revealing an elevator. 3 men and a woman got out of the car. The leader was a middle-aged man in a uniform with a majestic face and a calm demeanor. Obviously, he is the leader of this team. More than 20 mentors hurried over. An old man in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme looked at the officer with a bit of respect in his tone. Master Shangguan, we are very glad that you can come to watch the battle. You're welcome, this is the first assessment for 36 cities. Dean Wei, of course I'm going to take a look. Shangguan Xiu looked solemn and spoke slowly. General Shangguan, this time the assessment is much more difficult, after all. It is the unified examination of 36 cities. Even hell-level difficulty. Really? The test this time turned out to be hell-level. It's really interesting. Shangguan Xiu smiled lightly, and his eyes fell on those young people. Listening to the conversation between the two, nearly 10,000 students were a little curious. Who is this man in military uniform? You know, Wei Xiaoran is the headmaster of Woji Academy. His identity and strength are extremely terrifying. In Kyoto, he is also number 1. However, facing the middle-aged man in his 30s, his attitude was quite respectful. Obviously, this person's status is higher than his. Who is General Shangguan? Why does Dean Wei treat him so respectfully? I don't know, but he is definitely a powerful character. Didn't you hear the dean say that he is a general? I guess they should be generals of a certain country's military. Take a look at their spaceships, which are worth thousands of high-grade crystals. Such a spaceship is not something we can see, it should be a big shot in Kyoto. Everyone is very interested in this new general, even Yi Kong is very curious. While speaking, Shang Guangxiu and 5 people also followed Wei Xiaoran and others to the front of the teleportation formation. General Shangguan, students from 36 cities are basically all here. Wei Xiaoran asked Shangguan Xiu. Director Wei, it's only natural. This time, I'm just a spectator. As for the assessment, you have the final say. Shangguan Xiu spoke slowly. Then, I will announce now that the assessment this time will officially begin. Dean Wei showed a smile on his face. Can. Wei Xiaoran's eyes fell on the tens of thousands of students below. Everyone be quiet. After Wei Xiaoran's words fell, a majestic momentum swept out. There are tens of thousands of students below. Everyone present, including Yi Kong, had a sense of oppression like facing a mountain.
For a moment, the originally noisy crowd became silent.
Seeing that everyone stopped talking, Wei Xiaoran said seriously, the unified examination of 36 cities has officially started. However, before that, I would like to ask, what is the place you want to test? I want to tell you about this. First, the place you are going to is Battlefield No. I think everyone should know about the 10,000 races battlefield. Our 10 countries are fighting against the 9 battlefields together. Thousands of years ago, our hometown was invaded by alien races. At that time, the blue star was full of corpses and alien races everywhere. At that time, almost 1/3 of the human race was slaughtered by alien races. And we are their victims, hunted down by them. Whether they are old or young, they will become their rations. Later, the blue star's aura exploded, and a large number of masters appeared in the human race, and only then did they have the ability to resist. For thousands of years, the strong men of our human race have sacrificed too many strong men and put in too much effort in order to fight against alien races. In the end, the 10 empires were established and became a refuge for us humans. Therefore, I hope that when you encounter other races, you will not be merciless. Our human race, and the 10,000 races, are endless enemies. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's blood boiled with enthusiasm, wishing to rush up immediately and kill these alien races. However, some people think that even the human race will be beheaded by other races. Can it be done? Wei Xiaoran seemed to see some people's concerns, and continued, don't worry, we will conduct a test on the periphery of the No. battlefield. Here, the most powerful alien race will not surpass a martial artist. However, in other words, you also have a chance to meet a strong martial artist. This is the test of hell. What does it mean? In the previous hell level trials, the chance of surviving was 0%. In other words, among the more than one of you, if you enter it, probably no more than of you will be able to come out alive. And those who are still alive, let alone. They are all geniuses who have experienced countless tests of life and death. So, this time, you are free to choose whether to join or not. If you choose to leave, then you will be eliminated and sent to the outer city for planting and breeding. The second condition is that all students who enter the trial ground will get a spirit martial mark. This brand will not have any sequelae, but will record all the aliens you killed. Foreign races in the early stage of the first level can get 100 points, and those in the middle of the first level can get 300 points. The aliens in the first level can get points, and the aliens in the second level can get points. So wait. After 72 hours, everyone's scores were above 3,000. Otherwise, even if the assessment fails, they will be dispatched to the outer city. Alright, the assessment of 36 cities will start soon. After 5 minutes, everyone can enter the assessment of 36 cities. Wei Xiaoran's eyes swept over everyone present. Hearing this, the students in the audience were all taken aback. Immediately, most people's eyes were on the people around them. After all, participating in the planting mission in the outer city was a disaster for his whole life. It is not an easy task to get 3,000 points. However, the test of hell difficulty only has a 0% chance of surviving. Entering it is almost certain to die. Everyone hesitated. A few seconds later, a chubby young man walked to the right first. When everyone saw this, one of them also came over. Immediately, hundreds of people followed. Seconds later, hundreds of people followed. 5 minutes later, there were more than 5 people on the left, and only 1 people remained. And on their right side, there are about 4,000 people. In less than 5 minutes, more than 5,000 people chose to quit and walk to the right. In their hearts, they were all shocked by Wei Xiaoran's 0% chance of survival. After all, they are just a child, and they don't have the courage to face death yet. Yes, there are almost 6,000 people. After Shangguan repaired, a burly man asked the students on the right. I thought 3,000 people would be pretty good. After all, this is no joke. This is more than they imagined, more than 6,000 people. Seeing that these people had already conceded defeat, Wei Xiaoran didn't say anymore. Okay, those who have already decided to leave can leave and wait for the news of going to the outer city. And those selected students can also form their own teams, with a maximum of 5 people in each team. You can also choose by yourself, or you can choose by yourself. After 10 minutes, the assessment of 36 cities will finally begin. And, I've given you a chance to leave. Throw it into the battlefield and let them feed those aliens. Wei Xiaoran looked at the crowd below with a solemn expression. For a while, those who originally planned to leave gave up the idea. More than 6,000 students found people they knew and formed a small group. Yi Kong was in the crowd, watching with cold eyes. He didn't intend to form a team with others, but his outstanding appearance and temperament attracted the attention of many girls. Just when Yi Kong was bored, a beautiful woman with a ponytail, delicate features and slender legs came slowly from a distance. Yi Kong, what do you think? Everyone walks together. The long-legged woman looked at Yi Kong. As soon as she opened her mouth, she called out Yi Kong's name. Obviously, she had a relationship with Yi Kong once. This scene was watched by many people. After all, a beautiful woman attracts attention wherever she goes. Did you see it? Could it be Li Xiaolu, the school belle? How could she join forces with Yi Kong? I don't know, I think many people are looking for Li Xiaolu, but she didn't agree. She actually wants to cooperate with Yi Kong? Really? Isn't Yi Kong's talent very ordinary? Li Xiaolu's talent is Xin level. In our school, she is the most gifted. I don't think she should choose Yi Kong. Damn it! It would be great if my goddess could form a team with me, I'm so envious, Yi Kong. At this moment, everyone was discussing that Li Xiaolu wanted to form a team with Yi Kong. Yi Kong, on the other hand, looked indifferent. He naturally knew Li Xiaolu. Therefore, his attitude towards her is still very good. How? Yi Kong, let's join hands. Seeing that Yi Kong was silent for a long time, Li Xiaolu showed a smile on her face. Her smile was like a crescent moon. Wearing a white t-shirt, she looked extraordinarily pure. Come on. I can do it by myself. I don't want to trouble you. Yi Kong smiled lightly. His relationship with Li Xiaolu is just an ordinary friend. However, if the two of them join forces. Wait until you get to that area. Facing the strong, women will only become a burden. It's better to go alone. All right. Li Xiaolu was taken aback for a moment, and then became angry. This is the first time she has been rejected by a man. Besides, she also wanted to cooperate with him with good intentions, but he refused. The students around were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. None of them expected that Yi Kong would refuse Li Xiaolu's invitation. Am I dazzled? Yi Kong refused. You're right, is Yi Kong crazy? Li Xiaolu came to him in person, but he refused. My goddess, you dare to refuse? My goddess is not only beautiful, but also has a mysterious talent. Yi Kong really doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, and Mount Tai. If only my goddess could team up with me. Humph. Li Xiaolu glared at Yi Kong angrily, turned around and left. Yi Kong shook his head slightly. Over time. The 10 minutes were coming to an end, and most of the team had completed their tasks. But there are also a small number of people, like Yi Kong, who were directly sent to the place of trial. Most people are very confident in their own strength. After Li Xiaolu was rejected, she did not choose to form a team with others. After half an hour. 10 minutes later, the test will begin. A team of 10 people will pass through the teleportation array. A bald instructor stood on a high platform and shouted at everyone. One after another silhouettes headed towards the teleportation array, and the rest were lined up in a long line. Look, isn't this the genius of the Wu family, Wu Kachang? Even the third-level monsters were beheaded by him. So what? The boy behind him is named Ding Jiangchao, and it is said that he is also at the Xin level. The most important thing is that his cultivation has reached the peak of Wuling. The daughter of the Lord of Jinan City? I heard that her talent is also at the mysterious level, and she is very strong. She is a hero among women.
There are really a lot of geniuses in this assessment. Nonsense, didn't you see that?
It can be said that geniuses from various forces have gathered here.
The students behind couldn't help talking about those geniuses who entered the secret realm.
At this moment, a man wearing a name tag, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, and carrying a long sword, came out of the teleportation array.
Many people's eyes fell on Bufong.
Look, Yi Hafan, he is at the prefecture level. It is said that he is now at the late stage of a warrior, and he can even fight monsters at the beginning of the 4th level.
Is it?
Earth level, even the monsters at the beginning of the 4th level can fight.
Isn't it said that the monsters of the 4th level should be dealt with by masters of the martial artist level? Is Yi Hafan so scary?
It's absolutely true. Let me tell you, this time, in the entire 36 cities, he is the only one with prefecture level talent. It can be said that he is the most talented and capable one among the thousands of us.
What are you talking about? I haven't reached the mid-stage of martial arts yet.
He can fight against level, monsters, so there is no need to continue the competition. In my opinion, this year's champion is none other than him.
That's right. Yi Hafan is much stronger than us, and I don't think it's a problem. Everyone took a deep breath.
In the eyes of most people, the prefecture level Yi Hafan is the champion of this assessment.
All eyes were on him.
Yi Kong was originally calm, but now he raised his head slightly and looked at Yi Hafan.
But only a glimpse.
A genius at the prefectural level doesn't even have the qualifications to fight against him. After all, his thunder attribute is at the Dao level. At this time, Yi Kong has entered the 4th wave of teleportation array.
Over time,
I saw streaks of white light flashing away in the void. More than 6,000 students were all sent to the first battlefield. The tens of thousands of people who were still outside were completely silent at this moment. At this time, the people here are all instructors and elders from aristocratic families. At this time, beside Wei Xiaoran, a middle-aged man with a serious face was looking worriedly at the teleportation array in the distance. This person can sit side by side with Wei Xiaoran.
It can be seen that its status is high.
After all, he is also the city lord of Jinan City, and he is also a character. In his capacity, he doesn't need to come here.
Even his daughter can avoid the dangerous test.
But now, it was entirely his daughter who came here.
His daughter Lin Yuer's character was born stubborn.
I wholeheartedly believe that my talent is no worse than others, so I came here just to prove myself. At the beginning, Lin Bin wanted to prevent her from competing. She even wanted to threaten him with her own life. Lin Bin has doted on his daughter since he was a child, and he also knows that it is impossible for a flower raised in a greenhouse to grow up. In the end, he agreed to Lin Yuer's request. But Lin Bin is very clear about how difficult this level is.
She is worried. He has only one daughter.
He secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that his daughter would be safe. Lin Bin's worry was also noticed by the butler, and he quickly comforted him. Her talent is at the mysterious level, and her cultivation has also reached the level of a warrior.
As long as you don't meet a strong person at the martial artist level, you are safe.
What's more, there are many masters sitting in this trial field. If there is any crisis, they can also go to the rescue as soon as possible. Lin Bin's expression softened a little upon hearing this. Indeed, he gave his baby, and also gave himself a life-saving amulet. Even if he meets him, he can still escape from the 4th level monster. Lin Yuer not only has top-grade weapons bestowed by the elders of the family, but also many children from rich families. This is the son of the family. Compared with ordinary people, there is a world of difference.
Director Wei, who do you think will be in this assessment? Shang Wanxiu looked at Wei Xiaoran and asked.
First, if nothing else happens, Yi Hafan should be the strongest.
Wei Xiaoran thought for a while and said.
In his opinion, no one is Yi Hafan's opponent in this year's assessment. After all, with his strength and a high-level magic weapon, even a 4th level monster is a breeze. This kind of combat power, if not for the sudden rise, would definitely be the strongest.
Shang Wanxiu nodded when he heard Yi Hafan's 3 words.
He had noticed a long time ago that this kid's talent and strength are very good.
Shang Wanxiu even wanted to win him over. Dean Wei, who do you think the other 9 people are?
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme.
At this moment, a young man hurried in.
As soon as he arrived, he panted heavily and said to everyone, "Dean, the city lords, the news just came. Some strange things happened in the practice field, and several martial artists disappeared inexplicably. The high-level suspects that people from the Wanzhou sect have leaked the news, and the situation is very bad."
Ah! Wanzhujio, you bastard! Lin Bin's complexion changed drastically upon hearing this.
The 10,000 race religion is the rebellion of the human race. In order to get the 10,000 race reincarnation pool of the 10,000 race, get the flesh body of the 10,000 race, and thus obtain eternal life. A person's lifespan is limited. Even if it is a martial king level existence, it is at most hundreds of years. Among all the races, there are fairy races, god races, and demon races. They have a long lifespan and can extend their lifespan for tens of thousands of years. It is also because of this that some human races are humiliated, afraid of death, and afraid of the end of life, so they choose to submit to the 10,000 races and become their lackeys. It can be said that people from the Wanzhou sect are even more annoying than those from other races. Lin Bin couldn't sit still when he heard that Wanzhujio had leaked the place of trial. His daughter is still here. The others also had depressed faces.
When something went wrong, it happened during the assessment. This was clearly the handiwork of Wanzhujio. Dean Wei, General Shangwan, let's not conduct any more tests. If there are strong aliens intervening, they may be in danger. If this continues, something may happen. A man's deep voice sounded. 6,000 people. These people are the elite of the human race and can become a strong one. Although this is the selection of geniuses, even if most of them are sacrificed, they will not hesitate. However, this does not mean that they are willing to sacrifice everyone. This is a hell-level test.
If there are stronger aliens intervening, it will really be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to death. A mentor, upon hearing this, hurried forward, ready to activate the teleportation array. However, just as the mentor walked to the portal, his true energy had just entered. Oops, the teleportation point of the proving ground has been destroyed. We can only pass in one direction.
What? Call someone to fix it.
When Lin Bin heard this, he shouted excitedly. Wei Xiaoran and the others had serious expressions, with anxiety and anger on their faces.
This time,
they were calculated by aliens. The mentor standing in front of the portal immediately passed his message to the guards in the proving ground.
Wei Xiaoran and the others were also very anxious. For a moment.
At this moment, news of alien sabotage came from the proving ground. It will take at least 3 days to repair this teleportation array.
Hearing this, Lin Bin nearly fainted.
He was also extremely worried about his daughter.
Damn alien! How shameless you dare to attack the younger generation! Shang Guanshou also clenched his fists violently.
The other mentors and officers also looked angry, but they were helpless.
There.
At this time, more than 6,000 people were teleported here.
The same group of people.
They were teleported to a location.
Yi Kong looked around. This is a continuous yellow sand forest without any high technology. This is an ancient planet.
Others were also curious. It was the first time for them to come to the battlefield of all races.
Thousands of people looked at each other. Everyone froze for a moment, and no one wanted to leave first. Most people have a fear of the unknown. Moreover, their strength is not very strong.
What's more, I don't want to participate in the breeding outside the city.
Yi Kong looked calm. In an instant.
After speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in place. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Most people travel together, and lonely people like Yi Kong are rare.
Sunny.
Yi Kong stepped in, and what he saw were towering trees. Such a scene is almost impossible to appear on the current blue star. Even the trees are only more than 20 meters high. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme howled. Roar. There was also the roar of wild beasts. Yi Kong ignored these, but continued to walk deep.
Jiang Chen knew about the periphery of the 10,000 races battlefield.
The scariest thing is not those monsters, but those alien races from other planes.
Their strength far exceeds that of monsters.
Yi Kong walked hundreds of meters through the forest. His figure suddenly stopped, and a fire beetle appeared in front of him. The appearance is similar to a beetle, but the whole body is red.
Its body is like a tiger.
Judging from the aura it exudes from Yi Kong, it should be a third-level monster.
The other side. Behind Yi Kong, there are 2 men and 1 woman hiding in the grass. These people are all here for assessment. However, their strength is not very strong.
The strongest one was a burly young man who seemed to have only the late-stage martial arts cultivation.
Yi Kong was unlucky, he encountered a third-level monster.
Li Meng was tall and tall, shaking his head.
Brother Li, these people are all participating in the trial, how about we rescue him?
Zhang Huiting felt a little distressed.
Ha, Zhang Huiting, are you sick?
This is a third-level ferocious beast.
Its cultivation level is similar to that of our human warriors. If we go up to help, don't we invite death?
You are looking for death, don't put us also dragged into the water. Before Li Meng could speak, he was interrupted by Mao Jiachang.
Li Meng didn't speak.
This, he is approved.
Yes.
Together, the 3 of them are no match for each other. Zhang Huiting also realized that she had slipped her mouth, so she quickly closed her mouth.
At this time,
the fire beetle exuded a terrifying magic power, and its head was a little dazed. In this forest, the strongest monster is the 4th-level monster.
Ordinary monsters will run away when they see it, and they don't even have the courage to turn back. But why did the man in front of him have a calm face?
There was no panic on his face.
Is this kid looking down on himself?
Thinking of this, a trace of anger flashed in its eyes, and the aura on its body rushed towards Yi Kong. Mao Jiachang and the others even shook their heads again and again, as if Yi Kong was bound to die. Yi Kong stood where he was, motionless, but smiled faintly.
In an instant, a terrifying thunderbolt burst out from his body. Zitsizi!
A series of destructive thunderbolts spread in all directions, as if they wanted to destroy the whole world.
For an instant.
This powerful power of catastrophe can be felt within a radius of meters. The fire beetle, which was speeding fast, was also shocked by this scene. He could feel a coercion beyond the level of life.
Give him the urge to surrender.
When the fire beetle saw that it had bumped into a stubble, it immediately turned around and ran away.
Want to escape?
A sneer appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. He raised his right hand and swiped lightly. In an instant, the dark clouds all over the sky were shrouded.
Zitsizi!
Terrifying thunder and lightning covered the sky with a radius of meters, as if to destroy everything. Thunder after thunder formed a huge thunder dragon in the void.
Roar!
This roar immediately caught the attention of everyone within a radius of tens of thousands of meters.
Hundreds of students looked at the thunder dragon in the sky, each one dumbfounded. What a terrifying strength! I have the illusion of being killed in seconds. Who is it?
The crowd whispered.
But those ferocious beasts in the forest were trembling, not daring to move.
Yi Kong raised his right hand and slapped it suddenly.
For an instant,
a meter-long thunder and lightning dragon swept towards the fire beetle with the power to destroy the world.
Boom!
Mountains collapsed one after another, big trees were chopped off in the middle, and a huge roar sounded, and a huge deep pit was smashed out of the ground. On the edge of the pit, there was a charred corpse. Just the aftermath killed a third-level monster.
Yi Kong's strength can be seen. But Mao Jiachang and the others were dumbfounded. Warrior! Yi Kong is a martial artist. Everyone was dumbfounded.
He looked at Yi Kong, his heart was full of shock. They feel that what they are facing is not an ordinary person, but like a Thor who descended into the world. This made him more sure of his guess.
How absurd this is. She never expected that Yi Kong's attack could kill a third-level monster.
With a flash of his figure, Yi Kong appeared next to the monster, took out the third-level spar, and put it in his space ring. A monster beast at the beginning of the third level was killed by Yi Kong. Yi Kong's points have reached 20,000 points. Yi Kong didn't stay long, and disappeared in a flash. It wasn't until Yi Kong walked away that Mao Jiachang and others realized it. See it? Mao Jiachang's voice was trembling. Look, how could a mortal perform such a move? Zhang Huiting was also shocked. Lord Yi Kong, I'm afraid he is already a strong martial artist. This time Yi Kong is definitely a dark horse. Li Meng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Another 5 hours passed. Into the night. Yi Kong walked through the forest, his body wrapped in violent thunder and lightning. This space ring is a full 200 square meters, and it is filled with the corpses of more than 10 monsters. In a cave. Yi Kong paused. He took out 3 third-level crystals and more than 20 second-level crystals from the space ring. Boom! There was a loud noise. One spar after another was turned into ashes, and Yi Kong's power soared to in an instant. 5 elements seal incomplete, Shen level low grade, can be strengthened once. Strengthen 1,000 times. In an instant. A golden light emanates from the surface of the 5 elements seal. Afterwards, it turned into brilliance of 5 different colors, which continued to gather. In the end, it was absorbed by the 5 elements seal. Inside the cave. This scene lasted for a full minute before slowly disappearing. Congratulations to the host, successfully obtained an Earth-level low-grade magic weapon, the 5 elements seal. When he discovered that the 5 elements seal had been completely restored, it was actually a low-grade Earth-level treasure. Yi Kong smiled slightly. This is a huge treasure. With this treasure, he will have the power to fight even against the late stage of martial arts. This time the assessment, he is sure to take the first place. Yi Kong took a glance and found that his energy value was still more than 4. What he has to do now is to improve his strength crazily. His current physical body has reached the level of a general, and he can arbitrarily improve his strength. Level, animal meat, can be strengthened once. Strengthen 1,000 times. For an instant. A ball of golden light fell on the piece of monster meat. After a few seconds, this force slowly disappeared. Then there was a piece of flesh and blood of an ordinary third-level monster. At this time, the sword exuded a bright light. 4th-grade spiritual meat, strong spiritual power, cannot be strengthened. Level, beast. Yi Kong was overjoyed. Monster beasts also have different bloodlines, which can be divided into ordinary, fierce beasts, treasures, mysterious beasts, divine beasts and so on. The more advanced the monster, the stronger the spiritual power in its body. Golem. Yi Kong swallowed it in one gulp, and suddenly a scorching breath spread all over his body, with the faint sound of tigers and leopards. Yi Kong had the illusion of swallowing a pill. His strength is still growing. Thunder enveloped the whole body. In just a split second, his cultivation has been promoted from the early stage of martial arts to the middle stage of martial arts. It didn't stop until the late samurai period. It's just one step away from a martial artist. This time the breakthrough. The thunder around Yi Kong is getting stronger and stronger. Terrible power of thunder and lightning filled the air. In an instant, this destructive power caused all the monsters and humans around to feel a huge pressure. This coercion makes people breathless. After a few seconds, the thunder around Yi Kong gradually disappeared. Only then did they feel relieved, and felt that the huge pressure on their bodies was swept away. The other side. Wei Xiaoran and others found that the teleportation array was destroyed. They waited for the teleportation array to recover, and then asked their men to find a way to enter. Now, the only thing they can do is to look at the rankings and the safety of the students. At this time, Yi Hafan was on the list. Yi Kong, on the other hand, ranked first. Although he killed a third-level ferocious beast, he had been in seclusion before and never made a real move at all. And those Shen-level Tianjiu are high-end weapons bestowed by the upper echelon of the family. Moreover, they are warriors themselves,
with the ability to kill third-level high-level monsters. Therefore, he is also highly ranked. But Wei Xiaoran and the others focused on the top, and did not take the other students seriously. The top, people are all the elite of this year, and the rest are insignificant. This Yi Hafan is really awesome. In just 5 hours, he reached 14,400 points. It seems that all the third-level monsters he killed may be of the martial artist level. Wei Xiaoran spoke slowly. This Yi Hafan's earth-level talent is too strong. After he is promoted to a martial artist, his strength will be even stronger. It seems that this year's champion is already a certainty, and it must be Yi Hafan. The other vice principals and teachers also talked a lot, thinking that Yi Hafan was the champion of this competition. Lin Bin, on the other hand, has no time to take care of these. The only thing he cares about is his daughter. At this moment, an elder suddenly noticed that a person's name was rising rapidly. In just over 10 seconds, his ranking went from more than 170 to 75th. Look, Yi Kong's ranking has risen by more than 100 places. It can't be a dark horse, can it? Wu Yuanwu stroked his hair. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Kong. Do you know who Yi Kong is? Which family is he from? Vice President Tian Wu looked over. I've never heard of it. Among ordinary people, it's normal to have such a genius. Yi Kong is very likely to be a dark horse. The vice president said lightly. For a while, everyone stopped talking about Yi Kong. From their perspective, how strong are others? Not to mention Yi Hafan, who has prefecture-level talent. This time, he got number 1. That's right, it was Yi Hafan. The battlefield of all races. Inside the jungle. The 5-element seal in Yi Kong's hand shone with colorful light, exuding a terrifying aura. In front of him was a ferocious beast at the beginning of the 4th level. This is a martial artist. The Earthstorm bear rushed towards Yi Kong. Its huge body made the ground tremble. This huge bear paw was 3 feet high, and it grabbed Yi Kong directly. Yi Kong looked calm, as if he was looking at an ant. In an instant, the 5-element seal burst out. The target was directed at the giant bear. Roar! There was a deafening roar. Accompanied by a shrill scream, a large hole appeared in the earth-violent bear's chest. Yi Kong killed the 4th-level monster with 1 sword. Too weak. Yi Kong said lightly. The other side. His points are also rising steadily, a full increase of points, which is very terrifying. This is simply Yi Kong's paradise. These 3rd and 4th level monsters are simply a piece of cake for him. What's more, killing monsters can not only get crystals, but also devour the flesh and blood of monsters, allowing one's cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. It's a double-edged thing. Came to the cave again. 3 days later, Yi Kong didn't go out in a hurry, but continued to go deep into the forest and left this area. At that time, more monsters will appear. Yi Kongqing counted his harvest, 33 3rd-level crystals and 1 4th-level crystal. As for the flesh and blood of those monsters, let alone, the 200 square meter space ring was almost completely filled. Imagine. How many monsters did he kill? Among these crystal stones, there are more than 30 pieces, each of which is the size of a bowl. Yi Kong inhaled all the 3rd-level crystals on the ground into his body. In an instant. With the disappearance of the spar, the energy value also disappears. Yi Kong took a glance and found that his energy value had exceeded 47. Where do you want to strengthen this time? Yi Kong stared. I don't know what the result of this strengthening will be. 2 words came to Yi Kong's mind, that is the supreme bone. Strengthen the eyes 10,000 times. Yi Kong said lightly. Congratulations to the host, successfully opened the Liua golden eyes. Liua Jintong, a supernatural power that can shoot thousands of feet of flame, which can make the enemy die silently. Yi Kong only felt that his eyes contained endless divine power, as if they were about to erupt endless flames, and they had the ability to destroy everything. There are 37 left. Yi Kong was not in a hurry. Yi Kong also wanted to taste the bear's paw. The other side. In another building, dozens of aliens wearing cloaks sat in it.
One person sat on the top seat, while the other sat on both sides.
What do they seem to be discussing? The large ceiling formation has been completed, and by then, all signals will not be able to reach this area. We can let the people under us go after the genius of the clan. I have already destroyed the teleportation array of the human race, you can rest assured, we will start now. The man in the cloak sat at the head and spoke to the people below. Got it. Everyone responded in unison. The powerhouses of all races spoke one after another.
At the same time, outside the 10,000 races, Lin Bin and the others are also looking forward to it.
They have given orders to their subordinates. No matter what method is used, must get in ASAP. 3 days is enough for them to kill thousands of students.
Lin Bin walked up and down anxiously.
Everyone else is safe and sound, with no offspring. Moreover, there is Lin Bin's favorite daughter inside. Wei Xiaoran's communicator suddenly rang. Director Wei, we have a plan. There is an abandoned portal 1,000 kilometers away from the training ground. According to our report, this portal can still be used.
In the communication, there was a guard from the training ground.
More than 1,000 kilometers? Are there no other teleportation circles nearby?
Yes. You know, the distance of 1,000 kilometers, even at his current speed, will take more than half an hour to reach.
Dean Wei, this is the closest one to the assessment site.
The staff said very firmly.
Okay. We have to get ready, right here.
General Shangguan, according to the news from the trial site, there is a teleportation array thousands of miles away.
Should I send someone there to support it? As the most powerful man present, of course Wei Xiaoran wanted to ask for instructions.
You send someone over there immediately, and kill all the alien races you meet.
Shangguan Xiumu showed anger.
This time, they were counted by a foreign race.
Understood.
Lin Bin, you and others, follow me to the trial ground. Wei Xiaoran glanced at Lin Bin and the others. As for the teacher, he didn't call out any of them, because these martial artists couldn't catch up in this situation. Lin Bin, who had always been anxious, heard that there was a way to enter the teleportation circle, so he couldn't wait to walk towards the teleportation circle.
Others followed.
The teleportation array flashed, and Wei Xiaoran and more than 10 other people appeared on a teleportation array thousands of miles away from the proving ground at the same time. Walking out of the teleportation array, Lin Bin didn't hesitate at all, and didn't even say anything to the people who came to greet him. Exerting all his strength, his whole body turned into a beam of light, rushing towards the place of trial at the fastest speed. Seeing this, the others also turned into rays of light one after another, and followed closely behind. The battlefield of all races.
One after another, foreigners came from all directions.
They have already started hunting and killing human trainees.
In this hunting operation, many of them are strong warriors.
The situation on the proving ground was one-sided.
Ordinary students were not opponents of these alien races at all. Once they encountered them, they would be mercilessly beheaded.
Blood stained the ground red, corpses everywhere, corpses of human students everywhere. Even the arrogance of the human race, who possesses profound weapons, can only defend passively in the face of a strong martial artist. At this time, Wu Keqiang, the genius of the Wu family, was standing in the forest. His cultivation has reached the level of a warrior. However, he didn't make a move, but ran all the way. His whole body was covered with scars, obviously injured. Relying on the top-grade yellow-level weapons in his hand and the cultivation of a warrior, under normal circumstances, he can easily kill monsters at the beginning of the 3rd level, and even deal with monsters at the middle of the 3rd level for a period of time. But now, he is in a state of distress, which shows that the person behind him is not some monster.
Behind him,
a guy from the three-eyed family was staring at him closely.
The powerful aura emanating from his body showed that he was about to step into the realm of a martial artist.
They are aliens, except for 3 eyes, they are no different from humans.
What a little guy, your ability is not small. You can actually hurt me, but that's all. I, Ao Xing, have written down your hatred.
The three-eyed family chased after them proudly. After that, the distance between the two sides was less than meters.
Fart, you are just relying on your cultivation level to be higher than mine. If you have the same cultivation level, you are no match for me at all. Wu Keqiang ran forward desperately, but he was not convinced. There is a saying that goes well, winners and losers. Ao Xing accelerated again, and the true energy in his body exploded. Soon the distance between him and Wu Keqiang was less than meters. A long spear swept out, and a shadow of a true Qi gun went straight to Wu Keqiang with lightning speed. Wu Keqiang felt a terrifying coercion, panic appeared on his face, and he hurriedly turned around to defend. The yellow-grade high-grade black iron sword in his hand was glowing with a faint blue light, and with a sudden swing, a terrifying blue sword energy erupted from his body. Boom! There was a loud noise. The terrifying gunlight, and that cyan sword aura. It's like a huge stone colliding in the air. The violent explosion set off smoke and dust all over the sky. The terrifying impact force slammed Wu Keqiang's body against a big tree. Puff! Wu Keqiang spat out a mouthful of blood, stuck the long sword in his hand on the ground, knelt down on one knee, looked up into the distance, with a calm expression on his face, and his heart sank. Ao Xing is a genius of all races. In the late stage of martial arts, it is easy to kill him. Boy, be honest with me. Perhaps I can give you a happy death. Ao Xing stared at Wu Keqiang condescendingly, as if he had the chance to win. No, I will drag you to die together. Wu Keqiang knew that he could not escape. In an instant, the true energy in the body poured into the black iron sword frantically. He's going to put all his strength into this trick. Act recklessly. Feeling the continuous improvement of this breath, Ao Xing also frowned slightly. Broken tiger slash, he shouted loudly. At this moment, Wu Keqiang waved the long sword in his hand. A streak of green sword energy tens of feet long, like a sharp blade, turned into a fierce tiger in the air and rushed towards Ao Xing. Seeing this scene, the long spear in Ao Xing's hand was like a flood dragon, carrying a terrifying true energy. He stabbed out suddenly. That is a real dragon. When the dragon and the tiger collided, a powerful force erupted, causing ripples. Boom! A violent storm of true energy swept away, shattering all the surrounding trees. His attack was blocked just like that. What? Wu Keqiang yelled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He had already broken through his limit and raised his strength to the extreme. In an instant, the fierce tiger, which was about to be swallowed by the dragon, suddenly rose in momentum. The sharp claws seemed to tear apart the flood dragon transformed by true energy. However, Wu Keqiang was overjoyed. Sudden. The third eye between Ao Xing's eyebrows suddenly shot out a divine light. A terrifying wave of air swept towards Wu Keqiang. Wu Keqiang broke out with all his strength, exhausted. How could he resist it? His eyes were full of despair and unwillingness. That ray of destruction instantly destroyed Wu Keqiang's upper body. Once Wu Keqiang died, his strength was weakened by half, which was easily neutralized by Ao Xing. Ao Xing looked at Wu Keqiang's body and exclaimed, "The genius of the human race has some skills." Saying so, his figure flashed, then disappeared, and continued to chase those arrogants of the human race. Opposite. Yi Kong is practicing in the cave. At this time, he was already the peak warrior, only one step away from being a warrior. Unfortunately, without more inheritance, I can't continue to improve. Yi Kong sighed secretly. Elementary skills are at most the peak of a martial artist. If you want to go further, you must have better skills. However, these skills are not available to ordinary people, and they must go to the academy to learn, so as to avoid that everyone is doing it for practice, not for learning, which is unacceptable to the human race. He no longer continued to practice. Yi Kong walked out of the cave, looked at the forest, and then disappeared in a flash. After a while, they entered the dense forest. However, when he stopped, his brows were wrinkled. Along the way, he saw the corpses of many human warriors. The way these people died was extremely embarrassing, and their storage bags were also missing. This is obvious. None of those people died at the hands of monsters, but at the hands of alien races. What's the situation? Just when Yi Kong was thinking,
a sword light pierced the air and took his head straight. Yi Kong saw this at a glance. With a calm expression on his face, he stretched out a finger, pinched it lightly, and grasped the long knife in his hand. He grabbed the long sword in the foreign race's hand, and it was crushed by him.
The alien looked unbelievable. No way? Is this human being a monster?
He yelled, retreated hastily, and fled with all his strength. This blow was a top-grade yellow weapon, enough to kill a warrior. But now, it was broken with bare hands, which filled him with fear.
The level of terror of this body even exceeds that of the Dragon Clan. Want to escape? In an instant,
a terrifying coercion emanated from him.
Yi Kong's figure was like lightning, and he rushed directly to the Feiyu tribe.
Feeling the terrible coercion, the faces of those fleeing Feiyu clan changed greatly. He had never experienced such a powerful force, such a powerful destructive force, and he finally realized that he was in trouble.
This moment,
he didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and he didn't dare to look back, and continued to run wildly.
However, the next moment,
a thunderbolt, carrying the power to destroy the world, emerged out of thin air, showing Yi Kong's figure. Seeing the destructive aura of the person in front of him, he didn't dare to resist at all.
He understands.
Such a person, if you want to kill him, he can't escape. The alien fell to his knees and begged, "Please also let me phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme.
I am willing to work hard for you. Even if I die, I have a treasure house that I can give to you."
Yi Kong descended from the sky, his body was surrounded by thunder, and his eyes were cold. This alien strongman couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, only felt that the person in front of him was not a human being, but a god. Just looking at it, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and a wave of fear arose in his heart.
"Tell me, how did your family come here to hunt?" Yi Kong said lightly.
"Judging from the bodies of these people, this should be a well-planned hunt. Otherwise, even if they encountered some, it would not cause such a heavy loss. After all, Yi Kong passed by here. He saw hundreds of human corpses."
Yi Kong's question made him hesitate.
"Say it, or you'll die." Yi Kong's voice was very calm, but no one dared to refute. The strong men of all races were sweating profusely. I tell you. This time, we teamed up with other alien races to kill these Tianjiao, and the teleportation array was also destroyed by us. In a short period of time, it is impossible for humans outside to come in." Yi Kong frowned, and continued, "What treasure?" "Actually, it's not a treasure, but a group of aliens from the beast plane. They spread the news about the treasure, and after everyone has passed, they will kill them one by one.
From the time we left, look, they should be trapped there.
Please spare me, I didn't mean to lie to you." The strong man of the 10,000 races hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to tell the truth. Perhaps there is still a chance of survival.
"Fierce beast? What level is it?" Yi Kong's expression changed.
Fierce beasts are also one of the 10,000 races. They are extremely powerful. Some powerful monsters can sweep away everything at the same level, possessing a strong physical body and powerful strength.
Level, peak.
The voices of the people of all races are trembling. As soon as the words came out,
Yi Kong frowned slightly.
The ferocious beast at the peak of the 4th level is extremely powerful. Unless it is a general, it is impossible to kill it. Then tell me, there are other things.
Yi Kong said lightly. "I really don't know, I've already finished talking. In addition, I have something here that can be used for you, please don't kill me."
The strong men of all races panicked. He suddenly took out a cheat book from his pocket, and handed it to Yi Kong. "This is a middle-grade Huang-level lightning attribute skill, which I snatched from a human."
"Thunder type?" Yi Kong stared. This is what he wants. It was hard work to find this.
With him here, he can step into the realm of a martial artist.
Yi Kong was overjoyed.
Now these people have no use value, so go to hell.
If you're not a human, you should be killed. Yi Kong pointed out. A terrifying light flashed, and the man's forehead was pierced, and he died completely.
Thunderbolt Breakthrough Method, Huang Level Middle Grade Kung Fu Method, which can exercise the mind of a warrior and help him break through to the realm of a warrior.
Number of enhancements: 1. Strengthened 10,000 times. Yi Kong started to upgrade without hesitation. The energy consumption value is dash.
The next moment, a golden light lit up. The moves in his hands have also changed. Qing Tianlei Book, Temper the Mind of the Warrior, Break Through the Martial King.
If you practice to the extreme, you can condense the sky in thunder.
Yi Kong looked at this cheat book and was overjoyed.
Well, with this thing, he can become Wu Wang.
Yi Kong is not in a hurry. What he has to do now is to attack the martial artist.
After he is promoted to the martial artist, this 4th level beast will be his own. Kill him.
Not only can you get a lot of points, but you can also get crystals.
The other side. On the edge of this forest, hundreds of students have gathered. They looked at each other. So weird. Why do so many people know about it?
Along the way, they met countless human beings, and their identities could be seen from the wounds on their bodies.
Most people were not killed by monsters. People of other races. But how did these alien races know that they were here? Most people are not dumb. They are very clear that this kind of massacre cannot be done by a foreigner.
There must be a large number of alien races entering, wanting to chase and kill them. However, according to the family,
there are guards here, which can be said to be human territory. How come there are so many aliens? Could it be? At this moment, an ominous premonition rose in everyone's hearts. Now. Suddenly, countless monsters surrounded them. Seeing this, everyone understood that they were fooled. There. The city lord and others have already rushed to the edge of the proving ground. At this time, on the edge of this area, there were dozens of humans standing, and these were the guards who came to greet them. I've seen the dean, I've seen the city lord. Dozens of guards saluted one after another. Stop talking nonsense, what's the situation in the proving ground? Wei Xiaoran asked the guard.
Dean, everyone, our human race must have a traitor. This time, the trial site has been discovered by all outsiders. There are even a few strong men who are comparable to martial artists, chasing us. We have sent a large number of people went to support, but it still didn't work, and they also interfered with our communication.
We can't contact us, so we can only look for them one by one. The leading guard spoke. Hearing this, everyone's faces became ugly. They never thought that there would be a human traitor who would send their students to the place of trial. From the outside world, they didn't panic too much, because they felt that it would take a long time to find the assessment site. But the situation in front of them made them unexpected. Director Wei, let's go there quickly, don't waste time. Lin Bin became a little anxious when he thought that his daughter was still there. Everyone, enter it, save the academy, and kill the aliens. You follow City Lord Lin, and the others follow me. Divide into 2 teams. Wei Xiaoran is very clear that every minute and every second may decide the life of a student. Immediately, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and ran towards the training ground, and the rest followed. After finishing speaking, the group followed Lin Bin and ran to the left. The other side. Deep in the jungle. On the ground, blood was dripping. Corpses fell one after another, more than 1,000 monsters and more than 1,000 humans. It looked like they were fighting alone. However, the strength of monsters is far superior to that of humans, and the battle has become a one-sided situation. Not long after, there were dozens of corpses on the ground, the smell of blood was everywhere, and there were corpses everywhere. The scene was terrifying and creepy. The 4th level monsters suppressed all human geniuses. The weapons in their hands are all yellow level, but they can barely resist the 4th level monsters. Seeing that he was about to lose. On the contrary, Yi Hafan, a genius at the prefecture level, has already reached the level of a warrior, so he obviously has some trump cards. In his hand, he held a Shen-level Qingxian sword. His opponent was a red blood python in the middle of the 4th level. This moment. Yi Huffan also had no choice. However, he was able to suppress this mid-level 4 python, which showed that it was very powerful. But other Tianjiao are not much better. Even with a mysterious treasure, it cannot cause too much damage to a 4th level monster. But the attack of the 4th level monsters forced them to defend with all their strength. Behind this group of monsters, a golden male lion looked down, exuding an aura far surpassing that of level 4 monsters. It was a golden lion at the peak of the 4th level. His strength is unparalleled, and his supernatural powers are even more terrifying. Even the generals of the human race may not be able to gain the upper hand. Now, relying solely on his own subordinates, he completely suppressed the human side. If the golden lion strikes again, the battle will be completely suppressed. Not surprisingly. At the edge of this forest, all human beings will be killed, even Yi Huffan may not be able to escape. A trace of despair rose in Yi Huffan's heart. Lin Yao was fighting a ferocious beast at the beginning of the 4th level. There were hideous wounds all over his body. The purple lightning scorpion is covered with thunder, and its sharp tail is extremely poisonous. Lin Yao defended with all her strength, lest she be stabbed by this terrible poisonous tail. He glanced at his companions and fell down one by one. His eyes fell on the monster beast whose aura was getting stronger and stronger, as well as the golden lion. Lin Yao was filled with despair. She regrets it now. Why didn't she obey her father's words back then? Do you have to come here? In the current situation, no one wants to leave alive. The other Tianjiao, like Lin Yao, all had despair and regret on their faces. How could I appear here? Over time, blood stained the ground. At this moment, the casualties of the human army have reached more than 0%, and there are corpses everywhere. In less than 5 minutes, they lost more than % of the players. On the contrary, those ferocious monsters, each of them looked like a bloodthirsty hunter, killed even more ferociously. Oh! Come and help me. I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. On the human side, there were shrill screams coming from the other end of the forest. A Tianjiao of the human race watched his companions fall down one by one, surrounded by the surrounding monsters. Brothers, go to me, even if you die, you must drag these beasts to be buried with you. Afterwards, he mobilized his true energy with all his strength, preparing to die with this monster at the beginning of the 4th level. This monster at the beginning of the 4th level was completely suppressed by him. This is a personal encouragement. The others didn't care so much anymore, and they all mobilized their true energy. Even if it is death, he will drag these monsters into the water. The Tianjiao of the human race, at this moment, showed their passion. They were not afraid of death, and wanted to kill the monsters. The terrible morale eased the precarious situation a little bit. But on top of a huge rock, the golden lion didn't stand in the way. In his view, what human beings have done is already at the end of their strength. What he likes most is to slowly admire those ants, and then struggle to the death. Sudden. A figure with 3 eyes. Why are the 3-eyed people here? If I remember correctly, this ultimate hunt is ours, and you don't need to intervene. Would you like to share a share? The golden lion looked at the 3-eyed people, but he was not so easy to talk to. Stop joking, how dare I argue with you, I just have something to tell you. Ao Xing looked solemn. You said. The golden lion's face was as ugly as ever. I once saw a very scary scene in the forest. It was a man wrapped in thunder, who killed a level 4 monster lightly. And his aura was about to reach the level of a general. You can only watch from a distance. Having said that, Ao Xing's face became serious. What are you talking about? How could a human being, a strong man phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme to a general, appear here? Are you talking nonsense? The golden lion was startled when he heard the words, and looked at Ao Xing full of doubts. I don't know, but my information is true, and I won't lie to you. Ao Xing said seriously. Ao Xing's expression didn't seem to be lying. The golden lion is thoughtful. It's okay. I will personally take action and kill this human being. There will be absolutely no mistakes. No, I'm here. A cold hum came.
A figure gleaming with thunder fell from the sky and landed in front of the golden lion.
One person and one lion, suddenly wide-eyed and small-eyed. No one started first? Everyone was stunned. Especially on the human side.
He even dared to challenge the golden lion. This is a ferocious beast comparable to a general.
Isn't this suicidal? The golden lion and Ao Xing looked shocked. They didn't even notice. How did the other party come here?
Just when Golden Lion, Ao Xing and others were puzzled. Behind them are the students of the human race. He also finally saw the whole picture of that thunder figure clearly.
Yi Kong, grade A talent? What is he doing here? Everyone was shocked.
Originally, I was wondering if there would be some powerful person, but I didn't expect it to be Yi Kong.
Yi Kong is here, saved. I don't know who shouted.
They have all seen Yi Kong kill monsters with their own eyes. They have seen Yi Kong's strength with their own eyes.
Yi Kong makes a move, maybe we still have a chance. That's right.
I saw it with my own eyes. Yi Kong killed a level 4 monster with a single blow.
A loud drink.
What? Everyone looked at Yi Kong dumbfounded. No one expected that Yi Kong would become the biggest dark horse in this competition. Even Yi Hufan's face changed drastically. Even if it is him, it is impossible to easily kill a 4th level monster. This kind of strength can only be achieved by a martial artist in the later stage of cultivation.
It's you, slaughtering alien races.
The golden lion looked at Yi Kong with a cold light in his eyes.
And, are you trying to take revenge on me?
With the long sword in Yi Kong's hand, he pointed at the golden lion from a distance, as if looking at an ant.
This statement came out. Everyone was taken aback. In their view, this golden lion is already very arrogant. Whoever thought that Yi Kong was even more arrogant than it? A golden lion was turned into an ant by him.
The other monsters also looked confused.
This human kid doesn't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme anymore? How dare you talk to their boss like that? You are seeking your own death.
The golden lion's eyes widened, and the whole body was covered with a terrifying golden light. That huge golden claw, like a hill, grabbed Yi Kong fiercely.
Everyone watched nervously.
They were all worried whether Yi Kong would be killed. Seeing that huge golden claw was about to fall on Yi Kong
took a step forward.
The 7 stars cold moon knife waved in his hand. A saber energy containing thunder, carrying a power of destroying heaven and earth.
In an instant,
the thunder blade collided with the huge golden claw.
What?
A shrill scream came.
Everyone thought that Yi Kong would definitely die.
But on the giant claw of the golden lion, there was a deep wound, dripping with blood, which was shocking. The humans and monsters behind were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene.
Fuck! Am I dazzled? Is Yi Kong really that powerful? He was able to hurt that golden lion. Tell me, is it true or not? That's natural.
Yi Kong is so powerful that even the golden lion was seriously injured by his sword. This time he was really saved.
Everyone took a deep breath. Yi Hufan also looked confused.
You know, that is an existence comparable to the realm of generals. At this time, Li Xiaolu was fighting a 3rd-level monster, and her expression became even uglier.
They don't know who Yi Kong is.
But she and Yi Kong have known each other since childhood.
This kid is too strong, no wonder he wants to be with me, because he thinks I'm a fool.
Li Xiaolu smiled wryly. The monster that was still hunting saw Yi Kong's sword and cut the golden lion in half. Even his shots were a little slow. They didn't expect that their leader was actually injured by a human teenager.
We have to rush out, we can't let Yi Kong bear it alone. A loud drink. Everyone, go together.
At this moment, those mysterious geniuses also shouted loudly.
In an instant, everyone is doing their best.
For a while, the situation seemed to show signs of a counterattack.
Roar. A scream. It looked at Yi Kong, with a hint of anger in its eyes. You bastard, you dare to hurt me, see if I don't peel your skin layer by layer. After finishing speaking, it rushed towards Yi Kong. Seeing this, Ao Xing quickly backed away. He knew how powerful Yi Kong was. Are you worthy? A sneer appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. He swung his knife again, and the thunder flashed, easily blocking the blow. The golden lion's body retreated instantly. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could he be repelled by this guy again and again? Yi Kong looked at the golden lion like he was looking at an ant. In an instant, his whole body was covered by destructive lightning, his hair flew up, and his eyes turned into lightning. A terrible coercion swept from all directions. Everyone present felt a breath of death, and all monsters and humans were frightened. Damn it! Yi Kong is so scary. So strong. I am the one who is blind. The crowd trembled. On sight. Only the golden lion was still calm, but his hands were trembling slightly. That is an extremely terrifying force. The human being in front of him doesn't look very old. How can it be so powerful? The golden lion thought that Yi Kong was playing tricks, so he rushed up. This huge claw can shatter gold and stone with just one slap. But Yi Kong was not afraid at all. Easily avoided the blow. Moreover, in his saber technique, there was also thunder and lightning, which caused a huge damage to it. This battle was almost one-sided. This is still Yi Kong's feeling. This golden lion is really too strong. It's like a sandbag, let him adapt to his new strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to persist until now. There. Lin Bin and the others are also in this forest. Along the way, they saw human corpses all over the place, and they all had an urge to tear these alien corpses into pieces. Damn things. Lin Bin also had a look of panic. He was worried that his daughter would die. He couldn't help speeding up his pace and continued walking forward. Now. Lin Bin suddenly found a bolt of lightning going straight into the sky. He could feel that it was a destructive force. I was shocked. The strong man of all races? After finishing speaking, he accelerated towards that side, and everyone felt the terrible thunder and lightning, and followed closely behind. The other side of the forest. Yi Kong was completely unscathed. As for the golden lion, it was covered in bruises and bruises, shocking. Just a few minutes. Yi Kong fought the golden lion alone. Those arrogants behind were all taken aback. A boy who was about their age suppressed a golden lion. Such power. How could a boy under the age of 20 behave like this? Isn't this a monster? And those monsters who are still fighting are even more shocking. How powerful is it to suppress their leader so easily? How powerful is this? Do you know how to hide? Some kind eat my paw. The golden lion was so angry that smoke rose from its 7 orifices. Every time he made a move, Yi Kong easily avoided it. Yi Kong smiled lightly. Then let me see your methods. Seeing that this human being was deceived and wanted to resist his attack, it showed excitement on its face. Then, the golden light flickered and gathered into a ball, and the surrounding earth trembled. Everyone felt a terrible coercion. For an instant, the golden lion opened its mouth suddenly, and a bright golden light shot out from its mouth, shooting towards Yi Kong. This destructive force destroys everything it passes through. Brother Kong. This is the golden lion's trump card, we can't take it hard. Everyone was dumbfounded, but Yi Kong remained motionless. Even generals, in the face of such an attack, would not dare to confront it head-on. It's a pity that ordinary people can't understand the power of gods at all. They also don't know how strong Yi Kong is. When the golden light had rushed to 3 meters in front of Yi Kong, he made a move, and the Qixing Hanyue knife kept dancing in his hand. In an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed. A thunderbolt containing the most powerful force in the world suddenly erupted. This knife is invincible. Boom! In the void, thunder and lightning collided with golden light. Terrible power, destroying everything around. The trees were shattered, and the ground was cracked. Score at the touch of a button. A thunderbolt instantly cut off the golden light. No way? Seeing the knife, the golden lion was filled with panic. It finally got it. It's wrong. This existence like a banished immortal didn't take him seriously at all. Boom! The body of the golden lion was split into two from the right to the left, and fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a cloud of dust. His eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. Fuck! What? The golden lion was killed by Yikong. My god, no one will believe you if you tell me. Seeing that the golden lion was killed like this, everyone was stunned. Li Xiaolu was even more stunned. In her mind, Yikong is not a waste, but he is not a genius. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. But he killed the golden lion. What a terrible power this is. Even his father, it is impossible to have such a powerful force. Li Xiaolu looked at Yikong's back, who looked like a god descending from the earth, and felt fascinated for a while. The faces of those monsters became even uglier, and they were all stunned for a moment. They never expected that their leader, the majestic golden lion, would be instantly killed by a human being. Escape! At this time, a fourth-level monster spoke. In an instant, hundreds of monsters abandoned the enemy in front of them and prepared to flee. The Tianjiao of the human race, who was suppressed originally, also launched a counterattack at this moment. Yikong, on the other hand, put the spar of the golden lion into the space ring. This is a huge crystal, as big as the mouth of a bowl. Equivalent to level 5 spirit crystals. Millions of energy values. At this moment, monsters are running away. They have lost their will to fight. Some monsters were left behind by other Tianjiao. The rest of the monsters also fled in all directions. Seeing these monsters fleeing in all directions, no one chased them. After all, after such a long period of fierce fighting, their physical strength was almost exhausted. If it wasn't for Yikong, they would have died long ago. They must stay. Just when they were about to go forward and thank Yikong, Lin Bin and others hurried over. When they arrived, they saw corpses of monsters all over the place, thousands of students, and a golden lion. Shock was written all over their faces. This was completely beyond their expectations. As they expected, the students would be surrounded and resist with all their might, and in the end they would all be killed or injured. But now, these students all won big victories, and even killed the golden lion comparable to generals. While shocked, Yer, are you okay? Seeing Lin Yor, Lin Bin rushed over excitedly and grabbed her arm. Dad, don't worry, I can survive because of Yikong. Lin Yer said, looking at Yikong. You said Yikong killed the golden lion? Before Lin Bin could speak, an old man came over. Originally, they thought that Yi Hafan had paid a heavy price for killing the golden lion, but now, he was beheaded by Yikong. Yeah, if it wasn't for Yikong, we would have been killed by him long ago. That's right, Yikong is the well-deserved pride. Even the golden lion is no match for him. Yikong is my idol. Hear what other students have to say. Lin Bin and others finally confirmed that Yikong really killed the golden lion. Their faces all changed. Although they are all veterans and well-informed. It has never been heard that there is a genius who can kill a golden lion at the age of less than 20 years old. With such strength, he can be called a peerless genius. Lin Bin couldn't help but said. It's really scary to have such power at such a young age, such a talent. This young man will definitely surpass us in his future achievements. The strongest genius in Jinan must be him, he is qualified to join Dashang Academy. Several other elders also praised him. With all the compliments. Yikong was indifferent. With a random wave of his hand, he took the golden lion's body into his bag. They watched Yikong put away the golden lion. No one objected, because they were all killed. At this time, a middle-aged man with a serious face looked at Lin Bin and the others. The imprint I leave on my students has been calculated. This time, there were more than 6,000 people, and there were more than 700 people, and the battle loss rate was only 60. 0%, far exceeding our expectations.
When Lin Bin and the others heard the number, they glanced at the surviving students again, and their expressions changed. In their opinion, the number of casualties in this trial was between %, and %. Later, they learned of the conspiracy of the alien race and the destruction of the teleportation array, but they didn't arrive in time. % survival rate is considered very high.
Unexpected. It has a survival rate of almost 40. 0%. Several people looked at Yi Kong together. They all knew that there were so many survivors this time because of this young man. Otherwise, wait for them to come.
I am afraid that 1 in 10 people will not have it. Yi Kong was not afraid at all, just looked at them calmly. This time, they will know our test site. Among us humans, there must be traitors, and all of this is carefully planned. It must be a big shot in the human race who can know our test site in advance.
This time, this mole must be found.
Seeing that Lin Yoer was fine, Lin Bin regained his seriousness and said to everyone. At this moment, everyone was thoughtful. They all knew that the discovery of the trial site this time must have had a mole on it, and it was very possible that none of them could be cleared of the suspicion. Okay, this assessment has ended ahead of schedule, everyone is resting here, and then went to the training ground, waiting for the teleportation array to be repaired. And Yi Kong is the savior of this war. Don't worry, this reward, the human race will never forget. When you get the reward, I will discuss this matter with the deans and General Shangguan. After Lin Bin finished speaking, his eyes fell on Yi Kong. And hearing this sentence, everyone was relieved.
I can finally go home and sleep well.
They looked at Yi Kong with a hint of gratitude. After all, they all passed the assessment this time.
This is all thanks to Yi Kong. Otherwise, maybe everyone will be buried here.
But Yi Kong's strength shocked them. After all, a celestial genius like Yi Hufan is vulnerable in front of the Golden Lion, but Yi Kong can easily defeat the Golden Lion. You know, this Golden Lion is comparable to a general. Yi Kong chopped off with a single knife.
How powerful is this?
If I'm not mistaken, that boy Yi Kong is only a Class A in the assessment.
The vice president of Wuji College had a thoughtful expression on his face. He was also present in the last talent test.
However, at that time, he didn't pay attention to a first-tier talent.
He still remembered Yi Kong's name.
All because of his looks.
Could it be that there is a problem with the detection crystal?
After all, this kind of situation has happened before, but the chance of this is very, very small. Just then, a vice president came over. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Don't think too much, this kid is a genius of the human race. He can kill a golden lion at such a young age. His strength and talent are beyond our imagination. Lin Bin said via voice transmission.
Everyone nodded in agreement. This moment.
In their hearts, they had long thought about how to curry favor with Yi Kong. Several girls showed expressions of admiration. In a hall, dozens of men in black suits sat upright in the hall. At this time, they realized that the failure of this mission was because of a human teenager. They never thought that among human beings, there would be such a monster that could kill even a golden lion.
Yi Kong?
At least it is Dao level.
Otherwise, how can someone be so powerful at such a young age?
The cloaked man sits at the head, even if you can't see his face. But his hands were clenched into fists. This shows how angry he is at the failure of his plan. List Yi Kong is number 1 on the most wanted list of all races. The cloaked man shouted in a deep voice. More than a dozen people in cloaks all looked surprised. On the hunting list of all races, people under King Wu are very rare.
Even so, the proud sons of heaven are all people with extraordinary talents.
It will only appear at the end of the yellow list. At his age, he was ranked first on the yellow list.
This is the first time they have heard of it. From this point of view, what an outrage! How big is Yi Kong's potential?
The other side. At this moment, the patriarch of the Li family already knew that he was waiting for the result of the assessment.
This time, everyone knew about the unified examination in 36 cities. The foreign race destroyed the teleportation array just to kill the examiner. I couldn't help worrying about the safety of my second son. He still knows this. Yi Kong was the murderer who killed his son. I couldn't help thinking, this guy shouldn't just die like this. It would be nice if that person died just like that. He had to kill him with his own hands and cut him into pieces in order to avenge his son. More than 5 hours later, as the sun set, the group arrived at the first battlefield again. At this time, the injuries on these people's bodies have recovered 7 or 88. Many students watched this scene nervously. After all, this assessment is over. A total of more than 700 people passed the assessment. I don't know, what will be the result of this assessment? On the high platform, all the deans, vice deans, and Shangguan Xiu looked at Yi Kong. Under the gaze of countless masters, Yi Kong looked calm. Seeing Yi Kong's reaction, everyone was taken aback. Ordinary young people will be very nervous when they see them. Just now, under the eyes of all the masters, Yi Kong still didn't change his face. It can only be said that his character is not so easy to deal with. After a while, Wei Yanfang took a step forward and said loudly, "This assessment, due to the conspiracy of the alien race, led to the suspension of the assessment. However, our assessment this time is still the best of the elite. Only when we reach 1,200 people can we pass the assessment. The rest of us must go to the outer city to complete the training task." What? That is to say, we have 500 people who will participate in the cultivation of the outer city. How did this happen? We finally passed this level. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was in an uproar. Shut up, anyone who dares to object will immediately abolish your spiritual power. Wei Yanfang's voice was full of majesty, and a breath like Mount Tai oppressed everyone. In an instant, everyone, including Yi Kong, dared not make any sound. Everyone was silent. Okay, let me announce now, this time the points ranking is 200 people. Wei Yanfang cleared his throat and spoke. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged teacher came out of it, holding a list in his hand, estimated to be the top 200 in this exam. 2000, Zheng Tian, 200 points. 9 out of 190, Li Guikai, 232 points. Middle-aged people, starting from, dash. Hearing this list, some people were happy, while others were disappointed. Especially for some students who know their abilities are mediocre, they are even more desperate when they hear that they don't even have their names. Only Yi Kong and others can keep calm. As time passed, the middle-aged teacher finally announced his name. Yi Hafan, ranked second, with 34,800 points. Everyone was not too surprised when they heard that Yi Hafan was ranked second. This time, Yi Kong is undoubtedly the number one. But how high is Yi Kong's score? Everyone is looking forward to it. Yi Kong broke the 1,000-year record, 20 points. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this number. I rely on 6 numbers. My God! 6 digits, how terrifying is this? Even if all of them are added together, they are not half as much as Yi Kong. This is a very scary number, breaking the 1,000-year record. Several vice presidents on the high platform stared at Yi Kong in astonishment. Yi Hafan looked at Yi Kong with admiration. He has been arrogant since he was a child. After all, his Earth-level talent made him better than others since he was a child. Ever since he met Yi Kong, he never dared to neglect again. He knew very well that one mountain was still higher. This is a golden lion. But in Yi Kong's hands, he has no power to fight back. Yi Hafan already had a feeling of looking up to Yi Kong. Li Xiaolu also looked at Yi Kong with admiration. There was some hesitation in her heart. Do you want to tell Yi Lighting about Yi Kong's abilities? But it's over. If Yi Lighting was really with Yi Kong, wouldn't she have no chance at all? Li Xiaolu hesitated. Yi Kong, you killed a golden lion and resolved this catastrophe. We have decided to award you a general badge. In addition, you are free to choose the college you want. Wei Yanfang turned his gaze and landed on Yi Kong. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. You know,
the badge of a general is a symbol of glory. Take charge of the right to kill. Even if you kill people in the city, there will be no problem. A badge of a general. Not every general has it. As long as the strength is extremely strong, it will also make a certain contribution to mankind. Moreover, they are free to join any academy. This means that Yi Kong has the opportunity to step into Dasheng Academy. In the entire academy, it is one of the best existences. It is said that the geniuses inside are all the best in major cities. The entire human world has a total of Kyushu. One state is divided into 3 prefectures and 108 cities. No matter how good the talent is, Dasheng Academy may not necessarily recruit you. As you can imagine, how difficult is it to get into this college? Many students are full of envy. But they all believe that Yi Kong deserved it. After all, with his ability, it is normal to get a general badge. Hundreds of people around are envious and jealous. Even thinking, could it be that Yi Kong is a descendant of a hidden family? Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the realm of a general at such a young age. Such a terrifying talent, such a powerful force. If Yi Kong is not a direct descendant of a hidden family? This surprised them very much. At this moment, everyone cast their eyes on Yi Kong's admiration. Such a person, they have to look up to all their lives. This moment. There. In the living room of the Li family, the patriarch of the Li family waited anxiously. Li Fong, how are your grades? Li Menghu said nervously. Patriarch, the assessment has been completed, and City Lord Lin is safe and sound. The second son is also among them, and Yi Kong is also among them. Li Fong was panting heavily. After getting the news, he rushed in impatiently without even announcing the result. Hearing that his son was fine, Li Menghu was relieved. But now, he knew that Yi Kong was still alive. There was an evil smile on his face. You are so lucky you are still alive, but that's good, so I can personally take action and avenge my son. The assessment this time is finally over. Wei Yanfang glanced at the students below, and said, the 36th City Unified Examination has come to an end. 3 days later, there will be 200 people going to Tianfu Square. At that point, someone will decide which college you will be admitted to. Well, let's go. Wei Yanfang's words made some people happy, while others were worried. There were 200 people, and most of them were happy, thanking themselves for successfully passing the customs. The remaining 200 people looked worried, thinking that they would go to the outer city to participate in breeding, and their lives would be completely over. Without hesitation, Yi Kong turned around and left. The harvest this time is really too big. He can't wait to use energy to improve himself. At this moment, everyone was stunned at the figure in white, secretly admiring him. He really was a fairy. The other side. A tutor at Dasheng Academy received a message while a group of geniuses were teaching. This is a message from Wei Yanfang. In this 36th City Unified Examination, the number 1 ranked is a peerless genius under the age of 20, who defeated the Golden Lion. Old Zhang, go and recruit him. Wei Yanfang is the guest minister of Dasheng Academy. Since a genius has come, of course he wants Dasheng Academy to send someone over. Zhang Wuji was in class, so this news was projected onto the big screen. Hearing this sentence, the students in the audience were all shocked. After all, they are all students of Dasheng Academy. Which of these people is not the best? But even so, they are all students of Dasheng Academy, and the most powerful ones are also late martial arts masters. Yi Kong defeated a golden lion that was comparable to a general before the Dasheng Academy. How could it not surprise them? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Zhang Wuji was surprised. Such talent is also rare in 10,000 years. He must go and see. If this kid has such a terrifying talent, I must enroll him in Dasheng Academy. No matter what the cost. If this kid comes to our Dasheng Academy, it will be fun. Thinking of this, the geniuses of the other cities also looked shocked. Zhang Wuji laughed. After more than half an hour, the sun set. Shanty Town. Yi Kong walked into the stone room and saw a mountain of crystal stones. Without hesitation, he took out piece by piece and devoured them. Crystal stones disappeared in the void one by one, and his energy was constantly increasing. When all the crystals were absorbed, Yi Kong's power had reached 1 million energy. 140 million energy value. Seeing this scene, Yi Kong showed a smile on his face. This golden lion has a full energy value of 100 million. Strengthen my physical body first. If I can cultivate to the king body, it will be even more terrifying. The strength will also improve by leaps and bounds. Yi Kong thought for a while and asked again. His physical body becomes stronger, and his strength will also become stronger. Strengthen 100,000 times. A golden light emanated from Yi Kong's body. Followed by. The terrible thunder exploded with a bang, and the violent thunder seemed to destroy the world. In an instant, Yi Kong was surrounded by thunder, like a sea of thunder and lightning. This destructive power lasted for more than 10 seconds before finally disappearing. Yi Kong opened his eyes. The purple divine thunder in his eyes was like a ray of radiant divine light, wanting to destroy everything. He glanced at his attributes. Yi Kong, talent, thunder, tell level, physique, king body, boundary, early martial artist, energy value, 47, bang. Yi Kong punched out. For an instant. The air vibrated, and there was a deafening bang, as if even the space was trembling. The force of this blow was at least several million catties. Very scary. If he encounters the golden lion again, he can kill it with a single punch without using any spells. It's time to improve your strength. His royal body has taken shape. As for Yi Kong, he can improve his own strength to his heart's content, improve his own strength, improve his own strength. In this, God is very important. Without the cultivation of spiritual power, no matter how good your talent is, it is impossible to make further progress in this realm. It is said that the gods are connected with higher planes. The stronger the strength, the higher the future achievements. Spiritual power is also divided into 9 realms. One weight is harder than the other. Although Yi Kong has practiced the Qing Yan Thunder technique, he has only initially condensed a trace of spiritual power. But even so, Yi Kong's strength was also greatly improved at this moment. Can perceive everything within a range of meters around. According to the legend, when one's mental power is heavy, the primordial spirit manifests, and within a radius of 1 kilometer, there are no secrets at all. Only when one reaches this level can one become a true martial emperor. I still have a lot to do. Among the martial emperors, there is also a title, that is invincible existence, and there is also a title called eternal life. Yi Kong sighed. But his eyes became firm. He has a system, and after billions of reinforcements, he will be able to reach the peak sooner or later, or even a higher level. Golden lion meat, strengthened 1,000 times. Yi Kong cut a large piece from the ground, which weighed more than 300 jin. This golden lion weighed at least 1,000 jin, and Yi Kong could swallow it in one gulp. And now, his king physique has begun to cultivate. Although the flesh and blood of the golden lion contained enormous energy, Yi Kong's royal body could bear it. Yi Kong swallowed it in one gulp. His strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Early martial arts. Middle martial artist. It's the late stage of the martial arts master. 300 catties of flesh and blood are strengthened 1,000 times, and Yi Kong has reached the late stage of martial arts. A long time. Yi Kong slowly opened his eyes, and the hostility around him gradually disappeared. He stood up, intending to leave here and take the spoils of this time to sell on the black market. Boom! At this moment, someone knocked on the door, and an ethereal voice sounded. Yi Kong? As soon as Yi Kong heard it, he knew it was Yi Lighting. Come in. Yi Kong smiled lightly. He put everything into the space ring. Yi Lighting heard the movement in the room, and excitedly opened the door. She stepped into it and hugged Yi Kong into her arms. Yi Kong saw Yi Lighting. He was a little confused. What was going on with this girl? Yi Lighting hugged Yi Kong tightly, her eyes filled with tears. Brother Kong, I'm afraid you might make a mistake. I heard that in this assessment, you were tricked by a foreign race. I'm really worried that something will happen to you, but luckily you're still alive. Yi Lighting said, hugging Yi Kong into her arms. I heard this. Yi Kong felt warm in his heart. Silly girl. Yi Kong chuckled lightly. He stretched out his right hand and gently rubbed Yi Lighting's hair. This hug lasted for more than a minute. Yi Lighting wished that time could stay at this moment, forever like this, hugging together forever. But there was nothing he could do. Yi Lighting regained her composure, and reluctantly let go of her hand. After finishing speaking, she looked up at Yi Kong. Yi Kong, this is a 100 yuan spar, you can take it back and practice hard. While talking, Yi Lighting took out a pack of crystals from her storage bag. See? Yi Kong's heart moved. But now that he has money, he can't always want girls. He looked at Yi Lighting and said slowly, Lighting, I have money now, you can take all of these away, I have a lot of cultivation resources, you don't have to worry. No, you have to accept it, or I will be angry. Yi Lighting didn't know that the number one in this assessment was Yi Kong. Knowing that Yi Kong was safe and sound, she rushed over immediately. They were afraid that they would never see Yi Kong again. Silly girl. Seeing Yi Lighting's firm attitude, Yi Kong was speechless. He is a strong fighter at the level of a martial artist. Even a general can kill him and obtain a lot of training resources. But Yi Kong did not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme up to Yi Lighting's expectations. In other words, he can accept his own cultivation resources. It must surprise Yi Lighting. Watching the night fall, Yi Kong said to Yi Lighting, you were the cook last time, and I am the cook this time. Recently, my cooking skills have improved again. Yi Kong smiled lightly. Yi Lighting was overjoyed and subconsciously wanted to agree. She hesitated for a moment, and looked at Yi Kong hesitantly, Brother Kong, we will meet again later. I still have something to do, so I will take my leave first. Okay. I'll see you off. Yi Kong didn't care about Yi Qingwan's rejection. Yi Lighting's family background is good, and it's normal to have a lot of things. Yi Lighting seldom takes time to see him. Yi Lighting's birthday is approaching. Yi Kong decided to surprise her. Take Yi Lighting out. The door was pushed open. Yi Lighting didn't move, turned around and gave Yi Kong a big hug. An ethereal voice sounded. Brother Kong, I will always be with you. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Yi Kong gently rubbed Yi Lighting's hair, under the faint moonlight, his eyes were full of love. I just want to follow Brother Kong. Yi Lighting's voice was a bit coquettish. After dozens of seconds, Yi Lighting reluctantly let go of her hand. Brother Kong, when I have time, I will definitely come to you. Yi Lighting smiled. Okay, Qing Lighting, be careful. Yi Kong said lightly. Yi Lighting reluctantly turned around and continued to move forward. Walked more than 10 meters forward. The smile on her face disappeared, and tears rolled in her eyes. Yi Lighting's figure disappeared from Yi Kong's vision. An old man stood up from the side. Hey! Miss, after all, you and him are people from two worlds. It is impossible to be together. In a few days, you will return to your own family. The Yi family in Kyoto is the most powerful family in Dragon Kingdom, and Yi is empty, but he is just an ordinary boy. In front of such a behemoth, he is like an ant or a giant dragon. The difference in status is irreparable. Miss, forget it. Yi Lighting heard Lin Butler's words, and immediately thought of all the things she had with Yi Kong before. Yi Lighting shook her head resolutely. I will never forget it. I will never forget it. My favorite is him. Yi Kong also walked in. He glanced at the cards on the table, and then at the 100 first-order crystals. These items are worth around 400 million. Thinking of these, Yi Kong felt a warm feeling in his heart. He understands. Although Yi Lighting is the daughter of the Chun family, crystal stones are not so easy to get. Yi Kong was full of gratitude. Tidy up. This girl's birthday must surprise her, and she must not be disappointed. This time, he gained a lot from the assessment. Yi Lighting's birthday, she can buy a better gift.
Think about this.
Yi Kong planned to go to the black market, sell his monster meat, and then give it to Yi Lighting.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door. Yi Kong was surrounded by lightning and thunder. In a blink of an eye, it was dark night. After 10 minutes.
The night phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme is gentle. Yi Kong came to the front of the cave, his whole body thundered.
Come to the entrance of the cave.
This time, he is very familiar with the environment here. As soon as Yi Kong stepped into the black market, there were two burly men staring at Yi Kong, but they were not in a hurry to make a move.
Brother, are we dazzled? He is the one the Blood Wolf Gang wants to hunt down?
Xiao Hei asked Big Tiger. That's right, he is the wanted man. There is a reward of 500 million for killing him, and a reward of 100 million for telling the clues. That's it, we two brothers are about to make a fortune.
Tiger almost laughed out loud. Brother, do we want to catch him? Xiao Hei asked again. Are you an idiot?
You can kill the son of the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang.
His strength is definitely not low. Do you think you and I can beat him?
We only need 100 million to inform the leader.
DUI slapped Xiao Hei on the head.
Xiao Hei held his head, grinning in pain.
Brother, what should I do? Follow him, I'll go to the Blood Wolf Gang. Duo gave orders to his subordinates.
Okay, big brother.
Xiao Hei nodded slightly. After finishing speaking, DUI rushed towards the Blood Wolf Gang.
Xiao Hei followed behind Yi Kong. At this time, Yi Kong had already noticed the movement behind him. But he didn't care. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. With his current strength, he is already an invincible existence in Jinan. If they don't know each other, he doesn't mind killing these people all at once. Yi Kong stopped in front of a house.
Returned to Baibao Pavilion again.
As soon as Yi Kong came in, Zhang Xiaolu recognized him.
Young master, do you still remember me? Last time I served you, do you have anything you want to buy?
Zhang Xiaolu greeted her warmly. Seeing this scene, the other salesman felt a little regretful. They came too late.
Zhang Xiaolu earned 10,000 plus last time, which made them very jealous. Sell things. Yi Kong said calmly.
Okay, I'll take you to wait in the backyard. My name is Wu Laolai. Zhang Xiaolu had a smile on her face, and her attitude was very respectful. This is a big client. If treated well, it will be a huge commission.
Ah. Yi Kong nodded slightly. After he was seated, Zhang Xiaolu warmly made tea for him.
Young master, drink tea first, and I will inform Mr. Wu right away.
Pour the tea into the cup.
Zhang Xiaolu left the room.
The other side. Dumb is on the territory of the Blood Wolf Gang.
At the door, two guards with grim faces stopped him and glared at him.
Boy, come here, what's the matter?
Dahu was a little flustered by his stare, and he stammered. Senior brothers, I have a reward for you here, and I want to meet your leader. The two guards looked at each other, and a burly guard said, Are you sure you have information about that person? I'm sure I saw him go into the black market. My brother is still following him.
Dumb is decisive.
The two guards looked at Dumb's face, nodded, and let him in.
For a moment.
I saw a man with a ferocious face sitting at the top of the hall. Boy, didn't you say, did you see it?
Su Qi glared at him.
Duo suddenly felt a huge pressure. Yes, I did see him. What's more, my brother is still following him, so I'll take you there right away.
Okay, then you take me there now, and if what you said is true, then I will give you 100 million.
Su Qi's eyes were full of anger.
And many more.
He wants to tear this bastard into pieces.
Su Qi and others left the Blood Wolf Gang.
The other side.
Yi Kong just drank a cup of tea.
Wu Bin pushed the door open and entered. He showed a trace of respect to Yi Kong. I'm sorry, I just had something to do, so I kept you waiting for a long time.
I don't know, what are you going to sell this time?
Yi Kong put down the teacup and dumped all the items in the space ring on the ground.
At a glance, Wu Bin and Zhang Xiaolu also looked confused. The corpses of monsters still filled most of the room, and the most frightening thing was that none of the monsters inside was below the second level. Wu Bin and Zhang Xiaolu were also taken aback when they saw this scene. In addition to being shocked, Wu Bin also had a kind of awe from the heart. They were in awe of Yi Kong. It can actually kill such a strong man. Yi Kong is at least a martial artist, the top existence of Jinan, who can sweep everyone away at a young age, which makes his admiration even stronger. How much is it? They didn't react until Yi Kong opened his mouth.
Young master, there are too many materials here, I need a little time.
Wu Bin suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Can? Yi Kong sat aside, holding a cup of tea.
Zhang Xiaolu's eyes were shining brightly, with a look of admiration.
What power is this? What does this look like? Such talent? Isn't this the male god of my dreams?
But Zhang Xiaolu was soon disappointed. She knew that she would not be noticed by such a big man.
10 minutes later,
Wu Bin found a few shop assistants and counted all the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. Then, he looked at Yi Kong respectfully. My lord, the total is 67 million. Upon hearing this, several waitresses were dumbfounded. 6,000 million.
This is wealth that they cannot obtain in their lifetime. In an instant,
they all looked at Yi Kong with adoring eyes.
Oh my god!
How could someone be so handsome, so powerful, so rich?
Yi Kong didn't know what they were thinking.
He just said lightly, that's right, that's all.
In addition, buy 10 more strength-enhancing elixirs.
By the way, see if there are any suitable items that can be given to girls.
Okay, son.
As before, Wu Bin transferred money to his own card. While the other 5 female shop assistants looked confused, Yi Kong wanted to buy a gift for a girl.
This moment,
the dream was shattered.
The money has arrived. Yi Kong arrived at the second floor of Baibao Pavilion. Wu Bin walked over and handed 10 kinds of elixir to Yi Kong. My dear guest, can you take a look at these elixir?
Yes. Yi Kong looked at the elixir, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Very good, distinguished guest, I'll help you pack it.
I wonder how much you want for your gift. Wu Bin's voice sounded.
Of course, the more precious the better.
Yi Kong said calmly. Okay, I see, please wait a moment.
Wu Bin said, and walked towards the third floor of Baibao Pavilion. Half a minute later, a mahogany box appeared in his hand. My lord, take a look at this. Wu Bin said, and opened the mahogany box. At first glance, it was a bright blue gemstone necklace. And on his body, he can feel a powerful aura, which is not ordinary at first glance.
The name of this necklace is Spar's Love.
It is a very good yellow-level treasure. It can not only be used for decoration, but also can calm down the warrior and speed up his cultivation. The price is relatively high, 3,000 million.
Wu Bin spoke slowly.
Yi Kongxin said, she should like this necklace very much. As for the value of this necklace, he doesn't care at all.
Okay, just this one. Yi Kong said calmly.
Okay, dear guest, I'll go and help you pack it, as well as that spar necklace.
When checking out, Yi Kong took out the jade pendant and 10 natural treasures. And on the way back, Yi Kong could see clearly.
At first it was 1, then 7 or 8.
Court death.
A sneer appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth.
You have been following me for a while, you should all come out by now. Yi Kong said coldly. How dare you? A series of sneers came from the darkness. Immediately, several figures came out from the darkness, each with a ferocious aura.
Especially the leader was a middle-aged man with killing intent on his face, eagle-like eyes, a burly figure, a well-dressed body, and the pace of a dragon and a tiger.
It didn't take long. The members of the Blood Wolf Gang have already surrounded Yi Kong.
Dum and his companions hid behind them.
This guy is dead, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang and the 2 elders are all here. Duo muttered to himself.
In Yi Kong's eyes, they were just a group of ants. Boy, my son, you killed him.
Su Chi stared at Yi Kong. Forgot, I won't remember the name of the ants. Yi Kong smiled lightly. Don't worry, boy, I won't let you die happily, I will cut you into pieces. Su Chi clenched his fists. In his heart, he had long thought about how to torture Yi Kong. The movement of the two attracted many people from the black market. Even those black market officials surrounded them one after another. However, they didn't seem to want to do it. Because this is the rule of the black market. In this black market, it cannot be sold. As long as they leave the black market, they won't bother. This is the rule everyone follows. Once the rules are violated, they will be hunted down by the largest black market, the Dark Pavilion. Even the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang would not dare to disobey. Tell me, how did this kid offend the Blood Wolf Gang? He even got their gang leaders here. You don't understand this? Before, the Blood Wolf Gang issued a wanted order of 500 million. What? A reward of 500 million, why? Don't you know? It is said that the son of the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang was killed by him. Well, that kid seems to be in danger. It's a pity that this kid looks like an ordinary student, and he doesn't know what he's going to be made into by the Blood Wolf Gang. This is something that can't be helped. There will always be some young people who are arrogant. I'm afraid they won't be able to survive 3 tricks in front of the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. 3 strokes, don't you think too highly of him? I guess, this kid is at most a warrior, and the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang is a strong warrior at the level of a warrior. In front of him, he is completely vulnerable. I think so too. The strength gap between us is too great. This guy is not our opponent at all. A group of people shook their heads again and again, mourning for Yi Kong. Boss, stop talking nonsense with him, take him down first, and then torture him. A thin, middle-aged man named Mark Xiao is Su Chi's confidant, a warrior. Go ahead. Su Chi responded. He couldn't hold his breath anymore. It's one thing to avenge one's son, but he has to use his iron and blood methods to maintain the dignity of the Blood Wolf Gang, otherwise how can he gain a foothold in the black market? Die to me, brat. Mark Xiao sneered, and his whole body was filled with true energy. With 5 fingers like a dragon, he slapped Yi Kong straight. This guy is dead. Everyone shook their heads secretly, thinking that Yi Kong must die. Ants. Yi Kong slapped Zhao Mark on the face. Snapped. A crisp sound. Mark Xiao's face was instantly blown away. Boom. A loud bang. Zhao Mark's body crashed to the ground. Fuck. This scene shocked everyone. No way? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Zhao Mark's strength has reached the level of a warrior. How could he be defeated by a boy in his 20s? Slap him to death? They've never seen anything like it. Isn't there any trouble? This idea popped up in countless people's minds. This guy. The leader of the Blood Wolf Gang stared wide-eyed, and his 2 elders, one fat and one thin, were startled. They never expected that Yi Kong's power was so terrifying. This moment. Yi Kong didn't want to waste time here, his figure flashed, turned into an afterimage, and disappeared instantly. Followed by. Before the 2 elders came back to their senses, Yi Kong was in front of them. No way? The fat elder's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of horror, and a strong earth attribute Qi emanated from him. He punched Yi Kong. Die! Yi Kong let out a loud roar. The fat elder bled from 7 holes and died on the spot. Fuck! This scene shocked everyone. In one sentence, you killed a warrior? Nima, are you crazy? How strong is this guy? I'm in big trouble now. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Yi Kong with adoration in their eyes. In the next second, no one reacted. Yi Kong took a step forward and arrived in front of the skinny elder. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a thunder shot out from the skinny elder's forehead. Boom! A loud bang. The body of the skinny old man collapsed to the ground in despair and fear. The whole process takes only a few seconds. As soon as Yi Kong made a move, there were 3 of them. All 3 are warriors. None of them can stop this move. The people behind were shocked. This young man is simply a Shura. Su Chi's eyes showed panic. Yi Kong's strength was beyond his expectation. The people under his command couldn't even block a single move in front of Yi Kong. The blood-red Jinchi on Su Chi's body gushed out from his body, with a ferocious expression on his face. Boy, it's good that you can kill my 3 elders, but since I've already done it, it's your time of death. How can he be afraid of a young man who was a strong late-stage martial artist? Su Chi clapped his palm, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze, and a breath of a martial artist emanated from him. Seeing the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang do it himself, the people behind were even more surprised. Originally, they thought that Yi Kong was just a young man with the strength of a warrior. No one thought that he could make the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang kill 3 warriors in a row. This kid, I don't know if he can defeat the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. This guy, the 3 major warriors were killed by him in an instant. Maybe he really has the power to fight. No way, the gap between a warrior and a warrior is too big, not to mention, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang is not an ordinary warrior, but a master of the late stage of the warrior. I think it is impossible for this kid to be a Blood Wolf, the opponent of the gang leader. It is a miracle that he was able to kill the 3 elders. I think so too. The leader of the Blood Wolf Gang is also a well-known strongman, so he won't be killed by a brat. Hey, with such strength at such a young age, he is indeed a genius. It's a pity that he got into trouble with the Blood Wolf Gang, and I'm afraid he will have to explain it here today. Even if Yi Kong killed 3 martial artists with 1 sword, everyone still doesn't like him very much. After all, there is a huge gap between a warrior and a warrior. That's right. If you let them know that Yi Kong killed a golden lion comparable to a general, I don't know how they will feel. In the black market. Hearing these words, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang seemed to have regained his confidence. Boy, I'll give you a chance, kneel down and admit your mistake, and I can spare your life. Su Chi's eyes flickered coldly. Do you think you are an ant? There was a sneer at the corner of Yi Kong's mouth, as if he was looking at an ant. You are seeking your own death. Su Chi also saw the clue. Yi Kong simply ignored him. In an instant, he jumped like a thunder, the blood light all over his body sword, and the 9-ringed sword in his hand slashed straight at Yi Kong. See? Everyone shook their heads, as if they had seen the scene of Yi Kong being beheaded. Yi Kong didn't care at all. He's just a late samurai. Go to hell. Su Chi stopped drinking, and the long sword with 9 rings cut directly at Yi Kong's head. Yi Kong shot again. In an instant, his fist was covered with terrifying thunder and lightning, and he punched out. Boom! A loud bang. The great sword with 9 rings collided with the terrifying thunder fist. The terrifying power shook the surrounding dust and rocks. Su Chi was stunned, and the 9-ringed sword in his hand broke directly. No way? Su Chi was taken aback. Yi Kong's punch, with the power to destroy the world, hit it again. Zitsizi! The terrifying thunder and lightning seemed to turn into lightning dragons. At this moment, this destructive power can be felt within a radius of 1 mile. Everyone felt a huge pressure on their bodies, making them tremble all over. At this moment, they finally understood how strong Yi Kong was. Hold Chow! This is the strength of a general. He turned out to be a general. No way? Hiss! Everyone took a deep breath. Exclamations came and went. Everyone else was like this, and Su Chi also felt a completely different atmosphere. At this moment, Yi Kong is like a god of thunder who controls the punishment of heaven, and no one dares to resist. In his heart, only fear remained. This guy turned out to be a general. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and Su Chi was full of regret. At this moment, he finally realized what kind of person he had provoked. He provoked a general. The strongest in Jinan City is the military commander. It's your honor to be killed by me. After finishing speaking, Yi Kong slapped out with a palm. In an instant, above the sky, thunder rolled. This is a terrifying thunder and lightning dragon, born from the black clouds, with the power to destroy the world. In the blink of an eye, Su Chi was enveloped. No! Let me go! Seeing this scene, Su Chi was so frightened that he forgot to defend himself, and was even a little overwhelmed. Boom! With a loud bang, thunder covered a range of more than 10 meters around. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose everywhere, and stone chips flew everywhere. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, a large pit with a depth of several meters was revealed. In the large pit, there was a dead man covered in pitch black with staring eyes. The people in the back looked at the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, who was in the realm of a martial artist, and died just like that. Think again. The thunder and lightning that destroyed the world just now, their hearts were filled with shock. Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, Xiao He and De Hu, who were hiding in the corner, were also dumbfounded, completely unaware of what happened. Brother, what should we do? We have provoked a general. Xiao He looked at De Hu with fear in his eyes. Escape? Or what? Dum lowered his voice and rushed towards the black market. Wait for me. Xiao He quickly chased after him. But before they escaped far, a terrifying thunder directly engulfed them. A look of panic. Oops. The two screamed and fell to the ground. This blow was obviously Yi Kong. After all, how could he let these two informers go? When Yi Kong beheaded two monks with one sword, everyone was stunned. I thought this man who looks like a demon god wants to kill. They didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and rushed directly towards the black market. Yi Kong was indifferent. He looked around and came to the corpse. He put away the 4 storage bags. After finishing speaking, he didn't intend to stay here any longer, and disappeared in a flash. After Yi Kong left, soon the news that the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang was killed gradually spread. Everyone in Jinan City was shocked. The Blood Wolf Gang is one of the top 3 gangs, standing for decades, but within a day, even the gang leader and several elders were killed. It can be said that this gang can be disbanded. Even the people from other gangs were taken aback and hurriedly sent their own people back. Don't go looking for trouble. They were all guessing in their hearts whether Yi Kong was a good person. Make a special trip to kill them. Think about this. The members of the other 2 black market gangs were also panicked. Especially the head of the Fanhu gang and the leader of the Sands Club. They heard that Su Chi was vulnerable in front of this strong man. Everyone was taken aback. You know, their strength is about the same as Su Chi. Doesn't that mean, so do they? And so, both of them stayed behind closed doors. The other side. In Jinan City, almost everyone was talking about it. Did you know? Su Chi and several elders all died at the hands of a strong man. Really? Isn't this leader of the Blood Wolf Gang a martial artist? Who can kill him? That's natural. I heard that the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang took the initiative to provoke him, but he killed him instantly with a sword. Damn it! Killed a martial artist with a single sword. That mysterious big shot is so powerful. This time, our Blood Wolf Gang is defeated. Golden Shore City. All the major families and major forces were shocked by this news. After all, in their eyes, martial artists are not weak. Kill a martial artist with one sword. In other words, the strength of the opponent is at least a general. Should be a martial king. It's fine if the opponent is a general. But if King Wu? Big trouble now. In Jinan City, no one is his opponent. Moreover, they also heard that this person is young. In Jinan City, he killed a martial artist with one sword. They couldn't help but think of Yi Kong, who beheaded the Golden Lion during the assessment. Looking at Jinan, I am afraid that only Yi Kong can do it. This kid is simply a dragon. Many people sighed secretly. This moment. In the Li family, Li Menghu was on a tea table in the living room, making tea.
He was thinking about how to deal with Yi Kong.
Just about to take a sip. A waiter hurried over, out of breath, looking at the anxious look of the servant.
Li Minghu took a sip of tea slowly.
Didn't I tell you? We can't be too impatient, we have something to say. The head of the family has an accident.
The news just came out, and Yi Kong won the championship of this assessment.
What? Yi Kong? Li Minghu shouted straight. That's right.
Yi Kong, he was the first in the assessment, and even beheaded a golden lion.
What? Li Minghu's eyes widened, his face full of shock.
But this ferocious beast is an existence comparable to a general. He is just a martial artist.
Yi Kong can kill this golden lion, isn't it easy to kill him? Li Minghu was terrified.
In addition, I also heard that Yi Kong killed the leader and several elders of the Blood Wolf Gang on the black market last night.
Su Qi was also killed by him?
Li Minghu's face was a little ugly.
How could this be? This guy is only 20 years old, right? How could there be such a terrifying power?
Besides, he had never heard of this guy.
So young.
Well calculated.
Li Minghu's heart was full of fear.
Moreover, this person even dared to kill the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, which shows that he is not a good man or a believer. He must have known that he sent someone to assassinate him.
He must kill me. This son and I are irreconcilable.
Li Minghu went crazy. This son must have a great opportunity, otherwise, how can such a poor guy have such great power?
Li Minghu frowned.
He was thinking how to kill Yi Kong.
His heart moved.
A half-step martial king who had a good relationship with his father happened to be returning from the battlefield.
So strong. Ordinary generals can't compare with it at all.
With his help, he was confident and killed Yi Kong. Li Minghu's eyes were fixed. If the half-step Wu Wang made a move, he must want to get Yi Kong's chance.
The other side.
Yi Kong didn't know that the news of him killing the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang had already spread.
That's right. Even if it is known, he doesn't care. Make a meal.
Yi Kong then returned to his room. He looked at the 4 storage bags on the table, full of anticipation.
Especially the biggest one.
The leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, the storage bag of the late martial artist.
There must be something good in here.
Without hesitation, Yi Kong took out 3 treasures from the storage bag. Soon a mountain of resources appeared in front of Kirin. Seeing this scene, Yi Kong felt a little excited.
Immediately, he shook his head.
Among the 3 storage bags, what he cares about most is the third-order spar, and there are only more than 120 pieces in total.
There are many weapons and exercises. However,
Yi Kong is no longer interested in these yellow-rank weapons.
Except crystals.
What excited Yi Kong the most was the spirit grass in his storage bag. Although it is just the most common spirit grass, if it can be strengthened to the extreme, it will greatly increase his strength. Did not continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme. Yi Kong put away all the treasures, and his eyes fell on the largest storage bag. Not long after, a hill appeared before Yi Kong's eyes. The resources in this storage bag alone are enough to make people frightened.
It's the sum of all 3.
He glanced at the materials.
3 fourth-order spars.
And the third-order spar has reached more than 30 pieces. In addition, there are several common spirit herbs and 3 rare spirit herbs.
It really is a poor ghost, Yi Kong said lightly.
Since leaving the 10,000 races battlefield, his horizons have broadened a lot. This small amount of money is nothing to him.
That's like hundreds of thousands. Far from enough. "Huh," came an exclamation.
Yi Kong saw a technique called Thunder Crush. Thunder Crush, Huang-level top-grade martial art. If you practice successfully, you can double your combat power in a short period of time.
This is, came an exclamation. Yi Kong was startled. This technique can actually double a person's strength. If it was in the past, the leader of the Blood Wolf clan used this technique, and his strength doubled, he would have been phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a military general, and he would have to kill him with one blow. But this technique has high requirements for cultivation, and it also has certain requirements for physical strength. But this exercise was specially prepared for Yi Kong. Surprise! Very good. Yi Kong couldn't help laughing. How terrifying would it be if this skill was increased 10,000 times? Absorb. Each spar disappeared. Yi Kong's energy value is still growing. The energy value of 27 soared to 87 again. Now, what I want to do is to strengthen it 10,000 times. I don't know what surprises this technique will give me. Yi Kong began to strengthen this supernatural power. A golden light flashed in Yi Kong's eyes. Thunder and darkness, this is his first cultivation method. Thunder and darkness, mysterious level low grade. After completion, you can use the power of darkness to instantly increase your strength by %. Practice conditions have high requirements for physical strength, at least reaching the general level. This exercise is simply tailor-made for me. With this method, Yi Kong can explode with such a powerful force, coupled with his talent. This is a magical weapon that can cross realms. Yi Kong immediately began to practice. Thunder and darkness uses the power of lightning to open up a unique meridian in the body, which can maximize the potential of the body and exert the strongest combat effectiveness. However, the premise is that his physical body is strong enough. His physical body is not strong. It is simply impossible to support the deployment of this method. Forced practice will only make one's body completely collapse. It's easy. Yi Kong began to practice thunder and darkness. Yi Kong was surrounded by terrifying cyan lightning bolts, like giant dragons, trying to destroy everything in the world. Within a radius of meters. At this moment, his whole body became a sea of thunder and lightning. The terrifying power oppressed everything around him. The original cyan lightning, that is a power that represents the catastrophe. Yi Kong stood up slowly, only to feel a majestic and vast aura emanating from him. Even generals, in front of him, are like ants. Thunder and darkness, really powerful. My current strength has surpassed that of generals. Cheats are very rare, very rare. As for the Shin level and above, it is even rarer. The darkness of the thunder made Yi Kong's strength greatly improved. A shot is a blow. Even if King Wu came, he is not afraid at all. But this method doesn't last long, only for a stick of incense, but it's enough. The battle between the strong is just an instant. Next time, if it is increased by another times, the power of this technique will definitely increase by a large amount. Yi Kong was full of anticipation. It's time to improve your strength. Yi Kong's heart moved. With his current performance, entering Dasheng Academy is definitely a certainty. However, Dasheng Academy is not a good place. I heard that there are frequent conflicts there. There are geniuses everywhere, everything depends on your ability. Right here. Without enough strength, it is impossible to move forward at all. If you have the ability, that is heaven. Yi Kong took out a piece of golden lion meat. If it was strengthened another times, Yi Kong would be promoted to general. After all, at this time, Yi Kong is already a late martial artist. A step further is the general. Strengthened 10,000 times. In an instant. The golden lion meat exudes golden light, and a strong fragrance emanates from the golden lion's body. This piece of strengthened golden lion meat, even if there is only a trace, is enough for an ordinary person to step into the realm of warrior. But, just take a bite. That is self-destruct. Without saying a word, Yi Kong swallowed the flesh and blood of the golden lion directly into his stomach. Swallow in one bite. Yi Kong only felt the warmth in his body, as if there was the sound of tigers and leopards coming from his body. Blasts of blue lightning exploded in front of Kirin. For an instant. Within 100 meters, it turned into a round of lightning Wang Yang again. It was a kind of destructive power, as if it wanted to destroy the whole world. Yi Kong's physical body is also undergoing earth-shaking changes. The dantian, which was originally only the size of a fist, has expanded more than 10 times in an instant, and the true energy has become more pure. And Yi Kong's mental strength skyrocketed again. Yi Kong's strength has reached the level of generals. Even, his mental strength has reached the first level. Just now. This means that it will be easy for Yi Kong to attack King Wu in the future. After dozens of seconds, the terrifying coercion that destroyed the world finally disappeared. The catastrophe that was 100 meters away also dissipated. Call. Yi Kong let out a long sigh and shook his hands violently. At this moment, he only felt that his body was full of infinite power. It turns out that this is the real general. Yi Kong shuddered. His strength is no longer as simple as 10 times, but more than 20 times, which is simply a huge leap. It is said that the General Deshang can split the river with one punch. Can I do it? Yi Kong smiled faintly, and glanced across a river not far away. In an instant, terrible thunder power bloomed, and blue lightnings converged towards his right hand. Chop! Yi Kong shouted. The right palm is like a knife, slashing down on the head. For an instant. Boom! With an earth-shattering loud noise, a kilometer-long river in front of it was directly divided into two, and countless river water was lifted up, forming a barrier, and all the fish and shrimp inside were blown away. A stream thousands of meters long, separated by a trail, the scene is very spectacular. The other side. In the sky. An old man wearing a blue robe and exuding a powerful aura happened to see this scene. In an instant, the man was shocked and muttered to himself. Awesome! Yi Kong also noticed the old man, looking at the sky with cold eyes. In an instant. For some reason, Zhang Wuji had the illusion of being watched by a god. There was a strange feeling in his heart. How could he be afraid of the coercion of a junior? Zhang Wuji felt that this was just his own illusion. He slowly fell from the sky. Zhang Wuji was shocked when he saw Yi Kong. It was him. No wonder it's so awesome. The elder of Dashang Academy, Zhang Wuji. He came here just to see if Yi Kong could defeat the Golden Lion. If so, that's why they accepted him into Dashang Academy. If not, Yi Kong is also eligible to enter Dashang Academy. After all, he is the champion of the contest. However, they don't give them too much of a benefit. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Yi Kong's appearance, she can naturally see clearly. Young man, it's amazing that you have such strength. Would you like to compete with me? Zhang Wuji looked at Yi Kong with admiration. Yi Kong didn't say a word, just looked at Zhang Wuji. This kid is quite arrogant. Seeing Yi Kong like this, Zhang Wuji's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, a sharp metallic spiritual power burst out from his body. For this punch, he only used % of his strength to hit Yi Kong. While he shot, Zhang Wuji looked eager to try. He wants to see what method this kid will use to block this blow. Yi Kong's face was calm, and thunder surged all over his body, condensing on his fist. Punch out! Zhang Wuji looked at Yi Kong with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Interesting. For an instant, the sharp fist of golden light collided with the terrifying palm of lightning. Boom! One punch, one palm. The power of the two collided together, producing a violent fluctuation of true energy. I rely on. Zhang Wuji was sent flying upside down by the blast, and rolled several times in the air before he stabilized his figure. When he stands still, he stared at Yi Kong dumbfounded, motionless. No way? This kid actually has such a powerful strength? Although he only used half of his strength, however, how could he be forced back by a teenager? But Zhang Wuji didn't know. Yi Kong could see that he only used % of his strength, and didn't try his best. Otherwise, this is no longer simply spinning in the air. Zhang Wuji was very sure of the blow just now. The kid in front of him is definitely capable of defeating the Golden Lion, and even stronger. This kid is really perverted. Zhang Wuji still underestimated him. Such power. Even an inner disciple from a year ago is not bad at all. And many more. With his strength, he will definitely rank among the top, in the inner sect. You must know that the true disciples of Dashing Academy are all ranked first, and the second-ranked disciples are the top 10 inner disciples. The third level is the top, inner disciples. Zhang Wuji's evaluation of Yi Kong is not yet in the first grade. It is conceivable that Yi Kong's strength surprised him. But Zhang Wuji didn't know, he underestimated Yi Kong. If Yi Kong casts thunder in darkness, how terrifying is the power? Chilling. After seeing the power of Yi Kong, Zhang Wuji didn't want to make any more moves. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. The sharp golden energy on his body faded slowly, and he looked like an ordinary old man. Yi Kong was also full of doubts. Just now, he thought that this old man was very strong and could take a blow from him. This is his sharpening stone. Why stop? Old guy, what are you doing? Yi Kong said lightly. He hasn't played enough. Zhang Wuji was ashamed. He was a mighty general. Even half of Yi Kong's strength could not do anything to him. If he continued to fight, his face would be lost. He went straight to Yi Kong. The elders of the Dashing Academy, I came here today to enroll you in the Dashing Academy. Let me go to Dashing Academy? What's the benefit? Yi Kong also put away the thunder and lightning around him, with a strange expression on his face. Dashing Academy seems to attach great importance to him. Do you want to make a lot of money this time? Zhang Wuji was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, isn't Dashing Academy the dream of every student? Who will ask this question? However, he quickly thought of this. Sure enough, Yi Kong is a genius. Dashing Academy does not accept him, but his strength is beyond doubt. And other academies will also come to him. I thought about it. Zhang Wuji's eyes fell on Yi Kong, and he said lightly, as long as you are willing to come to our Dashing Academy, we will give you, million resources every year. In addition, I will personally decide that once you enter, you will get the same benefits as other inner disciples. The same treatment. This kind of treatment is simply unprecedented and unprecedented. What do you think? Million training resources, 1 semester? Yi Kong remembered the champion of that year. The cultivation resources of Dashing College are only about 1,000 million per semester. Yi Kong's cultivation resources are 10 times that of his, which is already very good. And he originally planned to join Dashing Academy. Yi Kong thought about it, no problem. Seeing that Yi Kong agreed, Zhang Wuji was immediately overjoyed. Yi Kong glanced at Zhang Wuji lightly. Million resources are not so easy to earn. Good. Zhang Wuji nodded. You get so many resources, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among many people in the academy. If someone is not convinced, they will challenge you, then you will be in big trouble. Yi Kong smiled lightly. It's just a group of ants. If they dare to invade, let's suppress them together. Zhang Wuji nodded slightly. He was not surprised by Yi Kong's attitude, on the contrary, he admired it very much. Just about to speak. At this moment, a message suddenly came from the communicator. Looking at the scene in front of him. When Zhang Wuji heard it, he immediately understood something, and quickly said to Yi Kong, "Boy, this is your token, and Dashing Academy will give it to you." As Zhang Wuji said, he casually threw out a purple token with the word holy engraved on it, and handed it to Yi Kong. After speaking, he turned into a streak of light and left in a hurry. Yi Kong looked at the token in his hand, and then at the distance, Zhang Wuji's figure gradually faded away. Without thinking too much, he went straight back to his room. The next day, at dawn, the sun rose above the horizon. The big competition is about to start today. A golden billboard several meters long was hung in the most conspicuous position, surrounded by countless people, as if everyone wanted to see who number 1 was. Everyone was taken aback when they saw Yi Kong's name. Everyone was shocked. Damn! Am I dazzled? First, 20? Did you make a mistake? The second one is only in the early. Is there any problem?
In the last big competition, he only scored more than 2 points.
This is unprecedented. Who is Yi Kong? He is so strong.
I don't know, but I can be sure that he is a very perverted genius. The second-ranked Yi Hafan has only 20 points, and he can get points, which shows how terrifying his talent is.
I've heard that Yi Kong killed a golden lion. That's why he got so many points. Damn it! Golden lion? Yi Kong is amazing. 20 million. This is the best result in the history of Jinan. For a while, everyone in Jinan City knew about it. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Everyone is guessing who Yi Kong is. Especially some teenagers, even more adoring. The other side. And the Li family also got the news.
Li Menghu sat on the main seat, his eyes fell on Yi Kong's name. He shook his right hand and crushed the list in his hand.
My lord, have you seen that?
Yi Kong used to be just an ordinary boy with a talent of grade A, but now he is soaring into the sky.
There must be some unknown secret. Li Menghu said in a deep voice, I know.
His eyes fell on a middle-aged man next to him. This man was tall and ordinary-looking, with nothing special about him. Those eyes are like sharp knives, in the eyes of everyone, they are like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Terrible.
It's okay. He can't escape from me. The man let out a strange laugh.
His name is Zhao Wuji, and he is a half-step martial king. He has fought in the battlefields of the heavens for many years, and his combat power is extremely terrifying. He was summoned by Li Menghu to target Yi Kong. I heard that he is going to attend the birthday banquet of the eldest lady of the Yi family.
Li Menghu said. Yi family?
When Zhao Wuji heard this, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but when he thought of that earth-shattering secret, his eyes became more determined. Don't worry, I will kill him and avenge your son.
Sunset.
At this time, Yi Kong is retreating. As for today's results, he didn't take it seriously. Because he had already guessed the result. Just then, the communicator rang.
Yi Kong took it and saw Yi Lighting.
This is Brother Kong, I celebrate my birthday tonight, you want to come, see this message?
Yi Kong couldn't help laughing.
Of course he was going to Yi Lighting's place. He suddenly remembered something. This is the crystal love he prepared for Yi Lighting. Although this necklace is beautiful, it is only a piece of yellow rank equipment. Yi Lighting is sincere, and Yi Kong will certainly not be stingy. Spar's love, the best of the yellow ranks, worn on the body, can improve spiritual power during cultivation, and the number of times it can be strengthened, too, enhanced 10,000 times.
Yi Kong did not hesitate. Energy is consumed.
A white light flashed.
Cover the crystal love.
The love of the spar, which was originally dreamlike, now exudes a strong light, like a hidden treasure. After more than 10 seconds, the beam of light slowly disappeared. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a high-grade mysterious treasure, crystal love, which is a very precious thing. Another 10,000 times increase. Congratulations to the host, I got a low-grade earth-level treasure, the love of spar, which cannot be upgraded. This thing can clear the heart, double the strength, and can resist most attacks. Yi Kong looked at the crystal love in his hand. Especially that blue gemstone dazzled Yi Kong even more. This is a treasure. When Yi Kong saw this necklace, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He could even imagine how happy Yi Lighting would be after getting this necklace. Bottom grade. After a long time, Yi Kong put away the pendant. He checked his energy value, and there were 47 left. Soon, night fell gradually. Yi Kong put on a clean robe, with a smile on his face. Done. Yi Kong has a handsome face, and his temperament is dusty, like a banished fairy. Simply put, with Yi Kong's current appearance, even if it wasn't for him, he would still be able to thrive. He raised his head and looked to the sky. Yi Kong put it into a mahogany box. After finishing speaking, without further ado, his figure flashed, turned into a thunderbolt, and headed towards Yifu. Golden Shore City. In a big 7-story house.
Hundreds of people gathered here, brightly lit and bustling. Every piece of magnificent decoration showed the strength of the Yi family. Yi Lighting, the protagonist of the day, was washing up in her room, but there was a hint of sadness on her face. She knew that after this day, she would return to the capital and never see Yikong again. Even if it's her birthday. It was also what she begged for a long time. Only then did her father agree to call Yikong over. I'm the most beautiful, I want to dress myself up beautifully, and let brother Yikong see. Yi Lighting smiled happily. At this time, Yikong has arrived at Ye's house. The Yi family's influence in Jinan City is definitely one of the best. Seeing Yikong coming in, the two guards did not stop him. They naturally recognized Yikong's identity at a glance. He just looked at them with a hint of sarcasm. From their perspective, Yikong is just a poor boy, and he still wants to be with the young lady? He doesn't look in the mirror phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He has this qualification? After entering, Yikong looked around. Many big families in Jinan City gathered here. From this point of view, the Yi family is a well-known existence in the entire Golden Bank. So many big families gathered here. Damn it! Who the hell is this guy? So cool. Could it be the son of a big family? As soon as Yikong appeared, he attracted the attention of many people. All eyes fell on Yikong. Yikong didn't take it seriously, sat down on his own, picked up a glass of red wine, and drank it all in one gulp. His movements are elegant, without a trace of dust, like a fairy who has fallen into the world. Many women were stunned by this scene, even men thought this man was very handsome. There were even a few brave ones who ran up to Yikong and asked for Yikong's information. Yikong ignored him. Idiot! A handsome man's eyes fell on Yikong, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. This person's surname is Wang, and his name is Wang Xiajie. He belongs to the three great families of Jinan, the Wang family. Yikong's charm made him very envious. Yikong! A crisp voice came. A woman with a hot figure and a beautiful appearance walked in. This is Li Xiaolu. Yikong is handsome and unrestrained. She is very envious of her good friend. Yikong is handsome and powerful, she is the goddess in the hearts of countless women, she is perfect. Yikong nodded slightly. Wow! Now! There was an uproar. I wipe. I'll be good. Miss? So beautiful. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the steps. The second floor. A woman in a white dress came out from inside. Her neck is very white, her collarbone is very beautiful, her figure is slender, and her temperament is refined, making people feel like a spring breeze. My goddess! In this life, being able to marry her is my blessing. Don't dream, I heard that the Yi family is very powerful, not from our Jinan locals, but from a background. I heard that the young lady of the Yi family already has her own sweetheart. Sweetheart? My dear, whose luck is this? In an instant, the teenagers present, including Li Xiaolu, were all amazed at the beauty of their friend. Yikong was even more stunned. It's really getting more and more beautiful, as expected of the person I like. Yikong smiled lightly. Yikong's face changed slightly, he felt that someone was watching him. What a sharp eye. In the night, Zhao Waoqi's eyes were gloomy. As a strong man for many years, of course he would not act hastily, he just got to know it first, and then act. This is also the key to his survival in the battlefield of the heavens. Yikong could even kill a golden lion, so he had to guard against it. At this time, Yi Lighting walked down from the villa, and soon several descendants of the aristocratic family presented gifts. Miss Yi, this is 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. A handsome young master was the first to greet him. Yi Lighting didn't take it seriously, she just glanced at him to show her respect. Young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Tian, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. The butler of the Yi family put the gift on the table and shouted loudly. Behind him, the children of those aristocratic families also stepped forward to present gifts. It can be said that everyone hopes to attract Yi Lighting. They are very clear about the strength of the Yi family. Yi Lighting turned a deaf ear to their kindness and gifts. Doesn't seem to care at all about their presence. Her eyes kept scanning the crowd, as if she was looking for something. Yi Lighting looked at Yi Kong, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Is Yi Kong not here? At this time, the remaining nobles also stepped forward and took out all their congratulatory gifts. Wang Xiajie is tall, handsome, holding a mahogany box in his hand, looking flattering, and said to Yi Lighting, "My name is Wang Xiajie, this is, Yulin Hairpin, Xian level low grade, has the effect of calming the mind, and can resist some psychic attacks." Yi Lighting ignored him. Her eyes are always scanning the crowd. But others don't think so. Wang Xiajie from the Wang family, Yulin Hairpin, Xian level low grade. The housekeeper of the Yi family reported his name. Everyone's faces changed. I'm sorry, it's actually a low-grade Xin level treasure. This Wang family is really rich and powerful. The Wang family is the richest family in Jinan City. I think the most precious thing in this banquet is this low-grade mysterious treasure. What nonsense are you talking about? Mysterious low-grade treasures are the foundation of any family. The Wang family really spent a lot of money in order to give such a gift. One piece is worth billions, I'm sorry. Listening to the discussions in the audience, Wang Xiajie had a smug look on his face. He was ecstatic. You poor boys, I want to see, what else can compare to me? At this moment, Yi Lighting didn't care about that mysterious magic weapon at all. A pair of beautiful eyes kept scanning the crowd, as if looking for something. She looked around again, but found nothing. Just when she was a little disappointed, a man with a handsome face came out from the crowd. The disappointment on Yi Lighting's face suddenly turned into ecstasy, and she walked towards Yi Kong without hesitation. In front of everyone, she hugged Yi Kong in her arms. Damn it! What's going on here? Princess Yi actually hugged a brat in her arms. Am I dazzled? My heart is broken, my goddess has found her sweetheart. Who the hell is this guy? He actually got the favor of the goddess. There was an uproar. Yi Lighting said slowly, Brother Kong, I thought you wouldn't come. Can I not go to your birthday party? Yi Kong gently stroked Yi Lighting's hair. The other side. Wang Xiajie was still appreciating the shock of the people around him, but now he was dumbfounded. Hateful. Who is this? Yi Lighting actually pounced on him on his own initiative, which really surprised him. Wang Xiajie's eyes were full of killing intent. It's so sour. The goddess is hugging someone else. So sad. I'm so envious. Yi Lighting and Yi Kong embraced each other, causing a burst of exclamation, and many people showed jealous expressions. After all, they are all sons of major families. They tried to please Yi Lighting more than once, but she didn't pay attention to them at all, and she didn't even bother to look at them. But now, in their eyes, the lofty goddess Yi Lighting hugged a man in front of everyone. How could this not make them jealous? If eyes could kill, Yi Kong would have died long ago. They looked at Yi Kong with envy and jealousy. They really wanted Yi Lighting to be the one who was holding Yi Lighting's arms. Li Xiaolu looked at Yi Kong hugging Yi Lighting, feeling sore in her heart, wishing Yi Kong could hold her in his arms. This moment. She hesitated. She was wondering if she should tell her about Yi Kong's potential. If he doesn't say it, Yi Lighting will go to Kyoto soon. At that time, she will be able to be with Yi Kong. But on second thought, she and Yi Lighting have played together for so many years. For a moment, she had mixed feelings in her heart. Who the hell is he? Suddenly, she was awakened by a voice. Beside Li Xiaolu stood a handsome young man. This person is not an ordinary person, he is a genius of Guanyang Mansion, and like He Hafan, he is also a talent at the prefecture level. His name is Yi Kong, and he and Yi Lighting grew up together. Li Xiaolu sighed. Yes? Zhang Changliang looked at Yi Kong with some jealousy. What is the purpose of his coming? Because they know that the Yi family is a big family in Kyoto. So, he was sent out to see if he could win Yi Lighting's heart. But before he could speak, Yi Lighting was hugged by a man. How does this make him not jealous? All eyes were on Yi Kong and Yi Lighting. All the children of these families are very curious. Who the hell is this guy? What family were you born in? He actually got Yi Lighting's favor. Who knows who he is? A nobleman asked the people around him. I don't know, I've never heard of him.
I don't know. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either / phoneme, maybe it's from another family, but we all know the people from Jinan City.
That's right, I thought so too. Wait, I seem to have seen this person somewhere.
At this moment, a disciple of the Zhao family spoke. All eyes were on him. The thin young man from the Zhao family was sizing up Yi Kong. Then he said very firmly, "He is Yi Kong, an ordinary person without any background." As soon as these words came out, everyone was taken aback, with expressions of disbelief on their faces.
Zhao Wu, you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme, that right? How could the person Yi Lighting likes have no background?
At this time, a man spoke. No way, he and I belong to the same academy. He is a year older than me, but I have met him a few times. I can assure you that Yi Kong has no background and is just a poor ghost. Zhao Wu swore to everyone and threatened to make an oath.
This time, everyone believed it. Zhang Changliang was also shocked.
He didn't expect such a thing to happen.
How could Yi Lighting fall in love with such an ordinary person? Li Xiaolu, do you think it's true? This Yi Kong is not from a big family at all. Zhang Changliang looked at Li Xiaolu and asked. Li Xiaolu just sneered and didn't speak. Why does Yi Kong need a backer?
He himself is a man of great background.
The other side. The shock on the faces of those family children also disappeared. Wang Xiajie, don't you lose face too much?
You're worse than a poor ghost. At this moment, a rather handsome man came over. Tang Wushuang, you weren't selected. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme, so why are you mocking me?
Wang Xiajie retorted, yes? I just don't want to. If I do, Ms. Yi will never refuse. Tang Wushuang sneered, and his eyes fell on Yi Kong.
Boy, you are a poor ghost. Hurry up and get down. How can you be worthy of a daughter like Yi Lighting?
Tang Wushuang walked up to Yi Kong.
Yi Lighting was the first to hear this and immediately felt uncomfortable and was about to explode. Don't worry, Li Ting, he's just a clown. Yi Kong stopped her and looked at Tang Wushuang, as if looking at an ant.
Under such eyes, Tang Wushuang couldn't stand it any longer. The son of his dignified family, has he ever received such treatment? Boy, you stared at me like this, don't you want to die?
If you kneel in front of me now, I can spare your life for Messiah's sake, otherwise. Tang Wushuang walked quickly to Yi Kong's side, staring at him fiercely.
Who do you think you are?
A trace of contempt flashed in Yi Kong's eyes.
You are seeking your own death.
Tang Wushuang was furious, drew off the sword in his waist, and slashed towards Yi Kong. Seeing this, the others shook their heads one after another, some with smiles on their faces. They could almost imagine that Yi Kong died in Tang Wu's hands. Yi Lighting stood beside Yi Kong, looking at Yi Kong worriedly. Rest assured. Yi Kong grabbed her, a smile appeared on his face.
The next moment, Yi Kong's body erupted with a terrifying aura.
Everyone felt this breath, and their hearts trembled. Tang Wushuang also had a look of horror. But before he could withdraw his sword, he was slapped away by Yi Kong's palm. In an instant, a huge thunder palm with a length of tens of feet emerged from nothingness, carrying extremely terrifying power.
No! Tang Wushuang let out a shrill scream. His body was completely annihilated by the thunderous palm. Not even ashes were left.
On the ground, there is only one palm print. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Especially the coercion emanating from Yi Kong's body made them feel like a dream.
This makes them still have lingering fears. Yi Lighting is no exception.
At this moment, a look of shock appeared on his face.
Hiss! There was an uproar.
The young master of the Tang family was still yelling just now, but now he is turned into a corpse. Even Wang Xiajie was scared to death by Yi Kong, but luckily he didn't do anything.
Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. No way? Yi Lighting was dumbfounded.
If she guessed correctly, Mr. Tang should be a warrior. Yi Kong slapped him to death.
What happened to Thunder just now? Not to mention, how could Yi Kong be so powerful?
The others were also dumbfounded. For a long time, no one spoke. Especially the person from the same academy as Yi Kong was even more dumbfounded.
How can there be such a strong force?
When he thought of the thunder just now, he trembled all over, terrified.
After a brief surprise, one of them spoke. That Yi Kong is so powerful? Didn't you say that he is just an ordinary person? No matter how powerful it is?
Young master of the Tang family, that is one of the largest families in Jinan City. Not to mention Yi Kong, even generals are afraid of the Tang family. A young man with a hooked nose approached. As soon as this remark came out, everyone suddenly realized. That's right, that kid has no background, and even dared to kill the second son of the Tang family. I'll see if he can survive. That's right, the strength of the patriarch of the Tang family has reached the late general stage. If he finds out that his son was killed by a young man, arresting Yi Kong may be worse than death. Hey, what a pity. He has such strength at such a young age.
I think his talent should be very strong. However, his lifespan is probably less than 3 days.
For an instant, everyone looked at Yi Kong as if they were looking at a dead person. In their view, although Yi Kong is young, he is definitely not the opponent of a general in the later stage.
Under the watchful eyes of all, Yi Kong didn't care. A group of ants, how do they know what the sky is high and the earth is thick? However, Yi Lighting stood behind him and said in a low voice, Yi Kong, don't worry, I will definitely save you.
Yi Kong smiled faintly and was about to explain.
Li Xiaolu took a step forward and looked around. Do you think generals are very powerful? Do you think Yi Kong can't beat a general? The voice fell. There was an uproar in the crowd, and many people sneered, so what?
This kid can even fight generals, don't be kidding.
Yeah, how could this kid be the opponent of the general?
Ha 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 ha. Li Xiaolu's words immediately made everyone laugh. Yi Lighting was also at a loss.
What happened to my good friend? How does Yi Kong compete with generals? In the laughter of everyone,
Li Xiaolu didn't take it seriously, instead she seemed to be looking at an idiot. She raised her head like a proud peacock and said to everyone, let me tell you, Yi Kong is in existence that can defeat even military generals.
Do you know how he got the number 36 in 1 cities? He just defeated a golden lion. How powerful is a monster of this level? Strong, I don't need to say more.
When Li Xiaolu said this, a smile appeared on her face.
There was another commotion among the people.
At this time, a noble boy came over.
Wait.
I remember when he was in City 36, it was Yi Kong who defeated a powerful general.
Could it be him?
I remember, I heard people in the family say that Yi Kong is number 1 in this assessment.
Damn.
This is Yi Kong. I thought it was cheating, but I didn't expect to kill a golden lion.
Grip. It's a good game.
Suddenly, a group of people spoke one after another.
Many people said that Yi Kong was number 1 in this assessment. In an instant,
the people who were still laughing suddenly fell silent. They looked at Yi Kong with shock in their eyes. Everyone was shocked, this Yi Kong was as powerful as a general.
Yi Kong actually has such strength. What is the Tang family? The most powerful martial artist of the Tang family is only a late general.
Yi Kong has this strength, so naturally he will not be afraid of the Tang family. Even Yi Lighting had a look of disbelief. She and Yi Kong grew up together.
How strong is Yi Kong? I know best.
Yi Kong has been very ordinary since he was a child, there is nothing special about him. But this didn't stop Yi Lighting from liking him. This scene made everyone stunned. Even the Yi family members were stupefied.
Everyone was stunned.
Behind them, Zhang Changliang was even more stunned.
This time,
They came here to find a chance to marry the Yi family. The other thing is to meet Yi Kong.
He has a good relationship with Yi Hafan. After Yi Hafan finished the assessment, he talked about Yi Kong with him. Some people even say that Yi Kong is a heavenly talent.
What a respect! Zhang Changliang is no exception. He really wants to compete with this peerless genius. But it was this lightning bolt.
Zhang Changliang gave up the idea of asking for advice.
Although this blow is very simple, it gives people a feeling of power beyond life.
Zhang Changliang is not Yi Kong's opponent at all.
Zhang Changliang recovered from the shock and hurried forward. Young Master Yi, my name is Zhang Changliang, and I come from the Zhang family.
Zhang Changliang cupped his fists respectfully and saluted.
Get up! Yi Kong waved his hand. For a moment, Zhang Changliang only felt an invisible big hand protruding from the void, gently supporting him.
Only he could feel it. Zhang Changliang looked at Yi Kong with reverence in his eyes.
At this moment, Yi Lighting really knew Yi Kong.
Yi Kong, why are you so powerful? Yi Lighting couldn't help asking.
I'll tell you later, I have prepared a gift for you.
Yi Kong took out the crystal clear necklace from the space ring. As soon as this necklace appeared, another uproar. Do you like it? Yi Kong put the crystal love on Yi Lighting's neck. At this moment, everyone watched intently. This is a pair of talented women. This is a couple. Li Xiaolu felt sour in her heart. Yi Lighting was overjoyed.
As soon as this necklace appeared, she felt like she was in the air.
This necklace is definitely not simple.
That's right, I want whatever Brother Kong gives you.
Yi Lighting nodded in embarrassment.
The others came back to their senses and looked at the dazzling necklace.
Everyone was shocked. This necklace is no ordinary thing. At this moment, I don't know who shouted. Is it dazzled? Isn't this the light of the ground level? Could it be that this necklace is from the ground level?
That's right, this is an earth-level treasure.
Hold the slot, is Yi Kong going to give her an earth-level treasure?
The earth-level treasure is the family's treasure.
The most powerful family in Jinan is a profound weapon.
In a big city like ours, there is only one earth-level treasure, but Yi Kong took out one earth-level treasure.
A lot of people are talking about it.
Most people are dumbfounded when they hear about earth-level treasures.
This is a treasure. This cannot be measured in money.
Once such a treasure is taken out, it will definitely cause a bloodbath, and everyone will scramble for it. My son, it's really amazing. Seeing this scene in the dark, Zhao Wuji's eyes became more and more greedy.
He has already determined that everything about Yi Kong belongs to him.
How could a poor guy suddenly become so rich? There must be some terrible secret hidden in him.
At this time,
Yi Lighting listened to the discussions around her and realized that this necklace is a treasure of the lower order.
Even she was taken aback. However, it's more about joy.
Yi Lighting shyly raised her head and looked at Yi Kong. Brother Kong, this is the best birthday present in my life. The other side. A servant came in pushing a 7-layer cake.
Just now,
everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Kong and Yi Lighting.
The initial contempt for Yi Kong was a little bit more at this time. Blow out the candles.
Yi Kong reached out and rubbed Yi Lighting's head.
Ah!
Yi Lighting silently made palms together in her heart. I don't want to be rich, I just want to be with Brother Kong in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever. After making a wish, Yi Lighting lightly blew out the candle.
Miss! Came an exclamation. Now!
A middle-aged man came out, his eyes were sharp, and he exuded a frightening aura.
Everyone's attention was focused on the middle-aged waiter. A puff of true energy gushed out of his body. They can feel that this is a strong man.
At least, no worse than generals.
Everyone was taken aback. Isn't this a servant of the Yi family?
In Jinan City, a servant of a big family.
How could his strength be so strong? Could it be?
The background of the Yi family is not small.
This matter is not as simple as they thought. Did you feel the fluctuation of true energy just now? This kind of fluctuation of true energy can't be done even by generals. The sense of oppression he gave me is too strong. My father is a general. Yi family, what is his background? I think he is dressed like a servant, and a servant of the Yi family should not be underestimated. The background of the Yi family is simply unimaginable. Don't think too much about it. With such a background, we can't figure it out. People from the Yi family are probably from Kyoto. I think so too. I heard that there are quite a few Protoss in the big family in Kyoto. I originally thought that Ji Kong's identity and talent were enough to shock people. It turns out that the origin of the Yi family is even more terrifying than I imagined. This is the Protoss. It's scary to think about it, how powerful the Protoss is. I just don't know, with the status of the Yi family, will they accept Yi Kong? Yi Kong's talent is better than ours. I heard that there are many peerless geniuses in the capital. His talent is nothing in the capital. It should be, Yi Kong is nothing in the eyes of the Yi family. For a moment, everyone was guessing who Yi Lighting was, and whether the Yi family would be interested in Yi Kong. At this moment, Li Xiaolu was also shocked. She only knew that Yi Lighting would set off from Jinan City one day, but she didn't expect the Yi family's background to be so powerful. Lin Wu looked at Yi Kong in surprise. He also did not expect such a thing to happen. In this year's 36th City Unified Examination, the ordinary person that the lady took a fancy to turned out to be number 1. Even the Golden Lion at the peak of the 5th level can be defeated. At his age, he is already a general. This kind of talent is not inferior to the youth in Kyoto. But in the capital, geniuses are like clouds, and Yi Kong's strength is far inferior to those of Tianjiao, and he has no background. That's too regretful. What is a general? Compared with our Yi family, it is a world of difference. He doesn't have any backing. Only a small place like Jinan City can become the overlord. Hey! It is impossible for him to marry Our Lady in his life. Lin Wu shook his head with a look of helplessness. Boy, you are not bad, but your status is not worthy of my young lady. Lin Wu shook his head regretfully. Yi Kong's expression was calm, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, standing still. A trace of sadness appeared on Yi Lighting's face. She knew that she might have to leave this time, and when she returned to the capital, she might never see Yi Kong again. Miss, let's go now. Lin Wu turned around and looked at Yi Lighting. However, he also understands. These words will definitely hurt the young lady's heart, but he has to say it. He wants his young lady to understand that she and Yi Kong are not the same thing at all. How could the toad be with the swan? This moment. Yi Lighting stood there blankly, without saying a word. Seeing this, the people behind couldn't help laughing. Indeed. The Yi family doesn't take Yi Kong seriously. Even if you are very talented, so what? Compared with those families in Kyoto, it really pales in comparison, that is. The crowd joined in. In today's era, it doesn't matter if you are talented. If you don't have a strong background, you will still be looked down upon. I think he should be planning to show off his talent today, and then pursue her. But her family thinks it's not worthy. If I were him, I wouldn't be ashamed to stand here, so I should hide quickly. Humph! A cold shout, like a thunderbolt, resounded through the entire room. Everyone's eardrums were buzzing. Yi Kong took a look. For an instant, his eyes shone with purple lightning. Those who were still laughing before suddenly had a feeling of being watched by the gods, and fear from the bottom of their hearts. In an instant, a few people didn't dare to say a word, and shut their mouths obediently. Followed by the streaks of purple light in Yi Kong's eyes disappeared instantly. He looked at Yi Lighting. Li Ting, are you leaving? Brother Kong, I'm not from Jinan. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live / phoneme in Kyoto. The first time I met you was in Jinan City. I'm leaving first. Brother Kong, I will miss you. Yi Lighting looked at Yi Kong, her eyes were full of tenderness. Silly boy, don't cry anymore, I will find you. Yi Kong patted Yi Lighting's cheek lightly.
Seeing Yi Kong like this, Yi Lighting couldn't bear it anymore. Yi Lighting hugged Yi Kong in her arms. The two just cuddled together. She wished she could stop now. She really didn't want to go again. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Yi family felt warm in their hearts. Only Lin Wu had indifferent eyes. He knew very well that it was impossible for Miss to be with Yi Kong. "Miss, you promised that you will go to the capital with me tomorrow. You must know that if it is delayed, the master will be angry." Heard. Yi Lighting originally hugged Yi Kong tightly, but suddenly let go. He knew very well that if he didn't go back to Kyoto with Lin Wu, they will attack Yi Kong. The Yi family is a race of gods, and the gods are the most powerful forces in the world, and it is only by these gods that human beings can stand upright. Moreover, her blood cannot be leaked casually. Then, she has to go back to the capital first to ensure Yi Kong's safety. Think about it this way. Yi Lighting let go of her hand completely. "Sorry, bro." Yi Lighting took Yi Kong's hand and walked out of the villa. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky. Yi Kong frowned slightly, just about to speak. However, Lin Wu stepped forward and stopped him. "Boy, don't pester my lady here." "Do you know who my lady is?" "Our Yi family is one of the 4 major families in Kyoto, the Protoss. The eldest lady of our Yi family is the direct descendant of our family. With your military general with the strength, here, you may be able to walk sideways. But this kind of strength is just a guard in our Yi family. You too will not have such an opportunity. I know you are very unwilling. Do you think you have such a little talent, and you will be defiant if you get the first place in the assessment? Let me tell you, even the weakest ones who pursue my family have talents like yours." Long Ao from the Long family in Jingdu pursued Our Lady relentlessly. He was rejected several times by Our Lady. However, at a young age, he was already the emperor of martial arts. He was cultivated by the family, and he has a Taoist talent. One day, he may become a god. If you keep pestering me, I will let him know, and you will be even worse than now. When Lin Wu said this, everyone was stunned. Yi Kong was indifferent. He looked calm and thoughtful. Seeing Yi Kong's expression, Lin Wu only thought that Yi Kong was bluffing. Then he continued, "I know that this time, you will be accepted as a disciple by the people of Dashang Academy. Dashang Academy, looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, can be ranked among the top 10. You can enter the academy, and you are already a dragon among people. However, do you understand? Who is Long Ao? He is the strongest rising star in the Dragon Kingdom, and Aoshi Academy is the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. What's more, Long Ao's strength is much stronger than him. He is said to be invincible at the same level, and he can even fight at a higher level. Unless it is an expert of the older generation, it is impossible to suppress him. If you want to chase my lady, how strong is the opponent you have to deal with? Don't even think about it." Only then did Yi Kong speak. "No matter how strong the opponent is, I can kill him with one blow. No one can stop Li Ting and me." Yi Kong's whole body was filled with an invincible aura. Lin Wu was also taken aback by this momentum. However, he shook his head. He is well aware of the horror of Long Ao. Yi Kong couldn't compete at all. He shook his head and looked at Yi Kong. "You have been living in Jinan, and you really don't know much about this world. With the strength of a general, in Jinan City, you are just a powerful party. But generals are cannon fodder on the battlefield, heard?" Yi Kong glanced at Lin Wu lightly. "You are the real weak, not me. A general is just an ant in my eyes." This statement came out. Yi Kong's whole body was filled with lightning. A destructive force swept across the entire battlefield. That is the supreme power that represents the punishment of heaven, and it seems to destroy the world. Everyone was taken aback. Yi Kong waved his hand lightly. Mid-air. Suddenly, black clouds were gathering. Zitsy endless lightning strikes like a catastrophe. A cyan lightning, carrying unrivaled power, descended from the sky and slammed on a rockery. Boom! There was a loud noise, stone chips flew, and smoke and dust were everywhere.
The 5-meter-high rockery collapsed under the terrible thunder and lightning. Everyone is confused. Why did Yi Kong hit the rockery?
Yi Kong said lightly, I have been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as these words came out, everyone was at a loss.
Who is Yi Kong talking to?
Even forest affairs are at a loss.
Moreover, he didn't feel anyone around him. All eyes were on the exploding boulder. Get me out. Yi Kong drinks coldly. Boom.
A huge roar sounded. A rockery not far away was split in half by a bolt of lightning. The smoke gradually dissipated. A middle-aged man in black, exuding a murderous intent, appeared in everyone's sight. Just looking at the surging true qi in his body, one can tell that he is at least a master above King Wu.
This is a half-step martial king. Many people were shocked. King Wu is guarding one side.
This kind of person can soar to the 9 heavens and become a powerful warrior. With every gesture of his hand, he can summon extremely terrifying power.
There is only one step away from the half-step Wuang.
Perhaps their bodies are not strong enough, or their mental strength has not been fully improved.
However, their strength is not weak. General, he can kill easily. You managed to find me.
Zhao Waoqi's face was solemn, and he looked at Lin Wu with vigilance. He could feel the pressure brought to him by the other party. It turned out to be Zhao Wuji. What is he here for? A middle-aged man recognized Zhao Waoqi and immediately cried out.
How strong is Zhao Waoqi? Why didn't you know before? There was a look of incomprehension on everyone's face. You didn't know before?
He is the former great elder of the Zhao family. It's just that after he became a general, he went to the battlefield of the heavens. Unexpectedly, he came back, and it seems that he is already half-legged into King Wu.
What? This is a half-step martial king. This man is so strong, why is he here?
Everyone looked at Zhao Wuji, who appeared suddenly. They were also shocked, and looked at him vigilantly.
Lin Wu glanced at him.
He never expected that Zhao Wuji had the strength of a half-step martial king. His concealment ability is very strong, even a martial king like him has not noticed his existence.
How did Yi Kong find him?
Lin Wu looked at Yi Kong blankly, full of curiosity. Why did Yi Kong lure him out? He clearly knew that it was impossible for him to save him. Yi Kong glanced at Zhao Wuji lightly.
Who ordered you? People from the Li family? Yi Kong asked. Zhao Waoqi didn't speak.
Seeing that Lin Wu had no intention of doing anything, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boy, you are so powerful that you can actually detect my existence.
But, what does it matter? Follow me honestly, and I can make your life easier.
Zhao Wuji looked at Yi Kong proudly, with a proud expression on his face. Yi Lighting also noticed that Zhao Waoqi's strength was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to King Wu's, and she couldn't help feeling a little worried. She looked at Yi Kong, with a trace of worry in her eyes. Brother Kong, he is a half-step martial king. Why don't you hide beside Steward Lin?
Yi Kong waved his hand. It's okay. A mere ant can't do anything to me.
Today, I will kill him completely, so that everyone can understand what it means to be invincible.
Hearing this, Lin Wu almost couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
He smiled and shook his head.
Invincible? And many more. I want to see, how did this arrogant and domineering guy die? Behind him.
They all thought that Yi Kong was too arrogant. He killed all the general-level monsters. But the current Zhao Wuji is a half-step martial king. Compared to generals, I don't know how many times stronger.
Are you sure you want to kill me?
As his words fell, a terrifying aura emanated from him, like a ghost.
That terrifying coercion gave most people the illusion of being in hell. On sight.
Only Lin Wu and Yi Kong turned a blind eye.
You look for death yourself, where is there so much nonsense? After finishing speaking, a terrifying thunder burst out from Yi Kong's body. Zitsizi. In an instant. This destructive power is like walking out of hell. The entire Lin family was shrouded in a round of thunder.
They looked at Yi Kong with awe in their eyes. At this moment, Yi Kong is like a real fairy. Seeing the destructive thunder light, Zhao Wuji's heart was also shocked. There's something wrong with this guy. Yi Kong's strength was beyond his expectations, but as a half-step martial king, how could he be afraid of any generals? Not to mention, Yi Kong's strength is also constantly improving. The greed in his heart became more and more intense. This means that Yi Kong's luck must be very good. If he can get some opportunities from him, it will be a good thing for his future cultivation. Even, it is very possible to become the emperor of martial arts, and even become a god. Young man, I admit that you are stronger than I imagined, but what does it matter? I want you to know how strong we are. This statement came out. On Zhao Wuji's body, the ghostly aura became stronger and stronger. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Yi Kong didn't care at all. He stood there, surrounded by terrifying thunder light, with a relaxed expression on his face. However, behind him, Yi Lighting's face was full of worry. Brother Kong, you have to be careful. Yi Lighting's voice just fell. Behind Yi Kong, Zhao Wuji appeared out of thin air. His skinny palm, with 5 fingers forming claws, grabbed Yi Kong's back with a strange aura. Yi Kong looked calm and remained motionless. There was ecstasy on Zhao Wuji's face. He thought he had stunned this guy, but the moment his palm touched Yi Kong, there was a look of shock on his face. No way? Zhao Wuji muttered to himself, with an unbelievable expression on his face. So slow. Followed by Yi Kong's figure flashed, and he came to Zhao Wuji's back. His right leg, like a huge pillar, kicked him on the back with a terrifying thunder and lightning. Zhao Wuji had a look of horror. I have absolutely no power to resist. In an instant, his whole body, like a kite that was pulled from its string, slammed into a rock dozens of meters away. Stone chips were flying, and smoke and dust were everywhere. Damn it! Am I dazzled? Yi Kong kicked the half-step Wu Wang away? Oh my god, Yi Kong is so powerful. Even a half-step martial king can't stop him? Everyone was stunned. They looked at Yi Kong with horror. They never thought that Yi Kong would have such power. However, the most surprising thing was the forest service. He suddenly realized, as soon as Yi Kong left, he felt a huge pressure. He didn't even notice that it was a phantom. This is simply incredible. After all, he is King Wu. Yi Kong is only an early general. How could he not be able to see his movements clearly? How so? At this moment, Yi Lighting stood in front of him. A pair of beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and my heart was full of shock. Brother Kong is really hiding something. Is this still Kong-gu? A trace of surprise appeared on Yi Lighting's face. Yi Kong's strength filled her with joy. But she quickly returned to decadence. Even Yi Kong can kill even a half-step martial king. But her father would not agree. She was with Yi Kong. The other side. Zhao Wuji stood up from the ground with a look of panic. He looked at Yi Kong like a demon god. Even if he is a fool. He also knew that he was not Yi Kong's opponent at all. Zhao Wuji's complexion became extremely ugly. What is gained is about to be lost. Zhao Wuji wanted to escape. He also knows that he is not an opponent. Still fighting? Isn't this looking for death? Escape! Zhao Wuji did not hesitate. He knew that he was not Yi Kong's opponent. Opportunity is important, but compared with life, it is nothing. Damn it! What are you kidding? You let a half-step martial king run away? The crowd was in an uproar. Disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. The dignified martial king ran away in embarrassment, like a bereaved dog. Want to escape? Yi Kong sneered. How could I let him run away? True chi surged in Yi Kong's body, and terrifying thunder lights burst out from his body. The thunder of destruction seemed to annihilate everything in the world. Yi Kong stood in the air, his long hair was windless, and there was a purple thunder in his eyes. In an instant, In the sky, dark clouds rolled, thunder flickered, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and clouds changed color. The whole world is enveloped by this force of destruction. Yi Kong was surrounded by lightning, and took out the 7-star cold moon knife from the storage space.
I have a knife, which can open up the world.
Yi Kong held the 7-star cold moon knife, and lightning surged all over his body.
With the swing of the long knife in his hand,
a crack streaked across the air. This scene was like a punishment from God. 100-foot-long purple sword light slashed towards Zhao Wuji with the power to destroy the world. Everyone felt a terrifying power emanating from their bodies, making their bodies tremble involuntarily. Even Lin Wu had a solemn expression on his face. Yi Kong's knife was enough to threaten him.
This moment. He even wondered if he did something wrong?
He thought of Long Ao, that peerless genius with incomparable power. Immediately, he shook his head, knowing that he was not wrong. So are others.
Not to mention Zhao Wuji. Damn! Yi Kong is so strong.
Zhao Wuji had already been scared out of his wits, he didn't even dare to look back, and ran away.
However, at this moment,
he could feel that destructive force was approaching him. The speed of this knife was not too fast, but it seemed like time stood still, filling his heart with despair and panic.
Li Menghu, you set me up, I will never end with you.
Zhao Wuji had no power to fight back, and shouted hoarsely.
After scolding, Zhao Wuji's whole body was overwhelmed by that terrifying thunder light.
What?
A miserable scream sounded. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Wuji vanished into ashes. Boom!
Meter-long crack appeared on the ground.
This is an extremely powerful force.
Worm! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked speechless. They stared blankly at Yi Kong.
This is something they never imagined. A powerful half-step martial king.
But now, he was beheaded by Yi Kong with a single sword.
Lin Wu was also dumbfounded. Although he was well informed, he had never seen such a shocking scene.
At this moment, he had a new understanding of Yi Kong.
Stronger than ordinary Tianzhou.
But compared with Long Ao, it is far behind.
Am I dazzled? I feel like I'm going to destroy the world. Yi Kong's strength is simply terrifying. He killed a half-step martial king with one blow. This is the first time I have seen such strength. Yi Kong's age is about the same as ours? Isn't he the incarnation of some old monster? My God! How did Yi Kong practice? If only I had half his strength. For an instant, everyone was stunned. Some were even too shocked to speak.
Li Xiaolu stood behind him, looking at Yi Kong like a god. A pair of beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Li Xiaolu really liked this kind of person. In the sky, thunder roared, thunder rolled, and in the sky, destructive lightning flashed continuously in the sky.
Yi Kong stood in the void, looking down at Lin Wu.
I said, your vision is still too narrow, under this pressure.
In an instant, Forestry was speechless. He didn't want to lose face in front of so many juniors. Lin Wu's expression was as indifferent as ever. You are indeed very talented, even in Kyoto, you can be considered a genius. But what does it matter?
Long Ao is a strong man in the heaven list.
With your strength and talent, you can be called a genius.
But compared with Long Ao, your talent is average, far inferior, you are no match for him at all. With your ability, it is impossible to marry the young lady of our family, but you can become the guard of our Yi family. Don't think that just because you are a genius in a small place like Jinan City, you are already amazing.
You have to know that the most important thing in the capital is talents. People like you are just a top-ranked existence in Jinan City. When you reach the top of the list, you can compete with Long Aobi.
Lin Wu said coldly. One day, I will let Li Ting know that I, Yi Kong, will never be worse than anyone else. Yi Kong's body was straight, like a spear, with a sharp breath, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. When this statement came out, everyone was stunned. This left him speechless. But when they saw Yi Kong, they were speechless. Lin Wu still wants to say something. For some reason, a heartfelt urge to surrender to Yi Kong suddenly rose in his heart. He had only felt such an aura from Long Ao's body. This is an invincible will, an aura that makes people want to worship involuntarily. This moment. Lin Wu hesitated. However, when he thought of Long Ao's innate royal aura, he felt something was wrong. He shook his head again. No matter how talented he is, he can't be Long Ao's opponent. Long Ao's talent has reached the sky level. The peerless genius of the Long family. No matter how strong he is, he cannot be Long Ao's opponent. Lin Wu shook his head, as if to cheer himself up. In the sky. Yi Kong retracted the long knife. His gaze changed from majestic at the beginning to softness. He looked at Yi Lighting and said slowly, "Li Ting, don't worry, soon, I will find you and ask you to marry me." In an instant, the thunder and lightning in the sky disappeared, and the dark clouds in the sky also disappeared, replaced by a ray of sunshine. Okay. Brother Kong, let's wait and see. Yi Lighting's heart was surging when she heard that, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Yi Kong's words shocked everyone. The little princess of the Yi family is really enviable. There is such a good man. Yes. As long as Yi Kong likes me, I can do anything. The hearts of several women moved. What a romantic confession. My heart is full of longing, dreaming that one day, I can confess my love to myself like him. Forestry couldn't take it anymore. He said to Yi Lighting, "Miss, it's getting late, if you don't go back to the capital with me, I'm afraid the master will lose his temper." The meaning of forestry is obvious. Yi Lighting also understands this. If she doesn't go back, father will definitely not let Yi Kong go. As a daughter, she knows best how terrible her father is. Yi Lighting understood that she had to go. He is going back to Kyoto. Otherwise her father and Long Ao will never let Yi Kong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Think about it this way. Yi Lighting had no choice but to wipe away her tears, pretending to be very happy. She knew very well that Brother Kong knew that she was not willing. With Brother Kong's temperament, even if he tried his best, he would never let her go. But in that case, Brother Kong would be tricked by himself. "Brother Kong, I'm leaving." Yi Lighting's voice was hoarse, and she tried her best to be calm, but Yi Kong still caught her reluctance. In the past, no matter what happened, he could not change his face, and Mount Taishan would not fall. As if everything is under control. But now, when he heard that Yi Lighting was going back, he felt sore in his heart. "I'll be coming to you soon." Yi Kong took Yi Lighting's arm. "Okay. Brother Kong." Yi Lighting smiled. "Miss, it's almost time, our spaceship is here." Lin Wu said something to Yi Lighting. "Brother Kong, I'm leaving first, I'll be waiting for you in Kyoto, you have to come and see me." Yi Lighting's eyes were full of reluctance. "Don't worry. I'll be there," Yi Kong said solemnly. "It's like an agreement between two people." Yi Lighting nodded. At this moment, a huge golden ship descended from the sky. A terrible breath made everyone breathless. Damn it, this is a sky-level spaceship, my god. Who is Yi Lighting? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Sky-rank spaceships are difficult to break even for a strong martial emperor. I am afraid that the entire Jinan may not be able to afford a spaceship of this level. This is a heavenly treasure. This can no longer be measured by money. I heard that this thing was made by gods, and it is terrifying to think about it. Yi Kong was thoughtful. Yi Lighting's background seemed to exceed his expectations. However, he was not afraid. One day, he will make the world terrified. Invincible. Forest Service was the first to board the spaceship. Yi Lighting suppressed the grief in her heart and walked out. She didn't want to hug Yi Kong again, for fear that he would never be able to leave again. Yi Kong looked at Yi Lighting's figure, a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Seeing that the spaceship is about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme, Yi Lighting couldn't hold back anymore, and shouted at Yi Kong, "Brother Kong! Wait for me, you idiot!" If someone bullies me one day, Yi Kong, will kill them all at all costs. What Yi Kong said was not only to Lin Butler, but also to himself. He didn't want the Yi family to punish Yi Lighting, or even force her, otherwise, Yi Kong would never let the Yi family feel better. The moment the cabin door closed, Yi Lighting couldn't bear it anymore, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Wu looked contemptuous. Just a military general, I don't know where he got the courage. Yi family. Yi Kong's words were heard clearly by everyone. Suddenly, they felt an indescribable charm in this man. If it was them, who would do this? Everyone looked at Yi Kong with admiration. Li Xiaolu was even more so. She really hoped that one day. It would be great if Yi Kong could say the same. But Yi Kong didn't care, he looked at the spaceship and clenched his fists. If Yi Lighting did not do well in the Yi family, she would be angry with others. He will definitely go to rescue Yi Lighting without hesitation. One day. His strength will make the whole world tremble. It wasn't until the huge spaceship completely disappeared from sight that Yi Kong looked away. He muttered to himself, Li Ting, you wait for me. Yi Kong didn't want to stay here any longer. Then the whole person turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly submerged into the void. Everyone watched him leave. Soon. Everyone else is gone too. After all, Yi Lighting was gone, so it was meaningless for them to stay here. But today, this good story has been passed down forever. Li Xiaolu looked at Yi Kong's leaving figure, a trace of obsession flashed in her eyes, she pursed her red lips tightly, thinking about something. In the sky. With a flash of Yi Kong's figure, he was thousands of meters away. He was about to leave, but stopped again. The Li family. Yi Kong looked at the Li family with murderous intent in his eyes. A light flashed. With a flash of Yi Kong's figure, he arrived at Li's house. It didn't take long. Yi Kong soon arrived at Li's house. This is a large 7-story villa, and the interior decoration is as luxurious as Yi Lighting's nursing home. Imagine. How powerful is the Li family? It's just that the people in the Li family seem to be a little different. Normally, the lights should be brightly lit at this time, but the people in the Li family only have a few lights. Yi Kong didn't think much about it. In his opinion, whatever the conspiracy, he can break it down with brute force. Lightning flashes. Yi Kong fell from the sky and came to the door of Li's house. When the two guards saw Yi Kong, they were taken aback immediately, and quickly asked, Who are you? Why did you come to Li's house in the middle of the night? Go and call your master over here. Yi Kong looked indifferent. Your Excellency, this place is the Li family. At this time, a slightly obese guard came over. He was startled by the thunder light on Yi Kong's body. But on second thought, this is the Li family, what is there to be afraid of? Noisy. Yi Kong slapped out with a palm, and a vast power struck down from the void. Bang! Under the horrified eyes of the fat guard, he was smashed into powder by lightning and disappeared from this world. The thin guard was trembling with fright, and almost died of fright. I'll give you a chance to let the head of the Li family stand in front of me. Yi Kong's eyes turned cold. The guard only felt as if he was being watched by a god, and his whole body was trembling. He trembled and said, Master, it's not that I don't want you to see the patriarch, but my master is not at home, and neither are the other core disciples. Not here? Yi Kong frowned slightly. He pushed open the door and walked in. Check it out. Now. Yi Kong's killing caused quite a commotion. And it also attracted all the guards of the Li family. However, when they see the thunder light on Yi Kong's body is like a god coming down to earth. No one dared to act rashly. They scattered. Yi Kong went on a rampage all the way and entered Li's house. Yi Kong's huge divine sense swept across the area. Sure enough, it was exactly as the guard said. In the Li family, there is no warrior above the warrior. What a Li Menghu! Yi Kong drinks coldly. It seemed that the head of the Li family had already received the news and left with the family's core children. Get out! Yi Kong waved his hand suddenly, and a servant of the Li family appeared in front of him. Looking at this like a god, his whole body was trembling, his face full of horror. He trembled and said, "I'm just a servant of the Li family, I don't know anything, it has nothing to do with me. Where is the treasure house of the Li family? Tell me quickly, or you will die." Yi Kong didn't want to listen to the old man's nonsense anymore. Zhao San pointed to the front, treasure house, 200 meters ahead. Yi Kong was too lazy to kill him. In an instant, in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. As soon as Yi Kong left, the servants of the Li family felt relieved, as if a mountain was pressing on them, making them breathless. Although there are many traps in this treasure house, it is easy for Yi Kong. Bang! A huge roar sounded. The ground trembled. The entire treasure pavilion was trembling. Immediately afterwards, terrifying cracks, like spider webs, spread in front. Yi Kong shattered all the organs with one palm. Yi Kong's eyes were golden. After finishing speaking, he stepped forward with his long legs and came to the front. Now that he's here, he can't make a trip in vain. Opening the door of the treasury, I found that there were still some resources inside. The people from the Li family must have just left and hadn't had time to move everything away. In the innermost, a blue book, Yi Kong stared. He stepped forward to take it. Thunder flying clouds looks like a flying martial art, which is much more difficult than practicing kung fu. Mysterious grade low grade, with the power of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wind/phoneme and thunder when cast, a pair of wings can destroy the world. The speed is extremely fast. Can fly. A smile appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth. He never thought that the Li family would have such a skill. It was a surprise. After Yi Kong put this exercise into the space ring, he searched all over Li's house with his spiritual thoughts. What is certain is that there is no one in the direct line of the Li family. The Li family is lucky, but no matter where you escape, I will kill you. Yi Kong put all the resources into the space ring, and then disappeared in a flash. And the people of the Li family are a bunch of trash. Yi Kong didn't bother to pay attention. Li Menghu was in a magnificent palace. He has a serious face, and there are more than a dozen powerful figures around him. They are not human beings, but Wanzu. The auras of these people are all extremely powerful. In a hall, the patriarch of the Li family is sitting at the bottom right now, and his status does not seem to be very high. Above him, there were 5 men in black suits, all of whom had a terrifying aura. Li Menghu, why are you here? Do you want to serve the 10,000 races? A man in a black suit said loudly. That's right, that evil Yi Kong killed my son, and I am at odds with him, and I vow to kill him. Li Menghu said angrily. Okay, after taking this thing, you can become a member of the 10,000 races sect. He threw a pill in front of Li Menghu. Li Menghu swallowed it in one gulp. He stood up and bowed to the 5 men in black robes. Elders, this kid Yi Kong not only won the first place in 36 games, but also got some chance, otherwise he wouldn't have improved so much. We must get rid of him. What are you going to do? The black-robed man sitting at the head said in an extremely hoarse voice. When Li Menghu heard the elder's question, he quickly added, as far as I know, Yi Kong will board the plane at 9 o'clock in the morning to go to Dashang Academy. Although there will be many masters at the level of King Wu at the airport. When they board the plane, all the deans and vice deans, I'm going home now. Send someone to assassinate him, and Yi Kong won't be able to run away. Elders, do you have any opinions? After a few seconds, the 5 remained silent. This moment, Li Menghu's heart tightened. He felt that what he said was wrong. He doesn't know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. 5 people in black outfits were communicating with their spiritual thoughts, discussing whether this method is feasible. 1 minute later, the man in black spoke again. This is a good way. Yi Kong ranks first on the most wanted list of all races. Moreover, he also showed such a terrifying talent, such strength, and such talent, he can definitely be ranked in the blacklist. Our 10,000 races sect must exterminate such human geniuses. At that time, I will send 5 masters at the level of martial kings to carry out this plan. The man in black stared at Li Menghu coldly. But even a general like Li Menghu felt tremendous pressure.
Elder, what method are you talking about? Li Menghu's heart suddenly lifted. After a few seconds. We are implementing a plan, and you must participate. We will use the dragon incense to cause the monsters in the magic forest to riot. Once successful, it will bring disaster to mankind. Destroy the human race from the inside out.
Yes. Li Menghu replied immediately, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. He is no longer a human being, and the life and death of the Wanzu and the human race have nothing to do with him.
Imperial capital.
A huge pagoda piercing the heavens and reaching the earth, with a height of thousands of feet, the whole body is full of divine light, full of holy brilliance.
This tower is called Tian Tian Tower. I heard that in other places, you can get countless opportunities, ordinary people can't get in at all, only those peerless geniuses can get in. A figure flew over from a distance.
This person exuded a powerful aura. He was indeed a martial king, but he was stopped by someone before reaching the Tongtian pagoda.
This subordinate has something important to report to the Lord.
Ah. Say something quickly, I will notify the master, he is retreating.
A guard said coldly. Mysterious runes seemed to appear in his eyes. This is a strong martial emperor.
Martial emperors can be called overlords, but they are willing to be other people's servants, which shows the strength of their masters. I heard from Lin Wu, the chief guard of the Yi family, that Yi Lighting already has a sweetheart.
Huang Jia looked solemn. Yi Lighting has a sweetheart, who is it?
The waiter said coldly.
In his eyes, Yi Lighting is Long Ao's master.
Lin Wu told me that his name is Yi Kong and he is a poor ghost. I heard that he won a championship when he was in Dasheng Academy.
He. This Yi Lighting is really looking for death.
She actually fell in love with a poor guy. No wonder she rejected her master over and over again. I want to go back and report to the master and see how he will deal with me. When the waiter heard the words, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he walked in. In the eyes of his master Long Ao, Dasheng Academy is not very important.
Not long after, the waiter came in.
Huang Jia, my master said that Yi Kong is just an ant and I don't want him to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme.
The servant told Huang Jia.
Yes.
Huang Jia suddenly realized and nodded.
As soon as Yi Kong came back, he saw a young girl. This woman looked familiar. As soon as Yi Kong returned home, he saw Lin Yor, the daughter of the Lord of Jinan City.
Yi Kong, you are finally back.
Lin Yor stood up quickly.
Miss Lin, what are you doing at my house?
Yi Kong smiled lightly. Lin Yor rolled her eyes.
I came here this time to talk to you. The Li family has a feud with you, and it is said that you have joined the 10,000 clan.
You are going to the Dasheng Academy tomorrow, so be careful.
Heard.
Yi Kong's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, I want to see who the Li family is, and I want to catch them all. Lin Yor shook her head. Yi Kong, I know your strength.
However, Wanzu sect has masters at the level of King Wu.
If they really attack you, you will be very dangerous. I also heard that you is number 1 on the most wanted list of all races.
The most wanted list?
Yi Kong was slightly taken aback. The 10,000 races are divided into 4 levels, namely, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, arranged in order from high to low.
Tian Bang is the supreme existence.
They think too highly of me.
I don't pay attention to mere King Wu.
Yi Kong laughed back angrily.
Yi Kong. Seeing Yi Kong like this, Lin Yor immediately became angry.
I've already warned you, didn't you listen? If it wasn't for you helping me deal with the Golden Lion, I wouldn't have come to you phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either/phoneme. Lin Yor stomped her feet, snorted, turned and left.
It didn't take long.
As soon as Lin Yor walked out, she saw Yi Kong walking into her room, and immediately became angry. Yi Kong, you bastard. Yi Kong took out a book called Thunder Flying Clouds from the Space Ring, a low-level flying technique of the mysterious level. He glanced at his panel and found that he still had 4,700 energy points left. Yi Kong intends to strengthen it 10,000 times.
10,000 times stronger.
Lin Huang's heart moved. The energy value is exhausted.
In an instant.
This low-grade cultivation method of the profound level exudes a faint blue light. Yi Kong's eyes were so pierced by the light that he couldn't open it, and it took more than 10 seconds before it gradually disappeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder God's Feather, a low-grade martial skill at the ground level.
A smile appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth.
Flipping through the Thunder God's Feather in his hand, he can only fly after being promoted to the prefecture level.
Moreover, its feathers can launch extremely powerful attacks, and its defense is also very terrifying.
Seeing such powerful ground-level skills, Yi Kong did not hesitate to start practicing immediately. Soon he finally practiced Thor's feather. Behind Yi Kong, a pair of wings emerged, carrying unparalleled power. At this time, Yi Kong still had more than 37 points of energy on his panel, and he planned to increase his strength again, so that his Lihua Jinton could go one step further. Strengthened 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host, successfully obtained the Eye of Skyfire.
In an instant.
Yi Kong's eyes spit fire. A huge beam of flame burst out from Yi Kong's eyes, as if it was about to burn the world. The river in front of him has been burned to ashes by the flames. This blow is enough to kill Martial King. When Yi Kong saw this scene, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal darkness.
How is the Yi family? It's only been a day.
In Yi Kong's heart, he missed Yi Lighting a little more.
Li Ting, sooner or later, I will marry you. Think about this. Yi Kong was full of yearning for strength.
He also started to practice. A series of destructive thunder lights spread in all directions, and the surrounding thunder and lightning revolved around Yi Kong.
Silent all night.
The first ray of sunlight in the morning. Until then, Yi Kong stopped practicing.
He looked at the morning light outside the window.
Yi Kong got up slowly, ready to go to Dasheng Academy.
After half an hour. Jinling City's airport covers an area of thousands of square meters. Yi Kong walked into the airport lobby.
At this time, a large number of students had already gathered in the airport.
They are going to their own academy.
Yi Kong found a familiar face among the crowd.
It was the one named Lin Yoer.
And, from where she is now, it seems like she's going to be on the same flight.
Yi Kong's heart moved. This is going to Dasheng Academy, will she also go? However,
Yi Kong didn't care, and walked forward step by step.
Yi Kong.
When Lin Yoer saw Yi Kong, she hurried up to meet him.
Yi Kong responded, turned around and boarded the plane.
Seeing Yi Kong ignoring her, Lin Yoer was furious. Yi Kong, smelly Ye Kong, I'm so angry.
However, Yi Kong didn't hear it. 10 minutes later.
Yi Kong took Lin Yoer and boarded the flight to Dasheng Academy. Yi Kong looked at Jinan outside the window, and muttered to himself, I've been in Jinan City for more than 10 years, and I'm finally leaving.
Golden Shore.
Yi Kong looked at the golden bank outside the window, sighed inwardly, and Yi Lighting's figure appeared in his mind.
Li Ting, you wait for me. Yi Kong looked into the distance.
After entering the Dasheng Academy, he must become stronger as soon as possible, and he can't let Yi Lighting wait too long, and he will soon become so that the whole world will tremble.
Yi Kong, what are you thinking about?
At this moment, a familiar voice came, but it was Lin Yoer.
Miss a woman.
Yi Kong glanced at Lin Yoer.
Soul eggs. A faint blush appeared on Lin Yoer's face. Brother Kong. An exclamation came.
Yi Kong turned his head to look.
It was Yi Huffan. Yi Kong was taken aback by Yi Huffan's arrival.
As an Earth-level genius, it is normal for him to be able to enter Dasheng Academy.
Lin Yoer must have left for something.
At this moment, a long-legged stewardess, wearing a pair of black stockings, came slowly. 3 distinguished guests, please show your information, we are going to conduct a routine inspection. Yi Kong and the others quickly took out their boarding passes.
The stewardess looked at the boarding information of Lin Yoer and Li Kur, but didn't react.
She just glanced at it and put it aside.
When she saw Yi Kong's name, she was stunned, and she lost her voice. "You are Yi Kong?" At this moment, all the guests sitting in the first-class cabin were dumbfounded. Yi Kong set a new record in Jinan. Is he the champion of the 36-city assessment? I heard that number 1 in this assessment has a score as high as 20, breaking the record for thousands of years. It's really terrifying. Waseo, 20, I was only a few thousand a few days ago, what about this 20? This is too scary. It's really scary. It is indeed the first monster in Jinan City for thousands of years. It would be great if I could have half of his strength. Soon, the story of Yi Kong spread to all the passengers. Several other flight attendants stared at Yi Kong intently. Yi Kong, did you hear that? You also saw that there are several stewardesses who seem to be very interested in you, and they are all spying on you. Lin Yao smiled even more, as if anyone praised Yi Kong, it was a compliment to her. Maybe I'm too handsome. Yi Kong smiled lightly. Brazen. Lin Yao gave Yi Kong an angry look, then turned to look at Yi Hufan. Dashang Academy, Yi Hufan, have you heard of it? How do I say this? Yi Hufan was stunned. When we arrived at Dashang Academy, I heard that there was still a big competition. My God, so many geniuses gathered here, it's really scary. Lin Yao's voice sounded. Yi Hufan's eyes were burning, it was really exciting to be able to fight with so many geniuses. In addition, I heard that after 1 year, there will be an assessment before you can enter the inner courtyard. I heard from my father that this assessment is much scarier than the unified examination, and the death rate is also much higher. It seems that the previous assessment, they all have to face real aliens, and less than half of them can successfully pass each time. Lin Yao looked worried. Yi Hufan was beside him thoughtfully. The students of Dashang Academy can only be considered real students if they enter the inner courtyard. Especially in front of the Golden Lion, he felt powerless. If it wasn't for Yi Kong, he felt that he might die inside. In addition, I also heard that we can only have a protection period of 1 year at most. At that time, they will come to grab our cultivation resources. Lin Yao glanced at Yi Hufan and said, I know that the teachers of Dashang Academy don't seem to care about this, they all acquiesced. When the time comes to be bullied by all races, it is better to be tortured by those old guys and hone their strength. Yi Hufan's voice sounded. I don't know who made the rules, it's too perverted. Yi Kong sat beside him, listening to the conversation between the two. His eyes also lit up slightly. The seniors are competing for the cultivation resources of the new students? No one knows whether the new students can steal their cultivation resources from the old students? What Yi Kong lacks most now is resources. With his current strength, there is no need to worry about anything. Just when Lin Yao was talking to Yi Hufan, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Hey, can you speak softer? Are you disturbing me? Behind them, a young man wearing a blindfold pulled off the blindfold and shouted at the crowd. When Lin Yao heard this, she immediately became furious. She was also the daughter of the Lin family after all, and she was about to go back and teach him a lesson when she was so angry. Yi Hufan grabbed her. Forget it, don't pay attention to this kind of person. Lin Yao immediately suppressed the anger in her heart when Yi Hufan said this. Although she was very angry now, she could only comfort herself in her heart, don't be as knowledgeable as this person. Seeing that neither of them made a move, Zhao Kovo couldn't help but sneered. That's good. The plane doesn't belong to your family. When you speak in the future, please keep your voice down. I'm a good-tempered person, and I won't be as knowledgeable as you. Zhao Kuhu added another sentence. Lin Yao didn't speak loudly to her, but he looked down on their bravado. Seeing that he still wanted to continue talking, Lin Yao immediately became angry. Yi Hufan shot again, stopping his movement. Miss Lin, calm down, don't be as knowledgeable as him. Call. Lin Yao took a deep breath, calmed down, and decided not to be as knowledgeable as this idiot. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Zhao Kuwu stopped talking. He closed his eyes again. And at this moment, it was 100 meters away from that huge plane. The 5 men in black robes were suspended in midair,
their auras were all covered up. All eyes were on the huge plane.
We have already left Jinan, it should be time to make a move. Okay, wait a moment, let's act immediately.
Remember, the primary goal of our trip is to kill Yi Kong, who is at the top of the yellow list.
If we can't succeed, what will happen? You have to understand.
Clear. The four men in black responded in unison.
But they didn't take it to heart.
In their eyes, Yi Kong is just a younger generation, 5 martial kings teamed up, how could they let a general go? At this time, everyone on the plane did not realize that someone was watching them. Along the way, Yi Kong kept his eyes closed and didn't say a word. Lin Yar and Yi Huffan lost interest in continuing to talk after Zhao Kohu made such a fuss. Zhao Kohu took off the blindfold and said to the three of them, I heard that there is Yi Kong in Jinan, the champion of the 36 city competitions, known as a genius of the ages. I want to see how strong he is. Zhao Kohu said something lightly, and a powerful momentum erupted from him. When Lin Yar and Yi Huffan heard this, they were immediately out of breath. Yi Huffan stood up, looked at Zhao Kohu, and said, do you think you can fight Yi Kong? As soon as the words fell, Yi Huffan's momentum surged, and a sharp sword energy shot straight into the sky. Well, your strength is very strong, but you are not as good as me. Zhao Kohu's eyes flashed murderous intent. You want to challenge Yi Kong, but I want to see how strong you are. Yi Huffan admired Yi Kong very much. Seeing that Yi Huffan was about to make a move, Zhao Kohu was filled with genuine energy. Feel the surging true energy in the body, the strength of the martial artist in the later stage.
Both Lin Yar and Yi Huffan were shocked. Yi Huffan's expression was ugly.
With his current strength, it is the middle stage of martial arts that can be defeated. Facing the late stage of martial arts, he has no confidence at all. Zhao Kohu exuded a powerful aura. Yi Kong, are you willing to fight? At this time, Yi Kong slowly opened his eyes and said lightly, You do not deserve. He snorted coldly. When Zhao Kohu heard this, he immediately flew into a rage, thinking that Yi Kong underestimated him too much. I am the strongest person in Tianma City, I think I have the strength to challenge you. Zhao Kohu introduced himself, and a terrifying coercion emanated from him, approaching Yi Kong, roll. Yi Kong snorted coldly, and his eyes fell on Zhao Kohu. Zhao Kohu felt as if he was being watched by a god, and he froze there, his eyes widened in horror. His body was even more shocked by this sudden change, retreating again and again. An unrivaled thought rose in Zhao Kohu's heart. I can't beat you. Sorry. Zhao Kohu sighed deeply. Yi Kong smiled lightly. Both Lin Yar and Yi Huffan looked confused. Is this the arrogant Zhao Kohu? The other sighed. 5 men in black suits were only about 1 kilometer away from the huge plane. Now, what we have to do is to kill Yi Kong. Clear. Before the words fell, a terrifying true energy burst out from the bodies of the 5 people. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. The clouds were thick and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme was blowing. The 5 men in black opened their arms, and each shot out 5 bursts of true energy. In the end, these black shadows condensed into a huge black prison, which enveloped the entire sky. On the airplane. At this moment, everyone was silent. Yi Huffan saw Zhao Kohu subdued, and his admiration for Yi Kong deepened in his heart. You know, the opponent is a genius in the late stage of martial arts. If he goes all out, the chance of winning is less than %. But that's about it. Facing Yi Kong, he didn't dare to speak at all. Such power, this is a godlike breath. Yi Kong is really powerful. Yi Huffan sighed again. Yi Kong didn't care about their feelings. He closed his eyes and probed his consciousness into the space ring. He glanced at the Tianshan Snow Lotus, and then at the 20 energy points on the panel. He intends to continue to strengthen his elixir, so as to raise his strength to a higher level. Strengthen 10,000 times. Yi Kong thought to himself. In an instant, the Tianshan Snow Lotus bloomed in the space ring with a bright brilliance. Fortunately, it was inside the space ring, otherwise, the brilliance would definitely attract everyone's attention.
1 minute later. The light of Tianshan's snow lotus gradually faded away. Yi Kong swallowed it without hesitation. Yi Kong only felt a majestic force burst out from his body. Streams of pure power flowed through his body. Yi Kong's aura is also rising steadily. Yi Kong suppressed this force forcefully, preventing it from leaking out. Yi Hafan, Lin Yer and the others also noticed the aura on Yi Kong's body. Everyone looked at Yi Kong, feeling the aura on Yi Kong's body, getting stronger and stronger. His heart was also full of shock. Yi Hafan, Yi Kong's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Yer was surprised. This boss is too scary. Just closing his eyes can make his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. We are so envious. Yi Hafan also had a shocked expression on his face. Zhao Kuhu was dumbfounded. He secretly rejoiced that he didn't fight Yi Kong, otherwise he would be vulnerable in front of Yi Kong. Just when everyone was shocked, Yi Kong suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying coercion erupted from his body. Has a problem. Yi Kong's heart moved. A huge force formed a cage, trapping the plane. Ah! In his consciousness, 5 men in black uniforms stepped off the helicopter. At first glance, he was a member of the Wanzhou sect. There was no panic on Yi Kong's face, but a faint smile and murmured, "It's good to come." He also wanted to see how strong he was. What's the situation? Lin Yer and the others felt a little uneasy when they felt the terrible thunder and lightning aura. Boom! A loud noise woke everyone up. What the hell? Why is there such a huge movement? It scared me to death. That's right. I was scared to death. Did something happen? On the plane, everyone is discussing what's going on. The crew members were also stunned when they saw this scene. But in their view, this is just an ordinary storm. He saw the panicked passengers. The stewardess hurried to the radio. Immediately afterwards, a broadcast came from the air. Passengers, please don't be nervous. We have entered the thunderstorm area and will pass through here soon, please rest assured. Hearing this voice, everyone who was still a little afraid at first breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Hafan and the others didn't think much about it, thinking it was just bad luck for them to encounter a thunderstorm. But now, thunderstorms didn't bother them at all, so no one panicked. Only Yi Kong slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window. Lin Yer and the others had been staring at Yi Kong, but seeing Yi Kong's strange expression, their hearts sank. Could it be, isn't this normal stormy weather? Bang! At this moment, the plane shook violently, and the stewardess staggered and fell to the ground. At this moment, Yi Hafan and the others also realized that something was wrong. This is no ordinary thunderstorm. You must know that the current passenger planes all have protective magic circles, and ordinary thunderstorms will not cause the plane to shake violently. All eyes were on Yi Kong. Yi Kong, what's wrong with you? Lin Yer said nervously. The miscellaneous things of the Wanzhou sect have taken action, and we are trapped in a cage. Yi Kong looked out through the window. What? What's going on? Why do all races attack us? All eyes were on the window. Seeing the dark sky and the terrifying lightning bolts, everyone was startled. Except for Yi Hafan. He knew very well how strong Yi Kong was. If he was the only one, maybe he would be a little nervous. But with Yi Kong around, he felt at ease. In his eyes, Yi Kong is omnipotent, and any enemy is an ant in front of Yi Kong. It can be seen that Yi Hafan is in awe of Yi Kong. Damn it! Wanzhou taught those bastards. Seeing this scene, Lin Yer couldn't help but curse. Most of the people on the plane were stunned by the scene before them. The other staff were also stunned. Even if they were fools, they knew that this was not a normal storm, but was attacked by someone. Mid-air. Lightning flickered in the dark sky. Look from a distance. A huge black prison enveloped the entire plane. Lightning flashes. As if to destroy everything. 10,000 races, hateful, hateful. Everyone was terrified and cursed. The 5 men in black didn't hide their identities, and flew directly above the helicopter,
and a terrifying aura emanated from them.
In an instant, everyone on the plane was terrified. Fuck, am I dazzled?
All 5 of them are masters at the level of martial kings.
5 martial kings, we cannot escape. Heard.
Everyone has a look of fear, and a feeling of despair fills the entire plane.
The eyes of Yi Hafan and others fell on Yi Kong. They all knew that Yi Kong was the only one who could save them.
But 5 powerhouses at the martial king level. Even Yi Hafan, who had always had confidence in Yi Kong, felt a little uneasy at this moment.
The other side. And the crew is not doing nothing.
He started to get in touch with people from Dashing Academy.
On the helicopter.
The captain also successfully contacted Zhang Wuji from Dashing Academy. Senior Zhang Wuji, we have been attacked by thousands of races. Among them are 5 masters of the King of Martial Arts level, as well as many students from the Dashing Academy, who are asking for help from us.
Millions of races? Zhang Wuji of Dashing Academy was shocked. He thought of Yi Kong and others, hateful. Zhang Wuji was furious. Martial King level 5. No one on the plane survived. Hold on, we'll be there in 15 minutes. Zhang Wuji quickly responded, and then looked towards the teachers behind him. Everyone follow me.
Immediately, the plane is surrounded by 5 martial king level 10,000 clans, not a second can be wasted. When Zhang Wuji said this, the other teachers also understood.
Followed by
Zhang Wuji took the 5 teachers with him, disappeared in place in a flash.
He wants to get to the airport as soon as possible. But I'm afraid it's too late.
Zhang Wuji regretted it even more. He thought of Yi Kong.
Why didn't he go to Yi Kong? Maybe this kind of thing can be avoided.
The other side. Everyone, hold on for another 15 minutes, and the support of Dashing Academy will come.
When he said to hold on for 15 minutes, everyone fell into despair. 5 people have not made a move yet.
However, they did not expect that they would persist for 15 minutes.
Don't say 15 minutes, it's 5 martial kings. It's not bad if they can last for 1 minute.
5 men in black suits looked at this scene with high hearts. I saw the fat man waved his hand casually.
A giant flame beast appeared, as if it wanted to completely engulf the plane. In the nick of time, the captain immediately activated his mech defense array. In an instant,
a layer of light blue light waves enveloped the entire plane in it. The terrifying flame beast directly hit the light curtain. The whole plane was trembling violently, and the blue shield also began to crack. He can make the aircraft's protective cover collapse with just one blow. This is terrifying at the level of a martial king. Seeing this scene, everyone was full of horror and despair.
I'm going to kill them.
Just when everyone was in despair, a cold voice suddenly came. Thunderbolts exploded all over Yi Kong. The next moment, he disappeared from the plane.
Yi Kong. Everyone was stunned.
They could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in Yi Kong's body.
Perhaps, we still have hope. Everyone was ecstatic. Lin Yar stared at Yi Kong.
The Thor's feather behind Yi Kong is even more overwhelming.
Boom!
The blue thunderclouds were still rolling, and the entire sky was shrouded in thunder and lightning.
Yi Kong stood in that round of thunder, his eyes flashed with purple light, and a pair of Thor's feathers flapped behind him non-stop. Like a god.
Everyone was stunned by this scene, especially on the plane.
Am I dazzled? Is this really a god? Could it be that God is saving us? The first genius in Jinan City for thousands of years. That's good, we can finally be saved.
They were still a little hopeless, but when Yi Kong was surrounded by terrible thunder, a glimmer of hope finally ignited in their hearts. Even though Yi Hafan and the others had heard about Yi Kong's power, they were still taken aback when they witnessed this scene with their own eyes.
They suddenly understood. The gap between Yi Kong and them is really too big. Like an elephant, an ant.
It's just worlds apart. There was a hint of surprise on the faces of the 5 men in black.
The devastating thunder made them all feel a palpitation.
With such strength, he is only number 1 on the yellow list.
What happened to the people on the Wanzu wanted list? This person is at least a master of Shinbang.
No, it should be in the top 10 of the Shinbang.
The 5 people looked at Yi Kong with a trace of fear.
Yi Kong's strength made them startled. But there are 5 of them, and they are not afraid of Yi Kong at all.
Boy, your cultivation is really good.
But with the terrifying thunder light on your body, I am afraid that ordinary martial kings may not be able to beat you.
With such talent, it is no wonder that you are called a monster.
Or, you die at our hands. The second is to take refuge in all races. The leading black-robed man exuded a terrifying gold-type true energy all over his body. Seeing Yi Kong's strength, a sense of wooing rose in his heart.
Just relying on you ants, dare to come and kill me?
Yi Kong's face was icy cold, and thunders of destruction shot out from him.
The entire sky turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. A fat man sitting on the right, hearing Yi Kong's tone, finally couldn't help it. Boy, you are looking for your own death, let you go now.
Suda's whole body was burning with raging flames, and a terrifying coercion directly pressed against Yi Kong.
Humph!
Yi Kong sneered, and the terrifying aura on his body disappeared without a trace.
The 5 men in black robes all looked shocked. Ants are ants. In an instant, Yi Kong's figure flashed and disappeared in place.
Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned.
Such a terrible scene was caused by humans? Can Yi Kong stop it?
Most of the 5 martial king level masters shook their heads. In their view, no matter how powerful Yi Kong is, it is nothing more than that. It's just a martial king, it's impossible to fight 5 against 1. At this moment, they only hope that Yi Kong can hold out for 13 minutes with the support of Dasheng Academy.
In that case, they can be saved.
The other side.
This earth-shattering aura directly enveloped the 5 men in black robes. For an instant,
the 5 men in black robes felt as if they were being watched by a god. It was like a mountain was pressing on him, making his heart tremble. It was a breath that was above them.
Even the man in black is the same.
Shocked expressions appeared on their faces, they had never seen such a powerful boy.
Go it alone.
None of them thought that they were Yi Kong's opponent. It can even be said that he has lost. But the strength Yi Kong showed made them hate Yi Kong to the bone. No matter how much you pay, you must kill Yi Kong. The headed man in black had a hoarse voice, and his aura reached its peak at this moment.
The same is true for the other 4, raising their aura to the extreme. They don't want to be suppressed by a junior in terms of momentum. 5 tyrannical chi collided with the thunder and lightning in the sky. Kill! Yi Kong finally made a move.
Yi Kong just finished speaking.
Yi Kong's figure disappeared in a flash in the void.
The 7-star cold moon knife was in his hand. Immediately, a destructive power enveloped him. The 5 men in black were crushed in front of Yi Kong.
Go together!
The leader of the 5 black-robed men, Jiang Feng, said loudly. In an instant, the 5 people's bodies surged with true energy, and they rushed forward to kill them.
Boom! A loud bang. Yi Kong is 1 against 5.
The roar kept ringing. In the void, thunder light flickered, and true energy filled the air.
The speed of the 6 people was so fast that almost everyone couldn't see what they were doing. This is a bloody battle. In just a few seconds of fighting, the faces of the 5 men in black showed horror. They all saw it.
But in front of Yi Kong, it was easy. And every sort of Yi Kong can leave wounds on their bodies.
The 5 men in black were taken aback.
They never imagined that the 5 of them joined hands and were all beaten by a young boy. Ants, no matter how many there are all ants. Yi Kong slashed out with a sword, and the Qixing Hanyu knife swept out.
A terrifying thunderous saber energy, surrounded by unparalleled power, roared and cut towards the 5 men in black. Be careful! Jiang Feng gave a stern shout. In an instant,
the 5 people retreated violently, but they were still shocked by the majestic thunder and lightning saber energy, and retreated again and again. Everyone was taken aback, Yi Hafan and the others were even more dumbfounded.
Is it dazzled? Yi Kong defeated 5 people alone.
Yi Kong was unharmed, but the 5 men in black were beaten all over by Yi Kong.
It's scary.
Boss Yi Kong is indeed a genius who is rare in 1,000 years.
He is 1 against 5. His strength has exceeded our imagination.
But now, when they saw Yi Kong, the hope in their hearts rose again. At this moment, the faces of the 5 repelled men in black showed horror.
It's something they never thought of. The 5 of them will be beaten by a junior.
Be careful, this person's strength is beyond our expectations. Don't hold back, let's make a quick decision. Jiang Feng stared at Yi Kong with cold eyes.
This moment.
In the entire sky, 2/3 are thunder and lightning, and 1/3 are chi storms.
This scene is like the end of the world. Yi Kong looked indifferently at the 5 people. It's like a high god looking down on an ant. Then let me do it.
If you don't have to use all your strength, this guy really takes himself seriously. Su De has a bad temper, and he was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore.
Flame burns the sky.
Suda's body was burning with raging flames, and he slashed down suddenly with the cereal knife in both hands. A wall of fire with a diameter of more than meters suddenly appeared.
It seems to burn everything in the world.
With a chain of knives in Suda's hand, he slashed at Yi Kong with a flame. Seeing this scene, everything was burned.
This surprised everyone on the plane. Fuck! This is the legendary King Wu? Can Yi Kong stop it?
Everyone looked at Yi Kong nervously. This method is nothing more than that.
Yi Kong said lightly.
With a light lift of his right hand, endless lightning burst out from his hand, condensing into a huge thunder and lightning behemoth in the void. This huge thunder beast exuded an aura of destruction.
Everyone was terrified.
Especially Su De made him feel a strong sense of crisis. The terrifying thunder light drowned everything around.
Do not!
With a shrill scream, the flames that filled the sky were instantly swallowed by the thunder. Don't Want Su De was shattered by lightning, turned into fly ash, and disappeared from this world. The 4 men in black who originally planned to let Su De try it changed their expressions drastically. Su De's death was too sudden. It was too late for them to rescue.
In particular, this giant beast is even more earth-shattering. Everyone was taken aback. Not to mention the people on the plane.
The emotions in their hearts were like a violent storm, which could not be calmed down for a long time.
Especially Zhao Kuhu, originally wanted to challenge Yi Kong.
At this moment, she was trembling all over.
The aura of the giant beast was really terrifying.
The thunder and lightning that represented destruction seemed to destroy the world, even though it was far away. Zhao Kuhu felt that he couldn't fight against it.
Is this a terrible power that humans can exert?
Zhao Kuhu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he gave Yi Kong a blow in front of him before.
Otherwise the battle in the sky is still going on. Is this how much patience you have?
Yi Kong remained motionless, thunder and lightning roared all over his body, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. In front of this force, all 4 of them trembled. Let's go together and do our best, otherwise we will all die here.
Jiang Feng shouted. In an instant,
the 4 shot at the same time.
Yi Kong's face was indifferent, without any fear.
The thunder and flying clouds behind him vibrated, and the whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant.
The 4 men in black couldn't see Yi Kong at all. Bang! A person shrouded in lightning appeared on the right side.
How did you get here? The man in black was startled and didn't react at all. At the same time, a flash of lightning flashed, and a splash of bright red blood spewed out. The man in black on the right had his body split in 2, with horror and despair in his eyes. His body split in half, and he fell to the ground. The remaining 3 men in black had no time to stop them. They were filled with terror. 2 of the 5 masters at the King of Martial level were killed in just a few minutes.
We are not here to kill, but to die? For a moment. Those 3 guys who are still alive feel cheated. At this time,
everyone looked at Yi Kong dumbfounded, and easily killed a man in black. The other 3 men in black were even more stunned.
I don't know who shouted.
What kind of people?
a bunch of trash, just 5 martial kings, dare to come and kill us. Wasn't it defeated by Yi Kong? That's right, Yi Kong is the real big shot, and Yi Kong is the real god. Yi Kong is a real big shot, the eternal god. Yi Kong is an invincible existence. For a while, everyone was full of praise for Yi Kong. Especially Lin Yor, her eyes fell on the thunder and lightning, which looked like a figure of a god. I can't help feeling a little envious in my heart. Yi Kong is so handsome. Mid-air. The three of them only felt a destructive power and a terrifying pressure emanating from the person in front of them. 2 people couldn't help but retreat, because they all knew that if they continued to fight, their end would be the other 2. Elder Jiang, let's withdraw first, this guy is not something we can deal with. You should be very clear that if this mission fails, we will be even worse than we are now. Zhang Feng sneered. So did the other 2. If they can't complete the task, they will die when they go back. They shuddered involuntarily. They would rather die than endure that kind of suffering. The 3 of us go together, there may not be no chance of winning. Zhang Feng said seriously. It is good. The other 2 did not hesitate. For an instant, the 3 shot with all their strength. 3 chi storms formed in the void. The Qiankuan prison. In an instant, the 3 tyrannical Jinchi merged with each other, and even the black cage was continuously providing them with strength. Just a few seconds. A pitch-black cage appeared out of thin air, and the inside was empty, like a huge black hole. It seems to swallow everything between heaven and earth. This is too scary. This has gone beyond the category of martial king level. Damn! What kind of power is this? It seems to destroy the world. Can Yi Kong take this move? Are we going to be buried here today? At this moment, a black cage appeared in the sky. This cage traps the plane in it like a huge cage. Everyone was shivering, even Yi Hafan and the others couldn't help shivering. Call out. Streamers of light flew from the sky. Those were the elders of Dashang Academy, flying towards this side at the fastest speed. The art of imprisonment of all races. When everyone came here, they looked at the huge black cage with serious expressions on their faces. This is an evil formation of Wanzhou sect, and even they will take some time to break it. Zhang Wuji shouted, Yi Kong and the others are inside, attack me with all your might. He could feel that a powerful force was brewing, as if it wanted to destroy all the people inside. Everyone's expression is very serious. If they were trapped, they might not escape death. Elder Zhang, what should we do? Even if we break through with all our strength, it will take 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, everyone will be killed. A slightly fat teacher asked anxiously. Zhang Wuji's face darkened, and he told everyone work together to break through this large formation as soon as possible. The voice fell. Zhang Wuji acted without hesitation. A majestic Jinchi burst out from his body, and the spear in his hand shook violently. With a terrifying power. A shot pierced into the black cage. But even so, its power is only to make it tremble slightly, and it is completely swallowed up. The other teachers also stimulated their true energy one after another, and a series of terrifying attacks blasted towards the cage. The rumbling loud noise kept ringing, changing the color of the whole world. The black cage also trembled violently, but there was no sign of collapse. Hee, how can this heaven and earth prison be so easy to break? The men in black sensed that someone was attacking their prison. But there was no panic on their faces. They all knew that it was impossible for outsiders to come in so quickly. Now, enough for them to cast devouring cage to kill them all. Boy, we were originally going to use it to deal with the people of Dashang Academy. I didn't expect that your strength is so strong. This time, let you try it. The man smiled. Then he slammed his palm out. This dark cage, like a black hole, enveloped Yi Kong and the others. A ferocious smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth. Yi Kong. Everyone on the plane tensed up. They felt this destructive force, and their hearts were filled with despair. This is simply not something humans can contend with.
Even Yi Hufan, who had always had great confidence in Lin Yor, completely lost confidence after seeing this scene, because this power far exceeded their expectations.
Damn stuff! Outside the black cage, several teachers looked solemn.
They exhausted all their strength, but there was no way to break the cage. They could only watch helplessly, and they were all beheaded by the disciples of the 10,000 Races sect. Zhang Wuji was so regretful that his intestines were green, wishing he could rescue Yi Kong, so that everyone on the plane could survive.
He. Yi Kong, die for me. Becoming an enemy of our 10,000 races is the end.
The eyes of the three men in black were full of arrogance, as if Yi Kong had already died in this black hole.
Tips for carving insects. A crisp voice came. Thunder God's feather. A terrible thunder exploded. As if to cut the whole world in half, the huge black vortex was forcibly broken.
The darkness in the cage was completely dispelled and turned into thunder that filled the sky. The thunder flickered, and the dark clouds billowed. The huge black cage was instantly annihilated in this terrifying thunder, and everything around it became bright again. A figure like a demon god stood in the endless sea of thunder. A pair of huge Thor's feathers spread out a pair of huge wings behind him.
Boom!
With an earth-shattering roar, the whole world turned into a round of thunder and lightning.
Damn! Yi Kong broke through. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the figure enveloped by lightning. I'm not mistaken. You are not dreaming, the boss blocked the blow.
Waseo, boss, Yi Kong is too powerful, I want to worship Yi Kong.
Everyone looked at Yi Kong with awe. Yi Kong!
At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Several teachers from Dashang Academy, they were too shocked to speak. 7 or 8 people besieged it for a minute before, but failed to destroy it. The black cage was actually annihilated under the light of thunder.
Zhang Wuji was even more shocked.
He originally thought that Yi Kong's ranking in the top dash was already very remarkable. But she never expected that Yi Kong would be so powerful.
This guy.
Zhang Wuji was refreshed.
No way? This kid was able to break free.
Jiang Feng was shocked. The expressions of the other 2 men in black were full of shock and fear. This is their attack at the bottom of the box. Even if King Wu is here, he will die. But the opponent is only a general, but he can block it so easily.
Is he human? Isn't this a demon? We are not rivals.
The 3 of Jiang Feng suddenly lost their fighting spirit. Run!
Jiang Feng exclaimed. They don't care about any tasks anymore, and they don't care about the punishment after failure.
They knew that if they did not escape, all 3 of them would be buried here. In an instant, the 3 of them didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and disappeared into the sky in a flash.
Several elders of Dashang Academy also noticed this, and wanted to pursue them one after another. Can you run away? Yi Kong said lightly.
The thunder in his eyes suddenly turned red. At this moment, the power completely exploded. His breath soared, and the originally terrifying thunder light also turned into a ball of flames. In a pair of red eyes, 2 flames shot out. The terrifying power tore the sky apart, as if even the void was about to be shattered. It was as if time had stopped flowing. The elders of Dashang Academy originally wanted to chase and kill them, but now they stopped suddenly.
I wipe. What kind of method is this?
The 3 black-clothed men who were fleeing frantically, with terrified expressions on their faces, fled with all their strength. But the 2 flames seemed to be fleeting for thousands of miles.
Then appeared behind the 2 men in black, and oh no!
2 shrill screams sounded. Those 2 men in black robes didn't have any strength to fight back at all. With terrified expressions on their faces, they were burned to death by the flames that soared into the sky. At this moment, it turned into fly ash and disappeared. Afterwards, the 2 soaring flames merged together and turned into one, directly drowning Jiang Feng with the might of burning everything. Jiang Feng looked horrified.
This is something he never expected.
The mighty late King Wu fell in this place just like that. When the pillar of flame that soared into the sky fell, he really felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He tried his best to gather all his chi into one place, A terrifying sword light rushed towards him with unparalleled power. Cut off with one knife, but in the flames soaring into the sky, it was instantly engulfed. Jiang Feng panicked. He is really hopeless. No! His whole body was engulfed by the pillar of fire that soared into the sky, and he completely disappeared from this world. They watched helplessly as Yi Kong beheaded and killed 3 men in black robes. The people on the plain, apart from being shocked, were also cheering. Waseo, Yi Kong is so powerful, he directly killed the 5 martial kings. At first, I thought I was going to be doomed, but unexpectedly, Yi Kong made a move. The point is, have you noticed? Yi Kong is unscathed. What kind of terrifying power is this? Waquo, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't know how strong this boss is. He fought against the 5 martial kings alone. Not only did he kill them all, he didn't even have a single scar. What did Yi Kong do? Did it? Terrible. Everyone applauded Yi Kong. Old Zhang, that person you mentioned just now is him? What kind of monster is this? This is clearly a peerless genius. Killing 5 martial kings in a row, such power is really terrifying. An older teacher spoke. Yeah, what do you think? Is my eyesight okay? Zhang Wuji also recovered from the shock, looking complacent. Old Zhang told me before that he found a person with great potential. I still don't believe that he can be ranked in the top 20 in the inner court when he is less than years old. Looking at it now, with his strength, at least 5 in the inner court. Above 10. The teacher with the goatee added. Everyone else nodded. The people in the inner court are all geniuses, all of them are amazingly talented, and many of them are even strong at the level of martial kings, but they are only the elders of the outer court. Compared with those geniuses in the inner court, they are still a bit worse. In my opinion, there is no need for this year's freshman assessment. The champion this time must be this kid. Nonsense. Even a master of the martial king level has been killed. If he goes, wouldn't it be a loss of face? However, it has never been heard that someone can behead a martial king before the age of 20, let alone fight 5 martial kings alone. That's right. It's simply a monster. I can already imagine that he will become a member of the academy. He will definitely sweep away his peers with an unparalleled posture. Who do you think is the number 1? This kid's current strength is probably not as good as his senior brothers and sisters who are several years older than him. Unless he is in the top 10 in the inner court, or a disciple of the true way, his goal is to become a child of God. I think that within a year, he will be able to become a real disciple. With his strength, even the 50 members of the inner court cannot be his opponent. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Kong even more. It was as if he had seen some treasure and couldn't wait to take it as his own. Only then did Zhang Wuji realize that the eyes of these people looking at Yi Kong were shining. He knew that these people must come to rob people, and a genius like Yi Kong must join the violent party. Don't look, I have dealt with Yi Kong before, and I made a condition for him, and he will become a member of our violent party. Zhang Wuji's eyes fell on everyone. Of course not. Elder Zhang, why are we arguing with you? But Yi Kong hasn't entered the violent hall yet. Yeah, everyone is from the same academy, so you have the nerve to say that we are here to rob people? Yeah, I haven't joined yet, so how can I be considered one of yours? Elder Zhang. The teachers didn't hide their identities, and straightforwardly stated the things they wanted to poach. They also recorded the scene where Yi Kong fought against the 5 martial kings. This is a once-in-a-lifetime monster. Be sure to get it on your hands. Hearing these teachers' words, Zhang Wuji immediately became angry. He even regretted it a little. Why did you call all these people here? You said that. Zhang Wuji glanced at them with displeasure on his face. Old Zhang, we are all in the same academy, why be angry? Yeah, besides, he is also capable, who knows if he will be willing to worship in our Miao Swan Tang. Yes, Lao Zhang, you are so old, don't get angry, be careful. Zhang Wuji was so angry, the teachers naturally wouldn't let it go. Imagine. How strong is Yi Kong's talent? At the same time, in the meeting hall of Dashing Academy. On the big screen, Yikong's battle is being played.
Only a few minutes passed.
5 generals were killed by him. At this moment, even strong men like them were taken aback. Why is this kid so perverted? With the cultivation of a general, he can kill the king of Wu.
One shot is 5. An old man on the right couldn't help but let out an exclamation. So strong, I think that among the freshmen in this class, no one is his opponent. There is no suspense in this year's freshman competition.
Even if it is the combination of 4 geniuses with heaven-level talent, they can only fight him for a few rounds.
A teacher standing on the far left said.
Everyone is thoughtful. For many years, they have never met such a young man. With his current strength, participating in this freshman assessment is simply a breeze.
There is no suspense in this freshman assessment.
Hey, it's hard to handle. This kid is so powerful.
He won't be the number 1 freshman assessment this time, right?
A slightly thin old man on the right said. This kid is indeed much stronger than his peers. But because of this, he will encounter more troubles. I can't let him have smooth sailing, let him develop a kind of arrogance, so, in this freshman assessment, I will arrange some old students who rank in the top, for him. At the same time, it is necessary to spread the news of Yikong's, million cultivation resources, so that the kid can't afford to go around. The deputy dean sat at the head, looking down at everyone below.
This moment.
More than a dozen elders nodded in agreement.
This kid must be cultivated well.
With him, our chances of winning will be much higher in the 3-house competition once every 10 years.
A thin elder on the right suddenly stood up.
Yeah, this kid's strength is entirely possible to rank among the top 10 true biographies. If he can be cultivated, he will be a trump card of Dashing Academy. I haven't seen such a perverted genius for a long time.
Ah, there.
Yikong also put away the lightning on his body and returned to his plane. Everyone looked at Yikong with eyes of awe and admiration, and the eyes of a few girls were even brighter, wishing to pounce on him immediately. Especially the elders of Dashing Academy are still arguing about Yikong. They also had a little more respect for Yikong. They are thinking that if one day, it would be even better if he could be beaten to death by the elders of Dashing Academy like Yikong.
The other side. On the main hall of the Wanzhou, the 5 elders of the Wanzhou sat upright.
At this moment, Li Minghu and the elders of the Wanzhou also knew that the mission of the Wanzhou had failed.
Not to mention,
several elders of the Wanzhou recorded all the images of Jiang Feng before his death.
They finally realized that they underestimated Yikong's strength.
The strength of this kid even surpassed that of ordinary martial kings. They listed him as number 1 on the yellow list before, which was a completely wrong decision.
No matter what, this kid is a figure on the Xianbang.
Let Yikong be in the top 10 of the most wanted list of all races. When they heard that Yikong was the 10th in the Xianbang, they were all shocked.
After all,
the person who was originally ranked in the top 10 is already a martial emperor. But now, Yikong has replaced him.
Imagine.
People of all races hate Yikong to the bone.
Li Minghu clenched his fists tightly.
In my heart, I scolded all 5 martial kings bloody, and the 5 martial kings shot, and were killed by the generals.
Simply a shame.
In addition to anger, Li Minghu's heart was filled with fear. Yikong's terrifying talent made him shudder.
This kid will definitely not let me go.
If I let him develop so smoothly, I will be miserable.
No, I have to kill this kid no matter what.
Li Minghu's eyes flashed ferociously, and his fists were clenched even tighter.
The other side.
At this moment, a group of disciples who were practicing exercises received a message. Today, a talented freshman came to Dashing Academy. What's more, his annual training resources are million.
In an instant.
For a while, the whole courtyard was in an uproar.
What is the most difficult thing in Dashing College?
Resource. Who has million cultivation resources? We are not reconciled there.
At this moment, the 7 or 8 elders of Dashing Academy stopped bickering.
They have already decided that when they return to Dashang Academy, they will give Yi Kong some benefits.
Then, another 7 or 8 people took the plane and flew rapidly in the air.
Another 25 minutes passed.
In front of them is a huge building with an area of tens of thousands of square meters and a magnificent momentum.
The largest one is Dashang Academy. At this time, on this plane, a small number of young people turned their attention to Dashang Academy. A gleam of confidence flashed in Yi Kong's eyes.
From now on, he will climb to the top of the world.
Those teenagers behind Yi Kong are also full of expectations for Dashang Academy.
They want to be on top of the world. Everyone wants to be the overlord. At this moment, several elders of Dashang Academy also looked forward to it,
with a satisfied smile on his face.
In their view, this is a matter of course.
After all, this is almost always the case for young people who meet Dashang Academy for the first time.
10 minutes later,
Yi Kong and others have already arrived at Dashang Academy.
Inside Dashang Academy,
the majestic buildings attracted everyone's attention, and Yi Kong secretly admired that Dashang Academy really deserved its reputation.
This scene is truly magnificent.
Yi Kong and the others are newcomers, following a group of elders from the outer sect, naturally attracted the attention of many people. In the past 2 days, Yi Kong's photos and information were posted on the college's forum by some unknown vests. There are even million cultivation resources. The new student, Yi Kong, is extremely talented, and he is a rare talent that can only be met once in 100 years.
As soon as this news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Damn! Who is Yi Kong? I cannot be reconciled.
I killed all races in 1 year, and I only got more than 1,000 points of merit.
How could he have million? Many people in the academy are envious.
They are very curious, who is Yi Kong? With million cultivation resources, 1 year is million. Yi Kong is the only successful student since the establishment of Dashang Academy. When they first came to Dashang College, they had to go through a lot of hardships, which was really depressing.
When Yi Kong walked into the school gate, everyone looked at him.
Look, this is the peerless genius in the legend? It is said that his annual training resources are million. Nonsense, that post on the forum is spreading wildly now, I'm almost jealous of him.
How did he get into the inner courtyard?
That's right. It took me 3 years to become a disciple of the inner court. As soon as this kid enters the inner sect, he will be treated the same as me, and he also has million cultivation resources.
Why? I don't agree. There must be something wrong. I also think, how can a freshman enjoy the treatment of us inner disciples?
The students around are all envious and jealous.
But more people are not reconciled.
Among them, some have stayed in the outer door for 5 years, and have not even entered the inner door for 6 years.
A newcomer, how is that possible?
This is breaking the rules of Dashang Academy.
Especially the people around. And those chosen geniuses.
Most of these people have about 20 million cultivation resources a year.
There are a few others. 1 year's training resources are only 1,000 million.
They all think that they are peerless geniuses. Now another one pops up, the annual training resources are million.
This makes them unacceptable.
If they agree, then their strength is far inferior to Yi Kong.
This is an Earth-level genius. Everyone is proud. How could he admit it? This made them all a little suspicious. Is there something tricky? That Yi Kong? How talented is he?
It is also impossible to get million cultivation resources as soon as you enter the inner court.
Nobody agrees.
I don't think it's necessary to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme anymore. A first-year student has million training resources a year, and enjoys the treatment of an inner disciple.
There must be something hidden in this. I think so too.
Such a person can be arrogant at first, but he will be exposed soon. A genius who is rare in 1,000 years, I am. This is a character who is rare in 1,000 years.
Who am I? Some geniuses are also cynical. Yi Hafan and the others have never encountered such a thing? Under the gaze of so many people.
They all looked apprehensive.
Did you hear that? Yi Kong can get million a year? Lin Yoer was shocked.
Of course, million resources.
Yi Hafan and the others also had expressions of shock and envy.
Million cultivation resources. People from big families like them, of course, understand what million cultivation resources means. A full meritorious deeds. In the academy, merit is the most important thing.
You only have 1 point of merit for a class.
There are only a few merit points in a year. Yi Kong was at a loss.
How did they know their cultivation resources for a year?
It seems that someone deliberately did it to arouse public outrage.
Elder Zhang, what happened? Yi Kong asked curiously.
Zhang Wuji also looked puzzled, pondered for a moment, and said, I don't know if someone has leaked some secrets. I told you before that you have million training resources a year.
This matter may be a bit tricky. Merit is everything in our academy.
100 million is 100,000 meritorious service, 1,000 is 1 meritorious service. It is simply impossible to buy with money. This thing is worth more than money. This feat is very difficult to obtain. The only way is to kill the Wanzu, or accept the mission of the academy. An ordinary student's yearly merit value is at most a few thousand, while an inner disciple is only about 10,000. As soon as you enter the academy, you will reach the sky in 1 step, and you will earn 100,000 meritorious service in 1 year.
Do you think they are jealous? Zhang Wuji said.
Yi Kong finally understood what million meant. But he doesn't care at all. Some inner disciples even discussed whether they should trouble Yi Kong and make him unable to eat. At this time, in the darkness, many big figures were staring at them. This was the first time Yi Kong saw him when he first came to Dasheng Academy. They have long noticed.
They are all waiting. What is Yi Kong going to do?
Yi Kong's million cultivation resources were leaked by them.
Lin Yaer said, Yi Kong, what are we going to do next?
Yi Xingha and the others were also stared at by Yi Kong a little hairy. After all these seniors looked at Yi Kong with envious eyes.
That's right. Yi Kong, what should we do?
Zhao Kuhu and his companions all looked at Yi Kong.
Since what happened last time on the plane? Zhao Kuhu really admires Yi Kong now.
Yi Kong looked as usual, even if the people around him were envious, his expression didn't change at all. It seems that Mount Tai is standing still in front of him. It's not a bad thing to be envied by others.
If others don't envy you, you are a mediocre person. Yi Kong said lightly.
In the dark, those bosses saw Yi Kong's calm face. He nodded in satisfaction. Especially the one in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme was even more open to praise. This child is calm, has a high level of cultivation, and has a clean background. He is a good seedling worth cultivating. Yeah, this kid is only a late-stage general, but he can kill a late-stage martial king.
This kind of talent is really rare.
With this kid, the grand competition of the 3 courts will be more confident. Several other bigwigs also praised Yi Kong one after another. Yi Kong didn't care what others thought of him, let alone the envious eyes of these outer and inner disciples. He was curious about where to learn advanced martial arts. He is now a military commander in the late stage of cultivation, and he wants to hit the level of a martial king.
If you want a breakthrough, you must have more advanced martial arts, otherwise, no matter how powerful your true energy is, if you don't have kung fu, you won't be able to break through.
And his group of martial arts are basically strengthened, there is no way to continue to improve. These are not of much use to him. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either /phoneme they are at the same level and are always invincible, or they are fighting by leapfrogging. He needs to raise his martial arts to a higher level, so that his strength will be greatly improved. Except for Zhang Wuji, the other teachers didn't say a word. All eyes were on their communicators. It seemed that they were communicating with the bigwigs above.
This moment. As soon as Zhang Wuji entered, he sent him a message.
He smiled and didn't look at his communicator again. When Yi Kong and others walked into the outer courtyard, the other teachers were all ready to move. Yi Kong, if you are willing to join us, we will provide you with an earth-level weapon and reward you with meritorious service. Yi Kong, don't listen to him. As long as you are willing, we will give you merits and make you a law enforcement officer. Yi Kong, we can also provide contribution points. You can choose whatever you want. Soon the teachers were fighting and arguing. Everyone around was shocked and jealous. Whoa, does this kid really have such a perverted talent? This is the first time I've seen teachers blushing. I'm really envious if one day, my teachers will fight because of me. The students around were chatting. Some seniors who were already dissatisfied with Yi Kong were even more furious. Their jealousy towards Yi Kong has reached its peak. Zhang Wuji watched them bickering with a look of disdain on his face. After finishing speaking, he took out a black card from the space ring and handed it to Yi Kong. Yi Kong, this is the reward from the besieged hall. Our besieged hall not only has benefits, but also provides a lot of crystals. Seeing that Zhang Wuji made 100,000 meritorious deeds with one shot, the teachers who were still arguing were all taken aback for a moment. Zhang Wuji is really willing to give up. He will pay 100,000 if he makes a move. See this scene. Zhang Wuji suddenly looked gloating, and said with a sneer, "Humph, want to fight with me? I'd like to see how many of you can take it out. Besides, even if there is, so what? Do you think you are qualified to fight with me? Zhang Wuji, why are you so rampant? Yeah, do you think Yi Kong will choose to run away because of your contribution value? Look at the face of a villain like you. That's right, I don't know what he's complacent about, old Zhang, look at how you look like a villain." Hearing Zhang Wuji's words, everyone cursed. Zhang Wuji listened to the people around him yelling, with a look of gloating. No matter what you say, you can't get 100,000 merit points. Yi Kong declined their invitation. It's too precious. Zhang Wuji also provided the most resources. That's why he chose to run away. Seeing that Yi Kong was not there, Yi Hafan and the others also left. No, after this freshman assessment, I will teach this ignorant freshman a good lesson and let them understand the rules of Dashing Academy. Yeah, I have to teach him a lesson. Even I can't do merit points. This kid got it as soon as he came up. I have to teach him a good lesson. Yeah, I think so too, I must teach him a lesson. I also support you and let him know what a real senior is. For a while, the seniors who were still preparing for the freshman assessment wanted to teach Yi Kong a lesson to vent their hatred. At the same time, 3 boys and 1 girl have been watching Yi Kong since he came in. After all, they are all geniuses. Among his peers, there are very few who can compete with him. Now when someone enters here, he gets million cultivation resources. He is also known as a peerless evildoer who is rarely seen in 10,000 years, and his name is higher than them. These 4 arrogant guys are naturally unwilling. Is he really that good? Don't let me down in this competition. A man holding a spear looked at Yi Kong sharply. I hope this kid is as powerful as the rumors say, otherwise, this year's freshman competition will be too boring, right? A muscular man over 2 meters tall spoke. I don't think Yi Kong is a fuel-efficient lamp. Under the oppression of so many old students, he can still maintain his composure. It's amazing. At the end of the line, a young man with a refined temperament spoke slowly. Really? I want to see his strength. Holding a long whip, she stood in front of Yi Kong. The 4 of them were very unwilling and wanted to compete with Yi Kong. The other side. Those big bosses who were hiding in the dark looked at each other in blank dismay. The leader looked at Yi Kong. I think that this year's competition for freshmen should not only allow old students to participate. We want Yi Kong to be overwhelmed. Let him challenge all the freshmen, go challenge those geniuses. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, giving him enough pressure can make him play to his greatest potential. This kid is too strong, arrogant. If the difficulty is not increased, this freshman test will be a child's play.
Everyone else nodded. At this time, under the leadership of Zhang Wuji, Yi Kong came to the Hall of Violence. Zhang Wuji walked to the door, stopped suddenly, turned to Yi Kong and said, "This is your first time at Dashang Academy, let me introduce you to Dashang Academy." Dashang Academy is divided into 8 areas, and the southeast is the Yanwu area. The mission area is located in the north corner, and it is a mission hall, which houses all the missions issued by the academy. Generally speaking, what the students are going to do will be done here. In addition, there are missionary areas and commercial areas. There is also the martial arts area, where there are many martial arts cheats. Zhang Wuji told the 7 branches of Dashang Academy one by one. Yi Kong is not interested in the martial arts area. When Zhang Wuji talked about the last area of the martial arts area, Yi Kong's expression changed. The martial arts area is in the northwest, where there are martial arts classics of Dashang Academy. Ordinary students need to go there in order to obtain more exercises. However, to practice martial arts, you need meritorious deeds. The more meritorious deeds you get, the more the better the skills are, the better. However, no matter how many merits you have, it is impossible to buy more advanced skills. You can only look at the merit points below the prefecture level, and the merit points above the prefecture level require contribution points. You are new here, and you don't have enough contribution points. Some permissions cannot be given to you. Zhang Wuji said happily. Since he left with Yi Kong, he has been very happy. After all, how could such a genius want to worship in the violent hall, and he brought it himself? How could this make him unhappy? Hearing Zhang Wuji's explanation, Yi Kong frowned slightly. Originally, he was still thinking that after getting 20 million cultivation resources and Zhang Wuji gave him, meritorious deeds, a total of, meritorious deeds would be enough for him to exchange for exercises. But he never expected that he couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme the earth level exercises, he had to have enough contribution points. But Yi Kong is not worried, he now has a mysterious skill. Once strengthened, can reach the ground level. The 8 major areas are roughly the same. As for the others, when you get to the inner courtyard, someone will naturally tell you. Zhang Wuji's eyes turned and fell on Yi Kong. He understood that with Yi Kong's aptitude, he would probably become a disciple of the inner court soon. Ah! Yi Kong nodded slightly. Yi Kong, during this period of time, you have to practice hard. New students can only get 1 year of protection. After 1 year, they will compete for the new students' cultivation resources. The academy doesn't care about this kind of thing. Moreover, you have the most resources among the freshmen this year, even surpassing most of the old students, so you will definitely be their primary target of attack. Although your strength is higher than that of ordinary inner disciples, it is not impossible. As for the 50 people in the inner sect, each of them could kill King Wu. Moreover, these 10 people are all very strong, so you must be careful. Zhang Wuji exhorted. Yi Kong nodded slightly. But he didn't care. In 1 year, as long as he has enough resources, he can sweep everyone. What are inner sects and true biography? It's not his opponent at all. If anyone dares to provoke him, let them see what is truly invincible. Yi Kong also knew that after the protection period, someone would come to him. Not only old students can plunder, but even new students can plunder. But no one has ever done that because they don't have the ability. But that doesn't mean Yi Kong can't. If he took away all the meritorious service of the senior, this is a huge fortune. Seeing that Yi Kong didn't speak, Zhang Wuji thought he was frightened. Yi Kong, don't pay too much attention to it. With your strength, unless you meet those perverts from the inner sect, it is impossible for you to be your opponent. Ah! Yi Kong nodded lightly. What he is thinking now is how to take the credit of the senior. If Zhang Wuji knew what Yi Kong was thinking, I don't know how he would feel. Zhang Wuji led the way, explaining the academy's resources to Yi Kong. Our college has a lot of precious resources, which can allow students to improve their strength quickly. Take the spiritual energy circle as an example, where it can make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. And the lightning Dharma pool is also a place where all students who want to cultivate their bodies can enter.
such as the aura pool, such as the combat power tower, such as these.
However, these people must have enough meritorious service.
You should understand how much your contribution is in the academy. Only then did Ji Kong understand why these people would be so jealous when they heard that he had merit points. As Zhang Wuji said,
this is the common currency of the academy. In addition to exchanging exercises, there are also some cultivation resources. Zhang Wuji introduced Yi Kong. Soon, they came to the dormitory.
At this time, hundreds of students in the dormitory all noticed Yi Kong. This is the legendary Yi Kong, who is said to be a peerless evildoer who will not appear in 10,000 years. It looks nothing more than this. Apart from being a little better looking, everything else is not very good.
What's so special about him? It's none of your business?
I heard that once he enters the academy, he is eligible to become an inner disciple. When we first came here, there were 5 people living in the room, the talented people lived in 2 people, and the talented people lived in a single room. But he lived in a detached villa as soon as he entered the door. This is the treatment that only the top people in the inner courtyard can enjoy. Compared to him, we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme a life that is worse than a dog.
The seniors in the dormitory looked at Yi Kong with envy. Hey, to be honest, I am quite envious of you. You can enjoy an independent villa as soon as you enter the gate. This is not something that inner disciples can enjoy.
Only at the entrance of the inner gate can 100 people afford to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme.
Zhang Wuji also looked envious. Is there any difference? Yi Kong asked lightly.
Of course. This villa, besides being protected by a formation, has many things you can't imagine.
You can go in and have a look,
Zhang Wuji said mysteriously.
The two walked into the dormitory and came to the villa. Each building is a 3-story building.
Under Zhang Wuji's leadership, Yi Kong soon arrived at Villa No.
Here is your key. Zhang Wuji handed Yi Kong a diamond-shaped token.
Yi Kong took it, glanced at a groove on the gate, and threw the token in without hesitation. And at this moment, the door slowly opened. Yi Kong took off the token from his waist and put it in the space ring.
The aura inside this villa is more than 5 times stronger than the outside. How? Do you feel that? He finally understands why some people are jealous.
Under each villa, there is a formation that can make the concentration of aura in the entire villa 5 times that of the outside world. You should understand how deep the foundation of Dashang Academy is. Let me tell you, the benefit of Dashang Academy is not only this, you will understand later.
Zhang Wuji had a proud face. Yi Kong was thoughtful.
Practicing here, his strength will be greatly improved.
From this point of view, he was right to join Dashang Academy. The other side. The location of the inner disciples.
All inner disciples received the same message. This time, the freshman competition is only for the top candidates selected by the senior management to enter this competition. If he can defeat Yi Kong, he will get merit points.
Heard.
This made the inner disciples slightly taken aback. This was the first time for them to participate in the freshman competition.
But more, it was a surprise. They don't know Yi Kong's true combat power.
They think that with their abilities, it is easy to clean up a newcomer. There are still merit points, which is simply for nothing. In an instant, the top 50 inner disciples almost all came.
50,000 meritorious service is no joke. This is not a small income. Many people are looking forward to trampling Yi Kong under their feet. Yi Kong? Million training resources, also deserve it? One of Long Ao's followers came to the villa of a true disciple. Wang Zhenchuan, my master ordered you to kill Yi Kong.
Followers said respectfully.
His master is Long Ao.
But the person in front of him is a true disciple of Dashang Academy, with a noble status. As a messenger, he had to be respectful.
Tell Long Ao that there is no problem. Wang went to waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Seeing this scene, the follower retreated obediently.
Boss,
are you going to kill Yi Kong? At this moment, a thin inner disciple next to Wan Wen suddenly spoke. Humph, a mere freshman is not worth my shot. Wang Wen looked disdainful. Mayang Bai, you and member Su, bring some people to deal with Yi Kong. Wang Wen said. Got it, boss. Wang Wen put the matter behind him. A mere freshman, plus a few old students from the inner sect, can easily solve it. The so-called once-in-a-million-year genius is nothing but an exaggeration. He no longer needed to think about these things, and there was no need to waste time on these irrelevant things. Go down. Wang Wen waved at Mu Yanbai and the others, telling them to leave. Farewell then, boss. Then, a group of people came out of the room. After they left, they began to discuss how to deal with Yi Kong. However, they are still thinking more. What an honor it is for Yi Kong to be able to let these people join forces by himself. The other side. Zhang Wuji handed Yi Kong a purple token. Yi Kong, this is the token of inner disciples. However, with this token, one can enjoy the treatment of an inner disciple. With this identity token of an inner disciple, you can enjoy a % discount in Dasheng Academy, and you can also go to some places that only inner disciples can go. Well, I still have to deal with some things, so I will take my leave first. Zhang Wuji said a few words to Yi Kong, then turned and left. Looking at the villa in front of him, he felt a strong aura. Yi Kong doesn't plan to start practicing immediately, he plans to go to the martial arts area first to see if he can find some exercises. Otherwise, it would be a waste of merit points. Without saying a word, Yi Kong closed the door and walked straight to the martial arts area. Soon, he came to the Wushue district, and in the center of the Wushue district stood a 5-story building. According to what Zhang Wuji said, this 5-story pagoda is called Wushue Pagoda. When Yi Kong came to this pagoda, he saw an old man sitting under the pagoda. Although the old man didn't release any power, Yi Kong could feel it clearly. This old man's cultivation is definitely a martial emperor master. Thinking about it, the martial arts tower is an important place of the Dasheng Academy, and there will definitely be masters sitting in it. Otherwise, what if someone came to steal martial arts? At this moment, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, and he saw Yi Kong. He knows Yi Kong because he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme reads forums. Hi, this is my token. I want to go to the Wushue Tower and see if I can find some Wushue. Yi Kong gently placed the token in his hand on the table. The old man took the token handed over by Yi Kong, and it had 20 merit points on it. You know, it is really amazing that 20 merit points will appear in the hands of a newcomer. A second later, his shocked look disappeared. He looked at Yi Kong and said lightly, the first floor is for the Huan level exercises, the second floor is for the Shen level exercises, and the third floor is for the Earth level exercises. When the exercise you want to exchange is taken out of your room, your contribution value will be deducted. Every skill has a corresponding meritorious service. It stands to reason that you can use it to buy a level of martial arts, but you have just entered the academy, so you don't have any contribution points at all. You can exchange it for a book of mysterious martial arts, understand? The old man returned the token to Yi Kong, staring at Yi Kong with a pair of eyes, and a terrifying breath emanated from him. Yi Kong was not afraid at all, nodded and said, understood. After finishing speaking, he turned around and walked towards the Wushue Tower. You can't feel the slightest pressure from Yi Kong, at least you need King Wu to do it. This kid is really interesting. The old man smiled slightly, and continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme his eyes and meditate. At this time, Yi Kong had already boarded the second floor. He saw a white enchantment, which seemed to prevent others from approaching. Seeing this, Yi Kong took out a purple token from his waist. The purple token collided with the white light curtain. A hole was blown out of the white barrier, like a door. Yi Kong walked straight to the second floor. These exercises are all mysterious level exercises, and Yi Kong was overjoyed when he saw these exercises. He felt somewhat regretful that he could not exchange for the third level exercises here. But Yi Kong didn't care. He took one book after another of the mysterious exercises and began to choose one by one.
In less than half an hour, 4 mysterious exercises appeared in his hands.
Star-absorbing Datha, absorb the essence and blood of various races, strengthen the physical body, and have infinite power.
Thunder's Tao technique, a middle-grade mysterious grade, can control thunder, and when it reaches its peak, it can arouse purple thunder. Politics Sky Knife, a middle-grade Shin-level knife technique, cuts out with a single knife, like a howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme, slashing everything. Ghost Shadow, the speed is maximized, and the figure is like a ghost.
Yi Kong took out all 4 exercises.
As soon as he came out, he lost, merit points.
But Yi Kong didn't feel bad at all. With these skills, his strength will be greatly improved.
Only then did the old man notice that Yi Kong had come out of the martial arts tower. As soon as this kid makes a move, he is a 4-door mysterious level exercise.
Can he practice so many exercises at the same time? It's really interesting.
After more than 10 minutes, Yi Kong returned to his residence. There are still 27, which means that he can carry out 2 enhancements. Yi Kong hesitated for a moment, not knowing which one to strengthen. A few seconds later, he planned to upgrade both the Tao of Thunder and the Shadow of Ghosts. After all, the foundation of practice is the practice. As for body skills, in this world, if your speed is faster than others, then your advantage is obvious. Without hesitation, Yi Kong began to strengthen the Tao of Thunder. Strengthen 10,000 times.
In an instant, the Tao technique of thunder in Yi Kong's hands burst into brilliant brilliance. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained Thunder God's Art, an Earth-level low rank. A smile appeared on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth.
Then, his eyes fell on the Ghost Shadow fan.
Without any hesitation, he directly strengthened it.
Strengthened 10,000 times. At this moment, this book of Ghost Shadows, like the Art of Thunder God, exudes a bright brilliance, spreading throughout the room. After a few seconds, the beam of light finally disappeared. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained thousands of miles in one breath, an Earth-level low-grade exercise. The Kung Fu he watched has also reached the lower level of the Earth level, but his 2 Kung Fu skills have not been upgraded.
I need spar. Hundreds of thousands of power were all drained.
Yi Kong suddenly felt penniless.
He didn't continue to think about it.
Yi Kong picked up a copy of Thor's art and examined it carefully.
The aura here is also very strong. He couldn't wait.
Yi Kong sat cross-legged and began to practice the Thunder God technique. A series of terrifying thunder lights gathered towards Yi Kong from all directions. At this moment, he was like a huge vortex, and all the spiritual energy of the world was pouring into his body frantically. Above his body was entwined with terrifying thunder.
What's even more frightening is that Yi Kong is still not satisfied with the aura here.
At this time, Yi Kong's aura of heaven and earth was pouring into his body continuously. His body is like a huge black hole, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. At this moment, the inner disciples in the academy all looked puzzled. They felt that the aura in the college was constantly passing away, and their hearts were full of doubts.
Could it be their own illusion?
But Yi Kong was not affected at all. His suction force was like a huge vortex. It was still expanding, and it spread to a range of thousands of meters around in an instant. At this time, the elders of the Holy Martial Academy, as well as their residences, were all involved in this spiritual vortex.
Those high-level people who are cultivating feel the continuous flow of spiritual energy between heaven and earth.
Those bigwigs will definitely not think that they are dazzled. They immediately realized that someone was absorbing the spiritual power fluctuations around them. Dozens of bosses have penetrated their spiritual consciousness into the center of the vortex.
They want to see what kind of monster is so terrifying. Soon, they found Yi Kong's residence. He can clearly see that someone is practicing. Many important figures present recognized Yi Kong.
At this moment, all the big shots were shocked by the scene in front of them. They felt that this guy in front of them was really too monstrous and terrifying. When practicing, it can affect the aura of heaven and earth in a radius of thousands of miles. This kid is indeed a rare genius who is rare in 10,000 years.
They didn't want to disturb Yi Kong's practice. The big shots flickered.
This time, the loss was less than %. If Yi Kong sucked away everyone's aura, it would be troublesome.
How can the strength of other people compare with Yi Kong?
However, Dasheng Academy has always respected strength and will not care about these at all.
Now,
Yi Kong, who was practicing in the training room, also found that someone was spying on him. The powerful spiritual sense probed out, and found that it was the spiritual sense of several high-level officials of Dasheng Academy, and there was no malice, so they didn't pay much attention. This kid is worthy of being a monster, and his mental power has reached the level of the first level. The senior elders of the Dasheng Academy were greatly surprised.
They did not expect Yi Kong was able to detect that they were using their spiritual sense to investigate.
I couldn't help but give Yi Kong a higher evaluation in my heart.
After an hour.
Scorching sun, Yi Kong stopped practicing at this time. The spiritual energy in his body has become more pure, and he is one step closer to breaking through to the martial king level.
Yi Kong couldn't help sighing.
It is indeed one of the top colleges in the world. The top 100 disciples in the inner sect actually enjoy 5 times the spirit circle. No wonder so many people crowded their heads to enter Dasheng Academy. Yi Kong looked at the energy value on his panel, and there were only points left, and then he stopped practicing. The key to improving one's own strength lies in the energy value, and it is of little significance to strengthen the few exercises that he has exchanged for 1,000 times.
Look yourself. Still need to get spar.
After thinking for a while, Yi Kong decided to spend all of his million cultivation resources.
Take them all to buy crystals.
Just do what you said. Yi Kong stood up, his figure turned into a thunderbolt, and quickly disappeared in Villa 18.
Go in the direction of the resource area. Soon.
Yi Kong came to the resource area, where there were shops and some students setting up stalls. The whole scene is like the market outside, but the decoration here is even more brilliant. Yi Kong came directly to a shop with 3 words written on it, Crystal Pavilion. He had asked Zhang Wuji before, and he knew that the Crystal Pavilion was the store with the most crystals in the entire resource area.
Hello, classmate, what do you need to buy? As soon as Yi Kong walked in, a saleswoman ran over enthusiastically. After all, Yi Kong's temperament was too extraordinary. Dressed in white, like a fairy.
As for the saleswoman, she was wearing the clothes of the disciples from the outer courtyard. Apparently, she is a disciple of the outer courtyard of Dasheng Academy and came to Crystal Pavilion to work part-time. You must know that the shops in the resource area of the college are basically backed by the elders of the college.
Buy a 3rd-level spar. Yi Kong said indifferently. I don't know how many 3rd-level crystals this student needs to buy.
The market price of a 3rd-grade spar the size of a thumb here is 10 yuan.
Zhao Huili introduced.
1,000, Yi Kong said slowly. It turns out that my classmate needs to buy 1 kilogram of 3rd-grade spar, so please follow me. Zhao Huili preconceived that it was 1 kilogram of 3rd-grade spar.
I'm talking about 1,000 3rd-level crystals.
Yi Kong said with a heavier tone this time.
What?
This classmate, you said 1,000 3rd-level crystals. Zhao Huili heard that Yi Kong wanted to buy so many 3rd-level crystals at once. Frozen in place for a moment, she did a simple calculation. 1,000 3rd-grade crystals are worth million.
With so much money, how could she not be surprised?
Here, classmate, please sit down first. The transaction volume is too large, I can't make the decision. I'll go and invite our store manager over here. Zhao Huili used you in everything she said, which shows how surprised she is at the moment. The rest of the salesmen also heard the number of 3rd-level crystals that Yi Kong needed to buy. For a moment, they also froze in place. Surprised, and even a little regretful, why didn't they rush forward just now? In this way there is a commission, they can make more money than working part-time. Yi Kong didn't care what they thought, he just waved his hand. Signal, Zhao Huili quickly called her supervisor over. After a while, Yi Kong, who was sitting on the tea table drinking tea, saw a middle-aged man in a suit approaching.
Hello, classmate, I'm the supervisor of this store. My name is Wananji. I don't know. Can I have a look at your token? Card.
With a calm expression, Yi Kong took out the purple token from his pocket and handed it to Wananji.
Seeing the purple token, Wananji's eyes widened for a moment. He knew that only the top 50 inner sect disciples could have the purple token.
When he came in, he saw Yi Kong's appearance very familiar, and when he saw this token again, he remembered it.
Isn't this the number 1 freshman this year, Yi Kong, who is known as the rare evildoer in 10,000 years? The rest of the salesmen also recognized Yi Kong at this moment, and couldn't help but feel even more regretful. Why didn't they rush forward just now? Missed out on a huge commission.
It took Wananji a second or two to come back to his senses, although he also knew through the forum that Yi Kong has million cultivation resources. But he still checked it routinely. Yi Kong's purple token does contain merit points.
I don't know, this student, are you sure that these 1,000 merit points can all be exchanged for third level crystals? Wananji asked with a respectful expression. Ah. Yi Kong nodded slightly. Xiao Zhao, go and get 1,000 third level crystals. Afterwards, Wananji ordered, and Zhao Huili was on the side. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Huili came over with a storage bag. Student, take a look. These are 1,000 third level crystals. If they are correct, I will deduct the merit points in the token. Wananji handed the storage bag to Yi Null.
After searching with his spiritual sense, Yi Kong found that it was 1,000 third level crystals, which was correct.
Well, that's right, deduct it. Yi Kong nodded slowly.
Alright then, classmate, I will deduct the merit points in the token. After finishing speaking, Wananji deducted merit points from the token. Lu Ho, with a respectful face, handed back the token and a crystal card to Yi Kong.
Student, this is the crystal card of our Crystal Pavilion.
Hold this card and enjoy a % discount on future purchases in our Crystal Pavilion.
After getting the token and card, Yi Kong turned and left the Crystal Pavilion.
Those saleswomen stared at Yi Kong's back with star eyes. Such an extraordinary appearance and such a powerful strength are simply the ideal type for them to choose a mate in their hearts. Especially Zhao Huili, the whole face was filled with a happy smile. She can get 1% of this order, which is 100 million, which is higher than her income from working in Crystal Pavilion for a year. The rest of the people, seeing Zhao Huili receiving so many commissions at once, were extremely envious.
I can't wait to slap myself twice. Why didn't I be quicker and quicker just now? If they were the ones who received Yi Kong, then the 100 million would belong to them. After Yi Kong walked out of the Crystal Pavilion, at this moment, he has no remaining merit points in his token.
There was no thought of buying other items, just as he was about to leave. Suddenly, 3 old students from the inner courtyard appeared and stood in front of him. Seeing the 3 people who appeared suddenly, Yi Kong was a little puzzled. He didn't know them. Boy, we heard that you are a monstrous genius who is rarely seen in 10,000 years, and you also have million cultivation resources. The leader, Mu Yangbai, looked at Yi Kong with a provocative look on his face. He was the one who came to trouble Yi Kong.
So what?
Yi Kong's expression was full of disdain, and an incomparably domineering aura radiated from his body. For a moment, Mu Yangbai and the other 3 were so frightened that they took a step back.
Boy, you are a freshman, don't be so arrogant. You really feel that you are so strong that you have the ability to compare with us?
Shepard felt that he was scared and lost face, so he quickly issued a challenge.
The 2 people on the side also looked eager to try.
For a while, the movement they caused the crowd to watch.
Look, isn't that Yi Kong, the number 1 freshman in this class?
I heard that he is a rare evildoer, a genius, who enjoys the treatment of an inner disciple as soon as he enters school, and has million cultivation resources.
So what? Haven't you heard of Mu Xiu Yulin? The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme will destroy it?
The 3 people who stopped him, I met before, are all inner disciples.
Now, that Yi Kong might not be able to solve this matter. Mu Yangbai and the 3 of them, are you going to trouble Yi Kong? What do you think? It must be. Otherwise, how could the 3 of them block Yi Kong? The onlookers immediately recognized the identities of Yi Kong and Mu Yangbai. Immediately, they felt that Ji Kong would be in trouble next. After all, in their eyes, no matter how evil a freshman is, he cannot be a match for the three inner disciples. After a while, however, they will realize how wrong their thinking was. At the same time, face the challenge of three people. Yi Kong just looked at the three of them with disdain. Go away, I'm not interested. Hearing Yi Kong's tone, the two inner disciples next to Mu Yangbai were furious, and Mu Yangbai stretched out his hand to stop the two of them. Looking at Yi Kong with a mocking look on his face, I don't think you are afraid. You are afraid. What you call a once-in-a-thousand-year enchanting genius is just a vain name. Mu Yangbai and the other three didn't do it directly, because they still had some fears in their hearts, the novice protection period. But if it's a challenge, it's different. Facing another provocation from the three of them, Yi Kong stared at them coldly and said, I can accept the challenge from you ants, but there is a stake. Hearing that Yi Kong actually wanted to agree to their challenge, Mu Yangbai and the other three immediately showed smiles on their faces. I don't know, what bet do you want? Mu Yangbai looked at Yi Kong arrogantly, as if he was determined by him. You lose, you give me all the merit points on your body. Yi Kong looked at them indifferently, and the three said. Hearing that all three of them should get merit points, Mu Yangbai and the other three fell into hesitation for a while. Shepherd Bai, should we bet with him? The man next to him who looked like a monkey cheek asked. What are you afraid of? Just a freshman, can he still beat us? At this moment, on the other side, the burly man looked disdainful. Mu Yangbai thinks about it again, what is he hesitating about? How could this kid beat us? Okay, we promised you, but it turned out to be a bet, we must not lose and pay the conditions. If you lose, from now on, get out of Dasheng Academy and give us another, million resources. Mu Yangbai looked at Yi Kong arrogantly. No problem. There was a smile on the corner of Yi Kong's mouth, more disdainful. Okay, there is no evidence for words, let's make written evidence. After speaking, Shepherd Bai took out a piece of paper from the storage bag and wrote down the bet between the two parties. Yi Kong glanced at it with his spiritual sense and found that there was nothing wrong with it, so he signed it. Seeing that Yi Kong really accepted their challenge, Mu Yangbai and the three almost couldn't help laughing out loud. They could already imagine the scene where Yi Kong was kicked out of Dasheng Academy in embarrassment. At this moment, the onlookers also saw that Yi Kong had accepted the challenge, accepted their bet. Hey, Yi Kong is still too young, he is too impulsive, he is a freshman, how could he defeat the three inner disciples? I see this Yi Kong. So what if he is talented? His personality is too impulsive. Originally, he still has a bright future, but now he will be kicked out of Dasheng Academy. You don't need to talk about it. This guy is too young and proud. This time's suffering will definitely make him remember his whole life. For a moment, everyone onlookers felt that Yi Kong would definitely lose this time, and they could already foresee the scene where Yi Kong would be kicked out. After taking the bet, the three Mu Yangbai laughed arrogantly. Boy, you signed this bet, let me see who else can save you? Shepherd Bai, stop talking so much nonsense with him, and take him directly to the ring. Boy, you have signed a bet, don't think about running away. Tian Mang looked at Yi Kong with an arrogant look. With a calm expression on his face, Yi Kong just walked towards the ring on his own. When Mu Yangbai and the others saw Yi Kong, they still had this calm expression all the time, especially that look in their eyes. They never took them seriously. This made the three of them want to beat Yi Kong up immediately. 10 minutes later, the four of them came to the martial arts training ground and walked to the top of the ring. At this moment, there were more and more people watching, and the three of Yi Hafan rushed over after hearing the sound. They all heard that Yi Kong was going to challenge three inner disciples alone. Moreover, if Yi Kong loses, he will get out of Dasheng Academy. Oh, what a pity, Yi Kong originally had a bright future, this guy insists on challenging three inner disciples by himself, ruining his own future. Who says it's not? Young people don't know how to keep a low profile. How can he beat three inner disciples with his current strength? Needless to say, Yi Kong, an inner sect disciple, can't even beat him. What's more, that Mu Yangbai is one of the top 100 inner sect disciples, and his strength has already reached the level of a martial king. This is definitely not something a freshman can challenge. Those who came to watch felt at the moment that Yi Kong couldn't beat Mu Yangbai and the other three. Part of it felt pity for Yi Kong, and the other part was envious and jealous of Yi Kong, wishing that he would be kicked out of Dasheng Academy immediately. Only the three of Yi Huffan, who have seen Yi Kong's true strength, are full of incomparable confidence in Yi Kong. After all, Yi Kong has defeated even the late martial arts masters. What's more, this time the opponents are two students who are not at the martial king level and a student who is at the early stage of the martial king level. I think this Yi Kong is a fool, looking for excitement to challenge the three inner disciples. At this time, a disciple with yellow hair on his head said. Originally, the three of Yi Huffan didn't want to refute anything. When they were going to wait for big brother Yi Kong to easily deal with the three inner disciples. Let's see what these people look like. But now, some guys dare to insult Yi Kong. Now, they couldn't take it anymore. Hey, boy, what are you talking about? Yi Kong's strength is beyond your comprehension. Not to mention a guy in the early stage of Wuwang class, even a student in the late stage of Wuwang class, it is impossible to beat Yi Kong. Zhao Shanhe directly confronted the yellow-haired man. He, a freshman who can beat a strong man in the late stage of the martial king class, who are you lying to? Who will believe this? Do you believe it? Those of you freshmen who have never seen the world will think that he is very powerful. When the yellow-haired man saw that he was a new student, he didn't hesitate at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. That's right, that is, a freshman who even defeated a strong man in the late stage of the martial king class really makes us laugh to death. Ha 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 ha. In time, the old students who were watching all started laughing. Seeing this scene, Zhao Kuhu and Lin Youer were extremely angry and wanted to refute. Yi Huffan, who forcibly held back his anger, pulled the two of them back. Don't be impulsive, we are not the opponent of so many people. Wait for Yi Kong to deal with those three guys, and see what expressions they will have later? After Yi Huffan's persuasion, Lin Youer and Lin Youer could only hold back their anger forcibly. They knew that they were not so many old opponents. At this time, Zhang Wuji also arrived, and he knew the ins and outs of the matter along the way. Of course, as he who knows Yi Kong's true strength. Naturally, he also knew that the three of Mu Yanbai couldn't beat Yi Kong. Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang. At this time, many students also noticed Zhang Wuji coming over and immediately said hello. The faces of the three Mu Yangbai who were about to start fighting on the stage also changed. They knew that Yi Kong seemed to be a disciple of Bai Zhan Tang. If Zhang Wuji wanted to forcibly stop this battle, it would be difficult for them to do so. Hello, Elder Zhang, you didn't come here to stop this battle, did you? You know, Yi Kong has already signed a bet. Mu Yangbai looked at Zhang Wuji. The old man will not stop this battle. The old man still has confidence in Yi Kong in our church. Zhang Wuji smiled, looking at the three Mu Yangbai above. Seeing Zhang Wuji's appearance, for a moment, Mu Yangbai and the three of them thought that there would be no fraud in this bet on a date. However, they immediately shook their heads again. How could a freshman be defeated? How about the three of them? It turned out that Elder Zhang didn't come to stop this battle, so why did he come here? Shepherd asked again. The old man just passed by, and it's boring just because you have a bet, so how about this, the old man will be the banker. Yi Kong wins, the old man pays 5,000, and the three little guys Mu Yangbai wins, the old man loses, each person can bet up to, merit points. After Zhang Wuji said this, a profiteer-like smile appeared on his face. As for the other students who were onlookers, they thought that Elder Zhang was crazy today, so it was obvious that he was giving them money? I bet 500 merit points. I bet 1,000 merit points. I bet 2,000 merit points. All of a sudden, countless people began to place bets, and 99% of them bet that the three of them would win. As for the people who bet on Yi Kong to win, apart from Lin Youer, there were less than 10 people in total. Especially the yellow-haired man, who directly invested all 3,000 merit points of his net worth. On the ring, Mu Yangbai showed a suspicious expression on his face, because he found that Zhang Wuji had an extremely confident expression from the beginning to the end. But doubts are doubts, now that the arrow is on the string, it has to be launched. Zhang Wuji looked at Yi Kong and said, "Boy,
I hope you won't kneel down and beg for mercy. You three ants have already wasted too much of my time, hurry up and start. Yi Kong still looked at the three of them as he looked at the ants. At this moment, anger appeared on the faces of the three of them, shepherded by terrifying true energy fluctuations erupted on the three of them. All the onlookers could feel a strong pressure, and they already felt that Yi Kong would definitely lose in their hearts.
Come on, get rid of this guy quickly, Mu Yangbai shouted.
In an instant, the three of them attacked Yi Kong together from three different directions. The people below seemed to have seen that Yi Kong was knocked down to the ground in a state of embarrassment. But at this moment, Yi Kong emitted dazzling thunder all over his body, and the thunders were like giant dragons. In an instant, the coercion of destroying everything spread out, that terrifying you, the thunder seemed to destroy the world. The crowd watching below felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. The faces of the three who attacked and left in the arena were full of disbelief, they knew they had been fooled. But it was too late to stop now. The power of thunder continuously gathered on Yi Kong's fist and blasted forward. In an instant, a giant thunder beast appeared out of nowhere, and it devoured the three Muyangbai people who were charging straight ahead. The faces of the three people were full of fear and despair. For a moment, they had no power to resist and were directly swallowed by the thunder monster.
Boom!
The sound of an explosion sounded, and as the thunder dissipated, the three of them, shepherded by, fell to the ground foaming at the mouth.
Punch out the three inner disciples.
For a moment, everyone onlookers were stunned, including Zhang Wuji, who vaguely felt that Yi Kong's strength had become stronger again.
I sighed in my heart, what a little monster.
Yi Kong ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd, just stepped forward and wiped away all the merit points and the tokens of the three people. The three of them together have a total of merit points. At this moment, the stunned students below also came to their senses.
I'll go, am I right?
Yi Kong actually defeated three inner disciples with one move.
Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme that right, how did this guy do it? Isn't this strength too terrifying?
My merit points are all lost.
What are your hundreds of points?
I lost all 200 points. For a moment, everyone was shocked by Yi Kong's strength, and most of them cried like hell. Because of their merit points, they all bet that Mu Yangbai would win.
In particular,
the yellow-haired man's face was ashen at the moment, and all the 3,000 merit points he had saved for a long time were exported.
Some people are worried, some people are happy.
Zhang Wuji was smiling from ear to ear at the moment, this time he made a lot of merit points in the gambling.
As for Yi Hafan and the others, they were also very happy.
This time, each of them won several thousand merit points. Yi Kong didn't care about the shock of the crowd at all, he had to go back after earning merit points.
Yi Kong, wait a minute.
Suddenly, Zhang Wuji stopped him. I saw Zhang Wuji stepping forward, little guy, thanks to you this time, the old man won, merit points. Take these, merit points, you deserve it, don't shirk it. As he said that, Zhang Wuji hit, merit points. In this regard, Yi Kong did not shirk. Afterwards, he turned into a ray of thunder and disappeared in place. Only the shocked crowd remained. In time, news spread that Yi Kong defeated the three inner disciples with one punch. Basically, everyone in the entire Dasheng Academy knows about it. In the hall of Dasheng Academy, those high-level officials of Dasheng Academy also knew about this. The strength of this little guy is really beyond our imagination. He was able to defeat three inner disciples with one punch. An elder with a wool beard said slowly.
It's not surprising that he was able to defeat the three inner disciples. The most important thing is that he only used one move.
It seems that this little guy's strength has improved. The deputy dean sitting in the main seat looked at several people.
All of a sudden, several senior executives fell into thinking for an instant.
This little guy has only been a beginner for a day, and his strength has improved again.
This kind of terrifying talent, even with their knowledge, is unheard of. However, in this way, their odds of winning the three houses competition are definitely a bit higher.
At the same time, those students who did not come to watch also knew about it.
Have you heard? Yi Kong defeated three inner disciples. Really? Yi Kongyu is so strong? Isn't he a freshman? Of course it's true, I was at the scene that day. You didn't see the thunder that seemed to destroy everything. Did you know? Yi Kong made a move and defeated the three of Mu Yangbai. It's so terrifying, isn't Mu Yangbai a martial king level powerhouse? She was defeated by Yi Kong with one move. That being said, how terrifying Yi Kong's strength is, no, at least in the late stage of the Wuwan class. I think it's almost the same. This new student named Yi Kong is really a monster, and he is a grown monster. Most of the students, whether freshmen or veterans, showed shocked expressions. They don't know Yi Kong's true strength, they only know that Yi Kong's talent is evil. But talent also needs time to be transformed into strength, otherwise they would not dare to threaten to defeat Yi Kong. Now that they have learned about Yi Kong's true strength, a large number of them have given up the idea of targeting Yi Kong. This is the deterrence brought by great power. Similarly, this year's freshmen are the four most talented geniuses under Yi Kong. They also knew that Yi Kong killed the three Mu Yangbai with one punch. The four of them, each of them looked shocked and complicated. This Yi Kong's strength is indeed a bit terrifying, and I may not be his opponent. Although I also feel that I am not Yi Kong's opponent, fighting against such a strong person is the joy of cultivation. This Yi Kong is really awesome. He even jumped in front of us and taught those old students a lesson in advance. Why are you three big men afraid? I am not afraid of a girl. Only when such a strong person appears, this freshman competition will be interesting. Hearing what Bai Bing said, the other three thought the same. Only when such a strong person appeared, would they not be without goals in their cultivation? When the onlookers dispersed, the three of Yi Hufan also left. Do you guys think? Boss Yi Kong's strength is stronger than last time. Zhao Kohu looked at Lin Yar and the two of them. I also found out, especially the thunder on Yi Kong's body. It used to be mostly blue, but now it's mostly purple. It's obviously a higher level of strength. Yi Hufan also nodded. When they thought about it, they hadn't seen the boss for less than a day. Yi Kong's strength became stronger again, and he couldn't help being shocked. Yi Kong is a monster. At the same time, the news that Yi Kong defeated the three inner sect disciples with one punch also spread to the inner sect. Everyone was also a little surprised. Because, after all, Mu Yangbai was also among the top 100 disciples of their inner sect, but he was defeated by Yi Kong with one move. I'll go, what is that Yi Kong's name? Is it really a new student? He was able to defeat Mu Yangbai with one move. The three of them joined hands, and they are no match for Yi Kong. I also think, this can't be an old monster, it's so powerful, we have to be careful in this big competition. This guy is very strong. This kid can defeat Mu Yangbai with one move, at least at the level of King Wu, the same level as us, but the five of us teamed up are enough to deal with him. They are in the top 50 of the inner door, and the top 100, that is a world of difference. In this big competition, they still have confidence in dealing with Yi Kong. On the other side, the seriously injured Mu Yangbai and the other three were carried to Wang Wentu's villa by some students from the outer courtyard with their whole bodies wrapped in bandages. Wang Wentu also got the news at this time, and he was also shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Kong's strength was far beyond his imagination, and he could defeat Mu Yangbai with one move. However, it is definitely far worse than me. Although Yi Kong defeated the three of Mu Yangbai with one move, Wang Wentu still did not regard Yi Kong as an opponent. After all, he is a true disciple, and he is only one step short of reaching the level of the martial emperor. At this moment, he looked at the three Mu Yangbai who were in a panic below, and asked in a bad tone, "You three trash, tell me, what's going on? Why did you get defeated by Yi Kong with one move?" Seeing Wang Wentu's angry look, Mu Yangbai trembled with fear. Several seconds passed. It was Mu Yangbai who spoke first. "Boss, there is nothing we can do. Yi Kong's strength was indeed too strong, we felt a terrifying thunder, and then we were defeated by one move." "Well, boss, that's indeed the case. I still remember the power of the thunder, and it's really terrifying." Tian Meng showed a scared expression. Okay, you three trash, don't talk about it. Let me get rid of you if you grow others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige, and reflect on yourself. As for that Yi Kong, I will find a way to deal with him. Seeing that Mu Yangbai and the other three were so frightened and hopeless, Wang Wenta became even more angry. If it weren't for the three of them, they would still be seriously injured at this time, with bandages all over their bodies. Wang Wenta wished he could teach them a good lesson. Understood, boss. Hearing that Wang Wenta just told them to get out and didn't intend to punish them, the three of them instantly felt relieved. Immediately exited the villa, not daring to stay for a moment. At the same time, Yi Kong had already returned to the practice room of the villa. As for the turmoil caused by his battle, he didn't care at all. He only cares now, how much energy can these 1000 third-level crystals bring him? Looking at the third-level crystals in the storage bag, Yi Kong poured them all out without any hesitation. Put it on your hand and absorb it one by one. In less than a few minutes, the 1000 third-level crystals were all turned into ashes and disappeared. Similarly, on Yi Kong's panel, the energy value also reached a terrifying 112 million. Looking at the energy value on the panel, Yi Kong was also very excited, especially when he thought that his purple token still had 15 merit points. This group went out and bought 1000 third-level crystals by themselves. Not only did he not consume merit points, but he also earned merit points. I really want to thank those three guys, Mu Yangbai. If Mu Yangbai and the others knew what Yi Kong was thinking at the moment, they might be so angry that they would vomit blood. Look at the million energy value on the panel. Without any hesitation, Yi Kong prepared to strengthen the remaining 2 books of profound level exercises. From the storage space, he took out the powerful Sky Knife and Star Attraction Dafa. Strengthened 10,000 times. Yi Kong strengthened the 2 exercises at the same time, and in an instant, the 2 exercises glowed with dazzling light. The whole light seemed to break through the room, to shine outside. Yi Kong quickly waved his hand. The dazzling light was suppressed. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the low-level Kung Fu method, 9-star serial knife, and the low-level Kung Fu method 9 turns Dharma body. The entire practice room is made of alloy, which looks very indestructible, which is also one of the benefits of Xingwu Academy. Yi Kong started to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme, 9-star serial knife. Half an hour later, he took out the precious sword from the storage space. His eyes became extremely sharp, and a saber intent emanated from his body. The first form of the 9-star serial knife, breaking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. The meaning of the endless gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme converges on the precious sword. Accompanied by Yi Kong waving the treasured knife in his hand, a terrifying knife energy burst out, slashing towards the alloy wall in front of him. Boom! There was a loud sound, and a knife mark half a meter deep appeared on the incomparably hard alloy wall. You know, Yi Kong only used 3-point force for this knife, so one can imagine how powerful this 9-star chain knife technique is. Yi Kong put the treasured knife in his hand back to the storage space quite satisfied. If he continued to use the 9-star serial knife, the training room would probably be destroyed. Afterwards, Yi Kong looked at the 9 turns Dharma body, sat on the ground, and began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme it. After an hour, Yi Kong's whole body began to shine with dazzling golden light, as if there was endless power inside his body. The beating of internal organs can be clearly heard. At the same time, the aura on Yi Kong's body is also constantly rising, and the power of the destructive thunder burst out even more. For an instant, the entire training room was covered by dazzling golden light and destructive thunder. Yi Kong's body is like a big melting pot, undergoing incomparable changes. True Qi is constantly rising, and physical strength is also constantly improving. These 2 rays of light lasted for more than 10 minutes before Yi Kong opened his eyes. Those originally normal pupils even contained purple thunder. Standing up slowly, the light on his body dissipated, and Yi Kong felt the huge energy in his body. After this practice, not only did he become a 9-turn Dharma body, but his realm also broke through to the half-step Martial King level, and he was only 1 step away from reaching the Martial King level.
Yi Kong glanced at the time. It was already afternoon, and he was about to leave the training room.
There is a message from the communicator. Yi Kong opened it and took a look.
Everyone, freshmen, gather at the practice area within an hour. Those who arrive late will bear the consequences. Seeing this news, Yi Kong wondered if the freshman contest was about to start. Without thinking too much, he immediately walked out of the villa and walked towards the practice field. Walking out, most people looked at Yi Kong, some of them envied, some admired. Yi Kong defeated 3 inner sect disciples with one move, which has already spread throughout the academy. This is even more shocking than him becoming the first freshman. After all, every class has a first freshman. But they have never heard of a freshman number 1 who can beat 3 inner disciples with one move, and there is also a top 100 inner disciple.
That's it, big brother Yi Kong? He looks so handsome.
If he can do it, how wonderful my husband would be. Go away, you look like a dinosaur, and you still want Mr. Yi Kong to be your husband. Big brother Yi Kong wants to choose, and he is also as beautiful as me. Bah, you are also called beautiful, with a pockmarked face. Look at my mother, this figure, if Mr. Yi Kong chooses me, he will choose me.
For a moment, those female students looked at Yi Kong like a nympho. Some female students even quarreled because of Yi Kong.
Seeing this situation, Yi Kong was not happy, but felt a little irritable. In an instant, his body turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in place.
After 10 minutes,
Yi Kong came to the practice area. At this time, hundreds of new students had gathered here.
When Yi Kong arrived, the crowded crowd unanimously gave way. The eyes of the freshmen are full of admiration and respect.
At this moment, Yi Kong has become the idol they worship and the goal they strive for. After all, defeating the 3 inner sect veterans with a freshman appearance is really giving them a lot of face.
Is this boss Yi Kong?
Let me go. Why do I feel that what I am looking at is not a person of the same age, but an exiled immortal? The aura on this body is too extraordinary. Nonsense, otherwise, big brother Yi Kong, why would he be called a rare evildoer and genius who is rare in 1,000 years? Whether it is strength or talent, they are all top-notch. In time, most of the male students began to praise Yi Kong. Yi Kong didn't care about this, he walked slowly to the front. Those female students looked at Yi Kong in a white dress, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, facial features as sharp as a knife, coupled with that extraordinary and refined temperament. They all couldn't help but have star eyes, and they looked like nympho. If it wasn't for the presence of a mentor on the high platform above, they might even rush over directly.
An hour later, nearly 500 freshmen gathered here.
Several teachers on the high platform glanced down with majestic eyes.
A powerful coercion swept over, which seemed to be a tradition.
Nearly 500 freshmen felt great pressure and sweated all over their bodies. Even the 4 great geniuses did not look so relaxed, as if they were struggling to resist this powerful coercion. Only Yi Kong, who maintains a relaxed and casual appearance, can even burst out a powerful force directly if he wants to, breaking through this coercion. This time the freshman competition is different from the past. Because of Yi Kong's appearance, this time the competition will be held in a small secret realm, the psychedelic forest. Standing at the main seat, the middle-aged tutor with a serious face said to the people below.
Hearing that this freshman contest was actually held in a secret realm.
All of a sudden, all the freshmen's eyes were on Yi Kong. They had already found out a little bit. This time, because of the monster Yi Kong, the freshman competition will be different from the previous ones. I didn't expect that this time it would be held in a secret realm. And they also found out that it seemed that the academy had other arrangements. Thinking of Yi Kong changing the content of the entire freshman competition with his own power. All freshmen, in addition to worship, are still worship.
Hey, isn't this too powerful?
Brother Yi Kong can actually make the academy change the content of the game.
Aren't you just talking nonsense? If you don't change it, you will fight as before.
With the strength of Yi Kong's punch to knock down 3 inner sect disciples, who among us is his opponent?
Then number 1, without any suspense, must be him?
You said that it seems that you can have any suspense after entering the secret trial.
I feel that there is no need to compete this time. Number 1 is definitely boss Yi Kong.
The freshmen whispered in low voices below. They all felt that this time, there was no suspense in the freshman competition, and Yi Kong was definitely number one. Including the four geniuses headed by Nahua Lake, they refused to accept Yi Kong at first. I feel that no matter how strong Yi Kong is, he is still a freshman just like them. How strong can he be? But when they learned that Yi Kong had blown up 3 inner disciples with one punch, and one of the inner disciples was top 100. They were dissatisfied at the beginning, and now they are convinced. However, as geniuses, they also have their own arrogance and will not easily admit defeat. The 4 of them looked at Yi Kong at the same time. Yi Kong, who was looking leisurely, also noticed the eyes of the 4 people full of fighting spirit. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Yi Kong had already guessed about the change of the freshman contest, but he didn't care. No matter how the rules are changed, or who is arranged to come in, the number one in this freshman competition is definitely myself. This is Yi Kong, the meaning of invincibility along the way. It is also his way, the road, the invincible road. Quiet. Yu Hanhai looked at the freshman who spoke softly below, and let out a loud drink. All of a sudden, everyone felt a strong coercion, except for Yi Kong. They all seemed to be facing a big mountain. In an instant, everything fell silent. Cough, cough. Seeing everyone quiet down, Yu Hanhai coughed twice. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "The content of this assessment is that Yi Kong will hunt all of you. The rules are also very simple. Everyone has an identity token. Within 48 hours, Yi Kong needs to get 90% of the identity tokens of this freshman, that is, someone has more than 447 tokens in his hand. Even if he wins. Otherwise, you win." Hearing the content of this assessment, it turned out that Yi Kong hunted all of them. At that moment, the students present were all stunned when they heard the news. They thought they had heard it wrong. After the shock, most people looked a little unhappy. Those who can join the Dashang Academy are all geniuses without exception, and even mysterious talents can only be regarded as mediocre here. As a result, this freshman assessment is actually asking Yi Kong to hunt all of them. I'm going, isn't this completely looking down on us? You want Yi Kong to hunt all of us. No matter how you say it, I am also a mysterious talent, and I have fallen so low that I want to become someone else's prey. What is it that you are a mysterious talent? I am an Earth-level talent, and I want to be someone else's prey. Why? For a moment, the students below immediately exploded, and they all vented their unhappiness. Hey, what can I do if I don't become a prey? I believe everyone knows Yi Kong's terrifying strength. Even the 3 inner disciples are not his opponents. If we don't join hands together, do you think one-on-one, who among us is his opponent? That's right, if we attack one by one, it is estimated that no one can catch Yi Kong's move. Hearing this speech, everyone who was still very upset at first, after thinking about it, it is true. If the assessment rules are not changed to this, it will be under normal competition. None of them are Yi Kong's opponents, and they may not even be able to block Yi Kong's move. Only in this way, there will be suspense in this freshman assessment. The 4 geniuses headed by Hua Hu also felt extremely humiliated. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness, and their fists were clenched tightly. They were Earth-level talents. But since he was a child, he has been called the proud son of heaven, the existence that crushes his peers. But now, there is a boy who is about the same age as them, and his strength is much stronger than them. This made them unable to accept it all at once, and now they actually want to become the prey of this person. For a while, they felt humiliated. But they can only accept the fact, because they know that Yi Kong's strength is indeed terrifying. As a freshman, he knocked down 3 inner sect disciples with one punch, and possessed the strength of the late stage of the martial king level as soon as he entered school. This has never happened in the hundreds of years of Dashang Academy's history. It can be said that if they are geniuses, then Yi Kong is the genius among geniuses and the evildoer among evildoers. With a terrifying talent and powerful strength, he completely crushes his peers, like a high mountain, standing in front of them, difficult to climb. Among you, if someone performs well and can cause scars to Yi Kong, he can be assessed directly. Yu Hanhai on the high platform looked at the many students below and added another sentence. All of a sudden, nearly 500 students stared at Yi Kong.
They knew that they couldn't beat Yi Kong, but they couldn't even hurt him. They didn't believe it.
Suddenly, 500 students felt that they had been humiliated again. They admit that Yi Kong is the evildoer among the evildoers, and none of them is Yi Kong's opponent. But if it is just to hurt him, if the academy feels that no one can do it, then it is a bit too contemptuous of them. Yi Kong also noticed their eyes, stared at them with cold eyes, and said very domineeringly, "Sorry, but in my eyes, you are all rubbish." Hearing this sentence, many students were furious.
I'm going, isn't this Yi Kong too arrogant?
I admit that she is a rare evildoer in 1,000 years, but why does he say that we are all rubbish?
That's right, it's too arrogant. Let's teach him a lesson together when we get in, and see if he dares to be so arrogant again? I think so too. He dared to call us all rubbish. He must be taught a lesson. Correct. Correct.
Everyone looked at Yi Kong with anger in their eyes. Including, the 4 great geniuses are no exception, they have never experienced such humiliation since they were young. Even if they think they can't beat Yi Kong, but in order to fight for breath, they have to make Yi Kong pay the price. Yu Hanhai and the others on the high platform looked at the freshmen full of fighting spirit, with smiles on their faces.
However, the difficulties they created for Yi Kong were far more than that.
They also arranged for 5 top students from the inner courtyard. They all have the strength of the late Wuwang class, no matter how strong Yi Kong is. After all, he was too young, and it was probably difficult to deal with the 5 inner disciples who were among the top in the inner courtyard. However, this is what the academy's senior management wants to see, to push Yi Kong's limit and sharpen his spirit. Zhang Wuji, who had just learned about this, also looked at Yi Kong with some concern. If it was 5 inner disciples, he believed that Yi Kong could handle it easily. But the strength of those monsters and those little guys in the top of the inner gate is not simple. It can be said that those who can become the top in the inner sect are all candidates for true disciples, and maybe one day they will be able to become true disciples. Their strength is outstanding even in the late stages of the Martial King class. If Yi Kong breaks through to the Martial King level now, then Zhang Wuji felt that there was no surprise in the outcome of this battle. Yi Kong definitely won. After all, even Zhang Wuji felt lingering fear of the terrifying thunder. However, Zhang Wuji could perceive that Yi Kong's current realm was only half a step at the Martial King level. If you really fight against the top of the 5 inner disciples, the outcome is really uncertain. It's a pity that both Zhang Wuji and the senior management of the college still underestimated Yi Kong's strength. They never imagined that even the top in the inner courtyard of the 5 late-stage martial kings are no more than mediocre in front of Yi Kong. Looking at the passionate people below, Yu Hanhai also took out a treasure like a map from the storage space. I saw him throwing it into the sky, and in an instant, the treasure map became tens of times larger, reaching hundreds of meters, shining with light, and floating above. The eyes of all the students below were attracted, including Yi Kong.
What is this? Why is it still shining brightly? You don't know much about it, do you?
These are usually large treasures. There may be a hole in it, a secret realm. Treasures of this type are the most precious among the same level.
Really? Doesn't it mean that we have to enter this treasure to participate in the assessment?
Well, it should be. For a moment, everyone looked at this large formation and felt surprised. Yu Hanhai stared at them indifferently and said, "This large formation, called Qiankuan in the cave, is a heavenly treasure.
Next, you will participate in the 2-day assessment here.
After 48 hours, you will be sent out automatically, and you will be sent in groups of 10 later.
After entering, you will be randomly teleported to the psychedelic forest, a random place.
As for the assessment rules, I made it very clear just now, as long as you can let Yi Kong pass within 48 hours. No way, get more than 90% of the number of identity tokens, even if you win.
Or, if someone can hurt Yi Kong, they will pass the assessment directly." Hearing Yu Hanhai say this again,
many students, eyes full of scorching light, all stared at Yi Kong.
When they are prey, they are prey. Could it be that all of them can't deal with Yi Kong? Isn't that embarrassing? Isn't it called a rare evildoer in 1,000 years?
I don't believe that all of us combined can't beat him.
That's right, I think the same way, no matter how powerful Yi Kong is. We have nearly 500 people. How can he fight 500 with one enemy? That's right. We will win this assessment. Time, the more than 400 students looked at Yi Kong with fighting spirit. Including the 4 geniuses headed by Huahu, they wanted to inflict scars on Yi Kong and pass the assessment directly. Although they admit that they really can't beat Yi Kong, even the 4 of them may not be able to beat Yi Kong together. However, they also have a certain amount of arrogance. They don't believe that with their strength, they can't even do harm to Yi Kong. Looking at the eyes of everyone, Yi Kong didn't care, even a little disdainful. I was thinking in my heart, if this assessment is just like this, it would be too boring. At the same time, among the two, for crowd hidden behind, a few students wearing old-school uniforms sneered at the corners of their mouths, and they all glanced at Yi Kong in unison just now. As the secret realm was about to start this time, someone started a gamble on the official website of Dasheng Academy. Among them, the odds for Yi Kong to win are 2 for 1. The odds for 500 students to win are, 4. As for the situation where someone opened a gambling table, the academy knew about it immediately. Still, they've turned a blind eye to the situation. Some elders even participated in the gamble. All of a sudden, the merit points on the gamble exceeded 1 million points. But most of them are betting that 500 students will win, although Yi Kong's odds of winning are, 2. But even Zhang Wuji, who had seen Yi Kong's strength, was not sure about Yi Kong's battle. What's more, other people, 90% of these bettors are betting that 500 students will win. At this moment, students have been teleporting into the cave one after another into the universe map. Soon, there were only a few dozen of the original 500 students in the training ground. Just when Yi Kong was about to enter the secret realm, he remembered that Zhang Wuji had given him 1 merit points. Afterwards, he sent a voice transmission to Zhang Wuji. Wait a minute, bet I win. Hearing Yi Kong's sound transmission, Zhang Wuji's expression fell into hesitation. After much deliberation, he decided to trust Yi Kong. After all, evil geniuses are the easiest to create miracles. Afterwards, Zhang Wuji directly bet 1 merit points, betting that Yi Kong would win. At the same time, Yi Kong walked directly to Yi Hufan's side. The spiritual consciousness said, I will give you 5 merit points, and you will help me bet on me to win later. Don't worry, boss. Yi Hufan nodded, even a little moved. Yi Kong actually trusted me so much, and directly gave 5 merit points to himself. Seeing that Yi Hufan agreed, Yi Kong directly transferred 5 merit points from his token to Yi Hufan's token. No way, this kind of gamble is a real name system, and it is generally not allowed to bet by yourself. Seeing the 5 merit points, Yi Hufan didn't have any greed, and directly bet all of them, including his own 20,000 merit points, betting that Yi Kong would win. At this moment, Yi Kong also entered this heavenly formation. As soon as he entered, he found himself teleported into a forest. The surrounding was eerily quiet, and there was no one else. Looking at those trees and the sun in the sky, Yi Kongshin thought that within the heavenly rank array, it was like a small world. Seeing that all the freshmen had already entered this secret realm, the 5 old students in purple clothes also stood out from the crowd with a powerful aura erupting from them. At this moment, the onlookers were very puzzled. They all recognized this. Isn't this an old student from the inner courtyard? Why are they standing up? I saw that under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 5 of them were also teleported into the secret realm. Moreover, the instructors on the high platform did not have any idea of stopping it, and seemed to acquiesce in this behavior. Damn it, iPhoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it right? Why did 5 inner disciples enter this new competition? Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme that right, and you can see that the clothes on them are purple. This is the clothes that only the top 50 insiders are eligible to wear. This time the freshman contest was probably interesting, as there were 5 disciples who were among the top 50 in the inner sect. You said, what did they go in for? Needless to say, I guess it was aimed at Ji Kong. This freshman named Ji Kong is really scary. It's fine for the academy to change the rules of the competition for him, but it still has to send 5 inner disciples in. This shows how high the elders judge Ji Kong's strength.
For a moment, everyone was extremely shocked by the sudden entry of the 5 inner disciples. Following that, everyone entered the heavenly formation, and the big screen outside directly started the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast. Even those who are not at the scene can also click the link to watch the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast directly. They can even see a small map, except Yikong is a golden, and the rest of the students are all red dots. Looking at the densely packed red dots in the forest. Those students who watched with the communicator did not believe that Yikong could suppress 500 new students at once. This is impossible in their eyes. No matter how strong Yikong is, he is still a freshman. If you want to suppress 500 people, this kind of strength will not be able to do it even in the later stage of the general? At this time, those students who were watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast discovered it. On the small map, in addition to the golden dots and red dots, 5 blue dots also appeared. They were suddenly very puzzled and started to use bullet screens. Did you see that? What are those 5 blue dots? Also, what are those 5 blue dots? The same question. All of a sudden, the barrage was frenzied. Who are those 5 blue dots? At this moment, the camera turned to the 5 inner court disciples. I'll go, do you see? Those 5 people are among the top 50 inner disciples. Really, those 5 old students are all wearing purple clothes, which can only be worn by the top 50 inner disciples. How could they appear in here? Who knows? Maybe it's the upper echelon of the college, in order to further increase the difficulty of this freshman competition. You said, why did the top 50 of the 5 inner courts enter the secret realm? What do you think? It must be aimed at Yikong. Impossible. Yikong has to deal with 500 freshmen by himself, plus 5 old students who are in the top 50 of the inner school. Isn't he sure to lose? Who knows? Originally, I wanted to bet on Yikong's victory. But now? I decided to bet on the victory of these 500 freshmen. After all, no matter how powerful Yikong is, it is impossible to beat the top 50 inner disciples. You must know that the top 50 inner disciples are all strong in the Late Town general level without exception. I think Yikong is tough enough to deal with one person, let alone 5 people. Seeing this barrage, everyone reacted immediately. That's right. I'm going to bet 500 freshmen to win now. I'll bet on the 500 freshmen wins too. I'll go as well. In an instant, thousands of people went to the gambler to bet that 500 freshmen would win. Seeing this situation, the people on the other side of the gamble hastily increased Yikong's odds, from dash to dash, at the beginning, to dash, and even to dash in the end. However, it was still useless, and everyone chose to bet on 500 freshmen to win. Those who are willing to take a gamble and bet on Yikong can win very few. At this time, a little fat man who opened the gambling table was about to cry when he saw this scene. I thought to myself, this time I am not going to lose everything. At the same time, in the forest, the hunting officially started. Those 5 old students are already gathered together at this moment. How to say? Are we going to act separately or jointly? Yu Hongjue, the highest ranked among the 27 inner disciples, asked the other 4. He was carrying a long sword behind his back, just standing there, vaguely feeling that the sword was about to radiate. Nonsense, of course it is a joint operation. Our goal is Yikong. We just need to defeat him. This guy is one-on-one. I'm not sure how to deal with him. Let's let the other freshmen take action first to see Yikong's strength. Among the 5 inner disciples, a muscular man looked at the other 4. Xiong Liang, what you said makes sense. As long as we defeat Yikong, we will win. This kid is a pervert. I really don't know how to cultivate. A man with a fair face and a fan in his hand said. Well, it makes sense, then we will start to act. Yu Hongjue nodded, and then, the 5 of them turned into a streak of light and headed towards Yikong to hunt. As for Yikong's side, he also didn't know that there were 5 old students appearing. He just unfolded his consciousness now, and he could see all the traces of people 10,000 meters around him at a glance. Yi Kong looked at those students, who were constantly approaching each other, wanting to hug each other. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If they hid one by one, he would have to catch them one by one. There was a time limit, and it was a bit troublesome to solve. However, if they want to gather together and attack themselves together, that is to seek a dead end, which is exactly what I want. His spiritual sense detected that those people were constantly approaching, and Yi Kong was not in a hurry to deal with them. Just a face of indifference, walking in this psychedelic forest. But there was an incomparably terrifying aura exuding from his body. The monsters around him dared not approach him and avoided them. At this time, the audience in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast room, seeing this scene, thought that Yi Kong knew that he could not solve the 500 freshmen and was about to give up. Look quickly, why is this Yi Kong walking slowly? He doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Does it need to be said? He must also know that he will definitely lose this time, so he gave up. I'll go, why is this Yi Kong doing this? Thanks to my previous punch, he defeated 3 inner sect disciples. I still want to gamble and bet all my savings on him to win, but now he is about to give up on himself. Brother, who can you blame? It's not that you are too greedy. The odds of 1 to 1 are sure to win, and you insist on betting on the odds of 1 to 5. The gambler is not an idiot. He set such high odds because he must think that Yi Kong has little hope of winning. Indeed, if there are only 500 freshmen, I think Yi Kong still has a glimmer of hope of winning. But there are still 5 disciples in the top 50 of the inner sect. Yi Kong will definitely lose this time. For a while, the barrage kept saying that Yi Kong would definitely lose, and everyone felt that Yi Kong had little hope of winning this time. Including Zhang Wuji, who was watching outside. Seeing Yi Kong walking unhurriedly, he felt very puzzled and a little nervous. You know, he bet Yi Kong, merit points that he can win. If Yi Kong loses, then Zhang Wuji will suffer a lot. Zhang Wuji outside couldn't help clenching his fists, thinking to himself. Yi Kong, you must win. Those students gathered together in a mighty way, and it took less than half an hour to enter the forest of mist. They have gathered into a small team of hundreds of people. Because they clearly know that Yi Kong's strength cannot be dealt with by any of them. Only when they gather together can they be defeated. Yi Kong, who was a few kilometers away, also noticed this scene, and a smile could not help but appear on the corner of his mouth. He was not in a hurry to act. Wait for these guys to gather a little more, and then let them come together to give away the head. 5 minutes later. By Chengfei, we already have nearly 200 people here. Should we go directly to Yi Kong? A student who was a little thin asked a man in blue with an extraordinary appearance in front of him. Obviously, this Bai Chengfei is the leader of these 200 people. He is also the strongest person in this class, apart from Yi Kong and the 4 geniuses. Not enough. If you want to deal with Yi Kong, 200 people are not enough. In the battle a few days ago, I saw with my own eyes that the terrifying thunderbolt on Yi Kong's body was just a punch, and 3 inner disciples were killed. The beating made people turn their backs and foam at the mouth. I still remember it vividly until now. If only 200 of us went there, the chance of winning is probably not great. It is necessary to summon all the students in the forest of mist as much as possible. Bai Chengfei's face was deep in thought, and every time he thought of the destructive thunder, he felt a little palpitation. Yi Kong's powerful strength and terrifying talent are the number one he has seen in his life. After all, not all of the more than 200 students have seen Yi Kong fight with their own eyes. And they are all geniuses. Immediately, some people were a little dissatisfied. There are almost 200 people on their side. No matter how powerful Yi Kong is, it is impossible to beat them. I said, Bai Chengfei, have you been frightened by Yi Kong? He is just a late general. No matter how strong he is, he can leapfrog and defeat the late Martial King. So what? We have 200 people here, which one is not a general? What's more, you are still in the early stage of the Martial King class, and we have 200 people to fight a general. Isn't there enough guys in the late stage? At this time, a man with a scar on his face stood up, his whole body filled with a fierce aura.
Hee, 1-2, you think highly of me. With my strength, I can't hold out a move under Yi Kong's hands. I can assure you. Bai Chengfei looked at everyone with a serious expression. Everyone looked at his expression, he didn't seem to be joking at all, and fell into deep thought. Thinking about how powerful Yi Kong is? Among the 200 of them, Bai Chengfei, the strongest, couldn't even stop him with one move. For a while, no one spoke, and the whole atmosphere was extremely quiet. Bai Chengfei and the others could only wait for the arrival of the rest. As for the other students, they kept moving towards Bai Chengfei and the others. Walking fast all the way, for fear of meeting Yi Kong on the way, otherwise he would have to be eliminated in advance. But what they didn't know was that Yi Kong didn't bother to catch them at all, but waited until they got together and threw himself into the trap. After an hour, nearly 300 people had gathered on Bai Chengfei's side, and the crowd was directly standing in a radius of meters. Looking at the mighty crowd, Bai Chengfei still wanted to wait a little longer, wait until all the people arrived, and then go there together. In them, a gathering of 400 people, a few hundred meters away. 5 figures were staring at them, it was Yu Hongjue and the other 5. There are 400 of these guys gathered together, just right, let them fight each other, and we will make another move. With that said, Xiong Liang was about to make a move. Yu Hongjue reached out to stop him. Don't worry, have you forgotten what I said before? Let these 400 people test it out. What is Yi Kong's strength? That guy who can beat 3 inner disciples with one punch is definitely not a simple person. Our target is Yi Kong. Hearing Yu Hongjue's words, Xiong Liang temporarily suppressed his plans to attack. Although he is a reckless man, he is not without brains, and he also knows the truth that he can win every battle. Freshman gathering place. Bai Chengfei, I don't think you should wait. It's been an hour. All the people who should come have come here, and we have 400 people? The people we sent out to inquire just now also found out that Yi Kong is 3 kilometers ahead. Place. 1-2 said to Bai Chengfei in front of him. Lost in deep thought, after several seconds, Bai Chengfei said slowly, let's go. In this battle, we need to let the academy know that even if Yi Kong is a monster, we are not weak. It is impossible for him to look down on our freshmen. After what Bai Chengfei said, those freshmen were full of fighting spirit. They were all geniuses with their own arrogance. They were completely crushed by a guy who was about their age, so they naturally felt unwilling. On the other side, Yi Kong also noticed that 400 students were walking towards him. But he was still unhurried, sitting on a big rock, practicing with his eyes closed, and a terrifying thunder was faintly emanating from his body. The surrounding monsters dare not invade at all. In a short while, 400 students came to the place where Yi Kong was. They saw Yi Kong closing his eyes and resting his mind like this, as if he didn't pay attention to them at all, and suddenly became furious. Boy, don't you take us too seriously? 1-2 looked at Yi Kong angrily. Yes. Yi Kong, are you fucking too arrogant? We have 400 people here, we don't believe it, and we can't beat you. The rest of the people also opened their mouths to curse. I saw Yi Kong slowly open his eyes, his purple pupils were looking directly at the 400 people in front of him. At that time, all 400 people felt a great fear, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. A group of ants also want to defeat me. Yi Kong stood up, exuding a domineering aura from his body. Together, let's get rid of him. Yu Hongjue forcibly held back his fear, shouted, and pulled out the long sword behind his back. The gold element's true energy burst out, and he rushed forward first. When the rest of the people saw this, they also rushed up immediately. Seeing Yi Kong, seeing this scene, there was only a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The destructive thunder erupted, and in an instant, a radius of 1 kilometer turned into a sea of thunder. Yi Kong teleported in, among the crowd, it was like entering no man's land, and the destructive thunderbolts were like thunder dragons. Yi Kong just stood there and kept walking forward, countless students in the crowd were constantly overturned. Including, Yu Hongjue is no exception. Ah! Why? Why is this guy so strong? Ah! Help, he is a monster. Screams and cries for help continued to resound in the crowd. In less than 10 minutes, all 400 students fell to the ground. They looked at the man who exuded destructive thunder all over his body like a god and a demon, and their eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. They never imagined that 400 of them lost like this. Yi Kong didn't care what everyone thought, just waved his hand, and in an instant, the 400 identity tokens floated into the sky and entered his storage ring. The people who were watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme broadcast outside were shocked when they saw the scene. One by one was even more annoyed. How could this Yi Kong be so strong? He killed 10 students in less than 400 minutes. I'll go, don't be so strong, I bet 1,000 points and he lost. What are you? I bet all 5,000 points of my net worth. I regret it. Why didn't I buy Yi Kong to win? I regret it too, 5 times the odds. All of a sudden, those who bet on Yi Kong's loss felt like jumping off the building. The happiest person at the moment is none other than Wang Fuguwei. He originally thought that he would lose everything this time. Unexpectedly, Yi Kong is so powerful, and now it seems that he still has a chance to make a lot of money. Zhang Wuji outside, at this moment, had a happy smile on his old face. He found out that Yi Kong, a little monster, seemed to be stronger than last time. In this way, he might really be able to beat the 5 inner disciples. At the same time, inside the secret, the 5 inner disciples who were hiding in the dark and observing, also had surprised expressions on their faces at this moment. They didn't expect that Yi Kong's strength was so powerful. This is not the strength that a military commander can display in the later stage. Even if it is the late stage of the martial king class, it may not be so strong. Xiong Liang said in amazement. Even the reckless Xiong Liang said that, let alone the rest. This kid's strength is stronger than any of us. We will have to join forces with 5 of us to win. Li Xian, who was wearing a red dress, looked at the 5 people and said. For a while, no one stood up to refute even if they were as proud as them. It shows that their disdain for Yi Kong's strength at the beginning has already produced a trace of fear. Now, the 4 geniuses, who were unwilling to gather with a large group of students, also sensed the breath of battle and rushed over here quickly. Hua Hu led the 4 geniuses. As soon as they came over, they saw 400 students fell to the ground in a state of disarray. Also, standing among the 400 students, Yi Kong exuded terrifying thunder all over his body. They couldn't help being shocked. It's only been a few minutes since they rushed over, and Yi Kong has already dealt with 400 students? Isn't that kind of strength too powerful? Seeing the 4 great geniuses coming over, Yi Kong looked disdainful. Looking at them domineeringly, he said, "You 4 wastes go up together, I don't want to waste time." Although shocked by Yi Kong's strength, Hua Hu and the others are called geniuses no matter what. Such a humiliation, instantly felt extremely furious, and the powerful power of true energy burst out from his body. The 4 of them, without exception, are all at the early stage of the martial king class. In an instant, 4 powerful Jinchi forces swept away. A cold gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme erupted from Hua Hu's body, and the long sword behind him was already held in his hand, and a burst of sword intent burst out. The muscular Xietsong, who was wearing common clothes beside him, also pulled out the sword behind his back, and a burst of sword intent radiated out. Sun Xiuming, who was looking elegant in the rear, held a long shao in his hand, and the sound of rhythm sounded slowly. The last Rongmu also exploded with water-type spiritual power all over his body, with 3 silver needles in his hand, flashing with spiritual light. Looking at the powerful aura of these 4 people, those fallen freshmen seemed to see hope. Yu Hongjua, come on. We must defeat Yi Kong. Come on, we must defeat Yi Kong. Some people who fell to the ground with serious injuries and were not unconscious were constantly cheering for them. Yu Hongjua and the others, who were hiding in the dark, also felt that these 4 geniuses were interesting. You said that these 4 little guys can test out Yi Kong's true strength? Xiong Liang asked the other 4 people. Bai Hongyi waved the fan in his hand and said, "It's still too difficult for the 4 early martial king level guys to force out Yi Kong's full strength, but it should be able to hurt this evildoer." The 3 of Hua Hu didn't speak, obviously agreeing with his idea. For the scene in front of him, Yi Kong was not in a hurry to act,
but looked at the four geniuses in front of him with the eyes of ants. Said extremely domineeringly, "You go together, as long as you can hurt the corner of my clothes, I will lose." Hearing these words, Yu Hongjue and the others immediately felt humiliated. "Yi Kong, you are too deceitful, let's go together." Hua Hu looked at Yi Kong with wide-eyed eyes, and then rushed up first, and the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme continued to rage. Seeing this, the other three rushed straight up. They knew that they might not be able to beat Yi Kong, but Yi Kong said that they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, that would be too insulting to them. In an instant, the four of them unleashed all their strength and attacked Yi Kong together, causing sonic booms in the air. To this, Yi Kong only showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. At this time, the sword in Hua Hu's hand had already attacked, and the fierce sword energy seemed to pierce everything. I saw Yi Kong still had such a calm expression, just turned sideways and dodged, easily dodging his sword. At the same time, the attacks of the other three came one after another. Yi Kong carried his hands on his back and dodged in a relaxed manner. The four of Hua Hu kept attacking, but no matter how powerful or how fast they exploded. Yi Kong can do a dodge. Seeing this situation, the four geniuses were shocked. They couldn't believe that they couldn't even cut Yi Kong's clothes. The students and tutors who were watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast outside were all surprised when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a powerful freshman before. Martial Kings shot with all their strength, but they couldn't even hurt his clothes. I'm going, isn't this too awesome? Is this still a gamble? Yi Kong is invincible immediately. The four great geniuses can't even beat Yi Kong's clothes. I said yes, I regret it. Why didn't I bet on Yi Kong to win, 5 times the odds, my heart aches. Seeing this astonishing scene, those outside who bet on Yi Kong's loss were filled with regret, thinking that they were doomed. Some people were worried, some people were happy, like Zhang Wuji. A small number of people who bet on Yi Kong's victory were all smiling. When the game is over, they can get 5 times the harvest. As for those high-level people, they were also extremely shocked, thinking to themselves, Yi Kong's strength is so strong, the 5 disciples who are in the top 50 of the inner sect don't know if they are enough to fight. I knew that I should arrange the top 10 disciples of the inner sect to go in, so that I can see Yi Kong's limit thoroughly. We still underestimate the little guy Yi Kong. The senior officials of several colleges fell into deep thought. In the secret territory, the 5 inner disciples hiding in the dark were equally astonished. They thought that no one of them would be able to dodge the attacks of 5 martial kings so easily and casually. And Yi Kong can, what does this mean? Yi Kong, this guy is really a monstrous genius. I admit that if he is singled out, I am no match for him. Yu Hongjue kept staring at Yi Kong and said these words slowly. This little guy is really strong. I didn't understand why it was a freshman before. The academy is going to send 5 disciples who are among the top 50 in the inner sect. Looking at it now, if any one of us comes in alone, he will not be his opponent. It is really a sinking ship. Xiong Liang, who has always been arrogant and known as a reckless man, also admits that he can't beat Yi Kong at this moment. In time, the expressions on the faces of the 5 inner sect disciples became serious. They thought that they came in this time just to abuse food, but they didn't expect that the strength of this new student was far beyond their imagination. At the same time, the 3 of Yi Hufan also came late and rushed over. As soon as they came over, they saw the freshmen who were seriously injured and fell to the ground, and the 4 geniuses who were being teased like children. The strength of the boss is really outrageous. Yi Hufan couldn't help sighing. Lin Yair and the 2 just stood there watching. They originally thought about rushing over to see if they could help the boss, but now they realized that they were thinking too much. At this time, the battlefield. Yi Kong still had a relaxed and casual look, but in contrast to the 4 geniuses, the aura on their bodies has been declining. Cold sweat kept pouring down from their foreheads. Hurrah! The heavy panting sound seemed to be saying that they had tried their best. But even so, they still couldn't hurt Yi Kong's clothes. Looking at the man in front of them who looked like a banished fairy, they felt deep despair. They have never been crushed like this before, and they even feel that they cannot be called geniuses at all in front of Yi Kong. At this moment, Yi Kong is too lazy to play anymore. Too slow, too slow. Yi Kong's voice reached the ears of the four. The four of Huohu wanted to refute, but the huge gap between their strengths made them completely unqualified to refute.
In the next second, Yi Kong instantly appeared in front of Han Hai.
His expression turned pale with shock and fear. Huohu just wanted to make a move. With a wave of Yi Kong's hand, a thunderbolt burst out. Yu Hongjue didn't even see how he made the move, and was directly thrown into the sky boom. Then he fell heavily on the ground, was seriously injured, and the sword in his hand also fell. With just one blow, Huohu was easily eliminated, and the remaining three geniuses turned pale with fright.
Damn it!
Let's go together!
With a roar, Xiatsong rushed up first, followed by the other two.
Boring, it's so weak. Yi Kong looked at them domineeringly, and waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and a thunder dragon slowly stretched out its 5 claws, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart.
Flooding towards them, the three of Xiatsong seemed to see the most terrifying scene in their lives.
They wanted to resist with all their strength, but it was useless against the thunder dragon.
In the next second, the destructive thunder dragon turned into pure energy and flooded the earth.
A big pit appeared on the ground, and the three of Xiatsong were a little burnt black, and the seriously injured fell on the ruins. Their eyes were full of despair and fear. It was Yi Kong who stopped at the last second, otherwise all the freshmen present might have died from this blow just by the destructive thunder dragon. The people outside saw the terrifying thunder dragon through the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast.
Everyone looked shocked. They thought, is this a move that the Martial King class can use?
Including the senior management of the college, they were also surprised.
They had overestimated Yi Kong's strength time and time again.
But in the end, they discovered that they had always underestimated Yi Kong's strength. On the other side, in the villa of the true inheritance disciple, Wang Wenta saw the giant thunder dragon that seemed to be punished by heaven. He couldn't help being shocked, and then murmured to himself, this freshman named Yi Kong is a bit interesting, but if you want me to make a move, you still don't have the qualifications.
Inside the secret.
Seeing that even the four great geniuses were defeated, the freshmen felt hopeless, thinking that they would definitely lose this time. At the same time, the 5 Yu Hongjue who were hiding in the dark looked at each other, and they were obviously also shocked by the blow just now, the thunder dragon.
How? Are we going to deal with that guy? Chai Shan asked the other 4.
What are you afraid of?
I admit that this guy is really strong, but there are 5 of us.
Xiong Liang didn't show any fear on his face, instead he looked eager to try. Indeed, if our 5 inner disciples are top 50 and deal with a freshman, but we dare not make a move and are scared away by him. Then we don't need to mess around in the academy anymore, let's go, it's time to get rid of him. Huohu said, and then he walked out first. Seeing this, the other 4 people also followed out. As soon as the 5 of them went out, they were immediately recognized by those freshmen. After all, what did the purple clothes represent in the academy? Those freshmen knew it. Yi Kong also showed a smile. He had already discovered that there were 5 small bugs hiding in the dark. Unexpectedly, it was still the top 50 disciples of the 5 inner sections. However, Yi Kong doesn't care who the opponent is, anyway, he is invincible here. I know the man walking in the front holding the long sword.
His name is Yu Hongjue. He is the 23rd old student in the inner sect.
The brawny man in the back, I remember Xiong Liang, he is also ranked 32nd in the inner sect, and these 5 guys are all ranked in the top 50 in the inner sect. How did they appear here?
Does it need to be said? He must have come to deal with Yi Kong.
After all, with his strength, only the top 50 disciples in the inner court can compete with him. It's really scary. None of our freshmen in this class can block Yi Kong's move, and in the end, the top 50 old students in the inner court are required to appear. Oh, there's no way, but, with an old student in the top 50 of the inner door, how crazy is Yi Kong seeing him now? For a moment, the students who fell on the ground couldn't help but ignite hope when they saw the appearance of the 5 top 50 senior students in the inner sect. Including the 4 geniuses who were seriously injured in the back, they were a little shocked that Yu Hongjue and others actually appeared here.
Seeing this scene, the 3 of Yi Hafan behind couldn't help becoming worried.
Tell me,
Big brother Yi Kong, can you defeat those 5 old students who are the top 50 inner disciples? Looking for Kuhu, he asked the two of them worriedly. Not necessarily, although Boss Yi Kong is powerful, but among the top 50 inner sect disciples, each of them is a late martial king class, with strong strength. And now there are 5 people present, even the Boss Yi Kong is not necessarily an opponent. However, I believe that Big Brother Yi Kong will definitely win. Yi Hufan's eyes are full of confidence in Yi Kong. At the same time, outside this secret realm, those students who watched the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast also saw the top 50 inner disciples and finally appeared. They couldn't help but start to look forward to it, thinking, this is definitely a big battle. Do you think Yi Kong will be the opponent of these 5 inner disciples? Not necessarily. If it was before, I think Yi Kong is a freshman. No matter what happens, it is impossible to defeat these 5 inner disciples. However, with the terrifying Thunder Dragon just now, I feel that the outcome is uncertain. Indeed, that Thunder Dragon is really terrifying. It doesn't look like an attack that can be sent out by a martial king class. Well, no matter what, I still hope that Yi Kong will lose this battle. After all, I bet all my wealth on him. Me too. However, it should be safe to have 5 inner disciples. In Yi Kong's battle, I estimate that his chance of winning is less than %. Almost, I think so too. Yi Kong's winning percentage in this battle should be around %. Although Yi Kong's strength is indeed strong, but the opponent is 5 old students in the top 50 of the inner door. Yi Kong is only a general in the late stage after all. No matter how you can leapfrog the battle, it is impossible to be so against the sky. For a while, everyone in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast room outside felt that Yi Kong's victory or defeat in this battle was only %. This still depends on the situation of the terrifying Thunder Dragon just now. Otherwise, they originally thought that Yi Kong's victory or defeat would not be equal. It's a pity that they will know later how wrong their ideas are. In the secret realm, Yu Hongzhua and the other 5 approached Yi Kong step by step. The aura of the 5 people continued to rise. The sword energy soared to the sky, and the sword intent was violent. Yu Hongzhua and Xiong Liang were the first to bear the brunt. The 3 people behind, by Hongyi, were constantly erupting with Xinqi fluctuations. The 5 forces swept towards Yi Kong like a raging phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Regarding this, Yi Kong showed no fear on his face, even a little disdainful. He looked at the 5 people, and said domineeringly, this big competition should be over. You 5 wastes go up together, so as not to waste time. Hearing this sentence, Yu Hongzhua and the other 5 were furious. They are the top 50 inner disciples. They have never been provoked like this before. Boy, are you looking for death? Xiong Liang, who was the most irritable, couldn't help at first, staring at Yi Kong with fierce eyes. A group of ants, are you worthy? In an instant, a violent aura emanated from Yi Kong's body. The endlessly destructive thunderbolt directly scattered the 5 auras. Seeing this scene, Yu Hongzhua and the other 5 were taken aback. They did not expect that the combined momentum of the 5 of them would be so easily dispelled. They looked at Yi Kong with deep fear in their eyes. Don't hold back, let's go together. Hua Hu let out a loud drink. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 people rushed forward from different directions in an instant, and surrounded Yi Kong directly. Then, a powerful Xinqi burst out in an instant, attacking directly. Seeing this situation, Yi Kong still didn't panic at all. In the next second, the sword in Yu Hongzhua's hand stabbed towards his chest, and Yi Kong was not in a hurry. Lei Ting condensed on the palm of his hand, and saw that his 2 fingers directly held the tip of the long sword. Crack! In the next second, under Yu Hongzhua's shocked eyes, the mysterious sword in his hand was broken directly. How is it possible? Yu Hongzhua couldn't believe it. At the same time, the other 4 masters also attacked at the same time. Seeing Yi Kong, terrifying thunder erupted from his whole body. In an instant, the purple thunder radiated out like a storm, and the 4 inner disciples had just approached, and they were directly scattered out. When they flew upside down, their eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Too weak, too weak. Yi Kong stared domineeringly at Hua Hu in front of him.
For a moment, Yu Hongjue felt as if he was being watched by a demon god. In the next second, Yi Kong stretched out his hand and hit Hua Hu's face directly. The speed was so fast that Yu Hongjue couldn't dodge it at all. He was directly pushed back by Yi Kong. Bang, bang. Trees were knocked down by his huge body continuously, until more than a dozen trees were knocked down, before Yi Kong pushed him out forcefully. The next moment, Yu Hongjue bumped into a big tree. The big tree broke, and he fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment, with a bruised nose and a swollen face. The sword on the right hand that was broken in half also fell to the ground. At the same time, the 4 inner sect disciples who had just been shaken away by the terrifying thunder had just stabilized their bodies. In the end, they saw Yu Hongjue lying on the ground seriously injured, his whole face swollen like a pig's head. Looking forward again, Yi Kong, whose whole body was continuously covered with terrifying thunder, that destructive power was like a punishment from heaven. At this moment, they knew what kind of existence they had provoked. Unfortunately, there is no chance to regret it now. Yi Kong's eyes were very cold. He looked at them domineeringly, and said, "If you can catch my move, you will win." As soon as the words fell, Yi Kong exuded terrifying thunder all over his body, and the strands of blue thunder that were originally blue turned into purple continuously. Seeing this scene, the 4 of Xiong couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. They subconsciously told them that the 4 of them would definitely not be able to stop this blow. Thunder Unicorn. In the next second, Yi Kong waved his big hand upwards. Above the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, and endless purple thunder appeared. In an instant, it transformed into a thunder unicorn over 100 meters away. That ultimate power seemed to destroy everything in the world. This scene is like annihilation of the world. No matter whether it is inside the secret or outside the secret, people are dumbfounded. At the same time, they have a doubt in their hearts: is Yi Kong really just a late general, fall? In the next second, the destructive thunder Qilin devoured Xiong and the others. Get up! Xiong roared, burst out with all the strength in his body, and swung a knife. The same is true for the other 2 men and 1 woman, and they all resorted to their strongest attacks. Even Yu Hongjue, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, stood up with all his strength, swung his last sword, and then passed out and fell to the ground. Boom! In midair, the sky and the earth changed color, and the 5 terrifying attacks collided with the Thunder Unicorn. It may have lasted less than a second, but the Thunder Unicorn, which represented the ultimate power between heaven and earth, directly destroyed the 5 powerful attacks. Towards, the 4 of Xiong came submerged. Unable to resist at all, under the fear and despair of Xiong and the others, they were completely swallowed by the thunder Qilin. Boom! Suddenly, the earth cracked, gravel flew, and dust rose everywhere. After the endless thunder dissipated, the 4 of Xiong fell to the ground with scars all over their bodies, and passed out unconsciously. This is still the result of Yi Kong's mercy. Otherwise, with just this blow, the 4 of Xiong would have died on the spot. He saw the thundering Qilin who seemed to destroy the world, and the 5 inner disciples who fell unconscious on the ground. The freshmen present were all shocked and froze. Including Hua Hu and the other 4 geniuses, apart from being surprised, they felt even more ashamed. In front of Yi Kong, they are considered geniuses. Well, Yi Kong's strength is too monstrous, right? Are you sure he's the same freshman as me? It's terrible, it's terrible. It's our sorrow to be born in the same era as such a character. Even 5 inner disciples can't block his move, who else can cure him? The freshman who fell on the ground looked at Yi Kong with admiration besides awe. The same goes for the 4 great geniuses. At this moment, they knew what a real monstrous appearance is. Such a terrifyingly powerful strength made them dare not even think about catching up. Beyond the secret realm. The faces of the students watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme broadcast were full of shock and despair. What is shocking is that even the top opponents in the inner gate are not Yi Kong's one-stroke enemy. To their despair, they lost all their merit points. Fuck me, this Yi Kong is really a bit scary. Even the top 50 inner disciples can't block his move. Fortunately, I still have so much hope for them. Oh, there's no way, Yi Kong is too strong. Now it's all over, I lost all my points. Wang Fugue, who opened the gambling table, was so happy that he exploded. Excluding the other bets on Yikong with 5 times the winning rate, he earned millions of merit points this time. Completely rich overnight. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the villa, true disciple Wang Wentu also saw the result of this competition. He didn't expect that Yikong's strength was really so strong that he could defeat 5 inner disciples with one move. It's interesting, now you are barely worthy of letting me take the shot. Wang Wentu stared at Yikong on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals libLive/phoneme broadcast screen, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, in the secret realm, when everyone was shocked and hadn't recovered yet, Yikong waved his hand, and in an instant, more than 400 identity tokens floated into the air, and then appeared in front of him. As the number of tokens in Yikong's hands has exceeded 90%. Yu Hanhai's voice sounded. This freshman competition is over, and Yikong won. With Yu Hanhai's announcement, this time the freshman competition officially ended. At this moment, whether it is inside or outside the secret, everyone's eyes are on Yikong. He crushed everyone with absolute power and created a miracle. Then, accompanied by the golden light, whether it was Yikong or the students who were seriously injured and fell to the ground, all of them were sent out, and there was a universe in this cave. After Yikong appeared, the people outside the secret looked at him as if they were worshipping gods and demons. Including Yu Hanhai and others on the high platform, they have not recovered for a long time. They have lived for hundreds of years, and this is the first time they have seen such a monstrous genius. Those seriously injured students looked at Yikong's eyes without any dissatisfaction. Total fear and adoration. One person defeated 500 people, and there were 5 old students who were in the top 50 of the inner door. This has never been held in the entire history of Dasheng Academy. In the practice area, it was extremely quiet, and the expressions on everyone's faces were nothing but surprise. After a few seconds, Yu Hanhai looked at the crowd and announced, this time, Yikong won the freshman contest. Hereby reward, 50 merit points, directly become an inner sect disciple, and have a chance to bathe in the dragon transformation pond. After Yu Hanhai announced the reward, everyone was even more shocked. The other 2 rewards were okay, they all felt that Yikong should get them based on Yikong's strength. But Walonqi is different. I heard it right, Yikong actually got the reward for bathing in the dragon pond. What's wrong? Is this Hualong pond very precious? Someone asked in confusion. Of course it is precious, I heard that this is a pool of water condensed from the blood of several flood dragons. Except for true disciples, the rest are not qualified to take a bath at all. As a freshman, Yikong can enjoy this kind of treatment. Really, so powerful? That's not true, let me tell you, Hualong Pond can be said to be the #1 treasure of Dasheng Academy. It is said that those who bathe in Hualong Pond will experience earth-shaking changes. When everyone in the training area was shocked. At this moment, in a hall, the senior officials of Dasheng Academy also clearly saw the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals libLive/phoneme broadcast of everyone after Yikong finished solving the problem. Even if it was them, the expressions on their faces couldn't help showing surprise. They thought that it would be enough to send 5 disciples who were in the top 50 of the inner sect. Unexpectedly, the 5 disciples in the top 50 of the inner sect couldn't even block Yikong's move. This Yikong's strength is really beyond our imagination. He even solved the 5 inner sect disciples with one move. I really don't know where his limit is. A bloated elder said. Isn't this a good thing? Yikong is a disciple of our academy, the stronger his strength, the stronger his talent, it is also a good thing for us. That's right, we should increase the cultivation of Yikong next, with this kid's talent, if he grows up. If he goes to participate in the Sanfu Grand Competition, then it will be worth seeing. With his terrifying strength, he will definitely shine. That's right, I think so too, we must vigorously cultivate such talented disciples. For a moment, the top executives of these colleges were nothing but surprised. It is all decided to vigorously cultivate Yikong. On the other side, the other 9 true disciples also noticed Yikong. Originally, they knew the character Yikong from the very beginning. However, as true disciples, who stand at the top of all disciples, they don't have much interest in a freshman.
However, this new student surprised them time and time again.
Especially this time, he even got the chance to bathe in Hualong Pond. You know, even if they are true disciples, they only get the chance to bathe in the Dragon Pond once when they are promoted to true disciples.
This guy got it not long after he entered the academy. It's hard not to get their attention.
In a courtyard, 3 true disciples are all here.
Among them, the man sitting and drinking tea was dressed in Xingyi and had a refined aura.
There is a fierce sword intent on his body. He is Duanyan, the number 1 disciple of the true biography. He is known as the master of both piano and sword, and his strength is extremely powerful, and he has even broken through the Emperor Wu. A man and a woman sitting beside him are Zhang Wuan, who was ranked 3rd, and Bai Shuer, who was ranked 7th. One of them burst out with a strong fighting spirit, and the other seemed to contain biting ice.
The 3 of them were obviously just sitting there drinking tea without doing anything, but their auras were faintly exuded. Have you all seen it?
That freshman defeated 5 old students in the top 50 of the inner door with 1 move.
Bai Shuer said to the 2 of them. I've seen it. I've never seen such a strong freshman.
When he grows up, I look forward to playing against him.
Zhang Wuan had an expectant expression on his face.
For a fighting maniac like him, what he looked forward to most was fighting. Seeing him like this, Bai Shuer felt speechless.
Then she looked at Duanyan. Duanyan, what do you think of Yi Kong's strength?
Very strong, able to defeat 5 late martial king level students with 1 move, and he has the combat power of the top 10 inner disciples.
Duanyan drank his tea and said slowly.
You said this kid has the combat power of the top 10 inner disciples. Bai Shuer was a little surprised. She didn't expect Duanyan to have such a high evaluation of Yi Kong, and she actually thought that he had the combat power of the top 10 inner disciples.
You know, the top 10 inner disciples can be regarded as true candidates. Although, Bai Shuer couldn't believe it, this freshman was really so strong.
But based on her understanding of Duanyan would never talk casually. With this little guy here, this time, the true disciples of Dasheng Academy who haven't been touched for several years may have to usher in a reshuffle.
Duanyan held the teacup and looked forward.
At the same time, with the end of this freshman competition, Yu Hanhai also announced that everyone can disband. Those seriously injured students all went to the hospital, including the 5 inner disciples.
When the 5 inner disciples were about to be defeated, they couldn't believe that they couldn't even stop a freshman's move. In the training area,
the 3 Yi Hafan who did not participate in the battle this time walked towards Yi Kong. Boss Yi Kong, you were so strong, you even defeated 5 inner disciples with 1 move against 1.
Yi Hafan praised sincerely. Behind Zhao Kohu and Lin Yor, they all looked adoring.
It's nothing, it doesn't take much effort to defeat them.
Yi Kong said calmly and seriously. But it was such a serious expression that shocked Yi Hafan and others even more. They are guessing, how strong is Yi Kong?
Later, Yi Hafan discovered that 25 points had been credited to his token. He immediately remembered what Yi Kong had asked him to bet on earlier. Boss Yi Kong, the 25 merit points have arrived, and I will transfer them directly to your token.
Yi Hafan said. Ah. Yi Kong nodded slowly.
This time, he did not expect that the person who set up the betting market would change the odds when the market was finally closed.
Let yourself earn a full 5 times.
With 25 merit points credited to the account, Yi Kong also thought that he could buy another wave of things to enhance his strength. As for Lin Yar and Zhao Kohu, they heard that big brother Yi Kong actually won the bet, with 25 merit points. Can't help but be surprised, there is a hint of envy on their faces, but more of admiration. At this time, Zhang Wuji walked over slowly, with a grateful look. Yi Kong, little friend, thank you this time, that old man has won a total of 15 merit points.
You're welcome, Elder Zhang, you deserve it.
Yi Kong replied with a smile. I still want to thank you, after all, you asked me to bet on you to win, so how about this, I will transfer, merit points to your token.
Don't shirk, brother Yi.
Zhang Wuji's old face was about to burst into laughter, and he was called Brother Yi. It can be seen that he highly recognized Yi Kong's strength. Yi Kong didn't shirk phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. Afterwards, after Zhang Wuji turned the merit point over, he suddenly remembered something. He said with a serious expression, Yi Kong, little friend, I remembered one thing. Although you enjoyed the treatment of an inner disciple before, you are still not an inner disciple. But now you have officially become an inner disciple. Every inner disciple has a duty, or in other words, needs to go to the battlefield of thousands of races to practice. This is unavoidable no matter how powerful your talent is. Yes? Yi Kong didn't have any fear of the 10,000 races battlefield, but rather looked forward to it. My own star-absorbing method also requires the blood of all races to become stronger. As for the expressions of Yi Hafan and the three of them, there were some changes. As children of wealthy families, they had naturally heard of the 10,000 races battlefield. I heard that there are all real alien races there, each of them is extremely ferocious, even the strong ones at the king of martial arts level can be seen everywhere like ants. That's right, brother Yi, this is a must for every inner sect disciple. After all, the ultimate goal of us human race powerhouses is to kill all races. The next time you enter the 10,000 races battlefield, there is still a month to go, so you have to make good preparations, and if you have any questions before then, you can come and ask the old man. And wait a moment, the clothes of the inner disciples will be delivered to your villa. Zhang Wuji looked at Yi Kong and said slowly. Ah. Yi Kong slightly nodded his head indifferently. Many freshmen were envious when they saw this scene. Oh, I'm really envious and jealous. They are also freshmen, Mr. Yi Kong, who became inner disciples right after they started. I can't help it. He is a rare evildoer in 1,000 years, a genius. Isn't it normal to directly enter the inner sect with his strength? It doesn't seem like we have to participate in the assessment after a year before we can enter the inner sect. It's incomparable. I heard that in the history of Dashang Academy, the fastest record for a freshman to enter the inner sect is 1 month. Boss, it took a total of 3 days to officially enter the inner gate. This directly broke the record of Dashang Academy. Nonsense, otherwise, why would the boss be called a rare evildoer in 1,000 years? Time, these new students who just swallowed the healing elixir, sighed deeply. Although they were all injured by Yi Kong, most of them did not resent him. Because they knew that with Yi Kong's strength, if they and others wanted revenge, they would be asking for trouble. At this time, the 4 geniuses who had just stabilized their injuries looked at each other, as if they were going to make a decision. Are we going to seek refuge with Yi Kong? This evildoer is likely to be the son of Tao. If we follow him, our luck may become stronger. Rongmu looked at the 3 of them and said. Time, the 3 of them also fell into deep thought. As children of the family, they have all heard of it. How many peerless geniuses will appear in every era? Bearing the luck of the human race, both talent and strength are far superior to those of the same generation. The current Yi Kong, in their eyes, is such a character. For a moment, as proud as they were, they all felt a sense of submission. I think it's okay. Boss Yi Kong is not only powerful, but also extremely talented. He is a rare evildoer in 1,000 years. It is not shameful for us to surrender to him. Sun Xiaoming said slowly. Indeed, I don't feel ashamed, and I heard from my father that if we follow people like Yi Kong who carry luck, we will also get great blessings. At this time, Xiatsang also stood up and said. Among the 4 geniuses, only Hua Hu remained silent. Looking at the gazes of the 3, he pondered for a long time before deciding to surrender to Yi Kong. Okay, I agree too. Anyway, he is so arrogant, we are not ashamed to surrender to him. Hua Hu said. All of a sudden, the 4 of Hua Hu walked up to Yi Kong, clasped their hands together and said, Boss Yi Kong, the 4 of us want to be your subordinates, please accept us. Seeing this scene, Yi Kong's eyes moved slightly, and his expression turned into a thoughtful look. If I want to quickly become a true disciple in the Dashang Academy, my subordinates are absolutely indispensable. It just so happened that these 4 geniuses also had a bit of talent, and they took the initiative to surrender, so I might as well accept them, it is good. Yi Kong looked at them indifferently. But that's it, there is no aura exuding from the whole body, and the 4 of Hua Hu were stared at by Yi Kong, and they all have a trace of fear deep in their hearts.
They couldn't help but think, Boss Yi Kong is really terrifying, and they even think their decision is correct.
On the other side, Yi Hafan and the three saw the four proud geniuses, and they were all willing to submit to Boss Yi Kong.
For a while, they respected and worshipped Yi Kong even more.
As expected of Boss Yi Kong, I heard that the four great geniuses are all prefecture-level talents, and their strength is also the best of their generation, so they are so willing to submit to Boss Yi Kong.
Zhao Kuwu couldn't help sighing. Isn't this normal?
With the strength of Boss Yi Kong, even a heaven-level talent, it is normal to submit to him. As Yi Hufan, who had seen Yi Kong's strength from the beginning, he had already cast his eyes on Yi Kong's admiration.
As for Lin Yao looked at Yi Kong with star eyes. In addition to worship and respect, there is even a hint of admiration.
As the crowd dispersed, Yi Kong also ordered the Huahu Four to go back first, and would call them if something happened.
Yi Kong looked at the 70 merit points inside the purple token.
I thought to myself, my energy value has been strengthened by 10,000 times twice, and there is not much left. Just in time, take these points and exchange them for some crystals to increase energy value. Moreover, his own strength has now reached the half-step martial king level.
With the skills, it is time to break through. 10 minutes later, sunset and dusk.
Yi Kong walked to the crystal pavilion where he came last time.
As soon as he entered, the sharp-eyed Zhao Huili recognized him. After all, Yi Kong's temperament is too extraordinary. "Student, you are here, what do you need to buy this time?"
Zhao Huili hurried forward and said politely. Seeing this, the rest of them immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet, thinking that they were a step too late, and could only look at Zhao Huili with envy and hatred.
"It's still the same, buy a third-level spirit stone, and some top-grade elixir,"
Yi Kong said slowly and calmly. For a moment, looking at Yi Kong's face like a banished fairy, Zhao Huili was stunned. It took several seconds to react, and he quickly said, "Sorry, my classmate, I was in a trance just now. Wait here for a while, and I'll call your supervisor over here." Then, Zhao Huili hurried to the hall. On the other side, Wananji heard that Yi Kong, a big customer, was coming, so he hurried over quickly.
"Student, please sit down." Wananji had a polite look on his face. After all, this is a big customer and he must not be offended.
"I'm here this time, and I want to buy 5,000 third-level crystals, and a high-grade elixir,"
Yi Kong said leisurely.
Hearing the materials that Yi Kong needed to purchase this time, Wananji already knew in his heart that a big customer like Yi Kong would definitely buy a lot. But when he heard such a large number, he still felt shocked. Especially Zhao Huili on the side was going crazy with joy. So many spars, how much commission does she have to get?
The rest of the salesmen were even more envious and went crazy.
They thought to themselves, the next time Yi Kong comes over, they must find the right opportunity and rush forward with all their might.
What? Is there a problem? Yi Kong was a little too lazy to waste time. There is no problem, this classmate, I will prepare it for you. Wananji quickly ordered his salesman to bring over 5,000 third-grade crystals and a high-grade elixir.
Then, on the table, a storage bag and a purple box appeared.
Student, the materials you need are here. If there is any problem, I will directly deduct the merit points from your token. Wananji looked very polite. Ah.
Yi Kong scanned it with his spiritual sense to make sure there was no problem and put away the things. This classmate, after the discount, has a total of 57 merit points.
Wananji handed the purple token to Yi Kong with a respectful expression.
With a calm expression, after taking the token, Yi Kong left the crystal pavilion directly.
20 minutes later, night fell slowly.
Yi Kong has already returned to the villa. After returning, he ate something casually, and then directly entered the training room. And looking at the 3-level spar piled up like a hill in front of him, he directly used the system to start absorbing them. Along with the 3-level crystal stones, they disappeared between the sky and the earth. The energy value on Yi Kong's panel is also increasing sharply. After a while, it reached an astonishing 507 million energy points. Looking at the astonishing energy value, Yi Kong is preparing to carry out a wave of strengthening.
Just at this time. Jingle bell.
The communicator in Yi Kong's arms rang, and it was Zhang Wuji who sent him a message.
Brother Yi, you can come to use Walonki tonight. Seeing this news, Yi Kong's eyes lit up.
He just broke through, but he didn't expect to be sent a pillow directly. Afterwards, he left the training room and walked out of the villa. The figure turned into a ray of thunder and rushed towards Walonki. 5 minutes later, the evening phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals wind wine / phoneme was blowing. Yi Kong came to the front of Walonki. He saw 2 guards guarding there. And from the fluctuations of their true chi, they can feel that they are masters of the late stage of the king of martial arts. Moreover, there is a powerful spiritual consciousness in the dark, probing here. From this terrifying power, Yi Kong can vaguely feel that this is at least a powerhouse above the martial emperor level. This shows how much the academy cares about this Walonki.
Brother Yi, you are here. Zhang Wuji appeared out of nowhere.
He heard that the person in front of him was Yi Kong. The 2 middle-aged guards also had shocked expressions on their faces. In the past few days, Yi Kong has done incredible things in Dasheng Academy. These 2 guards have naturally heard of it. Including, the elder in the dark also involuntarily glanced at Yi Kong with his divine sense. It is conceivable how famous Yi Kong is in Dasheng Academy now.
Brother Yi, you are really lucky, you even obtained the qualification to use Hualong Pond as soon as you entered school. Back then, when the old man was promoted to an elder, he only obtained the qualification of Walonki once.
The old man told you that the benefits of Hualong Pond can be described as indescribable. Just to open it once and use it for one person will cost at least nearly million. And the most important flood dragon blood essence is still priceless, and the huge energy contained in it can save you many years of hard work. One can imagine how precious this Hualong Pond is.
Zhang Wuji looked at Yi Kong with some envy.
To this, Yi Kong nodded and walked to the entrance of Walonki.
Although, the 2 guards heard Zhang Wuji's conversation.
But they still said routinely, "This student, please show your identity token." The guard on the right stretched out his hand and asked Yi Kong for a token. With an indifferent expression, Yi Kong slowly took out the token. After the 2 guards confirmed their identities, one of them looked at Yi Kong and said, "The Hualong Pond is opened for 3 hours at a time.
After 3 hours, you must come out."
After finishing speaking, the 2 guards obediently let them go. Yi Kong walked in slowly. He decided to use Walonki to break through to the martial king level tonight. Looking at the golden pool water more than 10 meters wide in front of you, Yi Kong slowly unbuttoned his shirt, leaving only a pair of shorts.
The whole person soaks in.
As soon as he entered, he felt a powerful force sweeping over. The whole body has a soft feeling. Even the true chi in the body is running autonomously. The surging true energy is constantly condensing into a spar. When the military commander formally condenses the spar in the later stage, he will break through to the martial king level. Of course, it doesn't mean that at this point, there is no way to improve further. The condensed spar in the later period of generals has a perfect foundation. After the spar is condensed, the more radiant it is, it shows that the cultivator, the deeper the background of the realm of generals. Generally speaking, the martial king class that directly breaks through the realm of generals are all red, orange, and yellow, these 3 colors.
Some geniuses among them will forcibly suppress the realm, absorb energy continuously, and strengthen the spar.
After this type of genius breaks through, they are usually in 3 colors of green, blue, and blue. There are also peerless Tianjiao. They will cultivate the realm of generals to the extreme, and the spar will also be condensed to the point that it cannot be absorbed. In this way, when finally breaking through to the martial king level, the color of the spar will be purple. Generally, there is not 1 out of 1 generals who reach this level in the later stage.
It can be said to be truly 1 in a million.
Yi Kong is going to use Walonki for this trip. The purpose is to get the purple spar. Moreover, he not only wants to break through to the extreme in the realm of generals. It is necessary to break through the extreme at the martial king level. As for the martial emperor and martial saint above, they also have the ultimate state. That is the title, generally this type of martial emperor or martial saint powerhouse.
They are all peerless monsters who are invincible in the same realm and can fight by leapfrogging.
No matter what state Yi Kong is in, he must cultivate to the extreme, to perfection.
Become the strongest person in this realm and win the title.
In this way, Yi Kong can go to Ye's house in the future and bring Yi Qingwan back in a dignified manner.
Let those members of the Yi family see what is real pure invincibility.
Let them know that Long Tian is just like an ant in his eyes. While Yi Kong was thinking, the energy of Wolonki was continuously gathering in his body. The outer surface of the body continuously emits golden light, and the sound of tigers, leopards, and thunder resounds from the inside. The most important thing is that the more condensed the spar is, the more radiant the light on it will be. Meanwhile, the other side.
Imperial Capital Yi family.
At this moment, in the huge Yi family, there is a brilliantly decorated room. Yi Lighting sat outside the window, looking up at the sky. He was still muttering to himself, "Brother Kong, I don't know when you will come to see me." Although I haven't seen her for more than 10 days, Yi Lighting misses Yi Kong all the time.
At this moment, her maid ran in. "What's wrong?"
"Xiao Hong." Seeing the servant girl in a hurry, Yi Lighting recovered from missing Yi Kong and asked,
"It's nothing serious, miss, that young Master Long is here," Xiao Hong said.
"Xiao Hong, just tell him that I'm sick and it's inconvenient to see guests," Yi Lighting said lightly. "However, miss, are you family in the Long family or family friends, and the master intends to match you in Long Ao? If you have been avoiding meeting each other, it will be difficult for the master to explain," Xiao Hong said with some worry.
"Xiao Hong, don't you understand what I say?"
Yi Lighting said coldly.
"Got it, miss."
Seeing that the young lady was angry, Xiao Hong quickly backed away. On the other side, in Hualong Pond. An hour has passed, and Yi Kong's body is glowing with golden light at this moment. Less than 1/3 of the water in Hualong Pond has been absorbed by him. This is very terrifying. Normally speaking, it is impossible for a person to absorb Wolonki within 3 hours. But Yi Kong absorbed 2/3 of Wolonki within an hour. What's even more frightening is that the spar in his body has been completely condensed, and it is even more radiant, waking up to the extreme. But Yi Kong still has no plans to break through. He thinks it is not enough. This is not enough, he must break through the limit. He was hardened.
Take out the Millennium Ganoderma lucidum purchased earlier. 100,000 times stronger.
In an instant, the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum emitted a dazzling light, and even exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. As the light dissipated, this high-grade elixir directly became a high-grade treasure.
Look at the precious medicine that contains powerful energy. Yi Kong swallowed it without any hesitation. In an instant, an extremely powerful energy surged through his body.
Then it poured into the internal organs, and finally condensed on the spar. The spar, which had originally reached its limit, suddenly felt like a breakthrough. In an instant, the energy of the remaining 1/3 of the pool water also continuously poured into Yi Kong's body. With this powerful energy, even Yi Kong's physique felt a little bit unbearable. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead, and the time passed by every minute. Every second passed, Yi Kong seemed to be facing torture. After 3 minutes, the spar that had been condensed to the extreme emitted a golden light. The water in Hualong Pond has also been completely absorbed. At this moment, Yi Kong finally couldn't suppress the realm, directly broke through to the martial king level, and the golden light flashed. Terrifying power is contained in the whole body. Yi Kong took a closer look. The spar in his body is actually golden? Even higher than purple, this color has never appeared before. This dazzling golden light radiates directly. In an instant, the entire meter radius was covered by this ultimate golden light. At this moment, in the Dasheng Academy, whether it is a freshman or an old student, they are all looking at the golden light that fills the sky. They have never seen such a scene. Such a natural anomaly and terrifying scene immediately attracted the attention of the senior management of the academy. When they saw the golden light all over the sky, they couldn't help sighing with their spiritual consciousness. When they found out that this was caused by Yi Kong's breakthrough, they were even more shocked. This golden light all over the sky is actually this little fellow Yi Kong? The bet caused by breaking through the realm. It's unbelievable, just breaking through the martial king level can cause such a big movement? Is this little guy? His spar is purple.
Impossible, if it's just a purple spar, it can't attract such a macroscopic golden light.
Could it be that this little guy has broken through to a realm that has never been seen before?
Several college seniors were discussing, what color is the spar condensed by Yikong?
When they discussed it, there was a good chance that purple would be a step-up color.
For a while, even with their hundreds of years of knowledge, they couldn't help but feel shocked. No matter what,
Yikong is always a student of our Dashing Academy. The stronger he is, the better it is for our academy. A month later, entering the battlefield of 10,000 races to hunt 10,000 races, the old man was somewhat looking forward to the performance of this little guy.
The deputy dean looked at everyone with bright eyes and said,
"Indeed, with your little guy's strength and terrifying talent, in a month's time, the inner sect disciples will hunt down thousands of people, and this little guy will definitely shine." The rest of the college elders also said seriously. On the other side, such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the two guards in Zhangwuji. As for the old man hiding in the dark and guarding Walonki, he used his spiritual sense to detect everything. He also sighed deeply, thinking to himself, this little guy is a real monster.
Two guards in Zhangwuji also walked in.
As soon as they came in, they found that Yikong had already put on his clothes and walked out, with a vaguely terrifying aura exuding from his whole body. Moreover, all the water in Hualong Pond disappeared, apparently all of it had been absorbed. This scene surprised the two guards, as well as Zhang Wuji. You know, if a military general can absorb it within 3 hours in the later stage, 1/3 of Walonki is not bad. As a result, Yikong absorbed all of Walonki in just 1 hour.
This kid is indeed a rare evildoer in 1,000 years. It's too scary.
The old man who looked more vicissitudes couldn't help sighing.
Yeah.
With this little guy here, the academy will be lively. The other guard also looked shocked. Zhang Wuji was fine, but a little surprised. After all, he has seen Yikong's monstrous appearance time and time again. It is normal to think that if it is Yikong, it is normal to do something incredible. At this moment, Yikong ignored everyone and left directly. Afterwards, he directly turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in place.
5 minutes later, the night was dark.
Yikong sensed the powerful power brought about by this breakthrough. Later, he was surprised to find that under the influence of breaking through the limit. My own mental strength has also broken through, directly breaking through from the first realm, the realm of appearance, to the second realm, the realm of moving things. You must know that when the mental power is in the first level, there is no lethality, but when it breaks through to the second level, it is the moving object level.
It makes a big difference.
Yikong unleashed his mental power, and in an instant, the kettle on his table floated directly into the sky.
Following Yikong's thoughts, he slammed heavily towards the wall. Boom!
The kettle burst and a small crater appeared in the wall.
For this, the power, Yikong is satisfied.
It's just an ordinary kettle with so much power.
What about spiritual weapons? That power cannot be stronger.
At this moment, Yikong is already looking forward to the Martial Emperor. You know, he has just broken through to the Martial King level, and he has the hope of Martial King. What a terrifying talent. However, Yikong is not satisfied with this, his goal is the title.
Truly be invincible at the same level and invincible at the same level. This is what Yikong is pursuing.
Only when this goal is achieved, can Yikong marry Yi Lighting in an upright manner?
Afterwards, Yikong looked at the star-absorbing Dafa in the storage space.
He felt that his current strength was not enough, and he had to become stronger. Walking into the training room, Yikong was about to start practicing the method of absorbing stars. However, when he flipped through the pages, his face showed embarrassment.
The cultivation of star-absorbing Dafa was more difficult than he had imagined.
And it's not that the exercises are esoteric and difficult to understand, but that the cultivation of the star-absorbing method needs to be exchanged for the blood of thousands of races, refined and integrated into one's own body. Looking at the 10 kinds of alien blood that are needed above, Yikong decided to go to the treasure pavilion of the Dasheng Academy to exchange them. Thinking of this, Yikong left the villa without any hesitation. It turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in place. A few minutes later, the moonlight was shining.
Yi Kong appeared in front of the treasure pavilion. At the door sat a lazy old man with a red nose. However, Yi Kong could clearly feel the aura on his body that he was not weaker than the martial emperor. Yi Kong thought, within this Dasheng Academy, there is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Boy, the old man knows you. Are you that so-called evildoer who was rarely seen in 10,000 years? The red-nosed old man talked while drinking, as if he was going to get drunk and fall asleep at any time. Yes, old sir, I want to come and exchange some supplies. Yi Kong said leisurely. No problem, tell the old man what you want, and the old man will bring it to you later. The red-nosed old man leaned his head on the table and yawned. If it wasn't for Yi Kong's perception, this red-nosed old man has great strength. He also thought that it was some old man who was drunk and came here to play drunk. Mister, here are the materials I need. Yi Kong wrote down all the 10 kinds of blood needed to practice the star-absorbing method on this note, and then put it on the table. Looking at the items on the note, the drunk red-nosed old man couldn't help but his eyes light up. Little guy, what you exchanged is all blood, and it's all blood from a high-level foreign race. The red-nosed old man took a sip of wine and asked. I have something urgent to use, what's the problem? Mister. Yi Kong replied calmly. The problem is not a problem, but these 10 kinds of blood are all blood of high-level alien races. As an inner sect disciple, you have only 3 kinds of blood that you can exchange with your authority. As for the others, you have no way to exchange them. Moreover, the blood of the Inoue royal family is not even found in the treasure pavilion of our biology college. If you want to get it, you can only enter the 10,000 clans battlefield, try your luck, and see if there are any aliens from the Silver Moon royal clan to kill you. Moreover, this family is all strong, even the newly born Inoue royal family has the strength of the martial king level. Alas, this is where the alien race is uniquely endowed. Some descendants of powerful alien races can possess the strength of the martial king level from birth. The red-nosed old man looked at Yi Kong and said. Hearing these words, the expression on Yi Kong's face also moved slightly. He originally thought that with his merit points, he could easily obtain these 10 bloodlines. But I didn't expect that there is such a thing as authority. I can only exchange 3 bloodlines, and there is another bloodline. There is not even the treasure pavilion of the Dasheng Academy, so you can only hunt and kill them by yourself. After a few seconds, Yi Kong said slowly, Then I don't know, old man, what 3 kinds of blood can I exchange for? Well, the blood of a silver titan, the blood of a flame bird, and the blood of a 3-eyed royal family. The red-nosed old man said as if he was going to sleep at any time. I don't know, old man, can you take it off for me? Yi Kong asked the red-nosed old man calmly. Of course. I saw the red-nosed old man, with a big wave of his hand, suddenly 3 boxes made of rosewood appear on the table. Little guy, these are the 3 types of blood you want, but it's not cheap. 1 type of blood costs, merit points. There are 3 types here, and they cost a total of, merit points. Although the old man is very optimistic about you, you must not lose any merit points. Red Nose yawned and said. Yi Kong didn't say anything, and directly handed the purple token to Hong Yangrong. When Hong Yangrong saw nearly 20 merit points, he was shocked. He has basically never seen which freshman has so many merit points. If he knew, this was the reason why Yi Kong exchanged 5,000 third-grade crystals, otherwise there would be more. I don't know what kind of expression he will have. How is it? Is it enough, sir? Yi Kong looked at him with a smile on his face and said. Enough, enough. Hong Yangrong also came back to his senses, and after deducting, merit points, he also handed the 3 boxes to Yi Kong. After getting the 3 kinds of blood, Yi Kong didn't stop and walked directly towards the villa. He was thinking in his heart, it seems that this time he entered the battlefield of 10,000 races, he had to find a chance to obtain the other 7 kinds of blood, otherwise he would not be able to cultivate it all and absorb the great magic of stars. A month later. Waking up at dawn, the 4 of Huohu left the customs one after another. Each of them exudes a powerful force. Apparently there was a big breakthrough this month. Their faces were full of confidence, and they felt invincible for a while. We have already broken through the realm. why don't we go to the boss to practice together, how about? Xiatsong looked at the other three and said. For a moment, the three people who were extremely confident just now fell silent. Yi Kong's terrifying strength has been deeply buried in their minds. However, as geniuses, what they want to challenge is naturally a strong man like Yi Kong. Xiatsang is right, our strength has made a breakthrough again, we can join forces and try to challenge the boss. Let's see if we can injure the boss this time? Even if we can't, it's a reward and an honor to fight against the boss. Huahu looked at the other three and said. For a moment, the three of them felt that it made sense. Afterwards, without any hesitation, the four of Huahu walked directly in the direction of Yi Kong's villa. Now, Yi Kong, who had obtained 3 kinds of blood from 10,000 races, couldn't wait to come to the training room. With these 3 kinds of blood, the star-absorbing Dafa can be cultivated to the 3rd level. Once the practice is successful, the true power of Yi Kong's divine body will be fully erupted. Take out the 3 parts of blood from the storage ring. These 3 parts of blood are quietly suspended in the air, emitting a dazzling light like a diamond. 100,000 times stronger. 100,000 times stronger. 100,000 times stronger. Yi Kong strengthened all 3 points of blood by times. Boom! The voice fell. I saw the 3 balls of blood floating in mid-air, emitting a dazzling light. Each drop of blood was extremely pure, and the terrifying energy made Yi Kong extremely happy. It's now! Yi Kong opened his mouth suddenly. Swallowed the 3 balls of blood directly. Moment! Yi Kong's whole body was covered with purple light. That ray of light seemed to break through the sky. In an instant, the entire room was completely filled with purple light. Inside Yi Kong's body, like a big melting pot, incredible changes are taking place. The originally red blood seemed to be revealing a purple light. There is also a ray of purple light shining on the surface of the body. By the way, Yi Kong felt that his true energy was constantly improving. It didn't stop until the peak of the early stage of Wuwang class. Yi Kong clenched his fists tightly, feeling the endless power in his body. After strengthening, the golden body is complete. Yi Kong's body exuded a golden light, as if made of gold. Even if an ordinary weapon was chopped on him, there was probably no reaction at all. Yi Kong feels that he has the strength of a dragon just by his physical strength, and he can easily defeat a martial king-level powerhouse with a single punch. He took out a low-grade yellow weapon from the storage ring. He wanted to test his current physical strength. To what extent? Yi Kong slashed at his arm with a yellow-ranked weapon. Bang! Only a crisp sound was heard. Huang Jie's low-grade knife unexpectedly broke. Apart from a white mark on his arm, there was not even a wound. In other words, with my current physical strength, ordinary low-grade yellow-rank weapons can't even inflict wounds on myself. Yi Kong took out a yellow-rank intermediate weapon from the storage ring again. It was still the same, it couldn't cause any wounds. It wasn't until he took out an earth-level weapon that he caused a slight wound on his arm. As the wound flowed out, the red blood on Yi Kong's body actually emitted purple light, revealing wonders everywhere. Look at the blood that exudes purple light. Yi Kong was quite shocked. His physical strength was so abnormal now that he was only 3-turn golden body. A yellow-rank weapon can't even cause a slight wound to oneself. If he cultivates into the star-absorbing method again, then, how strong will one's own strength become, and how strong will one's physical body become? Yi Kong didn't dare to imagine. By that time, maybe none of the heavenly weapons can cause damage to oneself. It's scary to think about it. You must know that the physical body of a strong martial artist can only withstand earth-level top-grade weapons. It's time to leave the level. Yi Kong walked out of the training room. After all, it is not far from the time when inner disciples enter the battlefield of all races. On the other side, in a luxuriously decorated 7-story villa. Even elders and true disciples are not eligible to phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals live/phoneme in a villa of this level in Dashing Academy. When Yang Yun, the vice president who was originally cultivating, felt an incomparably powerful aura in an instant. Although it was only 0.1 second, when Yang Yun once felt that his perception was wrong.
However, with his powerful spiritual sense, he still detected that this terrifying aura emanated from the place where Yi Kong lived. When Yang Yun couldn't help being greatly surprised, the power of this little guy, time and time again, far surpassed their guesses.
And how long has it been? How long has it been?
This kid has another big breakthrough. With such a terrifying talent, even with Yang Yun's thousands of years of knowledge, he has never seen such a monstrous genius. There was a smile on his old face. With such a genius and evildoer around, his chances of winning in the 3 palace competitions behind him would definitely increase greatly. At this moment, Yi Kong also walked out of the villa. He was going to the resource area to buy some things. Not long after Yi Kong walked out, he saw Hua Hu and the other 4 who came to look for him. Yi Kong looked at them and asked slowly, "You guys come to see me, what's the matter?"
"It's nothing, sir. After a month of training, we want to ask you for advice."
Hua Hu clasped his fists and said, they were originally called Boss Yi Kong. However, Yi Kong didn't like this title, so he asked them to reform themselves as Mr. Yes, sir, the 4 of us came here specially to ask you to give us some advice. Rong Mu also said slowly, Xiatsang and the 2 behind him also nodded.
"It is good." Yi Kong did not refuse. "Just take them to test their current strength."
Hearing that Yi Kong agreed, Hua Hu and the others were overjoyed. The 4 of Hua Hu are going to challenge Yi Kong again, or in other words, please ask Yi Kong for advice. This scene attracted many people to watch, even a few inner disciples. Nowadays, no matter whether it is a freshman or an inner disciple, basically no one dares to talk about targeting Yi Kong again.
Defeat 5 top 50 disciples in the inner sect with 1 move. This kind of strength far exceeds that of freshmen and veterans.
Only the top 10 inner sect disciples and true disciples are eligible to be Yi Kong's opponent. As for the others, they naturally wouldn't go overboard and trouble Yi Kong.
Tell me, can the 4 of Hua Hu defeat Yi Kong this time? What are you thinking? Last time the 4 of them couldn't even block Yi Kong's move.
It's only been a month now, even if Yi Kong's strength hasn't improved at all, it's impossible for them to defeat Yi Kong.
And with Yi Kong's terrifying talent, who knows how much he has improved this month?
That's right, the 4 of Hua Hu want to defeat Yi Kong, and the chances are 0. I think this time, they just want to cause a little scar on Yi Kong's body.
After all, last time, they didn't even touch Yi Kong's clothes. Arrive. Causing scars is hard for me to see.
The terrifying speed of each shot by Yi Kong makes me feel as if a thunderbolt is flickering. Not necessarily, you see, the aura of the 4 of Hua Hu has obviously improved a lot, maybe they can really meet Yi Kong. I think if it's just causing damage, it's really possible with the strength of Hua Hu's 4 people. After all, no matter how powerful Yi Kong is, his realm is only at the martial king level, a time.
The onlookers began to discuss whether the 4 of Hua Hu could harm Yi Kong together.
At this moment, Yi Kong looked at the 4 of them leisurely. Tell me, you 4 guys, how do you challenge me? Hearing Yi Kong's words, the 4 of Hua Hu felt a great pressure. Yi Kong obviously just stood there without any movement, but the powerful aura emanating from his body made one feel as if he was facing a high mountain. The 4 of Hua Hu looked at each other. They were a little nervous, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads before they started fighting.
Several seconds passed.
It was still Hua Hu who looked at the 3 of them with a serious expression, and spoke first. The 4 of us should go up together. If we go up one by one, there is a high probability that we won't be able to take a single move. If the 4 go together, there is still a chance. Hearing Hua Hu's words, the 3 of them let go of their arrogance and nodded in agreement. After this month of understanding, he felt more and more that Yi Kong's strength was unfathomable. They are obviously not much different in age from them, but their strength is as vast as the sea. Yi Kong, the 4 of us would like to join hands for advice. The 4 of Hua Hu said respectfully, it is good. Yi Kong looked at the 4 with a leisurely look. At this moment, there are more and more onlookers, and they are all looking forward to whether the 4 of Hua Hu, who have improved their strength, can survive a move under Yi Kong's hands? Sir, if you are offended, don't hesitate, let's go together. Hua Hu yelled, and the sword intent on his body soared into the sky. Obviously, he had improved a lot compared to a month ago.
The realm is from the early stage of Wuwan class to the middle stage of Wuwan class. The powerful aura of the three of Xiaizong burst out. Although they did not break through to the middle stage of the Martial King class, they still reached the peak of the early stage of the Martial King class. These four powerful forces covered a radius of meters in an instant. The students watching the battle couldn't help being surprised when they saw this scene. It seems that Huahu's four people, the four geniuses, are not in vain. They actually made such a big breakthrough in 1 month. Indeed, in this case, it would be very difficult for Yi Kong to solve the four of them with one move. I think so too. Yi Kong probably needs 2 moves this time to get rid of them. How is it possible? Yi Kong is at the Martial King level. I think 3 tricks are needed. For a moment, everyone onlookers felt that Yi Kong had no choice but to kill Huahu and the others with one move. At the same time, the sword intent of Huahu's whole body was condensed on the sword. The strength of the other 3 people exploded to the extreme. In the next second, at the same time, they used their strongest attacks to attack Yi Kong. Regarding this, Yi Kong still stood there without any movement, with a calm expression on his face. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all felt that Yi Kong was overbearing. However, after a few seconds, they will know how wrong their thinking is. Huahu's attack by the 4 people was less than 3 meters away from Yi Kong. I saw that Yi Kong still had that relaxed and casual look, and the thunder of destruction was instantly contained in his pupils. In the next second, thunder and lightning flashed, strong winds blew up, and the world changed color. Purple thunders flickered one after another, and Huahu and the others had just reached 1 meter away from Yi Kong. Being directly shaken by this powerful force, it flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. It wasn't until tens of meters away that they fell to the ground in embarrassment, and the weapons in their hands fell. See this scene. The expressions on the faces of the 4 of Huahu were unbelievable. They couldn't believe that the 4 of them had worked so hard to practice for so long. In the end, they challenged Yi Kong again, and this time, he defeated them with just a glance. The onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I'm going, what did I see? Yi Kong is too scary, right? Just a look, Huahu and the others were shocked and flew out. That's right. This level of strength is too terrifying. Thanks to our previous speculation, how many moves can the 4 of Huahu block? As a result, Yi Kong didn't even make a move, and just a look sent them flying. This gap in strength is really too big, it's not at the same level at all. All the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in amazement. At this moment, the 4 people of Huahu who fell on the ground were even more shocked. They thought that this time the 4 of them teamed up would definitely cause scars on Yi Kong's body. As a result, this time, not only did they not even touch the corners of their clothes, but just a look made them fly backwards. Boss Yi Kong's strength is too terrifying, Huahu said in amazement. Indeed, we can only look up to such a powerful strength, and it is too difficult, even impossible, to catch up. Rongmu also looked at Yi Kong with admiration. Xiaozong and Sun Xiuming are the same at this moment, convinced. In their eyes, Yi Kong is like a high mountain, towering into the clouds and unclimbable. At this time, Zhang Wuji just came over. He looked at the purple destruction thunder on Yi Kong's body, and the 4 Rongmu who fell to the ground and stood up just now. Immediately, with a shocked look on his face, Zhang Wuji walked up to Yi Kong and said with a congratulatory look, "Brother Yi, congratulations on your strength, you have made another step forward. It's just a small improvement. It's not worth mentioning." Yi Kong laughed. Hearing these words, Zhang Wuji, Rongmu, and the students who were present were watching. The expressions have all changed wonderfully. He wailed inwardly. Boss Yi Kong is too Versailles, with such a powerful force, you still say there is no progress? After several seconds, Zhang Wuji came back to his senses. He remembered, what did he come here for today? He patted himself on the head. Zhang Wuji looked at Yi Kong with a serious expression and said, "Brother Yi, the task of hunting the Wanzu has begun. In the afternoon, the top 10 disciples of the inner sect will go to the first battlefield together to hunt down the Wanzu. Brother Yi, because of your great strength, after discussing with the academy,
you also followed the disciples of the inner sect to enter the first battlefield to hunt and kill all races. It's almost time now, and most of the inner disciples have already gone to the teleportation array. Hearing these words, Yikong's expression remained unchanged. He is no stranger to the first battlefield, he was there during the college entrance examination. However, it was in a human trial field at that time, and if there were no aliens, the strongest monster would not exceed level 4. This time is different, truly entering the battlefield of all races. Any foreign race there has the strength of a general. It can be said that he is as strong as a general, and in the battlefield of 10,000 races, he is like an ant. However, Yikong didn't care about it, and was even a little excited. If you want to increase your contribution points and exchange them for more powerful exercises, the fastest way for you is to hunt down other races. Moreover, his 9-turn golden body is still short of 7 kinds of alien blood before he can truly practice it, rather than the current low-level version. What's more, with a more powerful technique, I can make another step forward. The power between the heaven-level technique and the earth-level technique is completely different. Therefore, Yikong is imperative for this battlefield of 10,000 races. If the Academy does not agree, he might find a way to apply for it himself. At this moment, the 4 Huahu people on the side heard that Yikong was planning to go to the battlefield of 10,000 races with the top 10 disciples of the inner sect. Can't help but be surprised. As expected of the boss Yikong, not long after I started, I will go to the battlefield of 10,000 races to hunt and kill aliens with the top 10 disciples of hunters. Huahu exclaimed. I've heard that each of the top 10 disciples in the inner sect has great strength, but the Academy calls the top 10 disciples in the inner sect the candidates for true inheritance. As the name suggests, their strength may be one step short, and they will be able to become true disciples. And now the hospital is asking Mr. Yikong to go with them. Not to explain, the college thinks that Yikong, the boss, has the strength equivalent to the top 10 disciples in the inner sect. Rongmu said to the other 3 people. For a moment, the 4 of Huahu looked at Yikong with even more admiration and awe. As for the other students who were onlookers, let alone. Most of the old students have spent their entire lives in poverty, and they can't even pass the inner sect examination, let alone become the top 10 in the inner sect. Boss Yikong, you are too powerful. It doesn't matter if you become an inner sect disciple as soon as you enter school. Now the Academy still thinks that he has the strength of the top 10 inner sect disciples. Who says it's not? Boss Yikong, you are indeed a rare evildoer in 10,000 years. I have been in school for 2 or 3 years, and I haven't passed the assessment of inner disciples. Then look at Mr. Yikong, he became an inner disciple as soon as he came in. It is really irritating to compare people with others. Do you think it's good to be an inner disciple? Let me tell you, the competition among inner disciples is even more brutal. The top 50 inner disciples are all picked out of 10. Not to mention the top 10 in the inner sect, only 1 out of 100 inner sect disciples can be said to be a real genius. As soon as Yikong entered school, he was considered to have the strength of the top 10 inner disciples. I have never heard of such a terrifying talent. Onlookers. Whether it is a new student or an old student, they are all shocked by Yikong's monstrous talent. Facing the amazement and praise of the crowd, Yikong doesn't care at all. What he cares about is the improvement of treatment after becoming an inner disciple, and obtaining more resources to increase his strength. When Yikong was about to leave for the mission hall, Zhang Wuji looked at him with a serious face and said, Yikong, you haven't been in school for long, and you haven't had much contact with the battlefield of 10,000 races before. One thing is particularly important, that is, you must not show mercy to the aliens. On the human side, in order to protect our homeland, we desperately resisted the aliens. One by one, the strong sacrificed, and each warrior dedicated his youth. They are all to resist alien races and fight for a piece of safe land for us humans. Those alien races that are not as good as pigs and dogs completely treat us humans as prey and as animals. If we human race powerhouses fall into their hands, they will even be tortured to death by them. So, Yikong, remember, no matter what kind of alien you encounter, never show mercy. Ah! Yikong also felt a trace of grief, and he was bound to kill all the aliens. As for the four of Hoihu and the students who were watching, hearing Zhang Wuji's words, without exception, they all looked filled with righteous indignation, wishing to kill all those hateful alien races. It's a pity that their current strength is not enough to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. With the scorching sun in the sky, Yi Kong also turned into a ray of thunder at this moment and headed for the assessment site. As for the four of them, Rong Mu and the students who were watching, they all dispersed. Hua Hu and the others were deeply aware of their own lack of strength, and decided to practice harder in the future to further improve their strength. At the same time, within the task hall, the top 10 inner disciples have all gathered here. Kujun Yuan, you bastard, are you still alive? A young man in white stared at the sinister-looking man next to him and said, Hee hee, you Bai Yunfei, you are a hero and don't die every day. How could I die? I hate you the most in my life, you hypocritical villain. Kujun Yuan's face was full of disdain. Why am I hypocritical? People like you are really good at suing the wicked first. Bai Yunfei stared at Kujun Yuan with eyes full of anger. Really? What kind of person are you yourself? Don't you know yourself? Kujun Yuan sneered, not afraid of Bai Yunfei at all. The other 8 top 10 disciples of the inner sect saw the two arguing, and had no intention of trying to persuade them to make peace, and looked like they were watching the excitement. Kujun Yuan and Bai Yunfei are the 5th and 6th in the top 10 of the inner sect respectively. They have such a big conflict because of the inner sect assessment. During the assessment, Kujun Yuan was about to lose, but he threatened Bai Yunfei with the lives of ordinary people and won the final victory. For this reason, the two have been at loggerheads. There were even a few big fights, but in the end, they all ended in a draw. Because the strengths of the two are similar in themselves, unless it is a battle of life and death, it is difficult to tell the winner. Quiet. Finally, leading the team this time, the elder couldn't bear it and stopped the two of them. Facing the elder's dissuasion, no matter how arrogant the two of them were, they could only keep their mouths shut. Elder Zhao, who are we waiting for? A handsome man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes asked the elder who led this time. Hearing what Bailey Xianfeng said, everyone remembered that normally, the top 10 inner disciples had already arrived here, so they should go directly to the location of the teleportation formation. Why even waste time here? Wait a minute, there is one more person coming over soon. Elder Zhao said slowly as he looked at the crowd. At this moment, the 10 inner sect disciples were all thinking, who the hell is it? With such a big face, the top 10 of the 10 inner sect disciples were all waiting here. Just as everyone was thinking, a figure in white walked in. The moment they entered, Kujun Yuan and 10 people felt a strong pressure emanating from them. They all looked at the person in front of them, dressed in white, and their aura was like that of a banished immortal. The most frightening thing is that his looming, powerful coercion emanates, which makes them feel a strong sense of oppression. It was as if a mountain was pressing on them. For a moment, the top 10 inner disciples were all shocked, thinking, this guy is Yi Kong, and he really deserves his reputation. Just standing there gave them a strong sense of oppression. Is this guy Yi Kong? Originally, he was called a rare evildoer in 1,000 years. I thought it was a bit too hypocritical. Now it seems that this guy's talent is indeed terrifying. Bai Yunfei looked at Yi Kong and said slowly. It is indeed powerful. Bailey Xianfeng said indifferently. The rest of the people thought the same way, and were amazed at Yi Kong's powerful strength. Among the top 10 inner disciples, the only female one also looked at Yi Kong with great interest. Among them, Bailey Xianfeng showed the strongest performance. He almost couldn't help but take out the shocking stick in the storage ring and fight Yi Kong. Don't look at his handsome appearance, in fact, he is also a fighting maniac in his heart. Okay, everything is here, let me announce to everyone, this time the assessment task of entering the 10,000 races battlefield. Before going in, let's take a look, this is the hunting and killing list made by our human race. There is a list of masters of various races listed above, all of them are geniuses of different races, and some are even invincible monsters in the same realm. The alien races on this list, without exception, fought against the human race on the battlefield of 10,000 races and killed dozens of strong human races. So, your task this time is to kill the alien race. Killing the foreign race in the early stage of the general accumulates 1 point, the foreign race in the middle stage of the general accumulates 2 points, and the foreign race in the late stage of the general accumulates 4 points. Foreign races at the Martial King level have accumulated 10 points, and so on. In addition, killing the foreign races on the Wanzhou hunting list and the yellow list will get 100 points, and the top 50 foreign races on the yellow list will get 200 points. The top 10 foreign races on the yellow list get 400 points, and the top 3 foreign races on the yellow list get 800 points. The aliens on the Xianbang get 1000 points, and so on. This time, for the 10,000 race hunting mission, the person with the highest assessment points is expected to become a true disciple.
And you can also get a Xingyi fruit. Everyone should know what Xingyi Guo represents. Xingyi Iguo can help you to comprehend the embryonic form of your own will. Zhao Hangu looked at the crowd and announced.
The top 10 inner disciples had heard the front, and their expressions did not change. After all, to enter the battlefield of 10,000 races is to kill alien races. But when they heard that the reward for the number 1 assessment this time was actually a Xingyi fruit, they just couldn't bear it, excited inside. It turned out to be a Xingyi fruit. It is said that this kind of fruit will only bloom and bear fruit in 100 years, and the price of just one fruit is 3 billion. And there is a price but no market, mainly because the quantity is too scarce. Ko Junyuan thought in his heart that he must get this fruit, even if he does it by any means. The expressions of the top 10 inner disciples, including Bailey Xianfeng, all changed. The rudimentary form of this artistic conception is only qualified to be comprehended by the venerable, if they can comprehend it in the realm of the half-step martial emperor. The benefits to their future can be said to be very great. It turned out to be the Xingyi fruit. Zhang Wuji must obtain this fruit.
A burly man stood up and said,
Hee, just because you, a reckless man, want to get it, that fruit must belong to this lady.
The woman in blue said arrogantly.
Si Miaojin, what do you mean? Zhang Wuji stared at Si Miaojin.
I'm just telling the truth, why? You want to hit me.
Si Miaojin didn't hesitate to Zhang Wuji at all, and directly attacked him. The remaining 8 people all wished that the 2 of them would fight first, and it would be best to fight until both sides were hurt. In this case, when the time comes to enter the first battlefield, the 2 of them basically don't want to compete for Xingyi Iguo. Naturally, Si Miaojin and the others would not follow everyone's wishes, they were one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. Naturally, I am not a fool, I understand, if they really fight. At that time, it will be cheaper for others. The 2 glared at each other, then turned back without saying anything.
Everyone, stop arguing.
The ownership of this Xingyi fruit should be obtained by our own ability and strength. After confirming that the 2 of them stopped arguing, Bai Yunfei really came out to be a peacemaker.
Hee, you are still as hypocritical as ever, and you say it so nicely. Then when you get the Xingyi fruit, can you give it to me? Ko Junyuan directly stood up to disrupt the stage.
You despicable and shameless villain, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Bai Yunfei forcibly held back the anger in his heart, he knew that if he did something, it would be cheaper for others. After all, apart from Bailey Xianfeng who was number 1 in the inner sect, the strength of the other 9 of them is almost equal to each other. If you really fight, it will definitely be the consequence of both sides losing.
Seeing that Bai Yunfei didn't dare to say anything more, Ko Junyuan showed a disdainful smile.
In time, the atmosphere in the entire mission hall became very strange. At this moment, Yi Kong was also very interested when he heard about Xingyi fruit. After all, the embryonic form of will is something that only the venerable can comprehend. You must know that the martial emperor is the martial saint, and the martial saint is the venerable. And the necessary condition to become a venerable is to comprehend the prototype of one's own will. If it can be comprehended in advance and the rudiment of the will is formed, then the benefits are not insignificant. This Xingyi fruit, I am bound to get it, this time the first assessment must also be my own. If you get this reward and become the number 1 in this assessment, then you will be 1 step closer to martial emperor.
You know, Yi Kong's goal has never been to be invincible in the same generation. It is to be invincible in the same realm or even challenged by leapfrogging.
Whether facing ordinary people or geniuses, Yi Kong must achieve leapfrogging challenges. In this case, it is necessary to cultivate every realm to the extreme, until the step where there is no way to advance. At this time, Bailey Shenfeng looked at Yi Kong. He knew the strength of the other 9 people, so he wasn't too worried. However, he has never understood this new Yi Kong. Moreover, from the powerful coercion just now, it can be seen that this Yi Kong is definitely not weak. If he wants to obtain the Xingyi fruit, this Yi Kong is definitely the main competitor. Yi Kong also found that Bailey Shenfeng was looking at him, not only him, but the other 9 people were all looking at Yi Kong. If they still underestimated Yi Kong before, from the terrifying pressure just now, they have completely changed their minds and regarded Yi Kong as an opponent.
Everyone, follow me to the teleportation formation,
Elder Zhao said to everyone. Then in the next second, he turned into a streamer and disappeared in place. Without waiting, Bailey Shenfeng and the others thought about it, and they also quickly turned into a stream of light and followed. The same goes for Yi Kong, the thunder flickered and disappeared in place. Elder Zhao seems to be doing it on purpose, his speed is constantly increasing, he seems to want to test how fast are Bailey Shenfeng and the others.
Jun Yuan and the others also felt it.
They tried their best to catch up with all their strength, but they still couldn't keep up with Elder Zhao's speed. There is no way, you must know that Elder Zhao is at the level of a martial emperor. Among the 8 people, Jun Yuan and the others are sweating profusely at the moment, looking like they are desperately catching up.
Only Yi Kong was alone, looking calm and relaxed.
After all, as long as he wants to, he can directly surpass Elder Zhao.
Lei Ting's speed is no joke. After 2 minutes, everyone came to the teleportation point. At this moment, several small panting sounds could be heard, and all 7 of Xi Miaojin seemed to be breathing heavily.
The top 3 in the inner gate also had beads of sweat on their foreheads, but Yi Kong remained calm and relaxed. Elder Zhao couldn't help being surprised when he saw this scene. He just used the speed of 7 points just now, just wanting to test these little guys. As a result, Yi Kong was able to keep up with his speed just now, and he looked very relaxed.
It seems that the strength of this little guy is really unfathomable. The other 10 inner disciples also noticed Yi Kong beside them, and seemed very relaxed.
I couldn't help being surprised, and I felt a little more jealous of Yi Kong in my heart. However, they are still full of confidence in this mission. After all, strength is not just based on speed.
However, they didn't know that Yi Kong was far more than that fast. Elder Zhao, hurry up and start the teleportation formation. Anyway, I must be the first in this assessment. You 10 people should go back to sleep. This time, I will go on the 10,000 clans battlefield. Bailey Shenfeng looked at everyone with a haughty expression, as if he didn't take others seriously. As Tenjiao, the other 9 people would definitely not be able to stand being provoked by others like this. Really? Why do you think you must be number 1? Maybe this time number 1 is me.
Zhang Wuji retorted directly.
That is, although Bailey Shenfeng, you have always occupied the number 1 position in the inner sect, but you think you can beat us, is it too arrogant? The first reward for this mission is the hope of becoming a true disciple and even obtaining the Xingyi fruit. Do you think we will easily give it to you?
Xi Miaojin also stood up and said. That's right, I lose to you in the usual sparring, but I don't want to use my whole card in a life and death battle. The reward for this assessment is the Xingyi fruit, and I won't hold back anymore. Hochini, the second-ranked inner disciple, shook his spear tightly and said slowly.
Really? Normally, I can suppress you and become number 1 in the inner sect. This mission is the same.
Bailey Shenfeng still looked at everyone very proudly. Yi Kong was on the sidelines and did not participate in the quarrel, but this time, he was bound to win the Xingyi Iguo. After all, this kind of thing that can enhance one's background is hard to come by, not to mention, no matter who competes with him, he will not lose. Along the way, Yi Kong's invincible heart has been getting stronger and stronger. The road of invincibility, this road that no one has ever fully walked through, Yi Kong will be the first to pass it. Elder Zhao at the side saw the scene of the quarrel and did not stop it. After all, they all know that only competition can make progress. But he still confessed, I don't care, what conflicts do you have in the academy? After entering the battlefield of 10,000 races, your primary goal is to hunt and kill alien races.
Do you understand? N.
Bailey Shenfeng and the others just responded casually, very perfunctorily. Seeing this scene, Elder Zhao was also very helpless. Just when he was about to open the teleportation array, a terrifying breath swept towards them. With that powerful power, Bailey Shenfeng and the others immediately knew that this person's strength was definitely above that of a marquis, and might even reach the level of a venerable. Hello, elderly. The top 10 inner sect disciples immediately showed respect when they saw the middle-aged man with a strong aura in front of them.
This is completely different from Elder Zhao's attitude. You know, let alone respecting Elder Zhao, they just acted casually. This person's status is obviously very high.
Ignoring everyone, Li Yutong walked straight towards Yi Kong. Yi Kong is also very puzzled at this moment. It seems that he has never interacted with this elder before.
Why is he walking towards me? This old man is the head of Baizhan Hall, Li Yutong. Classmate Yi Kong, it's our first time meeting, hello?
Li Yutong said to Yi Kong with a friendly face. Others were surprised when they saw this scene. They had heard that Li Yutong was notoriously bad-tempered. But now, why does he treat Yi Kong with such a gentle look?
Did I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it wrong? Didn't it mean that this elderly has a particularly bad temper?
The students of Baizhan Hall are very afraid of him.
Ho Chunyi looked to several people and asked.
I also heard that some students didn't complete the task before, and were directly punished by this elder to go to the gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme valley, where they had to go through the gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme for 3 days, and it was useless for anyone to persuade them.
Seeing you today, why is it different from the rumors?
Zhang Wuji also said with a puzzled expression. The other 8 people are similar. They have all heard of Li Yutong's fierce reputation. It can be said that he has the worst temper among the several hallmasters, and he has never even smiled on his face.
Today, how could they not be surprised to see Li Yutong being so gentle with a smile on his face?
Elder Zhao, who was on the side, was also very surprised, as a friend who had known each other for decades. He had never seen Li Yutong as kind as he is today. Hello, Hall Master Li. Hearing this middle-aged man, he said that he was the head of Baizhan Hall. Yi Kong felt nothing strange. After all, he is a student of Baizhan Hall, although he never went to class. After all, with Yi Kong's terrifying strength, it would be a complete waste of time to attend the courses of the outer court disciples.
I don't know, what's next for Master Li? Yi Kong asked politely.
By the way, the old man almost forgot the business. Yi Kong, your ranking on the 10,000 races ranking is one step closer, and you directly reached the 10th place on the mysterious ranking. You must be careful. You have such a ranking in the 10,000 races ranking. When you enter the 10,000 races battlefield, there is a high probability that the foreign race will send experts to hunt you down. Li Yutong said with a serious face. Hearing these words, Yi Kong looked indifferent. If there are masters to hunt and kill him, it would be fine, and it would be best for the foreign race to send the royal family over. In this case, I don't have to work hard to find blood. The rest of Bailey Shenfeng and the others couldn't help being shocked when they heard that Yi Kong was actually ranked 10th on the Myriad clan hunting list. One must know that the top 10 of the Shenbang of the 10,000 clans hunting and killing rankings, without exception, are all strong men above the marquis level. And it's not just an ordinary marquis. Even Bailey Shenfeng, who is the strongest among them, is only here. 10,000 races hunting and killing profound list, ranked 73rd on the profound list. This does not mean that, in the eyes of foreign races, Yi Kong is far more threatening than Bailey Shenfeng. Otherwise, how could it be ranked 10th on the mysterious list? This, what is it called? Yi Kong's new student is really terrifying, not only powerful, but also ranked 10th on the list of hunting and killing of all races.
I want to fight him,
Zhang Wuji said with a surprised expression. Indeed, such a terrifying talent, no wonder it can be called a rare evildoer.
Bai Yunfei also exclaimed. It's really strong. It's okay to be strong. He's still so handsome. I'm getting more and more interested in him. Si Niaojin looked at Yi Kong with interest.
Originally I heard that this guy can beat 5 top 50 guys in one move. I thought it was this year. The top 50 in the inner door was too low. It seems that this guy really has such strength.
It's just that I don't know how strong he is? Ko Junyuan licked his tongue, staring at Yi Kong as if staring at his prey.
Although Bailey Shenfeng didn't speak, in his heart, he reluctantly regarded Yi Kong as an opponent. Although Li Yutong informed Yi Kong that his ranking has improved and he entered the battlefield of 10,000 races, he is likely to be targeted. However, Li Yutong was still not at ease. He took out a talisman paper from the space ring. Yi Kong, classmate, this is a teleportation talisman. When you are in danger, use it to teleport thousands of miles away in an instant. This is your first time to participate in the mission of hunting thousands of races. Remember, life comes first. With that said, Li Yutong handed the teleportation talisman to Yi Kong. In this regard, Yi Kong did not refuse, and accepted it. Seeing that Hall Master Li actually gave Yi Kong a teleportation talisman, the expressions on the faces of Bailey Shenfeng and others were once again a little surprised.
Including, Elder Zhao is the same. This teleportation talisman is worth at least 30 merit points.
It seems that Hall Master Li really values Yi Kong very much.
Ho Chini looked at the crowd and said, "This Yi Kong is so enchanting, and he is still a member of their Baishan Hall."
It is understandable that Hall Master Li gave him the teleportation talisman.
It made me a little envious. I didn't have this kind of treatment back then.
Bai Yunfei said slowly, even a little envious. Although the rest of them didn't speak, the expressions on their faces said everything.
No matter how powerful the talent is, so what? It takes time for talent to turn into strength. This time, no matter who it is. Number 1 must be mine.
Bailey Shenfeng looked at everyone and said proudly, as the number 1 in the inner sect, he has this capital.
Although the other 9 people didn't say anything to refute, but as Tenjiao, how could they easily admit defeat in their hearts?
They all have their own arrogance, thinking that the number 1 this time must be theirs.
Yi Kong's expression was so leisurely from beginning to end. No matter who the enemy is, he can kill them all.
Li Yutong explained a few more words to Yi Kong, then turned into a streamer and left. After all, as the master of the house, he also has important things to do.
At the same time, Elder Zhao also activated the teleportation array.
Seeing this situation, everyone went into the teleportation array without any hesitation. With the operation of the teleportation array, a white light flashed, and 11 people were teleported to the first battlefield at the same time. When Yi Kong and the others teleported to the first battlefield, what caught their eyes was a huge city with the plaque on it saying Wuji City.
There are several human warriors patrolling on the city wall, and there are human warriors guarding in front of the city gate.
The entire giant city looks extremely magnificent and majestic. Although Yi Kong came here for the first time, he had also heard of the legend of this infinite city in the school textbook. It can be said that this infinite city has withstood the attacks of countless alien races. Looking at the veterans on the city wall, they stood there like a pine tree, guarding the safety of a city. Resist the powerful alien race, and protect the human beings outside the battlefield of the 10,000 races from the invasion of the alien race. Yi Kong on the side, seeing this scene, he couldn't help admiring these veterans in his heart. They are the real heroes who defend the country. At the same time, Elder Zhao, who was teleported behind them, also appeared in front of everyone. He looked at this everlasting city. A memory welled up in his heart. Obviously, when he was young, he also fought passionately on the first battlefield. Then, he turned his gaze to Bailey Shenfeng and the others.
This time, you are entering the first battlefield to carry out the task of hunting aliens.
Remember to be careful. Several royal families. For example, the bloodthirsty and brutal Blood Moon clan, they are not only the royal family, but also one of the 10 culprits. The members of the Blood Moon clan rely on ingesting the blood of all races for cultivation. They are violent and very bloodthirsty.
There is also the Blue Devils.
They absorb the souls of other creatures to strengthen their own strength.
The bloodthirsty and brutality is not inferior to the Blood Moon clan.
The Sure royal family, this is the royal family you should be most careful about. They are called the top 10 royal families, and they are the most powerful in battle.
These enemies belonging to the royal family are far stronger than the foreign races of the same realm.
It can be said that any member of the royal family is as powerful as the arrogance of our human race. So remember, be very careful, especially the three royal families I mentioned above, because they appear most phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals FN often slash phoneme on the first battlefield, and the rest of the royal families will basically not appear on the first battlefield, but it does not mean that you can take it lightly. Hearing Elder Zhao's words, even if they were as proud as Bailey Shenfeng and the others, there was a trace of solemnity on their faces. Because they clearly know the terrifying strength of these royal families. Only Yi Kong showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Just now, the blood of the three royal families mentioned by Elder Zhao is all needed by Yi Kong to practice the star-absorbing method. He can't wait for these royal families to appear in front of him immediately, so that he can hunt them down to obtain blood and practice the great method of absorbing stars. The road to invincibility. In Wuji City, everyone can rest assured of their own safety. The current city lord of this Wuji City is an immortal-level powerhouse, and he is a big figure who dominates the entire battlefield of 10,000 races. With him around, that's why the foreign race didn't dare to invade Wuji City at will in recent years. Alright, then go in by yourself, and show it when the time comes. If you encounter any trouble, you can show the token of Dashang Academy. The old man still has some business to go to other places, so let's go first. Elder Zhao explained again, and then disappeared in place and left. Bailey Shenfeng and the others were also preparing to enter the Wuji City. At this time, a group of veterans came towards them. Their majestic eyes, dark skin, and tiny scars on their bodies. It all shows that they are all real fighters fighting against alien races. One of the veterans who walked in the front had a blue badge on his clothes. Apparently, it was a centurion. The centurion said to Yi Kong and the others, "Are you talking about the Dashang Academy, the students who came to participate in the hunting mission of the 10,000 races?" "Yes." Ho Chini and the others nodded and replied. Then, they took out the tokens of Dashang Academy one after another, and Yi Kong did the same. The centurion looked at their tokens, and after confirming their identities, he said slowly to them, "Come with me." Afterwards, the veterans brought Yi Kong and the others into Wuji City. After walking in, Yi Kong and the others found that the bustling scene inside Wuji City was just like the city above the Blue Star. And they also discovered that there was not a single person in Wuji City who was not a warrior. It can be said that the civilians in the city are all practitioners. Then, led by the centurion, they came to a villa. Walking into the inner courtyard of the villa, they found that there were already 20 students wearing college uniforms like them, sitting there, but obviously they were not from the same school as them. The expressions of Bailey Shenkong and others changed, obviously they had seen it before. At this time, a rather wretched-looking man wearing a blue school uniform sitting on the second right, said with a strange smile, "This year, Zhantian Academy is probably the first again, really, it's not challenging at all." Hearing these words, Bailey Shenfeng and the others immediately became very angry. The last time, it was because the people from Zhantian Academy made a fool of them, which led to number one being snatched by them. Now he still dares to be arrogant in front of them. "You bastard, don't you know how you won last time?" Ho Chini's violent temper directly scolded him. "Really? If you are not as skilled as others, then you are not as skilled as others. Why, do you blame us if you lose?" The somewhat wretched-looking man continued to sneer, and the rest of Zhantian Academy also showed arrogant smiles at the corners of their mouths. As for the students of Nanhuang Academy on the other side, they looked like they were watching the show. "You bastard!" Ho Chini couldn't bear it anymore, and was about to strike. Bailey Shenfeng and the others also stood up. The people from Zhantian Academy on the other side also stood up. And sitting on the main seat, the burly man with a black knife on his back had a powerful aura, as if he was about to break through to the martial king level at any time. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, suddenly, the centurion hurriedly persuaded, "Okay, wait a minute, you are about to participate in the hunting mission of the 10,000 races, if anyone dares to fight here. We in Wuji City will directly eliminate you without showing mercy." Hearing what the centurion said, the 20 or so people calmed down. After all, they didn't want to be eliminated. The people from Nanhuang Academy on the other side felt a little pity, thinking to themselves, they didn't fight. They originally thought that it would be best for Dasheng Academy and Gentian Academy to fight with all their strength. In this way, they would be able to reap the benefits. After seeing that both sides were quiet, the centurion said to several people, "Next, you three parties will be divided into 3 commanders, the rest of your time will be in their barracks." Afterwards, Gao Fei turned his gaze to the side of Gentian Academy. "You have been assigned to be under Commander Zhao. Next, someone will come and take you there." Then, he turned his gaze to Nanhuang Academy and the others. "You were assigned to Commander Zhang, and you happen to belong to the same army as me. Wait a minute, and I will take you there." Finally, Gao Fei looked at Yi Kong and the others again. "You have been assigned to Commander Shui's side, and someone will come to take you there after a while. You guys follow me." After Gao Fei finished speaking, he left directly with the people from Nanhuang Academy. Now that no one is in control, people from Zhantian Academy and Dasheng Academy stared at each other, and there was a situation where they would fight if they disagreed. Seeing this situation, Yi Kong took the initiative to ask, which is rare, "What conflicts did you have with these guys before?" "It's nothing, it's just that bastard from Zhantian Academy, who made a fool of us before, otherwise number 1 would be ours." By the way, Yi Kong, let me tell you, when you meet those people from Zhantian Academy, don't think they are human races, just show mercy, these bastards are sinister villains. Ho Chini said with an angry look on his face. Yi Kong raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the words, "So that's how it is." At this time, Si Miaojin looked at Yi Kong. "By the way, I almost forgot that this is the first time for Yi Kong to participate in the hunting mission of 10,000 races. Then let this lady give you a popular science, usually in the battlefield of 10,000 races. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, the military ranks of our human race are divided into corps commanders, centurion commanders, 1,000 commanders, and the commander-in-chief of an army. The 5 commanders need to have the strength of a military general, the centurion needs to have the strength of a martial king, and the 1,000 commander needs the strength of a martial emperor. The commander must be a strong man of the martial saint level. Moreover, in addition to strength, to become these official titles, one also needs to have meritorious deeds." Si Miaojin stared at Yi Kong with a pair of beautiful eyes and said, "Thanks." Yi Kong nodded. As for Si Miaojin's eyes, he didn't care. Si Miaojin was a little surprised. In the past, freshmen like this were always obsessed with him. How could this Yi Kong not care? Could it be that the charm of the old lady is useless? But this Yi Kong is really handsome, I must hold him tight. Guys of Dasheng Academy, let's go first. I hope that the first place will not be robbed by us again. The students of Zhantian Academy, when they walked with the military, they still didn't forget to turn around and taunt. Hear this. Ho Chini was very angry, and wanted to go forward and teach the people of Zhantian Academy a good lesson. Bailey Shenfeng stretched out his hand and stopped him. "Don't worry about these clowns for now. When the mission officially starts, we will have plenty of time to settle accounts with them." At the same time, a somewhat older veteran walked towards them. "You little fellows, you are the ones sent by the academy. Let me tell you, you are really blessed. Our commander is a beautiful woman." The old man looked at Bailey Shenfeng and the others with a wretched look and said. With a relaxed expression, Yi Kong and the others followed the veteran and walked towards the barracks. While walking, the veterans were still talking to them. How powerful is their leadership? "You little fellows, do you know how strong our snow commander is? Once, with the power of one person, he fought against 2 monsters of the martial saint level, and finally killed them. Although she is a woman, her killing power is the strongest among the 3 commanders." Hearing these words, expressions of surprise appeared on the faces of everyone in Bailey Shenfeng. They didn't expect that this Commander Shui would be able to train the killing technique to be the strongest among the 3 commanders in the body of a woman. Soon, everyone came to a military camp. Looking at the huge military camp, Yi Kong asked Si Miaojin curiously, "Miss Si, do you know what other military positions you have above commander? Is it above the command?" "There are generals, governors, etc. Generals need a strong person at the level of a venerable to be able to take on the role. As for the general, at least a strong person above the level of a venerable. Not to mention the chief governor, he is the commander of a battlefield of the human race, and every human chief governor, without exception, is the top powerhouse of the human race.
Si Miaojin looked at Yi Kong and said slowly. For a while, I was fascinated by it. Si Miaojin thought to herself, how could such a good-looking man grow up in the world, like a fairy who fell from the sky to the world? Why do you keep staring at me? Yi Kong said with a smile. At this time, Si Miaojin realized that she had seen something. Lemon explained in a panic, no, I was thinking about something just now. By the way, there is something I almost forgot to tell you. There is a killing list in Wuji City, which records the points of all people, and we also decide the ranking based on that points. Si Miaojin continued. Thank you. Yi Kong thanked him politely. At the same time, everyone also walked into the barracks, and there were all veterans there, all of whom had a murderous aura. Obviously their hands were stained with the blood of many foreign races. Several people kept walking until they stopped in front of a 3-story house. You guys are resting here today. Girls phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live slash phoneme on the 3rd floor, and the rest phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live slash phoneme on the 1st and 2nd floors. Tomorrow, you will be arranged to go out with several commanders to hunt and kill all races. Well, you rest first, and I will leave first. After the notification, the veteran left directly. Several people looked at each other, did not say anything, and went upstairs to rest. Yi Kong was also about to find a room to rest, when suddenly, Si Miaojin stopped her. Yi Kong, wait a minute. What's the matter? What's the matter? Yi Kong looked at Si Miaojin with some doubts. Well, I'm going to ask you to go out for a stroll. You see, it's your first time in Wuji City, so why don't you go out for a walk? Si Miaojin smiled coquettishly, and said to Yi Kong. Well, then I'll go out with you for a stroll. Yi Kong thought to himself, he really should visit Wuji City. Afterwards, he followed Si Miaojin out of the barracks. The two came to the City of Infinity. Si Miaojin looked at the huge Wuji City, and introduced to Yi Kong, originally, in the battlefield of 10,000 races, we humans do not have a city, including this Wuji City, which was also formed by the accumulation of human blood. For the completion of this city, how many strong people of the human race lost their lives? In the first battlefield, our human race had a total of 9 cities, each city was stronger than the other, and Wuji City was only the weakest city among the 9 cities. But it is also an important part of protecting us humans from harm. When she said these words, Si Miaojin had a serious expression on her face, not as charming as before. When Yi Kong listened, he was also deeply moved. The human race has been fighting against the alien race for thousands of years. Every strong human race will sacrifice their own lives in order to defeat the alien race. This is also why human beings hate Wanzu cult more than alien races, because these humans are willing to degenerate and become lackeys of alien races voluntarily. Si Miaojin and Yi Kong walked in the city together. Along the way, Si Miaojin kept peeking at Yi Kong. Just as the two continued to move forward, an untimely voice sounded. Oh, isn't this Si Miaojin? Why, you guys also come to visit Wuji City? A somewhat pretty woman said to Si Miaojin. Yi Kong and the two also saw them. The moment they saw them, Yi Kong and Si Miaojin's expressions changed. Because the 2 men and 1 woman next to them are the people from Zhantian Academy who had a conflict with them just now. I want you to manage. Si Miaojin directly confronted her. Si Miaojin, I greet you warmly. Why are you so rude? This time, I must trample you under my feet. Zhang Hui clenched her fists and stared at Si Miaojin with unkind eyes. Just because you, the defeated general, want to defeat me. Si Miaojin sneered and mocked, you. Zhang Hui was extremely angry, but she didn't know what to refute. She did lose last time. Is there no one in your Dashang Academy? I have never seen this kid before, is it possible? Your Dashang Academy sent a newcomer over. At this moment, the 2 people beside Zhang Hui noticed Yi Kong and sneered. Boy, although we are not from the same academy as you, do you want us to teach you the rules? Wei Mingliang and the 2 of them smiled and walked towards Yi Kong. Yi Kong narrowed his eyes slightly, kneel down and kowtow, maybe I can spare you. What? Hearing a freshman, they even asked them to kneel and kowtow. The expressions on the faces of Wei Mingliang and the 2 suddenly became furious. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? You dare to ask us to kowtow? You are looking for death, you know? Wei Mingliang looked at Yi Kong fiercely. Boy, we see that you are a newcomer, now come and apologize to us, and we will not settle accounts with you. Otherwise, we'll hit you until your mother doesn't know you. Hu Ben next to him also said in a bad tone. As for Zhang Hui, he taunted Si Miaojin, besides being meek and weak, Yu Dasheng Academy sent a freshman here. Why is this freshman so stupid? What do you two want to do? Do you really want to do it? Si Miaojin scolded. In her opinion, if the two of them make a move, Yi Kong might not be able to kill him in seconds. Yi Kong heard the threatening words of Wei Mingliang and the two turned around and looked at them with indifference. If you want to find excitement, I will help you. A powerful aura faintly emanated from him. A time. Wei Mingliang felt like a demon god was standing in front of them. He couldn't help but took a few steps back in fright. The two who came back to their senses. I feel a little ashamed for a moment, they were actually scared off by a freshman. Immediately, a strong momentum erupted from his body. Boy, I will give you another chance to apologize to us too, or you will be finished. Hearing the threat of the two, Yi Kong's eyes contained purple thunder, and he looked at them like he looked at ants. For Yi Kong's eyes, Wei Mingliang and the two were even more angry. Boy, you want to die, we will fulfill you. In an instant, the aura on their bodies completely exploded, and the power of true energy surged, and the realm of half-step ceiling was clearly visible. Yi Kong, do you want me to help? Seeing that the two were really going to fight, Si Miaojin hurried up to ask for help. At this time, Yi Kong stretched out his hand to stop her, and said, I can suppress these two ants without any help. Hearing these words, Wei Mingliang and the two became extremely angry, bursting out the whole body's true energy, condensing it on their fists. At the same time, he attacked Yi Kong, obviously holding the idea of seriously injuring Yi Kong with one move. Behind, Zhang Hui couldn't help smiling when she saw this scene, as if she had seen Yi Kong fall to the ground with serious injuries. At this moment, Yi Kong had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and just for a moment, the thunder of destruction erupted on him. Wei Mingliang and the two who came to attack also felt this terrifying aura, and they immediately realized that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. But now it was too late to regret. Yi Kong's whole body, representing the power of heaven's punishment, gathered on his fist and blasted forward. A giant thunder beast suddenly appeared in midair. It represented the power of destruction, as if it wanted to devour everything. Wei Mingliang and the two who came to attack couldn't resist the blow at all, and were directly overwhelmed by the destructive thunder. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by two screams, the destructive thunder dissipated. Wei Mingliang and the two were scorched black from top to bottom, lost the ability to fight, and lay on the ground. At this moment, both Si Miaojin and Zhang Hui stayed where they were. They all knew that Wei Mingliang and Wei Mingliang were half-step martial emperors just like them, but they were instantly killed just like that. How inconceivable this is in their eyes. You must know that even a powerhouse at the martial emperor level cannot be so casual, instantly kill Wei Mingliang and the two of them. After Zhang Hui was surprised, she looked at Yi Kong with fear. What kind of strength is this Yi Kong? Is it the hidden trump card of the Dasheng Academy, which has such a powerful power? Such strength, even Miao Feng, who is number one in their academy, is no match. Yi Kong looked a little surprised at this moment. Zhang Hui, who stayed in place, said very domineeringly, this year's number one hunting of all races, our Dasheng Academy wants it. Go back and tell you people, don't come to trouble by overestimating your capabilities. Hearing this sentence, Zhang Hui was extremely angry, but looked at the two companions who were injured and unconscious on the ground. And thinking of Yi Kong's terrifying strength, she could only endure it forcefully. Boy, don't be too arrogant and let the old lady wait. Zhang Hui could only put down a harsh word, then dragged Wei Mingliang and the two who had fallen to the ground, and left without looking back. Ha ha ha, if you have the ability, don't speak harshly, stay and fight. Seeing Zhang Hui leaving in such a disheveled manner, Si Miaojin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then asked Yi Kong, why are you so powerful? Wei Mingliang and those two are just like me, half a step up to the realm of martial emperor, and you can knock them down with one move. Si Miaojin stared at Yi Kong curiously with her beautiful eyes. The talent is powerful. Yi Kong replied these four words calmly.
time, Si Miaojin didn't know what to say. Indeed, Yi Kong was very talented, otherwise, why would he be called a rare evildoer? After several seconds, she asked again, "Why don't you be humble?" "I'm just telling the truth, that's all." After speaking, Yi Kong walked towards the barracks. Si Miaojin looked at the confidence and arrogance exuding from Yi Kong. She thought to herself, "Isn't this the man I want?" After regaining consciousness, Si Miaojin saw that Yi Kong had gone far away, and hurriedly chased after him. "Yi Kong, do I want to help you hide something with great strength?" Si Miaojin followed up and asked. "Casual." Yi Kong answered casually. After a while, the two returned to the barracks. Meanwhile, the other side. Zhang Hui also returned to the place where everyone in Zhantian Academy was with the two injured and unconscious. The other 7 people saw Zhang Hui dragging Wei Mingliang, who was seriously injured and unconscious, with puzzled faces. Miao Feng stood up and asked slowly, "What's going on with Zhang Hui? Why are Wei Mingliang and Wei Mingliang injured and unconscious?" Hearing this question, Zhang Hui immediately became furious. "Wei Mingliang and I, 2 bastards, met that bitch Si Miaojin and that freshman when we went out. There was a conflict, and as a result, the 2 wastes were knocked down by the freshman with a punch. Moreover, that Yi Kong also arrogantly said that this time, number 1 has belonged to their Dasheng Academy, so that we can go home." "What did you say?" "The freshman from Dasheng Academy beat Wei Mingliang with 1 punch. How is this possible? You're not joking, are you?" Zhuang Jiangsong, who provoked Dasheng Academy at the beginning, stood up abruptly, with an expression of disbelief. The other 5 people, including Miao Feng, also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. "I hope I'm joking too, but that freshman just beat Wei Mingliang with 1 punch." Zhang Hui looked sure. Seeing how sure Zhang Hui was, Zhuang Jiangsong and the others had no choice but to believe it. It seems that this freshman is the trump card of Dasheng Academy this time. He Luan, the second-ranked inner disciple of Zhanwu Academy, said to everyone, "No matter how strong this guy is, if he dares to offend our Zhantian Academy, his life will not be easy in the future." Miao Feng wiped the black knife in his hand, his eyes became fierce. The rest of the people also recovered from their astonishment. Indeed, this kid dared to say arrogantly that number 1 belongs to their Dasheng Academy. "Let us go back. Since he is so powerful, we will target him first." He Luan also stood up and said with an unhappy expression. The other 5 people were also full of anger. They had never seen such an arrogant new student. Thinking in my heart, I must teach Yi Kong a lesson, and let him know what it means to have people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. The next morning, when the morning sun woke up, the sun slowly shone down. People from Dasheng Academy, Zhantian Academy, and Nanhuang Academy are all gathered in the hall of a villa at this moment. People from Zhantian Academy looked at Yi Kong with anger in their eyes. In particular, Wei Mingliang and Wei Mingliang, who spent a lot of money to recover from their injuries and reach their best condition, wished to rush over immediately and beat Yi Kong violently. Seeing this scene, the other 9 members of Dasheng Academy looked puzzled. They couldn't figure out why people from Zhantian Academy were staring at Yi Kong all the time, and their eyes were full of anger. Especially Wei Mingliang, and the two seemed to be suffering and hating each other deeply. "What did you do?" "Why, those people from Zhantian Academy looked at you as if they were going to eat you. Do you need my help?" Ho Chini asked Yi Kong curiously. "It's just a group of ants, don't worry about it." Yi Kong just smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't pay attention to the people of Zhantian Academy at all. Hearing this sentence, everyone in Zhantian Academy couldn't bear it anymore, and He Luan and others were about to rush up to teach Yi Kong a lesson. Miao Feng stretched out his hand to stop them. He Luan was puzzled and asked, "Miao Feng, why are you stopping us? Have you forgotten the rules?" "Wait a minute, those 3 commanders are coming. If you make a move at this time, do you want to be eliminated?" Miao Feng said indifferently, and then looked at Yi Kong. "Boy, you are very strong, and you are qualified to be my opponent." "Really?" "I just don't know if you are qualified to be my opponent." Yi Kong looked at Miao Feng domineeringly. Hearing these words, Miao Feng almost couldn't bear it, and wanted to make a move, but finally held back. "Good boy, just wait for me. Miao Feng said a harsh word to Yi Kong. For this, Yi Kong's expression was full of disdain.
Now, Ho Chini and the others became even more curious. What did Yi Kong do?
Not only the 9 members of Zhantian Academy showed hatred towards him, but even Miao Feng looked like he wanted to settle accounts with Yi Kong. They thought that Yi Kong seemed to have gone out with Si Miaojin yesterday.
Si Miaojin, what did you guys do yesterday?
Why did Zhantian Academy look like they wanted to eat Yi Kong?
Ho Chini asked. Other people, including those from the Nanhuang Academy, also looked over curiously.
Originally, Si Miaojin didn't want to talk about it, but when she thought about it, Yi Kong didn't seem to tell her not to reveal this matter. Then he said slowly, "It's nothing, it's just that Yi Kong punched Wei Mingliang and Liang Hualong unconscious yesterday."
What did you say? Hearing these words, Ho Chini and the others looked surprised, including Bailey Shenfeng.
The Nanhuang Academy and others on the other side also had shocked expressions.
Si Miaojin, are you joking?
Yi Kong defeated Wei Mingliang and Liang Hualong with one punch.
They are half-step martial emperors. Ho Chini asked Si Miaojin with a look of disbelief. How could I be joking?
It's absolutely true. Wei Mingliang, these two trash, were indeed defeated by Yi Kong with one punch.
Si Miaojin said affirmatively, and then looked at Wei Mingliang and the two with a sneer on her face.
Faced with such ridicule, Wei Mingliang and Liang Hualong almost couldn't help but want to fight, but luckily Miao Feng stopped them again.
Seeing Si Miaojin's affirmative answer,
Ho Chini and the others couldn't believe it. They looked at Yi Kong in surprise. Including, on the other side, the people of Nanhuang Academy are the same. They think that Yi Kong is definitely the hidden trump card of Dasheng Academy. Fortunately, there were people from Zhantian Academy who used to provoke Yi Kong and let him show his strength. Otherwise, if we don't know the strength of this freshman, we will definitely suffer a loss if we go in. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yi Kong always looked indifferent. At this time, 3 commanders walked in, and the one walking in the front was a female soldier in military uniform.
That single ponytail with long hair and exquisite facial features is a complete beauty.
As for those walking on both sides of him, one of the 2 commanders looked serious and looked about 40 years old. One looks like he is in his early 30s, and his walking posture gives people a lazy feeling. If he was not wearing a military uniform, no one would have thought that he was a commander. The 3 commanders each walked to the academy they wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme.
Hello Commander Snow.
Bailey Shenfeng and the others greeted politely. Shuiruyu, on the other hand, looked aloof and said slowly to the crowd, "I know you guys are all geniuses, but the battlefield of 10,000 races is cruel, so I have no advice for you. I just want to tell you that I will try my best to survive and kill the aliens.
Only by surviving is the kingly way."
Clear. Bailey Shenfeng and the others replied in unison.
Since you understand everything, let's all go out.
Shuiruyu didn't say any extra nonsense, and directly led Yi Kong and the others out of the hall of Wuji City.
Commander Zhao on the other side is also the type who doesn't talk too much.
He explained a few words casually, and then left with the people from Zhantian Academy.
As for Commander Zhang, who may have talked a lot because he is younger, he explained in detail what dangers he might encounter later.
Shuiruyu had already walked out of Wuji City, and Zhang Wanla had just finished explaining that he was going to take the people from Nanhuang Academy out. Outside the barracks, Shuiruyu stood at the forefront, exuding a powerful aura from her body, and beside her were a dozen or so guards. The strength of every pro guard is above the martial king level, otherwise they are not qualified to be pro guards. Yi Kong and his group stood at the rear of the team.
The same is true for Commander Zhao and Commander Zhang.
They did not bring any troops with them except for their personal guards during their trip this time. Boy, I hope you don't die on the battlefield of 10,000 races. I want to take revenge with my own hands.
Wei Mingliang looked at Yi Kong fiercely. Only you, an ant, are worthy. Yi Kong replied domineeringly, "You."
Wei Mingliang, who had a bad temper, was so angry that he looked like he was about to rush over and do something.
"Stop, who dares to be here? Do it privately, just get out of here." Zhao Shanfeng pressed towards Wei Mingliang with a powerful momentum. For a moment, Wei Mingliang stopped in his tracks.
He looked at Zhao Shanfeng's serious expression, and he could only suppress his anger. Hey, some people, knowing that they can't beat them, still rush forward to find excitement. What kind of people are they really? What kind of academy are they in? At this time, Si Miaojin stood up and mocked, and by the way, mocked Zhantian Academy. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. For a moment, the people of Dashang Academy and Nanhuang Academy laughed out loud. Seeing this situation, Wei Mingliang clenched his fists, furious. The other people in Zhantian Academy also looked very unsightly gone. Zhao Shanfeng seemed not to want Wei Mingliang to lose face any longer, so he took the people from Zhantian Academy and set off first. Before leaving, he took a look at Si Miaojin and Yi Kong. Regarding the conflicts in the academy, Commander Shuet and Commander Zhang did not speak. After all, there is competition among colleges, and conflicts are quite normal. Therefore, generally they will not take care of this kind of thing. I have the same meaning as Commander Zhao. No matter what conflicts there are between your colleges, you can't fight in the barracks. Otherwise, if I find out, you will go directly to the first battlefield. Shui Ruyu also said with a warning meaning. Before setting off, Shui Ruyu turned to look at the crowd and said, your identity tokens all have imprints, which can record how many aliens you killed and how many points you gained. As for the points leaderboard, I don't need to talk about it, you can use the communicator to check it yourself. Okay, let's all start now. After finishing speaking, Shui Ruyu turned around and led the team to set off. Yi Kong and others followed closely behind. At this moment, Commander Zhang saw that Commander Shui and Commander Zhao had set off with people. He took his time and set off with the people from Nanhuang Academy. Snow dominates that side. When they were a few kilometers away from the barracks, they saw bloodstains everywhere, as well as the remains of humans or aliens, across the entire first battlefield. They seemed to have entered a land of corpses and blood. From this place, if you go further, you may encounter aliens at any time. The strength of the alien race is very strong, with various abilities. Even if they have Shui Ruyu, they may not be safe. They walked forward for another half an hour. Along the way, Yi Kong and his party encountered dozens of aliens, and some of them were beheaded by Shui Ruyu and other military personnel. Most of them were inner sect disciples rushing out to kill them. After all, the strength of these alien races was equivalent to the martial king level, not even a martial emperor level alien. After walking for a while, at this time, 9 alien races appeared in front of Shui Ruyu and the others again. These alien races have wings on their backs, like bats, but they are standing like humans. Feeling the aura on them, the strongest one is only at the martial king level. Hochini, you go forward and say to Shui Ruyu, Commander Shui, the strength of these alien races is not very strong, so leave them all to us. It is good. Shui Ruyu nodded in agreement. Originally, they came off this time to hone the people of these colleges. Let them be more handy when dealing with foreign races in the future. After getting Shui Ruyu's consent, Hochini rushed out first. Seeing this, the 8 people behind Si Miaojin also rushed out, bursting out with powerful true energy. Each of them deals with a black bat. As for Bailey Shanfeng, he stood where he was, he didn't bother to kill such a weak alien race. Alien races whose strength is above the late stage of the martial king class are his targets. Not to mention Yi Kong, he can even instantly kill alien races in the late stage of Wuwang class. Not to mention these foreign races whose strongest is only the early stage of the martial king class, he has no desire to make a move at all. There is no suspense in the battle ahead. Under the hands of the 8 inner disciples, those terrifying aliens turned into corpses without even a single move. Bai Yunfei and others also put away the corpses of this group of alien races, as well as the storage bags on their bodies. At this moment, there is only the alien race at the early stage of Wuwan level, which can resist a few more moves. Hochini took a look, and the companions around him had all dealt with their opponents. And it takes so much time to deal with a foreign race at the early stage of Wuwan level. He was a little angry for a moment, and the sharp gold-type Jinchi exploded on him in an instant. In the next second, he was holding a broadsword, and beheaded the early-stage martial king-level alien race with one blow. These alien races are really useless. I can instantly kill an alien race with just one blow. Ho-Chini looked at the foreign race next to him, who was instantly killed by him, with a smug look on his face, and then put away the storage bag on his body. Although the others didn't say anything, they could tell from the expressions on their faces how proud they are now. This time, why does it feel that it is not as difficult as last time? The strength of these alien races is not very strong. Bai Yunfei also said casually. Indeed, the last time we came here, it was still a bit difficult to face these alien races. After all, at that time, we had just broken through to the Martial King level not long ago. But now, each of us is only one step away from the Martial King level. When facing these alien races at the Martial King level, we can naturally solve it easily. Zhang Junhui said slowly. Shuirui, who saw all this in her eyes, shook her head. She thought about these little guys. She underestimated the aliens too much. The alien race they encountered last time was only of the Martial King level. It is because they have not penetrated into the battlefield of 10,000 races. This time, they want to really go deep into the battlefield of 10,000 races. Not to mention the Martial King level, it is also possible to encounter alien races at the Martial King level. But when they finished solving the alien race and checked the leaderboard through the communicator, the smiles on their faces stopped, because they found that the points of those people from Zhantian Academy had increased very quickly. It can be said that their sum is 0.5 times faster than their own. These guys, how could the points increase so quickly? Ho-Chini had a surprised expression on his face. It seems that they must have encountered a group of alien races and killed them all. Only in this way can they gain so many points. We have to speed up. Bai Yunfei thought for a while and said. Bailey Xuanfan's expression was also a bit complicated. His strength was originally comparable to Miao Feng's, but his points were 100 points more than his own now. You must know that on the side of the academy, in addition to being rewarded for being the first in personal points, there will also be rewards for being the first in the academy. At this time, a group of alien races appeared in front of them, more than 30 in number. That group of aliens had bull horns on their heads, and their bodies were human-like, but their bodies were very huge. Each of them was more than 3 meters high, and their faces were as long as demons. Seeing a large group of foreign races appear, Ho-Chini and the others were extremely happy, because in their eyes, this group of foreign races was points. Great, a group of alien races come here all at once, this time our points can be increased a lot. Bai Yunfei said proudly. Be careful, I think this group of aliens is different from what we encountered before. Si Miao Jin reminded, yes? Bai Yunfei also observed carefully. Seeing this group of alien races, Shuiruyu's complexion was not very good. Obviously, the strength of this group of alien races is not simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Shuiruyu in the middle stage of Wuwang to show a dignified expression. Because he recognized that the leader of this group of alien races was the alien race he fought with half a month ago. In the battle half a month ago, I fell into a disadvantage if it weren't for the fact that there was no one next to the alien, and there were dozens of guards beside me. The foreign races did not dare to fight to the death, otherwise, that day, they might be left there. At the same time, the leader of this group of strong bull demons also saw Shuiryu, and recognized her as the human being he fought with half a month ago. In that battle, although I suppressed this human being left a deep scar on his body by virtue of his superiority in numbers. Forced himself to run away, the leader of the bull demon clan swore that day that Shuiryu must look good. As a result, he really met today. How could the leader of the bull demon clan let him go? You human ant, we met again. Last time you beat me back with your superiority in numbers. Now it depends on you. I will eat your meat piece by piece. The leader of the Taoran demon looked at Shuiryu arrogantly. Really? It's up to you. Although Shuiryu knew that she might not be the opponent of the leader of the Minotaur in a single duel, but she couldn't lose her momentum. Little ones, go up together and kill them. The Minotaur was too lazy to charge more, and directly ordered to his subordinates. In an instant, the leader of the Minotaur led the charge, followed by more than 30 Minotaur soldiers. Their huge size, when running, even caused a piece of sand and stones, making the whole scene very scary. Be careful, these guys are the royal family among the foreign races, the vigorous bull demon clan, and they are very powerful. Especially the leader of this group of alien races, the guy named Niu Chao. I have played against him before, and I fell into a disadvantage.
Shui Ruyu reminded everyone with a serious expression.
Hearing these words, the expressions of Ho Chini and the others also changed. You know, Shui Ruyu is a mid-term martial artist, but she said that she is no match for the leader of the vigorous bull demon clan.
That shows that the group of alien races in front of them is really powerful, not those small characters who can be killed in seconds like they encountered before. Moreover, as members of Dashang Academy, they also know it clearly.
Among the alien races, there are also grades. The weakest ordinary foreign race, the powerful royal family, the royal family known as invincible at the same level. Now in front of them is the royal family, although the combat power of these royal families is not as invincible as the royal family.
But among the same level, it is also a very powerful existence.
It can be said that if the realm is the same, none of 1VL, Ho Chini, and the others are absolutely sure that they can defeat this member of the mighty bull-headed demon clan. At this time, the vigorous Minotaur family had already rushed towards them.
Without any hesitation, Shui Ruyu pulled out the earth-level sword in her hand, and rushed forward first.
Collided with the leader of the Minotaur.
Clang!
The sword collided with the giant axe, and the sound of gold and iron horses sounded.
For a moment, Shui Ruyu took a few steps back. One can imagine how powerful this bull-headed demon leader is? Human ants, couldn't you hurt me before? Now I see how arrogant you are?
The leader of the Tauren demon looked at Shui Ruyu with a proud face. At this moment, Shui Ruyu didn't reply, but her face was very solemn. From the collision just now, she could clearly feel that the strength of the leader of the Minotaur was a little stronger, but she was still in place. At the same time, Ho Chini and others, as well as Shui Ruyu's personal guards, also fought against the Tauren soldiers. The sound of weapons colliding constantly resounded on the battlefield. Those soldiers of the vigorous Minotaur are all above the martial king level, and there are even 5 captains of the vigorous Minotaur at the level of the martial king. No matter if it was an inner disciple or Shui Ruyu's personal guards, they couldn't easily kill them instantly. The strength of these guys is not at the same level as the alien races they encountered before.
Ho Chini said while waving the spear in his hand.
Nonsense, these guys are from the royal family, how could their strength be comparable to those of the lower alien races before? Si Miaojin used the long whip in her hand. The whip was pulled over, directly on the body of the Tauren warrior. But apart from some scars on its body, it didn't have any particularly serious injuries. It is conceivable that this vigorous Minotaur family, in addition to their brute strength, is also extremely strong in physique. Human bug, you look so ugly, immediately let me kill you, the Minotaur soldier taunted Si Miaojin. Hearing that this extremely ugly-looking Minotaur called him ugly, Si Miaojin was instantly furious. You bastard, court death. She burst out all her true energy, concentrated it on the long whip in her hand, and beat towards the Minotaur soldiers continuously.
Time is completely suppressed, this Minotaur soldier. However, in the eyes of the rough-skinned and thick-skinned Tauren soldiers, these attacks could not pose much threat to them at all.
At the same time, the same happened to the rest of the battlefield. The long spear in Ho Chini's hand condensed powerful true energy, and the spear came out like a dragon, directly stabbing at the chest of the Tauren soldier who was at the late stage of Wuwan level. I saw that the Minotaur soldier didn't dodge, and actually wanted to block the blow with his body. A surprised expression appeared on Ho Chini's face, because he found that his shot only pierced the skin of the Tauren soldier. Then it was blocked and couldn't get in at all. Boy, it's up to me next. The Tauren soldier waved his giant axe and slashed straight at Ho Chini. With a flustered expression, Ho Chini quickly drew out his spear and blocked it above his head. Boom! The powerful brute force made Ho Chini's hands tremble, and he almost knelt down. On the other side, Kujun Yuan and others were similar, facing the royal family among the alien races. Although the realm is equal, they can't gain the upper hand at all, and they even feel a little suppressed. The right side of the battlefield. Bailey Shenfeng was still able to deal with this Minotaur soldier with the peak strength of the martial king level. I saw him waving the shocking stick in his hand. Constantly bombarded the Minotaur soldiers. Although the bull-headed demon was extremely powerful, he was only one step away from breaking through to the martial emperor level.
But he was still firmly suppressed by Bailey Xianfeng.
It can be seen from this that Bailey Xianfeng's strength is really stronger than the other 9 people. That's why Bailey Xianfeng felt that the number 1 this time must be his own. Time passed slowly, and on the battlefield, the ground was stained red with blood. Although Bailey Xianfeng suppressed this bull-headed demon soldier, there was no joy on his face, but some worry. Because he found that, except for himself, everyone else was at a disadvantage, including Shuiryu.
And I have no way at all to get rid of this Minotaur soldier quickly. If this continues, they will undoubtedly lose. Except for Si Miaojin, almost everyone else thinks this way.
Si Miaojin was because she had seen Yi Kong's true strength, and she thought in her heart that when Yi Kong finished dealing with her opponent, the battle would definitely turn around in an instant. At this moment, Yi Kong, who had just easily dealt with a Minotaur soldier, looked at the current situation on the battlefield, and his side was not optimistic.
He didn't intend to keep his hand any longer.
In an instant, the terrifying thunder covered his whole body, and the 9 stars cereal knife was taken out from the storage ring. In the next second, he instantly disappeared in place and rushed to the central battlefield. He was like a wolf in a herd of sheep, no Taoren soldier could block his strike. While Yi Kong easily dealt with the Taoren soldiers, he put away their bodies in storage bags. Following that, Yi Kong dealt with the Taoren soldiers one by one. At this moment, Yi Kong is like a real god of war, any enemy can only end in death under his hands. The guards in Ho Chini and others who watched the scene with their own eyes were shocked.
Is this person, like them, an inner disciple of Dashang Academy?
Why is he so strong?
It should be, but his strength is too terrifying, right?
In his eyes, those martial king-level Minotaur soldiers feel like ants.
They can be easily killed with a single blow.
Even if we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme them, it is impossible for them to be so easy. Those veterans who freed their hands after Yi Kong dealt with the Taoren soldiers looked at Yi Kong, who was carrying out a bloody slaughter on the battlefield, with a look of surprise.
How many people in Ho Chini have similar expressions? Am I not mistaken?
This guy is really a freshman, and he is really only at the martial king level.
How can he be so strong?
I even suspected that I was a new student and he was an old student.
Bai Yunfei, take a picture of me to see if I'm dreaming? Ho Chini stared in shock.
Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme that right, all of this is true, this new student is really a rare evildoer.
Bai Yunfei said in amazement.
The rest of the people, although they didn't speak, their expressions were full of surprise. At this moment, Si Miaojin looked at Yi Kong with a pair of beautiful eyes. Looking at the figure in front of her who looked like a banished fairy, Si Miaojin acted like a nympho. Possessing such a powerful strength and such a terrifying talent is the ideal person in her ideal. At this moment, Yi Kong, full of terror and thunder, came in front of Bailey Xianfeng.
He looked at the Taoren soldiers who were fighting with Bailey Xianfeng. Without any hesitation, the thunder of destruction converged on the 9-star cereal knife.
Accompanied by a flash of thunder, the head of the Minotaur soldier fell off. Seeing this scene of Bailey Xianfeng with my own eyes, I feel incredible.
He thought to himself, how could Yi Kong be so powerful?
He had always thought that he was the number 1 in the inner sect, and he would be the number 1 in this mission, and he would be the one who became the true disciple. But now it seems that his own ideas are so ridiculous.
Yi Kong's strength is completely beyond his imagination.
At this time, 7 or 8 out of 10 of the Taoren soldiers on the battlefield had been killed by Yi Kong. This scene attracted the attention of the leader of the Taoren, who was fighting Shuiryu. He looked at the humans in front of him who were crazily slaughtering his people. The leader of the Minotaur was extremely angry, and then a hint of surprise appeared on his face.
He recognized Yi Kong's identity. 10th on the Xinbang, Yi Kong.
The leader of the Minotaur muttered to himself.
Hearing this sentence, Shuiryu was surprised. She didn't expect that this freshman would be the 10th in the Xinbang?
One must know that even if she is a martial saint-level powerhouse, she is only ranked 3rd in the Xin list on the 10,000 clans hunting list. But the one in front of him, the martial king-level disciple of the Great Sage Academy, turned out to be number 10 on the Xinbang. That doesn't mean that in the eyes of the foreign race, this Yikong's threat is no different from himself as a martial saint.
Are today's students so wicked? A surprised expression appeared on Xueruyu's face.
Of course, she didn't have any doubts about Yikong's strength. After all, the Minotaur soldiers who fell beside him were the best symbol of Yikong's strength. 10th place on the Xianbang list, great contribution, I can exchange for the god liquid after killing you, which will bring my strength one step closer. The leader of the Minotaurs smiled ferociously. He immediately ordered, Nyowu, the three of you give up besieging and killing those guards first, and hunt down that Xianbang no, together. In an instant, the 5 bull demon captains who were besieging and killing the 3 guards, 3 of them pulled out their hands and rushed towards Yikong. This also reduced the pressure on the 3 captains of the guards who were almost unable to hold on. Without any hesitation, the 3 towering captains went straight to kill Yikong in the center of the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Xueruyu was extremely anxious, although Yikong was powerful. However, he might not be able to cope with 3 martial emperor-level Minotaur captains at the same time. Such an arrogant person, if he died here, it would be a pity for their human race. Immediately, Xueruyu erupted with a powerful force, and the true energy of the snow element seemed to turn into pieces of crystal-clear ice flowers.
Fight with me, you still want to help, that little guy? Don't you look down on me too much?
In an instant, the leader of the Minotaur, a dark breath erupted from him. The terrifying power and influence radiated out. The huge axe in his hand contained a powerful force, and he slashed towards Xueruyu directly. Xueruyu originally wanted to burst out all her strength at once, and forcibly break free from the leader of the Minotaur, so as to free her hands. Let's see if we can quickly get rid of the 3 martial emperor-level Taurun captains. As a result, the leader of the Minotaur didn't give him the slightest chance. Seeing this giant axe carrying terrifying power, Xueruyu didn't dare to hesitate, and the ice crystal flower condensed on the long sword in her hand. In an instant, 2 powerful forces collided like giant dragons. It caused a circle of airwaves, which spread towards the surroundings. Suddenly, dust and gravel flew everywhere. At the same time, the 3 captains of the Bull Devils, exuding great power from their bodies, had already arrived in front of Yikong. Seeing this scene, Ho Chini and the others suddenly changed their expressions, and their expressions were filled with anxiety. You know, these are 3 bull-headed monsters of the martial emperor level. The most important thing is that this is not an ordinary foreign race, but a royal family among the foreign races. Their combat power was originally particularly strong among the same level. It can be said that they are equivalent to geniuses among human beings. No, the captain of the 3 martial emperors Minotaur, Yikong may not be the opponent, we have to go up and help.
Si Niaojin said anxiously. Ho Chini and the others also had anxious expressions on their faces.
Boy, you should feel honored. At such an age, the 3 of us can deal with you at the same time. The 3 bullhead demon captains, holding giant axes, slashed at Yikong at the same time.
With an indifferent expression, terrifying thunder erupted, and Yikong's eyes did not show the slightest panic, and even looked at ants. In the next second, the thunder flickered.
Yikong's figure disappeared in the same place, and the attacks of the 3 captains of the Taurun were all missed.
Yikong also appeared 100 meters away.
How is this possible? The leader of the Minotaur leader had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't see how Yikong disappeared at all just now. The expressions on Ho Chini's and others' faces were also filled with shock. That speed, as if moving in an instant, they didn't see clearly just now.
How could Yikong's speed be so fast? Was that a space leap just now?
He appeared 100 meters away all of a sudden.
Si Niaojin exclaimed.
No, I saw it just now, it was just moving fast, but the speed was too fast, there was only a momentary afterimage, and it appeared 100 meters away. Bailey Xianfeng said to everyone. On the other side of the battlefield, Xueruyu and the leader of the bull-headed monster also saw the scene where the 3 captains of the martial emperor-level bull-headed monster attacked and failed at the same time. At this speed, even if they explode with their full strength, it is almost the same, only this level. Immediately, 1 person and 1 demon felt shocked in their hearts. After a few seconds, the captains of the 3 minotaurs also came back to their senses. Their expressions have changed from disdain at the beginning to a bit dignified. Although Yikong's strength cannot be directly seen from the hand just now. But one thing is certain, the Shenbang is 10th, and its strength is very strong. Boy, your speed is very fast, but I don't know how strong it is? The captain of the most burly minotaur rushed up first, and the two people behind followed closely. The three demons attacked from three different directions, just to prevent Yikong from escaping again. Regarding this, Yikong's eyes were still full of indifference, and he was not moved at all. Boy, let's see if you die this time? The burly captain of the minotaur rushed over first, and the giant axe in his hand was about to strike Yikong's head directly. The other two captains of the Tauren attacked from the left and the right, completely blocking Yikong's escape. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme. Yikong, be careful. Si Miaojin hastily reminded her worriedly. The rest of the people also had worried expressions on their faces. In the next second, Yikong slowly raised his right hand. The right hand is covered with thunder. He grabbed the giant axe abruptly. The captain of the most powerful minotaur was terrified. For the first time, he saw a human being at the level of a king of martial arts, who was able to grab his own weapon with his hands. How is this possible? Nyowu said with a face full of disbelief. He found that no matter how powerful he exploded, he couldn't shake Yikong. His right hand was like a pair of pliers, firmly grasping his huge axe. At the same time, the attacks of the other two minotaur captains followed one after another. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Yikong's mouth, and in an instant, the thunder of destruction erupted. Zitsizi! Like a true chi storm, this extremely powerful force caused the three captains of the minotaur to show terrified expressions on their faces. In the next second, the three demons were directly shaken by the destructive thunder and flew out. In midair, it turned several times before stopping. Boom! When they fell to the ground, they looked at Yikong with disbelief in their eyes. They didn't expect that before Yikong even made a move, they were directly knocked back. Hochini and others on the side, not to mention, had shocked expressions on their faces. Did I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme it right just now? With the terrifying power that erupted from Yikongwan's body, he knocked back three martial emperor-level captains of the Minotaur. Hochini said in surprise. You phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme that right, no wonder, Yikong will be known as a rare genius in 10,000 years. Where is the upper limit of his strength? Bai Yunfei was also shocked, and swallowed. The rest of the people just stayed where they were. On the other side of the battlefield, the leader of the Minotaur who had completely suppressed Shuairyu. Seeing his three proud subordinates being shocked back like this, there was a smile on their faces. He thought to himself, the strength of this human bug is pretty good. At the same time, Yikong looked at the mysterious weapon in his hand. Suddenly an idea arises, and the thunder of destruction converges on the right hand. Crack! In an instant, this giant axe of the mysterious rank was directly crushed by Yikong with his bare hands. This astonishing scene shocked everyone even more. How is it possible? Yikong actually crushed a mysterious weapon with his bare hands. It doesn't just need to be strong in the realm, it must also be extremely strong in the physical body. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do this. Junyuan said with a surprised face. Bailey Shenfeng and others also completely gave up the idea of competing with Yikong. They can now fully see that the strength of themselves and others is not at the same level as Yikong. On the other side, Nyowu was more angry than shocked. His weapon was actually crushed by this human being with his bare hands. Boy, you are courting death. Nyowu's whole body erupted with powerful force, attacking Yikong like crazy. The other two captains of the Minotaur, seeing this scene, had no time to stop it, so they could only follow closely. Seeing the three demons attacking again, Yikong has no interest in playing anymore. I saw him wave his right hand upwards. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Zitsizi! The blue thunder kept flashing, and in the dark cloud, a right claw slowly stretched out. With the creatures in this dark cloud, come out completely. An incomparably miraculous thunder dragon, hundreds of meters high, appeared above the sky. Roar!
Roar!
In an instant, the Thunder Dragon, which represented destruction, devoured the three demons, captain of the Tauren. The three Minotaur captains, seeing this, seemed to be destroying the world.
They instantly understood what kind of opponent they were facing.
Accompanied by three screams, a deep pit hundreds of meters above the ground appeared.
Numerous grapples flew horizontally, and dust was everywhere.
Under this blow, the three captains of the Minotaur were completely reduced to ashes, without a sound.
The rest of the people couldn't help being shocked when they saw the Thunder Dragon that destroyed everything.
For a moment, all of them stood in place blankly.
Are you sure that this terrifying power is only at the Martial King level? How do I feel about a Martial King level powerhouse? They can't use such a powerful move. Hochini said in shock.
It's too strong, I just felt it from a distance, and I felt a palpitation. As proud as Bai Yunfei, he couldn't help but keep praising him at this moment.
Although the rest of the people didn't speak, the shocked expressions on their faces could already explain everything.
Si Miaojin looked at the figure of thunder in the battlefield, and thought of the Thunder Dragon that was destroyed just now. She couldn't help feeling admiration for Yi Kong, Shui Ruyu and the leader of the Minotaur who were fighting fiercely at the side. Naturally, he also felt the Thunder Dragon that annihilated everything just now. The expressions on their faces also showed shock. The speed of the attack could not help but slow down, and their eyes looked at Yi Kong at the same time. Shui Ruyu thought to herself, how did this little guy cultivate himself to be so monstrous? Defeated three martial emperor-level captains of the Minotaur with just one move. This kind of strength, this kind of talent, even if you use it to describe him as a monster, it's not enough. With Shuiruyu's insight, she can make such an evaluation, so one can imagine how shocked she is now. The leader of the Minotaur at the side still looked down on Yi Kong at first. After all, in his eyes, Yi Kong is just a little guy at the level of a martial king. But seeing his three proud subordinates being instantly killed by Yi Kong, coupled with the Thunder Dragon that destroyed everything just now, in the eyes of the leader of the Minotaur, Yi Kong was completely regarded as an opponent in an instant. Meanwhile, the other side. A group of people from Zhantian Academy have just finished solving a group of alien races. They thought that they and others would be able to pull them away from Dasheng Academy.
Results when they opened it up. Stay in place for an instant.
Seeing Yi Kong's points, they directly became the 10,000th place. You must know that among them, Miao Feng, who killed the most, was only number 12. More than 10 times worse.
How is it possible? How could this Yi Kong be ranked, in the standings? He Luan said in amazement. That's right. Wasn't this guy only a few dozen points before? Why did he suddenly become more than 1,000 points? Wei Mingliang also had a shocked expression on his face.
The points have skyrocketed so much at once, there is only one possibility, that Yi Kong may have killed several alien races at the martial emperor level at once.
Miao Feng looked at the crowd and said.
Along the way, there was Commander Zhao with a stern look. I heard that a little guy actually killed several alien races of the martial emperor level at once. There was also a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, interesting.
When Zhantian Academy was shocked. On the other side, Dasheng Academy, why not?
They looked at the center of the battlefield, Yi Kong, whose body was full of terrifying thunder, like a god and a demon. In their hearts, they were shocked. Yi Kong's terrifying strength, I admit that I am not his opponent.
Proud as Bailey Xianfeng, after seeing the destructive thunder, he felt ashamed.
As expected of the evildoer that the students call him a once-in-a-million years, I thought it was another parallel importer. In the end, after seeing such divine power today, I realized that such geniuses and monsters really existed in this world.
Ho Chunyi was also amazed.
Si Miaojin, who just came back from being a nympho, looked at Yi Kong with an adoring look. Including, Shui Ruyu felt a little surprise at the moment.
She had been thinking about how to solve this dilemma?
As a result, Yi Kong's army suddenly appeared, and he directly eliminated the subordinates of the leader of the Minotaur. It can be said that this dilemma has been solved. The leader of the Minotaur was furious, wishing he could rush over and kill Yi Kong immediately. It's just that at this moment, he is held back by Shui Ruyu. although his strength is stronger than Shuairuyu's, but it has no way to quickly deal with Shuairuyu. At this moment, Yikong, the leader of the 3 martial emperor-level bullhead demons, just finished killing in seconds. Looking at the field, there are 2 captains of the Minotaur fighting against 3 captains of the martial emperor's personal guard. He didn't think too much, thunder flashed all over his body, and in the next second, he appeared directly in front of the 2 Taoran captains. The thunder of destruction appeared above the hands. The 2 Minotaur captains felt the threat of death in an instant. As for the 3 captains of the guards, they retreated obediently. The thunder in his hand flickered, and as Yikong waved his hands, 2 thunder light balls containing terrifying power burst out and bombarded the 2 captains of the Taoran. Seeing this terrifying scene, the 2 captains of the Minotaur did not dare to hesitate, and focused all their strength on the giant axe. The moment the sharp giant axe collided with Destroy Thunder. Boom! The sound of explosions sounded instantly, landslides and ground cracked, and rubble flew across. Under the terrified expressions of the 2 Taoran captains, they were directly swallowed by this terrifying thunderball. Not even the scum was left. See, Yikong once again killed the 2 captains of the Minotaur. Ho Chunyi and the others were so surprised that their mouths opened into an O shape. It's too powerful, why do I feel that Yikong's instant killing of these martial emperor-level captains is as easy as killing an ant? Bai Yunfei said in amazement. Indeed, his strength has completely surpassed our level. Maybe only true disciples can compete with him. Ho Chunyi also nodded. Bailey Shinfeng on the side clenched his fists. He thought that his own strength must be the strongest in this mission of hunting thousands of people. As a result, only now did he realize how far behind his own strength was compared to this freshman. Si Miaojin looked like a complete nympho, thinking that she must find a way to get Yikong. Shuairuyu, who was fighting fiercely, looked at this moment. The situation on the lower battlefield had become clear, and a stone hanging in her heart was also let go. However, at this time, the leader of the Taurus demon saw that 2 of his subordinates at the martial emperor level were beheaded by Yikong. The inner anger has reached the extreme. Human bug, I want to kill you. In an instant, the leader of the Minotaur erupted with terrifying power. Clang! The giant axe and the sword collided together, and the sound of gold and iron horses sounded. Circles of airwaves scattered in all directions. Surprisingly, under this blow, the leader of the Minotaur fell back. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed out even more. But there was no fear on his face, but a smile instead. Not good, I was fooled. Shuairuyu looked at the leader of the Minotaur who was retreating towards Yikong at this moment. She immediately realized that she had been fooled, but it was too late. The leader of the Taoran demon stared at Yikong with bloodshot eyes. Boy, take my life. In an instant, he quickly disappeared in place, holding a huge axe, bursting out with powerful force, and went straight to kill Yikong. The rest of the people were shocked when they saw this scene. Yikong, be careful! Si Miaojin shouted hastily. Ho Chunyi and the others even looked regretful, because in their eyes, no matter how strong Yikong is, he is only at the level of a martial king, and it is impossible to block the angry blow of the leader of the martial arts level bull-headed demon. Yikong looked at the leader of the Minotaur who was rushing straight. There was no fear on his face, but a smile on the corner of his mouth. Human ants die to me. The leader of the Minotaur, with the giant axe in his hand making the sound of piercing through the air, slashed towards Yikong's head. When everyone thought Yikong was going to die. In the next second, thunder flashed, and Yikong disappeared in place, easily dodging the blow. The leader of the Minotaur wants to pursue again, but Yikong has already appeared 1,000 meters away. Human bug, I almost forgot, your speed is very fast, but you will die with the next blow. The leader of the Minotaur demon burst out with terrifying power all over his body, wanting to kill Yikong again. But at this time, Shuairuyu had already rushed over. The long sword in his hand contained the true energy of the ice element, and he stabbed straight at the leader of the Taoran. Sensing a strong crisis, the leader of the Minotaur quickly turned around to block. If you want to kill her, pass me first. Shuairuyu stared directly at the leader of the Minotaur with cold eyes. You want to die, I will help you. The powerful savage power radiated from the leader of the Minotaur.
The power reached its peak in an instant. Swinging the giant axe quickly, Shuiryu could only keep resisting this powerful force. Clang!
The sound of gold and iron horses kept ringing. Within a few seconds of the fight, Shuiryu was completely at a disadvantage. One can imagine how angry the leader of the Tauron was. He has already shot with all his strength now, without reservation, thinking of quickly finishing off Shuiryu and then going to kill Yi Kong. Seeing this scene, everyone looked worried.
What should we do now? Are we going to help? I think Commander Shui is completely at a disadvantage. If this continues, we will lose.
If she was defeated by the leader of the Minotaur, then we can't be the opponent of the leader of the Minotaur.
Ho Chunyi said worriedly.
Bailey Shenfeng shook his head. The war between martial saints is beyond our control. If we rush to help, it may have a counterproductive effect.
Then what should we do? Shall we just stand by and watch? Bai Yunfei asked.
At this time, the expression on everyone's face was anxious, including Shuiryu's guards. As the people who knew Shuiryu best, they could tell that Commander Shui had already made a move with all his strength, but he was still firmly suppressed by the leader of the bull-headed demon. In this battle, they were still in danger. Everyone looked anxious and worried.
Yi Kong's expression was leisurely. I don't know the strength of a foreign race at the level of a martial saint.
In an instant, Yi Kong's whole body exuded a thunder of destruction. The thunder surrounding his body was originally blue, but now a small part has turned purple.
Thunder Spear.
In an instant, the destructive thunder covered it, and the meter radius completely turned into a sea of thunder. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, including Shuiryu and the leader of the Minotaur, who were fighting fiercely, and they also felt the terrifying aura.
In the next second, the endless thunder continued to gather in Yi Kong's hand.
A spear of thunder containing the power of heaven's punishment was born out of nowhere. Everyone felt this powerful aura, and the expressions on their faces were full of surprises. Including, the leader of the Minotaur feels the threat of death at this moment. The same is true for Shuiryu. He actually felt that Yi Kong's move could threaten a strong martial artist. Kill! Yi Kong waved his hand, and in an instant, the Thunder Spear, which contained extreme power, shot directly at the leader of the Minotaur, destroying everything along the way. Not daring to underestimate him, the leader of the Minotaur quickly forced Shuiryu back, and concentrated all his strength on the giant axe. A slash of hundreds of meters came forward. The destructive Thunder Spear and the dark slash collided like a giant dragon in an instant. With a powerful force, suddenly, landslides and ground cracks, and the color of the world changes. After less than 3 seconds of stalemate, the sound of an explosion sounded immediately, and the two attacks disappeared between the sky and the earth at the same time. At the same time, Shuiryu's ice power burst out and condensed on the long sword. Accompanied by a flash of cold light, blood shot out. The leader of the Minotaur, who had just blocked Yi Kong's blow, couldn't react at all. One arm was severed.
Ah, I'm going to kill you.
The leader of the Minotaur felt the severe pain on his body, and his face was grim. However, in the next second, looking at Yi Kong and Shuiryu in front of him, as well as his men who suffered heavy casualties, he calmed down. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would definitely die.
Retreat!
Without any hesitation, the leader of the Minotaur immediately shouted, and then, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared in place. Seeing this, his subordinates saw that their leaders had run away, so they hurriedly followed and ran away desperately. Seeing this scene, Ho Chunyi and the others were about to pursue, but Shuiryu stopped them with his hand. Don't chase after the poor, and if you go in, you will be in the depths of the first battlefield.
What kind of crisis will you encounter there? No one can say for sure?
Hearing these words, Ho Chunyi and the others also gave up the idea of pursuing. Afterwards, their eyes all looked at Yi Kong, who was in the center of the battlefield at the moment. Their eyes were full of surprise and admiration.
Yi Kong, your strength is too terrifying.
Just now, you not only escaped the angry blow of the leader of the Minotaur. Moreover, he also resorted to a trick to make the leader of the Minotaur desperately resist, creating an opportunity for Commander Shui. How did you cultivate Yi Kong, so young and so powerful?
Ho Chini asked with an admiration on his face. Rely on strong talent.
Yi Kong said this sentence with a serious face, but it seemed so pretentious in the eyes of others. However, they have no way to refute, indeed, if Yi Kong's talent is not strong. Nor will it be called a monster that is rare in 10,000 years. At this moment, Bailey Xianfeng and the guards all looked at Yi Kong with admiration. They admire Yi Kong from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he is so young and has such terrifying strength, it is hard not to be admired. Bailey Xianfeng even gave up the idea of competing with Yi Kong for the first place. You must know that Bailey Xianfeng was very arrogant before. Even if he had a few true disciples, he would not pay attention to him. He thinks that they just started a few years earlier than himself, otherwise the true disciples may not be them. But now, in the eyes of Bailey Xianfeng, Yi Kong is not weaker than those true disciples at all, and may even be stronger than those at the bottom of the ranking. At this moment, Ho Chini still wanted to ask further, Yi Kong, just tell me how you usually cultivate. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Si Miaojin. Okay, Ho Chini, why are you talking so much today?
I don't know that everyone has secrets, why are you asking in such detail?
Ho Chini also realized that he asked too many questions, so he immediately shut up obediently. At the same time, Shui Ruyu also put away the cold ice-type Xinqi on her body.
Slowly walking towards Yi Kong, he said gratefully, Student Yi Kong, thank you this time, your strength is really strong, no wonder you can be ranked 10th in the mysterious list by all races at such a young age. If it weren't for you this time, we would have been in danger, maybe our entire army would have been wiped out.
It's okay, this is what I should do.
Yi Kong replied leisurely. Don't worry, I'll give you a credit when I go back. Your talent is really the strongest I've seen in hundreds of years.
Shui Ruyu looked at Yi Kong and then praised.
Thank you. Yi Kong was polite.
Okay, let's stop here for today, everyone go back and rest for a while, and we will continue hunting the 10,000 races tomorrow.
Shui Ruyu looked at everyone and said.
After all, he had just experienced a big battle, so he really needed a good rest. Commander Shui, I want to go in and turn around again, don't worry, I have a teleportation talisman, which can save my life. Yi Kong said to Shui Ruyu.
Hearing these words, Shui Ruyu fell into deep thought. Because if you go in again, you will really be in the depths of the 10,000 races battlefield.
There are all-powerful alien races inside, and the weakest ones have the strength equivalent to the martial king level, which can be said to be very dangerous. Even if it is myself, I dare not go too deep. However, Shui Ruyu thought about it. With Yi Kong's powerful strength and the fact that he still has a teleportation talisman in his hand, he can save his life. If you go in, it shouldn't be a problem.
Immediately, Shui Ruyu looked at Yi Kong with a serious face. Yi Kong, you can go in and wander around, but remember that when you meet a powerful alien race, you must not love to fight, and don't go too deep.
Understood, Commander Shui, then I'll go first. After speaking, Yi Kong turned into a beam of thunder and disappeared on the spot. Seeing that Yi Kong, who had just experienced a great battle, went deep into the battlefield of thousands of races again, everyone was shocked and envied his powerful strength.
Yi Kong, isn't this guy too scary?
I just finished a big battle, and I can't wait to sit down and rest immediately, and he wants to go inside to explore again.
Ho Chini sighed and said.
Otherwise, why do you think he is called a rare evildoer? And with his strength, plus that teleportation talisman, as long as he doesn't encounter aliens above the level of martial saints, it shouldn't pose any danger to him. Bai Yunfei said slowly.
That's true.
If I have his powerful strength, I would like to go in and explore again.
Ko Junyuan looked at Yi Kong's leaving back and said.
As for Bailey Xianfeng, he was also lost in thought. He was still a freshman with such a powerful talent and terrifying strength.
Being in the same era as him is really depressing.
That's it for today, everyone go back to rest first.
Shui Ruyu turned around and said to everyone again.
Then, a group of dozens of people walked towards the barracks. At the same time, Yi Kong is also constantly going deeper into the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Those alien races that were equivalent to Wuwan level encountered along the way were all instantly killed by him. Their storage bags, as well as the spar in their minds, were also put away. However, there was no excitement on Yikong's expression, because so far, he has not encountered a foreign race, which is one of the 7 bloods he needs. Just when he was considering whether to go back, in front of it, a silver-white alien race appeared. Yikong recognized it at a glance. This is the first battlefield, the Baiyin family among the 10 royal families. Moreover, his blood happens to be what he needs to practice the star-absorbing method. The 3-meter-tall Silver Clan also found Yikong. He looked at Yikong curiously. Human bug, you, a martial king-level guy, are lucky to be able to come here. Yikong looked indifferent and didn't reply to him. Human bug, you are looking for death. Seeing Yikong ignoring him, Yinbei was extremely angry. He never thought that a human race at the level of a martial king would dare to ignore him. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Holding a spear in his hand, he rushed towards Yikong. His expression was full of disdain, and there was purple thunder in his pupils. The 9-star cereal knife appeared in Yikong's hand, and the thunder of destruction erupted in an instant. Look at your blood, it's what I need, then you should be honored to die under my knife. Yikong said coldly. Human bug, I'm going to kill you. Hearing this sentence, Yinbei became even more angry, and the spear in his hand was about to stab Yikong's head directly. In the next second, a flash of thunder flashed by. A stream of blood spurted out. How is that possible? Before Yinbei was about to die, his expression was full of shock and disbelief, and he fell directly to the ground in the next second. Yikong stepped forward, collected his blood, and then put the body of the martial emperor-level Silver Clan into the storage ring. Looking at the silver-white blood in front of him, Yikong immediately chose to strengthen it without any hesitation. 100,000 times stronger. In an instant, the silver-white blood glowed, and this dazzling light seemed to radiate toward a radius of meters. Yikong immediately waved his hand to cover up the light. After several seconds, the ray of light slowly dissipated. He looked at the silver-white ball of blood that contained powerful energy. Yikong didn't think much about it, and immediately swallowed it. In the next second, a terrifying energy radiated from his body, poured into the internal organs, and finally circulated in the blood. The appearance of Yikong's body also emitted streaks of golden light, and the sound of tigers, leopards, and thunder sounded. The whole body is like a melting pot of qi and blood, constantly being strengthened. The whole process lasted more than 1 minute. Yikong slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying power of qi and blood seemed to soar into the sky. He clenched his fists tightly, and he felt that the strength of his physical body had increased by about %. Just swallowing another type of blood has strengthened so much, than if you swallow all the other 6 types of blood. After completely refining the star-absorbing method, how strong is one's physical strength? Maybe it can be like the legend, a drop of blood weighs 10 caddies and 100 caddies. Looking at the blood stains all over the floor, Yikong had no intention of staying. Realizing the huge improvement brought about by absorbing blood, he prepared to go deeper and see if he could collect other types of blood. With the flickering of thunder, Yikong instantly disappeared in place. 10 minutes later, Yikong appeared deeper in the first battlefield, and nearly a dozen aliens were beheaded by him along the way. It's just that most of them are ordinary aliens, and it's not easy to meet a royal family, and it's not the kind of blood I need. At this moment, Yikong was thinking about whether to go deeper, because nearly 2 hours had passed since he set off. Moreover, if you go in again, it will be the inner area of the first battlefield. But that's the way to be able to meet a powerful royal family with a greater chance. Just as Yikong was hesitating, he felt a familiar aura appearing not far from his right. With doubts on his face, Yikong instantly turned into a flash of thunder and disappeared in place, ready to investigate. As a result, he saw that the leader of the Minotaur, who had a broken arm and was seriously injured, was resting in a dark cave. Beside him, there were no subordinates. It should be that his subordinates did not keep up with him when he ran away just now. I let you run away before, let's see how you run this time. Yikong walked slowly towards the cave, and he didn't suppress his breath at all, not because he didn't want to, but because he disdainful. At this moment, the leader of the Minotaur lying in the cave, except for the severed arm injury caused by Xueruyu before. There was a claw mark more than 10 centimeters deep on his chest, with bones visible.
Obviously, this is damage from fighting other enemies.
A few hours ago, when he was retreating, he had had bad luck and had met his nemesis. The leader of the Blood Wolf saw that the leader of the Minotaur was injured, so naturally he would not let him go. After a great battle, the leader of the Minotaur who lost his arm in the first battle, naturally cannot be the opponent of this Blood Wolf leader. Despite being seriously injured, the leader of the bull-headed demon ran out. The hideous wound on his chest was also given by the leader of the Blood Wolf.
Damn Chris, remember it for me.
When I recover, I will eat all of your blood wolves. At this moment, the leader of the Tauren demon had an incomparably ferocious expression. Just as he was about to sit quietly and recover from his injuries, suddenly, he felt a strong and familiar aura. This kind of destructive power, the leader of the Minotaur immediately remembered that he was the 10th guy on the blacklist. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have had his arm chopped off by Shuiryu. He wouldn't even run into that damn Chris, and get seriously injured by him. Thinking of this, the eyes of the leader of the Minotaur became blood red, and his expression was full of anger. Forcibly suppress the injury in the body, but also kill Yi Kong. At this time, Yi Kong also walked into the cave. Looking at the leader of the Minotaur standing up tremblingly at this moment, and the hideous wound on his chest,
a trace of doubt appeared on Yi Kong's expression.
When this guy fought us before, although he retreated in embarrassment, he didn't suffer such a serious injury.
It seems that in the past few hours, he should have gone through another battle, otherwise, the aura on his body would not be so weak.
Boy, you dare to come to me by yourself. Are you here to seek death? The leader of the Tauren demon stared at Yi Kong with fierce eyes, and clenched the giant axe in his hand. A seriously injured guy dares to be so arrogant. With a provocative smile on Yi Kong's face, he looked at the leader of the Minotaur.
Boy, what are you talking about? Do you believe that I can kill you with serious injuries? A king cannot be humiliated.
Facing the ridicule, the anger in the heart of the leader of the Minotaur reached its peak in an instant.
Really? Then I also want to see, what kind of strength does a foreign race at the martial saint level have? As soon as the words fell, Yi Kong's whole body shone with blue thunder, and the breath of destruction emanated out. The entire cave, as if in an instant, turned into a sea of thunder.
The leader of the Minotaur also felt the power to destroy everything, but there was no fear on his face.
Boy, I'm a martial saint level powerhouse, do you think you can scare me with this power?
For a moment, the leader of the Minotaur suppressed the wound in his body, and a dark breath burst out. The darkness of the sky continued to spread. All of a sudden, the entire cave was divided into two halves from front to back, with the endless darkness in front and the destructive thunder in the back.
The two forces are stalemate.
Seeing this situation, Yi Kong also smiled. It's been a long time since I met an opponent who can fight me 1 or 2, and you are the first.
Boy, you are also the most arrogant human being I have ever seen.
A martial king class dares to be so arrogant. As soon as the words fell, the leader of the Minotaur was holding a huge axe, which contained a dark aura. He quickly rushed towards Yi Kong, and when he was running, the whole cave was shaking. One can imagine how powerful he is. When Yi Kong saw the leader of the Minotaur who was attacking angrily, there was no fear on his face, instead he showed fighting intent.
In an instant, the 9 stars cereal knife appeared in his hand, blue thunder, and even wisps of purple thunder.
It is contained in his broadsword.
Yi Kong held the 9-star chain knife and went straight to meet him. Boom!
The treasured sword containing thunder and the giant axe exuding a dark aura collided together like a giant dragon in an instant. Circles of airwaves scattered in all directions, everything around was destroyed, and countless rubble flew across. With one blow, the leader of the Minotaur stepped back a few steps. Looking at his numb right hand, the leader of the Minotaur was a little surprised, although he had only % of his strength left due to serious injuries. However, how could a little guy at the martial king level be able to repel him head-on? Yi Kong on the other side was also thinking in his heart, as expected of a strong martial artist, even if he was seriously injured, he was so strong that he was able to catch his own move head-on.
However, that's where it gets interesting.
Yi Kong looked at the leader of the Minotaur with a smile on the corner of his mouth.
Boy, don't be arrogant to me, you will definitely die today. Yi Kong's smile, in the eyes of the leader of the Minotaur, is like a provocation. In the next second, the dark aura in his whole body became even stronger, and he swung the huge axe in his hand, attacking Yi Kong again. It's good to come. Seeing this situation, Yi Kong's body was full of fighting spirit, and he rushed straight up. In an instant, one person and one demon fought together again. Clang! The sound of weapons colliding continued to resound. Suddenly, the ground shook and the mountain shook, as if the entire cave was about to be destroyed. Under the powerful attacks of the two, boulders fell and caves collapsed. But even so, one person and one demon are still fighting fiercely. When the cave completely collapsed, the boulders submerged them. In an instant, thunder flashed and darkness filled the air. The figure of one person and one demon flew straight into the sky from the gravel. Above the midair, the fighting is constantly going on. The more they fought, the more frightened the leader of the Minotaur became. Because he found that he couldn't suppress Yi Kong at all, and was even completely suppressed by Yi Kong. It can be seen from the scorched black wound on his body. On the other hand, Yi Kong always looked relaxed and casual, as if he hadn't tried his best. This scene made the leader of the Minotaur feel unbelievable. You must know that he is a strong martial artist. Even if he is seriously injured and has all the strength, how can he be suppressed when facing a little guy at the level of a martial king? At this moment, Yi Kong can be said to be fighting very comfortably. He thought in his heart that he deserved to be a foreigner at the level of a martial saint, and he was able to make so many moves against him. You are very good, can you fight with me for so long? Yi Kong said leisurely. But in the eyes of the leader of the Minotaur, these words are completely provocative. You must know that he is a strong man at the level of a martial saint, and he is actually praised by a guy at the level of a martial king. This is no different from humiliating him. Boy, you are courting death. Roar! With a roar, the leader of the Minotaur took back the part of the strength that suppressed the injury, and exerted nearly % of his strength. This is already the strongest strength he can display in his current state. The dark breath climbed up again, as if to break through the sky. When Yi Kong saw this scene, his eyes moved slightly, but the fighting spirit in his heart became stronger. Very good, I hope you can explode with stronger strength. In the next second, the thunder that destroyed Yi Kong's body radiated out, as if to destroy everything in the world, and the purple thunder wrapped around his body. Human worm, I will eat all your flesh and blood. The leader of the Minotaur had a ferocious expression, and the dark aura was contained on the giant axe in his hand. A dark slash that seemed to devour everything burst out and slashed straight at Yi Kong. Seeing this terrifying blow, Yi Kong looked leisurely, without any fear. Wielding the 9-star chain knife in his hand, a thunderous knife aura shot out violently. Boom! The thunder saber chi and the dark slash collided in midair, causing a strong explosion. Smog rises everywhere, and the color of the world changes. The leader of the Minotaur looked at him and couldn't do anything about this blow, but Yi Kong. There was a look of surprise on his face. In the next instant, a thunderbolt flashed behind him. The leader of the Minotaur immediately turned around to block. Boy, I admit that your strength is indeed very strong, but I am a strong martial artist. The leader of the Minotaur kept waving the huge axe in his hand, and a powerful aura burst out from his body, as if to completely suppress Yi Kong. Seeing this situation, Yi Kong also accelerated his attack. Time passed minute by minute. Blood shot out, and the seriously injured leader of the Minotaur was still suppressed by Yi Kong. The expression on his face was ferocious. The leader of the Minotaur demon couldn't think that Yi Kong's strength was so strong. He knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely lose. Unleashing all the strength of his body, he swung the axe forward. Boom! With a violent collision, the person and the demon all retreated backwards. Human bug, it should be your honor that you can push me to this point. Hell demon slash! Countless dark auras continuously gathered in the giant axe in the hands of the leader of the Tauron, making the whole scene particularly frightening. Wait until the power is condensed to a pole. Accompanied by the giant axe in his hand being swung by the leader of the Tauron,
a dark slash with terrifying power slashed straight at Yi Kong. Seeing this extremely powerful blow, Yi Kong's eyes moved slightly, and the thunder of destruction condensed on the 9-star cereal knife.
I have a knife that can break the sky.
For a moment, Yi Kong waved the sword in his hand. A thunderbolt appeared between the sky and the earth, as if it wanted to cut through the sky. He slashed towards the darkness, and slashed straight away.
Boom!
The destructive thunder blade light and the sharp dark slash collided together in midair like meteorites. The color of the world changed, and everything around was destroyed. The two attacks held each other for less than 3 seconds, and the endless thunder blade light completely destroyed the dark slash.
Impossible!
Under the shocked expression of the leader of the Minotaur, he was completely overwhelmed by the thunder saber chi that was hundreds of meters away.
Boom!
The sound of the explosion sounded instantly, and the thunder of destruction filled the sky. After the destructive thunder dissipated, the huge body of the leader of the Minotaur fell like a meteorite.
Boom!
With a loud noise, a deep pit was smashed out on the ground. On top of the ruins, the leader of the Minotaur was covered with scars all over his body, and the wound was even more scorched black. He couldn't see his original appearance at all, he was dying, and he looked like he was going to die at any time. He looked at Yi Kong above the sky, his eyes full of fear. Such an age, such a terrifying talent, such a powerful force.
It will definitely become the biggest threat to our alien race.
Holding his last breath, the leader of the Minotaur demon edited the memory fragments into a video with his spiritual consciousness and sent it out. In the end, the one who held on to his last breath also let it out, completely dead. Meanwhile, the other side. In the main hall, there are dozens of alien races sitting, and each of them has an extremely powerful aura. It can be said that the weakest of every foreign race here is at the level of a martial saint. Moreover, among the foreign races here, there are many royal families, and even the royal family of the Golden Family. They saw the video sent by the Minotaur leader before he died. They looked at Yi Kong in the video, his whole body exuded terror and thunder. At the age of less than 2 decades, he beheaded a strong martial saint. Especially the last knife, has already faintly touched the embryonic form of the artistic conception.
Seeing all this, those royal families, including those from the Golden Family, showed a hint of surprise on their faces.
They rarely saw such a young boy with such powerful strength.
Did you see that?
This human being, who is only at the level of a martial king, can kill a strong man at the level of a martial saint. Such a terrifying talent strength is really too terrifying. That's right, he has such a strong strength at this age, so when he grows up in the future, his strength is so terrifying. If we don't find a way to kill him now, our clan will definitely pose a threat in the future. What Baron said makes sense. I suggest that we immediately send strong men to chase him down. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to kill him when he returns to the human land. I agree, and I also think that someone should be sent to kill this guy as soon as possible.
I agree. Agree.
More than a dozen royal families felt that they should send people to chase and kill Yi Kong quickly, lest he threaten their own and other families in the future. Hearing so many people's suggestions, Aruz, who was sitting in the main seat and whose body looked like gold, fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he said, "Baron goes to kill, the task of this human is entrusted to you, remember, don't let him return to the human camp."
Clear.
Baron, with white hair and a full moon mark between his brows, answered affirmatively. The rest of the royal family heard that Aruz was going to send Baron to hunt down this kid. Can't help but be surprised, knowing that Baron is a strong man at the level of a venerable.
It is conceivable that Aruz is sure to kill Yi Kong.
On the other side, people from Zhantian Academy hunted and killed a group of aliens. At this moment, Miao Feng, the strongest among them, has reached more than 7,000 on the ranking list. Great, Miao Feng now has more than 7,000 members, which has surpassed that Yi Kong's members.
This time, number 1 is definitely our Zhantian Academy. Wei Ningliang said proudly. That's natural. With Yi Kong, their Dashang Academy wants to beat us.
What, are you kidding? Zhang Hui also looked smug. Including Miao Feng, his face also showed a confident look.
In his eyes, Yi Kong is just a mere Yi Kong, why should he be his opponent?
Commander Zhao, who had been very serious at the side, gave a rare slight nod.
On the first day, it rushed to more than 7,000 points on the leaderboard.
This can be said to be the best result in the past 10 years. Just when the people of Zhantian Academy were extremely excited. After Miao Feng opened the leaderboard, the confident smile on his face disappeared instantly. He originally thought that Ji Kong had more than 9,000 people at most, but he saw that Ji Kong ranked 100th in the ranking list with a high score of points.
How is it possible? How could Ji Kong be ranked 100th? With a talent as strong as Miao Feng, he couldn't believe it at the moment. Hearing Miao Feng's words, everyone was greatly surprised. Miao Feng, what did you just say? Yi Kong is ranked 100th in the standings.
Zhang Hui thought she had misheard, so she quickly turned on the communicator to check the rankings. So did the others. But when they saw that the ranking on the standings, the 100th place had the word Yi Kong written on it. The expression on his face was full of surprise. Why is this Yi Kong ranked 100th? The top 100 are all powerful people above the Empress Wu period.
Helene said in amazement. What did Ji Kong do? Why did her points suddenly reach points?
Zhang Hui was full of disbelief.
The rest of the people are similar.
Including, Commander Zhao was also a little surprised, and after a few seconds, he slowly said to everyone, there are only two possibilities to change from the th to the top in one fell swoop. In the first one, he hunted and killed more than a dozen aliens equivalent to Empress Wu in just 1 hour. The second possibility is that he killed a foreign race of martial saint level. Hearing Commander Zhao's words, the expressions on everyone's faces were even more surprised. You know, no matter which possibility it is extremely terrifying.
Yi Kong, how could he kill more than a dozen alien races equivalent to the Empress Wu?
Even Miao Feng, he can only deal with one alien race in the early stage of Empress Wu.
Zhang Hui said in shock. Indeed, this is really unbelievable. Yi Kong is just a freshman, how could he be so strong?
To be able to kill more than a dozen alien races at the level of Empress Wu is absolutely beyond our imagination.
Heluan said slowly, he really can't believe Yi Kong's strength is so strong?
At this moment, Miao Feng clenched his fists tightly, he wanted to fight Yi Kong a little bit. Let's test whether Yi Kong really has the strength to kill more than a dozen alien races in the Empress Wu period. At this moment Commander Zhao was lost in thought.
1 points, ranking, on the leaderboard.
No one from the Academy has ever participated in the mission of hunting 10,000 races to do this, not to mention that it was done in just 1 day. It can be said that Yi Kong is the first one to get points on the first day in 10,000 years. Also the first, on day 1, to break into the top 100 of the charts.
This kid named Yi Kong is indeed terrifying in terms of talent and strength. Commander Zhao also praised him without hesitation.
On the other side, the Southern Wilderness Academy, which has just hunted down thousands of people without any hassle. They just sat down to rest when they discovered Yi Kong's ranking. Look, this Yi Kong from Dasheng Academy is ranked 100th in the standings with points.
In Nanhuang Academy, Wei Qingxue, the only female, said in amazement to everyone. What did you say? What is Yi Kong called? 100,000 points, ranking 100th in the points ranking, how is this possible? Are you kidding us?
Zhao Guanxiang, who looked like a ruffian, was totally in disbelief, thinking that Wei Qingxue was joking with them.
I didn't lie to you, if you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Wei Qingxue said to everyone with a serious face. Seeing Wei Qingxue's serious expression, it didn't look like she was joking. Everyone immediately opened the world leaderboard to check it out. After reading the results, they stayed where they were in amazement. How is it possible?
How could Yi Kong from the Dasheng Academy be so strong? Now Wei Qingxue and the rest of them have the same expressions as the people from Zhantian Academy. Commander Zhang, who looked like a white-faced scholar, also heard everyone's discussion clearly. Interesting, this Yi Kong actually scored points on the first day he entered the battlefield. This achievement is unique in 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, the students who came in this time, there are such strong guys. At the same time, the Dashang Academy and others who returned to the barracks villa. It was also discovered that Yi Kong's points reached points. Look quickly, did I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it wrong? Yi Kong has 100 points, ranking, on the points leaderboard. Ho Chini shouted to everyone. Hearing this sentence, Ko Junyuan and others were very surprised, and quickly opened the leaderboard. When they saw that Yi Kong's ranking was really ranked 100th on the points leaderboard. The expressions are all shocked, the top 100 on the points ranking, the weakest are all the strong ones at the level of Empress Wu. You said, what did Yi Kong do in just these few hours? The points skyrocketed so much, reaching, points. Ho Chini looked at the crowd in surprise and asked. I don't know, points. How many alien races have to be killed to achieve this? The expression on Bai Yunfei's face was also full of shock. At this moment, Bailey Shinfeng was deep in thought. He was truly convinced by Yi Kong now, and he even dared not even have the idea of confronting him. In addition to the surprise on Si Miaojin's face, there was also a hint of nympho. She found that Yi Kong was full of mystery everywhere. You thought you already knew his true strength. As a result, it doesn't take long for you to find that what you know is always the tip of his iceberg. At this moment, Shuiruyu, who was worried about Yi Kong and had been waiting here, was also a little surprised, looked at the crowd and said, if you want to skyrocket so many points all of a sudden, reaching, points, Yi Kong is very likely to kill a foreign race at the level of a martial saint. Hearing Shuiruyu's words, the expressions on everyone's faces were filled with shock. I have the same thought in my heart, how strong is Yi Kong? On the other side, the thunder in Yi Kong's body dissipated, and he fell from the sky, standing on the ruins. Looking at the corpse of the leader of the Minotaur in front of him, he waved his hand and put away the space ring on his hand. For a martial saint-level powerhouse, what is in its space ring? Yi Kong was still extremely curious, and went in to have a look with his spiritual sense. Sure enough, there were countless spiritual herbs, weapons, and even 100 top-grade crystals. After putting the space ring into his arms, Yi Kong looked at the body of the leader of the Taurun again. The blood of the bull-headed demon royal family is also what he needs. It's just that the blood essence of those Minotaur demons before was too sparse. Even after strengthening, they still can't reach the level of cultivating the star-absorbing method. With a casual wave of the 9-star cereal knife in Yi Kong's hand, he cut through the chest of the leader of the Minotaur. In an instant, a ball of blood essence floated in midair. Without any hesitation, Yi Kong directly chose to strengthen. Strengthen 10,000 times. In an instant, the blood essence of the leader of the Minotaur demon shone with golden light, and this light seemed to illuminate a radius of 10,000 meters. With a wave of Yi Kong's hand, it directly covered the light. Isn't it a good thing to emit precious light in such a place? After several seconds, the golden light slowly dissipated. Yi Kong saw the golden light dissipate. Without any hesitation, he directly swallowed the blood of the leader of the bullhead demon. In an instant, a powerful force poured into his internal organs, and his entire heart was beating. Outside the body's surface, wisps of golden light are exuding, and the body is like a sun, containing endless energy. Even true chi has slowly improved. After several seconds, this powerful force completely dissipated in the body. Yi Kong slowly opened his eyes, and there was a purple thunder in his pupils. Just the most common clenching of fists, there is the sound of an explosion. With this terrifying physical strength, Yi Kong felt that with only physical strength, he could kill a late martial king-level powerhouse with a single punch. After absorbing the blood, Yi Kong looked around. The whole body was dark. At this moment, it has been 4 hours since I left the main force and went deep into the battlefield. Yi Kong thought for a while, it was time to go back. He didn't intend to stay too long. His body turned into a thunderbolt, and quickly disappeared in place. However, he did not run with all his strength. If he encountered alien races along the way, he would kill them instantly, and let them take the crystals and storage bags in their bodies. At the same time, Baron on the other side just came out of the hall. As soon as he came out, he flew quickly towards the place where the leader of the Minotaur died. In less than a moment, he came here and looked around, except for this deep pit and the remains of the leader of the Minotaur.
No other living beings exist.
However, Baron looked indifferent, and it took him less than 10 minutes to rush over from the hall.
Even if you add the time to get the order out, it will add up to less than 15 minutes.
In his eyes, Yi Kong would definitely not be able to run far.
Human bug, try to escape, anyway, you will be chased by me sooner or later. In the next second, a dark aura emanated from Baron's body, and quickly disappeared in place. Start searching for traces of Yi Kong.
At the same time, at this moment, Yi Kong casually killed a martial king-level foreign race. He didn't know that a venerable was sent by the foreign race to track him down.
Time passed minute by minute.
At this moment, Yi Kong is less than 100 kilometers away from the barracks. It can be said that with Yi Kong's speed, he can return to the barracks in less than an hour. On the other side, at this moment, Baron, with his powerful spiritual consciousness, covered tens of thousands of meters, and was constantly searching for Yi Kong's trace. No matter if there are alien races or human beings around, if they feel the powerful aura of the venerable, they dare not approach and stay far away. All the human beings that Baron encountered along the way were killed by him with one blow. It is conceivable that the venerable's terrifying strength. With an irritable expression, Baron realized that he was not far away from the everlasting city, where humans reside. However, he still did not find any trace of Yi Kong.
You know, with the powerful aura of his venerable, if he appears near Wuji City. In Wuji City, those old human monsters will definitely come out and investigate. At that time, I will be in trouble. Although Baron is not afraid of those venerable level powerhouses in the everlasting city, he is always alone.
If he is under siege, it will always be troublesome.
However, Baron didn't want to go back like this.
He is a majestic venerable, and he came out to hunt down a little guy at the level of a king of martial arts. It's enough to lose my identity, but I haven't chased him down yet.
If I go back like this and spread the word, will I still be fooled? Thinking of this, Baron speeded up his exploration.
In fact, he can't be blamed for this, even if Yi Kong didn't use all his strength to gallop in the direction of Wuji City. However, with his thunderous speed, it is basically impossible to catch up with him below the martial saint level. More than 10 minutes later, Baron found that he was less than 50 miles away from Wuji City. If you chase after it, it is very likely that the strong people in Wuji City will detect it. Without thinking for a long time, Baron continued to chase forward. He was found when he thought about being found.
Do they want to run away? How can they resist themselves? Another few minutes passed, and a smile appeared on Baron's face.
Boy, I got you. He found that Yi Kong was 3 kilometers ahead of him. Just about to chase after him, Baron stopped. He thought, if he pursued this distance like this, he would definitely be detected by the strong men in Wuji City. Although I am not afraid of them, but I can kill this martial king-level kid with a single blow, why should I take risks? Thinking of this, Baron stopped where he was, with a dark aura exuding from his whole body. In an instant, a radius of 1 kilometer seemed to turn into a dark world.
Giant palm covering the sky. Following that, the dark aura condensed to the extreme. Baron waved his big hand and patted the sky.
On the other side, Yi Kong at this moment does not know that the danger has arrived. There were basically no traces of other races in this place. With the thunder shining all over his body, he galloped forward, thinking that he would go back quickly without wasting time. At this time, Yi Kong's face changed slightly, because he found a powerful breath coming towards him. He looked up. Above the sky, a big black hand unexpectedly appeared. Little guy, you are quite strong, and you can actually kill a martial saint-level powerhouse of our clan. But I like the genius monster who tortured and killed your human race the most. Accompanied by an empty sound, the giant hand covering the sky submerged towards Yi Kong. Suddenly, the world changes color. Looking at the giant hand that covered the sky with powerful power, it was hundreds of meters long. Yi Kong immediately understood that the fact that he killed the leader of the Minotaur was discovered by the foreign race, and sent strong men to chase and kill him. Sensing this terrifying power, Yi Kong immediately knew that the alien who chased and killed him was at least a powerful person at the level of a venerable. Interesting, the foreign race thinks highly of me so much that they even send a strong man of the rank of venerable to chase me down.
Yi Kong looked at the giant hand that covered the sky above, and it was less than 10 meters away from him. He can even feel the strong air pressure. On the other side, Baron saw that his blow was about to completely submerge Yi Kong, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Prepare to retreat. Just as the giant hand covering the sky was about to fall, Yi Kong took out a piece of talisman paper. Tear it up, and in the next second, a wave of spatial fluctuations came out, and Yi Kong's figure disappeared in place in an instant. Appear thousands of miles away. Boom! The terrifying dark hand directly bombarded the ground. In an instant, a deep pit of more than meters appeared on the ground, and countless gravels flew horizontally and dust was everywhere. On the other side, Baron, who was about to retreat, also felt that slight spatial fluctuation. Probing the past with his spiritual sense, he found that the place where his dark hand hit was except for a deep pit ruin. There is nothing, even if Yi Kong is blown to ashes by this blow, there should be a little breath left. It's impossible to have nothing. Baron immediately realized that Yi Kong must have used some kind of space magic weapon to avoid his own blow. For a moment, Baron was extremely angry. As a venerable, he attacked a little guy at the level of a martial king, and even let him escape. If this gets out, what will I do in the future? For a while, Baron's spiritual sense was detected, and he wanted to continue to chase and kill Yi Kong. But the moment he opened his consciousness, he discovered that there were 3 human venerables in Wuji City, rushing towards him. Just now, Baron's blow from the air has already attracted the attention of the side of Wuji City. A venerable level powerhouse of a foreign race suddenly appeared near Wuji City, so they naturally wanted to come out to investigate. Baron's expression was full of unwillingness and anger. He was a dignified venerable, and he let a human ant run away. No, this is absolutely not possible. Unwilling to reconcile, Baron tried his best to expand the scope of his spiritual consciousness, but still, there was no trace of Yi Kong. On the contrary, he detected that the 3 human venerables were less than 10 kilometers away from him. If he doesn't leave now, he will face the situation of being besieged by 3 human venerables. After thinking for a moment, Baron clenched his fists with a ferocious expression. Yi Kong, good boy, I remember you. It is your honor to be remembered by me, Baron. In the next second, without any hesitation, the dark aura erupted from his whole body, and turned into a black streamer at an extremely fast speed, fleeing towards the sky. At this moment, the 3 human venerables also rushed over, but it was obvious that they were in vain. The 3 human venerables who came over looked at Baron, who was fleeing far away, and did not choose to pursue him. They came out in this line to drive away the venerables of foreign races and prevent them from entering the area of Wuji City. If they go after this alien race, they may encounter danger when they go deep into the Wanzhou battlefield. Which little guy is it? He was able to make a foreign race at the level of a venerable chase all the way here. An old man with a wool beard stroked his white beard and said slowly. I don't know, but I feel a wave of space. That little guy should have a magic weapon like space, and escape the blow of the alien venerable. The middle-aged man with a big sword on his back looked at the 2 of them and said. That's right, to be able to escape from the subordinates of a foreign race at the venerable level. The female venerable in red showed an interesting expression. At this moment, Shuiruyu and others in the villa also sensed the powerful palm of the venerable. And they also felt that the power of the thunder belonged to Yi Kong. Surprise and worry appeared on their faces. Did you feel it? It seems that there is a foreign race who is at least above the level of martial saint, and shot at Yi Kong. Ho Chen-yi looked at several people and said. More than that breath, a foreign race of the martial saint level can't reach this level, at least the level of the venerable. When she said these words, Shuiruyu looked forward with a serious expression. Hearing these words, Si Miaojin and the others looked shocked and worried. Commander Shui, what are you talking about? Why are there aliens at the level of venerables? Chasing and killing Yi Kong, what did he do? Si Miaojin asked, extremely worried. I don't know. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either slash phoneme. It is probably because Yi Kong's talent is too evil, which attracted the attention of the foreign race. I'd rather send the venerable and strong to kill him. Even I might not be able to catch that slap just now. Yi Kong is in danger this time.
Shui Ruyu replied with an incomparably dignified expression. The rest of the people, upon hearing this answer, had very worried expressions on their faces.
No way?
Yi Kong has such a terrifying talent, such a young man with such great strength, is he going to die here like this?
Ho Chini shook his head regretfully.
Those damned aliens actually sent powerful men of the venerable level to chase and kill Yi Kong.
Bai Yunfei's face was full of anger.
You say, is it possible for Yi Kong to escape the pursuit of the alien race at the venerable level?
Si Niaojin asked everyone with a glimmer of hope. Hearing this question, everyone shook their heads.
In their eyes, no matter how strong Yi Kong was, he couldn't escape the pursuit of a foreign race at the venerable level. Including, Shui Ruyu didn't say a word. Even if she faced the pursuit of the alien race at the venerable level, the chance of surviving was less than %. What's more, although Yi Kong is powerful, his realm is only at the martial king level. At the same time, on the other side, Baron's face was full of anger. After much deliberation, he still sent back the news that he had failed in chasing and killing Yi Kong. In the dark hall, Aruz, who was sitting in the main seat, saw that Baron had failed in chasing and killing Yi Kong. The handle of the throne made of spar was directly crushed by the angry him.
The rest of the royal family were surprised and unbelievable.
They didn't expect that Yi Kong, a small martial king, could kill a strong martial saint. Moreover, he can escape from the hand of a powerful person at the venerable level.
Aruz, this human kid is too talented.
If we don't find a way to kill him in advance, he will definitely become a confidant of our family. Yes, we must find a way to kill him in advance. I suggest improving his ranking on the blacklist. I agree.
I agree.
In time, in the main hall, the dozen or so elders of the royal family all suggested to improve Yi Kong's ranking and increase the intensity of chasing and killing him. At this moment, Aruz stood up with an angry expression.
Yi Kong?
Rank me first on the mysterious list. One must know that the original Shenbang was a midterm peak martial artist. Now, Aruz has ranked Yi Kong at the top of the mysterious list. One can imagine how angry he is. Including the dozen or so elders of the royal family who agreed to improve Yi Kong's ranking on the hunting list just now. They also felt a little surprised. They had never seen a human being under the age of 20 reach the top of the mysterious list. At the same time, Ho Chini and the others in the villa had worried and anxious expressions on their faces. Just when they were about to go out to check the place where the big black hand landed, a figure dressed in white and exuding the aura of an immortal all over his body appeared in front of them.
Seeing this familiar figure, everyone was shocked.
Surprised, but also pleasantly surprised.
Yi Kong, you're back. How did you come back from the rank of a venerable, a strong man? Ho Chini asked with a look of surprise.
That's right. That's a foreign race at the venerable level.
How did you come back, Yi Kong? Bai Yunfei followed suit and asked.
Yi Kong, you are a little too scary. Even the aliens at the venerable level can't do anything to you.
Ku Junyuan sighed.
That's right. It's too powerful, Yi Kong. We just found out that you were hunted down by alien races at the venerable level. I thought you were bound to die, but I didn't expect you to survive. It's really great.
Si Niaojin said excitedly. Yi Kong, what did you do?
Why would there be a foreign race at the level of a venerable, chasing and killing you, and even chasing and killing you within the bounds of Wuji City? Bailey Shenfeng asked Yi Kong curiously. That's right. On the side of Yi Kong's foreign race, why did they send a strong man at the level of a venerable to chase you down?
Could it be that you really killed a foreign race at the level of a martial saint?
That's right. Why does Yi Kong have a foreign race at the venerable level chasing you down?
For a moment, everyone's faces were full of curiosity, including Shui Ruyu.
They all wanted to know how Yi Kong escaped from the hands of the venerable level aliens, and why there were venerable level aliens chasing and killing him. Facing everyone's doubts, Yi Kong replied leisurely, "It's nothing. I sensed that big black hand in advance, so I used the teleportation talisman given to me by the hall master before, and ran out." In the back, the foreign race at the venerable level did not dare to chase after him. As for why there are alien races at the level of venerables chasing and killing me, it may be because I killed the injured leader of the Minotaur, right?
Yi Kong said this sentence casually. But to other people's ears, it is so shocking and so incredible. Yi Kong, did you really kill a foreigner at the level of a martial saint? Ho Chunyi still asked in disbelief. Didn't you just talk nonsense?
Otherwise, how could Yi Kong's points reach points all of a sudden?
Si Niaojin stood up and said.
For a while, everyone looked at Yi Kong in shock, including Shueruyu, who was also a little shocked. Yi Kong, I have already reported to the city lord that you killed the martial saint level foreign race, and I will definitely send rewards when the time comes. Shueruyu said to Yi Kong slowly.
Thank you, Commander Snow. Yi Kong thanked politely. You're welcome, you deserve it.
Shueruyu took a second look at Yi Kong. It was also the first time she saw such a monstrous genius. The rest of the people looked at Yi Kong, from surprise at the beginning, to now there is even a trace of admiration. At the same time, Zhantian Academy and others, after returning to the barracks, looked at Yi Kong's points and his ranking on the leaderboard. They still couldn't believe it, and felt that Yi Kong must have cheated, and it was only less than 24 hours. How could he get points? However, it is not up to them to decide whether Yi Kong's points were obtained by cheating.
However, that doesn't mean they will stop there. On the other side, Yi Qingtian, the city lord of the city lord's mansion in Wuji City, also learned that Yi Kong killed a foreign race at the martial saint level when he was less than 10 years old. With his hands on his back, he looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, is it possible that another peerless genius will appear in their human race? Ah Chi, come here. Following, Yi Qingtian shouted.
A woman who looked about 20 years old and had delicate features came over.
You go and arrange it.
Tomorrow there will be a commendation meeting, and a special commendation will be given to Yi Kong for beheading the martial saint aliens.
Yi Qingtian gave instructions to this woman. My subordinate understands.
Afterwards, the woman in a strong suit stepped back. At the same time, Yi Kong and others also learned that tomorrow, Yi Qingtian will hold a commendation meeting for Yi Kong.
Ho Chunyi and the others looked at Yi Kong with envy.
The people from Zhantian Academy on the other side still had a look of disbelief. They firmly believed that Yi Kong was definitely cheating.
Must expose him tomorrow.
The next day, under the scorching sun, Yi Qingtian was sitting at the main seat in the city lord's mansion in Wuji City, and the 4 people beside him were all venerable level powerhouses. It is conceivable how much Yi Qingtian attaches importance to Yi Kong. When Ho Chunyi and his group came over, they were also petrified by this scene. Including, Shueruyu hadn't seen City Lord Yi for a long time, so motivating the crowd. Yi Kong below had a casual expression on his face. As for Zhantian Academy and others on the side, most of them had sinister smiles on their faces. They thought to themselves that Yi Kong, the cheating guy, must be revealed. The Southern Wilderness Academy and others on the far right kept their eyes on Yi Kong, and it was too unbelievable for them to defeat a martial arts master.
The commendation ceremony has officially begun.
On the high platform, a general announced. But at this moment, Wei Mingliang stood up and shouted.
Everyone wait a moment. He yelled, and all eyes were attracted to him. Student, what's the matter with you? The general also looked at Wei Mingliang in puzzlement.
Yi Kong is just a guy at the level of a martial king.
Don't you think it's incredible that he can defeat a foreign race at the level of a martial saint?
I suspect that Yi Kong cheated. Using other methods, it is impossible for him to have the strength to defeat the alien race in the realm of martial saints.
Wei Mingliang jumped onto the high platform and said to the crowd.
That's right, all the students of our Zhantian Academy think so. Zhang Hui also jumped out and said. Ho Chunyi and others were furious when they heard this sentence.
What are you talking about?
Yi Kong didn't cheat at all, he just relied on his own strength to defeat the aliens at the martial saint level.
Si Niaojin stood up and said. Really?
If he's really that strong, if he has the ability, he can fight with Miao Feng, who is ranked number 1 in our Zhantian Academy. If he can defeat the foreign race at the martial saint level, he will naturally be able to beat Miao Feng, who is ranked number 1 in our academy. Wei Mingliang said provocatively. At this time, Miao Feng also stood up.
When the leaders under the high platform saw this scene, they all looked at Yi Qingtian, as if they wanted to stop this. Yi Qingtian waved his hand at them, motioning to watch them first.
Facing the ridicule from Zhantian Academy and others, Yi Kong looked leisurely, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Since you think so and know my strength, well, I accept this challenge. If your Miao Feng can stop me one move, and you win.
Yi Kong looked at them domineeringly. Hearing this sentence, Miao Feng and others were furious. Do you know what you're talking about?
Miao Feng said to Yi Kong with an angry expression on his face, and in the next second, he pulled out the weapon behind him. The whole body's terrifying power erupted, stabbing directly towards Yi Kong. If this blow was stabbed firmly, Yi Kong would be crippled even if he didn't die. One can imagine how angry Miao Feng was. Faced with this powerful blow, Yi Kong's expression was full of disdain, and the thunder of destruction erupted in an instant. The fist blasted forward, and in an instant, a thunder unicorn was born out of nowhere. This terrifying power permeated the audience, and Miao Feng, who came to attack, was also shocked, but it was too late to stop now. Boom! In the next second, Miao Feng was completely swallowed by the thunder unicorn. The ground cracked and dust rose everywhere. As the smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked when they saw Miao Feng lying on the ground with his whole body scorched black. Especially the people of Zhantian Academy, they didn't expect Yi Kong to have such terrifying strength. At the same time, a bag that Yi Kong was holding casually fell down. A head fell out, and it was Yi Kong who was going to use it as a proof that he had defeated the martial saint level. The head of the leader of the Minotaur. Although the leader of the Minotaur is dead, people can still vaguely feel the powerful aura. The audience was silent. The people of Zhantian Academy had wonderful expressions. Looking at Yi Kong in front of them, they were dumbfounded. As for Ho Chini and the others, they almost couldn't help laughing out loud. If they didn't see so many strong people here, they would all want to make fun of it. Okay, the commendation meeting will begin. At this time, Yi Qingtian stood up and said, no one dared to refute what he said under that powerful coercion. Afterwards, the woman next to him announced to everyone, Dasheng Academy, Yi Kong, an inner disciple, killed a martial saint level foreign race and became the first in the ranking list. Breaking the record of students hunting and killing thousands of people since Wuji City, you can reward 100 merit points, top-grade crystals, and an earth-level weapon. Hearing this award, everyone was shocked. I'll go, Yi Kong actually directly obtained, merit points this time. If you know, merit points, you can directly become a captain. Bai Yunfei couldn't help but swear, one can imagine that he has what a shock. On the other side, within the Dasheng Academy, Wang Wentu was making tea when suddenly, a message came from his communicator. Open it and see that his expression has changed, which can change the expression of a true disciple of him. The status of this person is self-evident. Content on the communicator. Long Ao, I don't want to see that Yi Kong appear in the Sanfu Grand Competition, you know what I mean. Seeing this news, Wang Wendian felt a little upset. What does Long Ao think of me? He even spoke to himself in an orderly tone. After several seconds, Wang Wentu calmed down. Thinking of how many times I ordered him to attack that Yi Kong, that guy seemed to solve it every time. It seems that there is indeed something about this Yi Kong. After pondering for a while, Wang Wentu decided to teach Yi Kong a lesson himself. In the first battlefield. Without exception, everyone was looking at Yi Kong at the moment. The powerful power and terrifying talent made them feel shocked. Even Ho Chini and others felt that it was their sorrow that they were in the same era as Yi Kongsheng. At this time, the woman on the high platform then said to everyone, after the unanimous discussion of the generals, because Yi Kong got 1 point at once, the in this 10,000 clan hunting mission is Dasheng Academy. Everyone will be rewarded with 500 merit points. Hearing these words, Ho Chini and the others had excited expressions on their faces. As for the people from Zhantian Academy, their expressions were uglier than eating shit, but they looked at the figure in front of them. The guy who defeated the martial saint level foreign race at the age of less than double 10. They knew that they would definitely not be their opponents, and even if they continued the competition for the next 2 days, they would be humiliating themselves. Along with that, the number 1 of this competition has been announced to be after Dasheng Academy. Everyone also left the first battlefield through the teleportation array. On the other side, Wang Wentu also inquired about Yi Kong's return.
Wang Wentu, who was too lazy to wait, was going to block Yi Kong directly.
She felt that she had already wasted too much time on this small role.
It's time to solve this matter quickly. As for the reason, he has already thought about it. Didn't Yi Kong defeat his 3 subordinates before? As the boss, isn't it a matter of course to help his subordinates take revenge?
At this moment, Yi Kong and others have just returned to the academy. Along the way, Ho Chini and the others didn't dare to talk to Yi Kong, which was in stark contrast to before. When they entered Dashang Academy, a figure in green clothes appeared and stood in front of them.
It was Wang Wentu. Ho Chini and the others were a little surprised when they saw Wang Wentu's sudden appearance. They were thinking, as a true disciple, why did Wang Wentu appear here?
Boy, I heard that you are called a rare evildoer, and you even defeated 3 of my subordinates with 1 punch.
I don't know, do you really have such strength?
A sneer appeared on the corner of Wang Wentu's mouth, and he looked at Yi Kong provocatively.
You want to court death, I will fulfill you.
Yi Kong had long guessed that with so many inner disciples coming to trouble him, there must be someone behind him.
Hearing Wang Wentu's words, Bailey Shenfeng and the others immediately understood that this Wang Wentu was here to trouble Yi Kong.
However, there was no worry on their faces, but smiles instead. Wang Wentu also noticed it at the moment. His face was full of doubts, thinking that as a true disciple, he came to trouble Yi Kong.
Shouldn't these guys be worried about Yi Kong? Why are they still smiling? Don't they all want Yi Kong to be taught a lesson by me?
Following that, the quarrel between Wang Wentu and Yi Kong attracted countless people to watch the battle.
The onlookers saw that the true disciple Wang Wentu actually wanted to trouble Yi Kong.
They felt a little surprised. Because in general, very few true disciples take the initiative to find trouble with inner disciples. After all, such things lose their value. Boy, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can still let you go.
Wang Wentu had a mocking smile on his face, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body.
For this, Yi Kong looked disdainful.
Seeing Yi Kong's expression, Wang Wentu felt that he was underestimated.
Boy, you are so brave. You are the first inner disciple who dares to make such an expression on me.
In the next second, Wang Wentu's whole body burst out with more flames.
The raging fire covered the fist and bombarded directly towards Yi Kong. This punch was merciless. Obviously, Wang Wentu wanted to deal with Yi Kong with 1 move. For this, Yi Kong's face of disdain, the thunder of destruction all over his body erupted, contained in his fist.
The terrifying thunder fist also blasted towards Wang Wentu a boom.
The 2 punches collided like giant dragons. With such a powerful impact, Wang Wentu's entire body took several steps back for a moment.
On the other hand, Yi Kong is standing on the spot without moving. Stand tall. Wang Wentu looked at himself being repelled, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't figure out why Yi Kong was so powerful.
All the onlookers present, except for Ho Chini and the others, had expressions of shock on their faces.
Did I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it wrong? Isn't Wang Wentu a true disciple?
Why was Yi Kong repulsed? I think it's because of Wang Wentu's mercy. Everyone couldn't believe it. Wang Wentu, who was a true disciple, was repelled by Yi Kong head-on. It must be because I took it lightly just now. Wang Wentu also wondered if it was because he didn't use his full strength just now, and was about to continue to do it. At this time, Li Yutong came over. Stop.
A terrifying airwave swept over, and the powerful momentum directly made Wang Wentu take a few steps back. Seeing Li Yutong appear, Wang Wentu, who was about to continue his attack, also stopped.
Because he knew that Yi Kong was from Baijian Hall, and Li Yutong was the head of Baijian Hall. With him, there is absolutely no way for him to seriously injure Yi Kong.
Li Yutong's cold gaze was directed at Wang Wentu.
Boy, are you going to attack the students of my Baijian Hall? No, Hall Master Li, it's just a discussion. Wang Wentu withdrew his true energy. He still had a little fear of this Li Yutong.
Hello Hall Master Li. Many students immediately greeted Li Yutong when they saw him appear. It's better.
Li Yutong looked at Wang Wentu's eyes, and the threat was self-evident. However, he remembered that this time, he had something important to do. I saw Li Yutong turned around and looked at the crowd and said, Yi Kong, he performed very well in the first battlefield, killing a foreign race at the level of a martial sage. After discussion by the school, Yi Kong is hereby given the qualification to participate in the Sanfu Grand Competition and rewarded with 100 million college merit points.
Hearing this sentence, the onlookers felt incredible. Did I hear you right? Yi Kong actually defeated a foreign race at the martial saint level. You heard me right, this is too scary, right? Yi Kong has been in school for less than a month, and he was able to defeat a foreign race at the martial saint level. For a time, everyone was amazed. Wang Wentu on the side couldn't believe it. He was not an opponent of a martial saint level foreign race. How could this Yi Kong kill a martial saint level foreign race? When everyone was shocked, Li Yutong looked at Yi Kong and said, Yi Kong, as long as you participate in this competition, the academy will reward you with another 100 million merit points. Moreover, this time the number one of the Sanfu Grand Competition will become the Son of God, and the rewards are astonishing. Such an amazing reward that even the old man would envy. Can.
Yi Kong nodded and agreed, and went to participate in the Sanfu Grand Competition. Hearing that Yi Kong agreed to come down, Li Yutong showed a joyful expression on his old face. Then, he turned to look at Wang Wentu. His cold eyes seemed to be warning him. Leader Li, I will take my leave first. Although Wang Wentu was not afraid of Li Yutong, he clearly knew that with Li Yutong around, he couldn't do much. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they all felt a little regretful that they couldn't see Yi Kong fighting Wang Wentu. As for Ho Chini and the others, it was a pity that they couldn't see Yi Kong teaching Wang Wentu a lesson. At the same time, Zhantian Academy and others also returned to the academy. As soon as Wei Mingliang and the others came back, they reported the situation in the first battlefield to the senior management of the college.
Especially how strong is Yi Kong? How terrible is talent?
And aiming at them at Zhantian Academy everywhere.
Zhantian Academy, inside the hall.
Sitting at the main seat, the middle-aged man with a hooked nose is the vice president of Zhantian Academy.
What do you all think about this?
He looked at everyone with a serious expression.
As Yi Kong, the elders of Zhantian Academy can discuss him together. It is conceivable that Zhantian Academy is also aware of Yi Kong's evil talent.
After all, it is unbelievable to defeat a strong martial artist at the age of less than double 10.
Although this kid is very talented, he is too small-minded.
He actually targets us at Zhantian Academy everywhere.
We must teach him a lesson.
Correct. Moreover, the old man inquired about the news that the Dasheng Academy is going to send this little guy to participate in the Sanfu Grand Competition. At that time, many elders were discussing Yi Kong. Since Dasheng Academy is going to send Yi Kong to participate in the Sanfu Grand Competition, it seems that they think highly of this little guy Yi Kong. He can dominate the inner sect disciples, but compared with the true disciples, this little guy has less practice for several years. Even Dasheng Academy asked him to participate in the Sanfu Grand Competition, so we will teach him a lesson and let this little guy understand that one should not be too arrogant. The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of Zhantian Academy said to everyone. Well, I agree with Elder Sun's idea, and I really want to teach this little guy a lesson. The old man also agrees. I agree too. For a while, most of the elders agreed with Sun Lifei's idea. Okay, let's keep announcing it. When the Sanfu Grand Competition is held, whoever can defeat Yi Kong will be rewarded with 100 million merit points. Vice President Wang said to the crowd. For a while, the elders were a little surprised when they heard the 100 million merit points. Because this amount of merit points, to be honest, can buy the life of a martial emperor peak powerhouse. Even if you are a true disciple, you only get 100 merit points a year, so with million merit points, some true disciples will go crazy. On the other side, Yi Kong was about to go back when Li Yutong stopped him.
Yi Kong, wait a minute.
This time, the most elite disciples from each college will participate in the competition of the three houses. Although you are powerful, there are two people you should pay attention to. Hearing this sentence, Yi Kong also stopped. The first one is Bu Qingfei from Nanhuang Academy. He is the number one true disciple of Zhantian Academy. The physical strength is extremely powerful. Even if it is a strong man at the peak of the martial emperor, he may not necessarily be his opponent. The second one is Feng Xingji of Zhantian Academy. He is the #1 true disciple of Zhantian Academy. Moreover, you humiliated the people of Zhantian Academy in the first battlefield this time, and they will definitely send people against you. So, remember to be careful, other people may not pose much threat to you. But these two people are different, especially Feng Xingji from Zhantian Academy. Li Yutong said to Yi Kong with a serious face, clear. Yi Kong nodded in response. Okay, you should go back and rest first. 3 days later, the Sanfu Grand Competition will start. I still have something to do here, so let's go first. After explaining, Li Yutong turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this situation, Yi Kong was also preparing to go back. Suddenly, he thought of the huge amount of merit points on his body. With my current state, I am not completely sure that I won #1 in the Sanfu Grand Competition. It is necessary to further enhance the strength. Thinking of this, Yi Kong immediately walked towards the resource area. The crowd who had been watching saw that Hall Master Li and Yi Kong had left, so they all dispersed. After a while, he came to a herb shop and exchanged merit points for a plant of precious medicine. Afterwards, he returned directly to the villa. Because he still had 103rd level spars in his backpack, he was not in such a hurry to buy spars. Moreover, on Yi Kong's system panel, there are still hundreds of thousands of energy points. After entering the training room, Yi Kong took out the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum without any hesitation, 100,000 times stronger. In an instant, Polygonum multiflorum radiated precious light, and Yi Kong, like before, waved his big hand to cover this precious light. After several seconds, the precious light slowly dissipated, and the strong medicinal fragrance spread out. The whole villa is wafting the medicinal fragrance that has been strengthened by Polygonum multiflorum. It is conceivable how strong the medicinal power of this Polygonum multiflorum is? Yi Kongduan sat on the floor of the training room, looked at the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, and swallowed it directly. In an instant, a powerful energy erupted in his body, poured into the 5 viscera, and then radiated to the 8 extraordinary meridians of the whole body. Yi Kong's body is also exuding wisps of thunder light. The purple thunder that only occupied 20% of the original now has about 30%. The thunder of destruction flickered throughout the training room. The Jinqi continued to increase, and soon, Yi Kong directly broke through the boundary of the early stage of the Martial King class, and broke through to the middle stage of the Martial King class. And this hasn't stopped yet. You must know that Yi Kong is in the previous realm, but it is a perfect breakthrough. The energy needed to break through is equivalent to 10 Wuwan level early stage zeros. But even so, after this 1,000-year-old fleeceflower root helped Yi Kong break through the early stage of the Wuwan class. That huge energy is still infuriating in Yi Kong's body. It wasn't until the late stage of the Martial King class that the powerful energy slowly dissipated. Yi Kong stood up slowly, clenched his fists, feeling the huge increase in his strength. He looked at the purple thunder that spread around him. He thought to himself, when his thunder fully evolves into purple, there will definitely be a big breakthrough at that time. Afterwards, Yi Kong didn't think about it anymore, and the terrifying thunder all over his body slowly dissipated. Straight out of the practice room. Just when he was about to go out for a trip, the voice of the communicator suddenly came. Jingle bell. The communicator rang, and Yi Kong took it out to have a look, and found that it was Yi Lighting who called him. Immediately picked it up, and said softly, Li Ting, why do you want to call me? What's the matter? Brother Yi, I miss you. Yi Lighting's tone was full of miss. Hearing this sentence, Yi Kong was silent for a few seconds, clenched his fist, then let go of it, and said slowly, Li Ting, wait for me. I'm going to participate in the Sanfu Grand Competition next time. When the time comes, I'll come to you when I become the Son of God. Well, Brother Yi, I'll wait for you. On the other side of the communicator, Yi Lighting nodded with a look of longing. She knew that because of her family, she definitely couldn't be with Yi Kong. So she had been refraining from calling, but today she really couldn't help it. Brother Yi, I have something to do here, so I'll hang up first. After speaking, Yi Lighting hung up the phone. There was no way, she was afraid that she would continue talking, so she couldn't help but went to find Yi Kong. Seeing Yi Lighting hang up the phone in such a haste, Yi Kong also had a sad expression on his face. She always felt that this little girl Yi Lighting was hiding something from herself. Just as he was thinking, a young man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks appeared at the door of his house. The expression on his face was a bit puzzled. Yi Kong had never seen this person before, and had no impression of this person. Why did he appear at his door? Who are you? Thunder flashed, and Yi Kong teleported, appearing in front of this man. For a moment, the man was frightened by the terrifying thunder and took a few steps back. However, he thought about it again, his master, but Long Ao, how could he be afraid of such a little guy? You are Yi Kong, right? Let me tell you, my name is Li Wu, and my master is the #1 genius in Kyushu. Li Wui looked at Yi Kong with a proud face. And then? I haven't heard of it. Yi Kong snorted coldly. He seems to have a little impression of the taboo of the first genius in Kyushu. Boy, don't pretend to be ignorant, my master, but Long Ao from the Long family in the imperial capital, the first genius in Kyushu, dare you say that you have never heard of my master? Li Wu cursed loudly. So what does it matter to me? Yi Kong said with a still indifferent expression. I don't care if you pretend to be confused or not, I tell you, my master said, I want you to give up the Sanfu Grand Competition, otherwise, you will know the consequences. Li Wui said to Yi Kong with an arrogant and complacent expression. Oh, what are the consequences? Yi Kong has never been afraid of threats. You kid is really a frog in a well, you don't even pay attention to my master's words. My master said, if you dare to participate in the Sanfu Grand Competition, you will win the final victory. In the Kyushu Grand Competition, my master will also win you, and then you will be ashamed in front of everyone. Li Wu threatened with a vicious tone. Really? It's up to him. Yi Kong's tone was full of disdain, and he remembered that Long Ao was the person the housekeeper of the Li family had mentioned that day. The guy who pursued Yi Lighting. Boy, do you know what you're talking about? Li Wu said in a bad tone. Go back. Tell that Long Ao, Kyushu Grand Competition, the loser must be him. Yi Kong looked straight at Li Wu with cold eyes. If he didn't bother to fight with ants, Li Wu would be dead now. You feeling the powerful aura of Yi Kong, Li Wu was a little afraid to speak, and was so frightened that he hid back. After several seconds, when he came back to his senses, he said in a threatening tone, you guys will definitely regret it, and then my master will disgrace you in the Kyushu Grand Competition. After finishing speaking, Li Wu didn't turn his head back, and left directly. For this, Yi Kong's face was full of disdain. He muttered to himself, interesting, Long Ao, if you want to play, I will play with you. 3 days later, dawn dawned. 11 students gathered in the trial ground. On the high platform, an old man sitting in the main seat, although he can't see any fluctuations in true energy, but it gives people a feeling of returning to nature. He is Dai Rueifan, another vice president of the college. This time, he will personally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the team to participate in the Sanfu Grand Competition. It is conceivable that Dasheng College attaches great importance to this competition of the 3 prefectures. Below, besides Yi Kong, there are also 10 true disciples standing. Especially the young man standing at the top of the top 10 true disciples. With a long sword on his back, dressed in black, and sharp eyes, like an eagle. A strong aura emanates from the whole body. At the same time, Wang Wentu, who stood in the 9th place among the true disciples, had been staring at Yi Kong from the very beginning. Afterwards, Wang Wentu walked towards Yi Kong directly. Boy, you are a mere inner disciple, how dare you come to participate in the 3 houses grand competition? Wang Wentu said with a mocking face. You trash can come to participate, why can't I participate? Yi Kong looked at Wang Wentu with disdainful eyes. You kid, you really want to die. Last time, Li Yutong appeared and saved your life. But I want to see, who can save you this time? Wang Wentu said to Yi Kong in a threatening tone. For a time, the two were full of gunpowder. At this time, a very spectacular airship above the sky descended from the sky, causing a very violent air pressure. Time to go. Dai Rueifan stood up from the chair, obviously like an old man about to decay. But no one dared to heed his words.
Wang Wentu also turned and left, walking into the flying boat. For Wang Wentu, Yi Kong never regarded him as a real opponent.
If he dared to make trouble for himself in the 3 government competitions, then he would definitely suffer the consequences.
Afterwards, Yi Kong also walked into the spaceship.
The top 10 true disciples and the other 9 did not look at Yi Kong at first. After all, Yi Kong broke the records of the academy just after he started, so it's hard not to attract their attention. But they didn't stare for long, and they took their eyes back. After all, Yi Kong is still too young, and his realm is only at the town general level. In their eyes, the real opponents are only other true disciples, and the true disciples of the other 2 major academies. Yi Kong looked at the scenery outside the window. His goal this time, nothing else, is to be number 1 in the Sanfu Grand Competition and become the son of God. In this way, he can find Yi Lighting. Half an hour later, the largest airship landed in a valley. At this time, there were 2 other flying boats on both sides of the valley. Obviously, Yi Kong and his group were the last to arrive.
Following the Dashang Academy, get off the flying boat.
The eyes of the other 2 colleges all looked over at the same time. The most important thing was the vice presidents of the other 2 colleges. They all looked at Dai Ruifan.
I thought to myself, this time it turned out to be this old guy? Hello, Mr. Dai. Hello, Mr. Dai.
The 2 vice presidents of Zhantian College and Nanhuan College both sent their greetings to Dai Ruifan. They all seem to be 5 or 60 years old, and they can still call an old man so respectfully.
It is conceivable that Dai Ruifan is terrifying.
At this moment, the 10 true disciples of Zhantian Academy, except for the one standing at the top, all looked at Yi Kong. They were very curious that this little guy, who was only at the level of a martial king, was able to defeat a foreign race at the level of a martial sage.
Know that even they can't do it.
However, they all felt in their hearts that Yi Kong must have used some unknown means. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat a foreign race at the martial saint level. The 10 true disciples of Nanhuan College also looked at Yi Kong.
They were also very curious in their hearts. Is this guy who looks less than 20 years old really as scary as the rumors say?
Mr. Dai, I heard that you kid named Yi Kong killed one of you in less than a month after getting started. You are a foreign race at the level of a martial sage.
Zhang Difei asked intentionally.
With such a powerful talent and terrifying strength, Mr. Dai will not be a seed player deliberately hidden by your Academy of Relics.
Chao Jiao, vice president of Nanhuan Academy, also asked.
It's the hidden seed player of our academy.
How about this time, your 2 academies surrender directly?
Dai Ruifan yawned, stretched, and then curled up, completely unable to see the demeanor of a strong man.
But the terrifying aura emanating from his body was faintly emanating. Mr. Dai, you really know how to joke.
It's not like you don't know the importance of being number 1 in the competition among the 3 prefectures.
Zhang Difei looked completely treacherous and slippery. That's right. Although, you little guy named Yi Kong? You may be really strong, but we won't give up easily.
Chao Jiao also said. Dai Ruifan's cloudy eyes looked at the 2 of them with brilliance, and didn't say anything more. For a while, after the discussion of the 3 vice presidents, Yi Kong experienced the gaze of the whole audience. Including Bu Qingfei, who was ranked number 1 in Nanhuang Academy, and Feng Xinji, who was ranked number 1 in Zhantian Academy, their eyes are also looking at Yi Kong. Regarding this, Yi Kong looked leisurely and didn't care.
Boy, you attracted so many people's attention when you came here, I think you don't have the corresponding strength by then. What should you do? I hope you won't be defeated before you meet me. At this time, Wang Wentu looked at Yi Kong with a mocking look.
There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Yi Kong didn't bother to pay attention to this ant at this time. Wait until Dabi officially starts, let him know what is real despair. At this time, the muscular Zhan Wuhan walked up to Yi Kong.
Your name is Yi Kong, right? I have heard of you a long time ago, and I have long wanted to fight with you.
I thought I would have to wait another year or so, but I didn't expect that your current strength is so strong.
It's a miracle. If you have the opportunity, you must compete with me when you return to the academy.
Zhan Wuhan said to Yi Kong full of fighting spirit, can. Yi Kong also felt the powerful aura of Zhan Wuhan, so he agreed.
Great, then it's settled. For Zhang Wuan, who is a fighting madman, being able to fight and fight against the strong is the happiest thing. At Dasheng Academy, the top 10 true disciples stood at the top. Duanyin kept his eyes closed and meditated, opened his eyes, and looked at Nanhuang Academy and Zhantian Academy. He usually exudes a refined aura, but today he is dressed in black, and his whole body exudes a sky-high sword intent. It is conceivable that he is bound to win this competition. Duanyin looked at Feng Xinji and the two of them. For a moment, Feng Xinji and the two also looked at Duanyin, looking at each other, full of gunpowder. They all knew clearly that their biggest opponents this time were the other two. As for Yi Kong and the others, they haven't fully taken it to heart yet. After all, no one else saw Yi Kong beheading a martial saint-level foreign race. In the eyes of Feng Xinji and the others, Yi Kong must have used some special means to defeat the foreign race at the martial saint level. Perhaps with his strength, he has already been able to fight against the last students among the true disciples. But in the face of them, it is definitely worse. For a moment, the three of them erupted with a powerful momentum, fighting each other. The entire valley was covered by these three powerful auras, and the rest of the people retreated obediently when they saw this. At this time, Dai Ruifan waved his hand, and in an instant, the three terrifying auras disappeared. Little guys, it's good to be young and full of energy, but wait, let's go to the ring later. Dai Ruifan said to the three of them with a smile on his face. Looking at the old man in front of him who seemed to have returned to basics, Feng Xinji and the other three did not refute. After all, they knew that they could completely destroy the aura of the three of them at will. This kind of strength is extremely terrifying. Especially Feng Xinji and Bu Qingfei, they are not from the Dasheng Academy, and they don't know Dai Ruifan's strength. However, they learned from the attitude of Cao Zhao and the two vice presidents towards Dai Ruifan just now. They could see the frightening aspect of Dai Ruifan, an old man. At this time, another airship descended from the sky. Everyone looked over, and they knew that this should be the person sent by the imperial capital. As the flying boat descended, a burly man who looked about 52 years old slowly walked out. Behind it, there are two middle-aged men who are like guards. Brother Shangguan, this time you are here to invigilate the exam. Feng Xinji stepped forward and said hello. Hello, Mr. Dai, Brother Zhang, and Brother Chao. Shangguan Yun's attitude towards Dai Ruifan was the same as the previous two vice presidents, with a trace of respect. Dai Ruifan simply nodded his head as a greeting. Shangguan Yun didn't care about this, but said to everyone, I'm sorry, judging from the situation this time, I came down a little late. It's okay, Brother Shangguan, the people from our three colleges have just arrived not long ago. Zhang Dufei said with a smile on his old face. After the four of them chatted briefly, this time, the competition among the three prefectures has officially started. A lottery will be adopted to determine who the opponent is. Number 1 will be the Son of God. Shangguan Yun looked at the many students below, exuding a powerful aura. Afterwards, the true disciples stepped forward one by one to draw lots, and waited until everyone got their number plates. Shangguan Yun looked at everyone with majestic eyes and said, this time, the Sanfu Grand Competition adopts the elimination system. The rules are very simple, the winner advances, the loser is eliminated, until the final number 1 is competed and becomes the Son of God. Now, the 8 digits of the A number plate come forward, followed by the 8 digits of the B number plate, and so on. At this moment, the 30 true inheritance disciples including Yi Kong and an inner disciple from Nanhuang College have all drawn number plates. The competition among the three prefectures has long been stipulated that each college has 11 contestants. However, under normal circumstances, it is the true disciples of the three major colleges who come to participate in the competition. Like this year, it was a surprise that apart from Yi Kong, the Southern Wilderness Academy also ranked first in the inner sect, and it was also counted among the contestants. Yi Kong looked at his number, a 1, those starting with a need to play in the first round. Without thinking too much, he stepped forward, and at the same time, the other 7 people also stood up. This includes Feng Xinji, who is ranked number 1 in Zhantian Academy, and Wang Wentu, who is at odds with Yi Kong. Boy, you are so lucky, it turned out to be a 1, if you are a 4, then the opponent is me. I hope you won't be easily defeated,
and I want to teach you a lesson myself,"
Wang Wente said to Yi Kong in a mocking tone.
For this, Yi Kong just looked at him coldly. For a moment, Wang Wente felt as if he was being watched by a god, and his body trembled involuntarily. Afterwards, Wang Wente, who came back to his senses, was furious. He didn't expect that he would be frightened by such a little guy. In an instant, his face was full of ferocity, and he thought that when he met Yi Kong later, he must be humiliated.
At the same time, Yi Kong also looked at his opponent, Guan Yuan, who was ranked 9th in Nanhuang Academy, exuding a powerful aura.
Obviously, his strength has reached the stage of Empress Wu, and he is still holding an earth-level weapon, the Sky Stick.
"You are Yi Kong, right?"
"I heard. What are you called?" "A monstrous genius who is rarely seen in 10,000 years. I hope you will not be too weak and let me down."
Guan Yuan looked at Yi Kong with contempt in his tone.
In this regard, Yi Kong showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth.
Seeing this scene, Guan Yuan couldn't bear it instantly. As a genius, when?
No one dared to show him that smile.
"Boy, was that your disdainful smile just now?"
"I hope that your strength will be as arrogant as your attitude later,"
Guan Yuan said in a vicious tone. Ignoring it, Yi Kong looked at him leisurely, as if he didn't pay attention to him at all. Regarding this, Guan Yuan was completely irritated, just when he couldn't help but strike. Shangguan Yun from above announced, "The competition of the 3 prefectures has officially begun."
Then, a formation map appeared in his hand, and he threw it upwards. In an instant, 4 huge broadcasting stations covering an area of more than meters appeared in the valley.
Seeing the appearance of the huge arena, Guan Yuan also gave up his plan to do it immediately.
"Boy, take a look. I won't beat you to your knees begging for mercy when you are in the ring,"
Guan Yuan said in a threatening tone.
Yi Kong didn't care about this, and walked slowly onto the ring. At the same time, the other 7 people also stepped onto the ring. Then, a guard following Shangguan Yun walked to the front of the stage and announced, 3 prefectures competition, Group A competition officially begins. Boy, if you surrender now, I can still let you go down decently.
Guan Yuan took out the Sky Stick in the storage ring, exuding a powerful aura from his body.
In this regard, Yi Kong looked leisurely, and the 9-star serial knife appeared in his hand. In the next second, terrifying thunder flashes all over his body. Sensing this destructive power, Guan Yuan was startled immediately. He was not a fool, he knew Yi Kong was not a weak person just by this powerful thunder. Boy, it seems that I underestimated you, but the winner of this match is me after all. In an instant, Guan Yuan erupted with a powerful gold-type aura, which was contained on the Sky Stick, and rushed towards Yi Kong. Looking at this powerful stick, Yi Kong's expression was still so indifferent. The figure also disappeared in the same place in an instant, accompanied by the 9-star serial knife in his hand. A thunderous light flashed, and the two stood with their backs facing each other.
Guan Yuan turned around, his eyes full of disbelief. A wound appeared under his chest.
Bloodshot.
How can you be so strong? Under Guan Yuan's unbelievable expression, he fell to the ground in pain and passed out. For a moment, the audience was shocked.
It was hard for them to imagine that Yi Kong defeated Guan Yuan in the period of Empress Wu with one move. Including, Feng Xingji, and the 3 of them also had solemn faces. Yi Kong, this kid is so strong, he can kill him in one move,
Zhang Wuhan said in amazement.
Although the rest of the people didn't speak, their expressions could explain everything.
Mr. Dai, this freshman in your academy is a bit strong. Shangguan Yun was also a little surprised and couldn't help but praise.
This is necessary. Although Dai Ruifan was a little shocked in his heart, he still pretended to be indifferent. The vice presidents of the other 2 colleges stared at Yi Kong.
Yi Kong's evil talent made them feel scared.
On the other side, Wang Wente happened to meet that inner disciple of Nanhuang Academy.
Under the advantage of the realm, easily finished the opponent.
He thought he would be the first to deal with his opponent.
As a result, Wang Wente saw Yi Kong instantly killed Guan Yuan with one move. I couldn't help but feel shocked, and even couldn't believe it.
You know, Guan Yuan's strength is about the same as his own.
But now, he was instantly killed by Yi Kong. Doesn't that mean that if I fight against Yi Kong, I will be instantly killed by him? This is absolutely unacceptable to Wang Wentu. He even thinks it is his own illusion. This guy, just a freshman, how could he have such a strong power? Could it be that Yi Kong really killed a foreign race at the martial saint level by virtue of his own strength? Not only Wang Wentu thinks this way, but other people in Dashang Academy are also thinking about it. Duanmian looked at Yi Kong. He only now knew how wrong his previous thinking was. This Yi Kong may be the biggest obstacle on his way to win the Son of God. However, Duanmian did not lose confidence because of this. After all, he was only one step away from the realm of martial saint. Feng Xinji and Bu Qingfei on the other side also looked at Yi Kong at the same time. In their hearts, they also regard Yi Kong as a strong competitor. Soon, the games in Group A were all over. The people in Group B then went up to start the game. Duanmian, Bu Qingfei, Feng Xinji, the three of them all got the number plates with number B written on them. However, they did not meet in advance, but met other true disciples. The true disciples facing them all felt a little unlucky. Even Duanmian's opponent was Chang Yiming, who was ranked 8th in Dashang Academy. Their relationship is usually good. It's just that, now that it's the grand competition of the three houses, it's naturally impossible for there to be any mercy. In less than a few moves, Duanmian forced Chang Yiming to retreat steadily, all the way to the edge of the ring. At this time, Chang Yiming cupped his hands and said, "Okay, I admit defeat, I know I'm not your opponent." Although Chang Yiming was unwilling, he knew clearly that he was not Duanmian's opponent. And he could feel that when Duanmian fought against him, he didn't make a full blow. Even so, he was still suppressed, and it would be meaningless to fight any further. Afterwards, Chang Yiming stepped off the ring. The middle-aged man who presided over the match also announced, in the first match of Group B, Duan Muhan wins. The results of the other two sides are also self-evident. Feng Xinji and the two easily defeated their enemies. This also made everyone clearly understand that Feng Xinji's strength was a level higher than other true disciples. After the three of them dealt with their opponents, they looked at each other. However, this time, both Bu Qingfei and Duanmian looked at Feng Xinji at the same time. Because they felt from the battle just now that Feng Xinji's strength seemed to be one step closer, and they were wondering if it was their own illusion? Feng Xinji noticed that Duanmian and the others had sensed it, but he didn't care about it, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This time, he vowed to win the first place in the 3 government competitions. After the 3 ended the game, the 4th game of Group B was also over. Afterwards, the middle-aged man who was hosting announced that the match in Group C would begin. The 8 players in Group C are almost evenly matched in strength. After playing for nearly half an hour, the 4 games in Group C finally ended. With the end of the first round, only 32 of the original 16 people remained. Mr. Dai, you too, what do you think, this time, in the grand competition of the 3 houses, which of your college students can win the first place? Shangguan Yun asked the 3 of them. Of course, I know Feng Xinji from Zhantian Academy. With his saber technique, he has the aura of fighting for the front. This time, the first guess is that it belongs to Zhantian Academy. Chao Jiao said with a smile. Zhang Difei didn't like this. How could he not know that Chao Jiao was showing his weakness to the enemy, and he would kill his academy by the way? Dean Chao, you are too modest, you Bu Qingfei of Nanhuang Academy. That pistol technique is truly extraordinary. I think he must be the number 1 in the Sanfu Grand Competition this time. Zhang Difei also said slowly. Dai Ruifan was sitting there as if closing his eyes and meditating, but he didn't get involved in their quarrel at all. In my opinion, both of you should not be modest. The 3 true disciples of the 3 major academies are number 1. I think they all have hope, and to be the Son of God this time, it depends on the 3 of them, who can win the final victory. Duan Qingyun looked at the 16 players who had advanced and said. At this time, Liang Hongjin, who has been presiding over the competition, also announced, the second round of the competition between the 3 prefectures has officially begun. Everyone come up and draw lots. After Liang Hongjin's words ended, Bu Qingfei and other 16 people went forward to draw lots. This time, there were still 8 players in one game, but this time it was divided into 2 games.
Yi Kong looked at his number plate. It was B1, which was the second game.
Wang Wente took a look at his number and saw that it was A1. He didn't dare to trouble Yi Kong anymore.
Seeing that his number plate was A, he felt a little rejoiced. However, when he saw that his opponent was actually Feng Xinji, for a moment, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. However, as a genius, Wang Wente also has his own arrogance.
He doesn't think that he can't beat Feng Xinji.
Feng Xinji on the other side of the ring saw that his opponent was only the 9th-ranked guy in Dasheng Academy. His eyes were full of disdain. In his eyes, his only opponents were Bu Qingfei and Duanyan. Even after his strength improved, he even looked down on Duanyan and the other two.
Feng Xinji, what does this expression mean? Do you think you can definitely win against me? Wang Wente looked at Feng Xinji angrily. What else? With you as a waste, you don't even have the qualifications to let me do my best. Your Dasheng Academy is also Duanyan, which is a bit challenging. Feng Xinji's tone was full of sarcasm. Feng Xinji, you are courting death. Wang Wente had never been ridiculed like this before.
Holding the sword in his hand, he rushed straight up with a powerful burst of strength from his whole body. Seeing this scene, Feng Xinji's eyes were full of disdain, and the powerful flame energy burst out.
In an instant, clang.
The sound of weapons colliding sounded, just a move.
Wang Wente was forced to retreat.
Seeing this scene, Wang Wente felt incredible waste.
Following Feng Xinji's sarcasm, a saber flashed. Wang Wente fell to the ground in pain. He couldn't believe it, he couldn't even catch Feng Xinji's second move. After easily solving Wang Wente's Feng Xinji, his whole body exuded a powerful aura.
Raising the treasured sword in his hand, he pointed in the direction of Dasheng Academy with a domineering expression. You Dasheng Academy, this time you will definitely lose. I don't think there is any need for it. It's a waste of time to play one game after another.
Who in your Great Saint Academy dares to come up and fight with me?
Lian Hongzhen looked at Feng Xinji in such a state, and turned to look at Shang Guanyun.
Shang Guanyun waved his hand and told him not to worry about it.
When the Dasheng Academy side heard Feng Xinji's arrogant words, they were immediately furious. But thinking about Feng Xinji's powerful strength, if they went up, the result might be no different from Wang Wente.
Duanyan was also hesitating at the moment. He was thinking, how much could Wang Wente find out that Feng Xinji's strength had improved?
As a result, he was instantly killed in less than 2 moves.
For a moment, Duanyan was hesitating whether to use it or not. It's better to wait for others to test Feng Xinji's strength first. What? Is it true that no one in your Dasheng Academy dares to attend? Feng Xinji said to everyone in Dasheng Academy with a mocking look on his face.
At this time, Yi Kong slowly stood up. Feng Xinji saw that the person who came out was Yi Kong, not Duanyan, and his expression was full of disdain. The rest of the people were also surprised when they saw this scene. They were wondering if this Yi Kong was too bold, since Feng Xinji's strength was a level higher than the others. It is not comparable to Wang Wente and his ilk. Mr. Dai, you freshmen are quite courageous. You dare to stand up and challenge Feng Xinji of our college.
Zhang Defei looked at Dai Ruifan with a mocking look. What are you talking about?
Yi Kong is called that, but he is known as the Holy Martial Academy, a monster that is rarely seen in 10,000 years.
Feng Xinji from your academy is definitely not his opponent.
Chao Jiao also had a strange tone at the moment.
Humph. Dai Ruifan snorted coldly and didn't say much. Shang Guanyun looked at Yi Kong with an interesting expression.
He was very curious, if this little guy dared to come out to accept the challenge, could it be that he really has the strength to defeat Feng Xinji?
Many true disciples below.
Seeing that Yi Kong came out to fight, he was also very surprised. You say, is this Yi Kong too arrogant, thinking that he has just defeated a true disciple, and he is invincible in the world? You know, Feng Xinji's strength is only one step away from breaking through to the level of a martial saint.
That's right. And even Duanyan didn't stand up, so what's the matter if he did?
In my opinion, it's because he didn't know what method he used to defeat the foreign race at the martial saint level. Time, self-confidence bursting, feeling invincible among his peers, that's why he dared to come out to accept Feng Xinji's challenge. Hey, he's still too young. For a guy like this to be so young, he possesses great strength, and it's hard to avoid arrogance.
Hope, wait a minute, he won't be beaten too badly.
The true disciples of the three colleges all shook their heads, and none of them was optimistic about Yi Kong.
Feng Xinji on the ring also said with disdain on his face, "What? Is there really no one in your holy martial academy? You even sent a freshman out.
And you, Duanyan, you are still the number one true disciple of the Holy Martial Academy. Why, you dare not come out to accept my challenge?
If this is the case, you might as well go back. Give me number one this time." Feng Xinji said provocatively on purpose. This time his strength has gone a step further. In fact, he no longer takes Bu Qingfei seriously.
He felt that his only opponent this time was Duanyan, so he wanted to get rid of him in advance. Hearing such insulting and mocking words, Duanyan, who was always calm, now also showed anger on his face.
"Feng Xinji, you are so arrogant."
Duanyan burst out with a sky-high sword intent, and stepped forward, as if he was about to go to the ring. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they were extremely looking forward to it, and they actually knew it very well in their hearts. This time, he was the first in the true inheritance competition. It must have been decided from among the three of Feng Xinji. However, as geniuses, they have their own arrogance, so they are naturally unwilling to give up the position of the Son of God to others without even fighting. Just when Duanyan was about to step onto the stage, Yi Kong suddenly reached out to stop him. "Leave this guy to me." For a moment, Yi Kong looked at Duanyan with cold eyes.
With that godlike gaze, Duanyan suddenly found that he couldn't refuse. But the rest of the people don't know.
They were shocked.
"You say, is this Yi Kong sick?" Duanyan is about to accept Feng Xinji's challenge.
He could retreat safely, but he actually prevented Duanyan from playing.
"I don't know, maybe this Yi Kong is really sure to deal with Feng Xinji. How is it possible?
Feng Xinji is only one step away from the martial saint realm, and that Yi Kong is only a late martial king class.
No matter how powerful it is?
It is also impossible to cross a large realm and defeat Feng Xinji."
You don't really believe that he can kill a foreign race at the martial saint level, do you?
When the true disciple of Zhantian Academy said this sentence, everyone was lost in thought, because in their hearts, they really couldn't believe that Yi Kong was able to kill a foreign race at the level of a martial saint.
What special means must have been used?
Or, the foreign race of the martial saint level was seriously injured and was on the verge of dying, but Yi Kong picked up a leak. Dai Ruifan and the others on the high platform also stared at Yi Kong. They wondered in their hearts whether this Yi Kong was really sure of defeating Feng Xinji, or whether he was young and ignorant and full of self-confidence.
"Boy, you go down, my opponent is Duanyan."
Feng Xinji said with disdain, in his eyes, his only opponent is Duanyan. "With your strength, you are not qualified to let me go down, or you can choose to surrender." Yi Kong looked at Feng Xinji with a leisurely expression, as if looking at an ant.
"Boy, do you know who you are talking to? You actually want to find excitement by yourself, I will help you."
As Feng Xinji is the pride of heaven, no one has ever dared to make him surrender. For a moment, his expression was furious. At the same time, Yi Kong stepped onto the stage with an indifferent expression. "Boy, I hope you wait a moment, don't be unable to catch even one move from me." A powerful aura erupted from Feng Xinji's body, and the earth-level precious sword in his hand contained the true energy of the flame system. The most frightening thing is that Feng Xinji's aura is still rising. One can imagine how angry he is. When everyone in the arena saw this scene, they all shook their heads, seeing clearly, Feng Xinji wanted to kill Yi Kong instantly with one move.
"Hey, tell me, why does this Yi Kong go up and ask for trouble? Feng Xinji is obviously targeting Duanyan. Does it need to be said? I am too young and confident. I feel that my talent and strength are invincible in my peers. We didn't think this way before." The true disciples in the audience felt that Yi Kong was doomed. The three vice presidents, as well as Shangguan Yun, were a little surprised when they felt Feng Xinji's powerful power. Because they seemed to feel a trace of martial saint aura, which meant that Feng Xinji made another breakthrough. At this point, as long as he wants to, he can break through Wu Sheng anytime and anywhere. The ones who were most surprised were Bu Qingfei and Duanyan.
Before, the strength of the three of them had always been between equals, but now it seems that Feng Xinji has taken that step ahead of them. Soon, Feng Xinji's strength climbed to the extreme. He was full of arrogance, and looked at Yi Kong with incomparable domineering. Boy, if you can block my knife, you will win. In an instant, Feng Xinji held the Nine Suns saber that contained fiery flames, and slashed straight at Yi Kong. Regarding this, Yi Kong's expression was full of leisure, and he even put the 9-star cereal knife in his hand into the storage ring. The terrifying thunder all over his body emanated in an instant. Seeing this scene, Feng Xinji was furious. He didn't expect that Yi Kong would dare to put away his weapon when facing his own attack. Immediately, without even intending to keep his hand, he chopped directly at Yi Kong's chest. The rest of the people saw that at this moment, Feng Xinji was less than 1 meter away from Yi Kong. They all shook their heads, feeling sad for Yi Kong. Most of them even thought that he was too arrogant and couldn't fight at all, and dared to put away their weapons. Just as Yi Qing was about to strike with his treasured saber, Yi Kong blasted forward with a fist full of terror. A thunder unicorn was born out of nowhere, exuding divine power. Feeling this terrifying power, Feng Xinji's eyes widened, feeling terrified. Boom! The destroyed thunder qilin directly drowned Feng Xinji. The entire arena was filled with strands of thunder, as if it had turned into a sea of thunder. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions were extremely surprised, and their eyes were all fixed on the ring. Seconds, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the thunder dissipated, Feng Xinji's whole body was scorched black, the sword in his hand fell, and he fell unconscious and fell to the ground. Seeing that Feng Xinji was instantly killed by one move, everyone was shocked. Am I not mistaken? That's Feng Xinji. He was killed by Yi Kong in one move. Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme that right, but how is this possible? Feng Xinji is only one step away from the martial saint realm. How could he be instantly killed by Yi Kong? It's not just an instant kill, didn't you see it? Yi Kong put away his weapon when he shot. This shows that the punch just now was not his full strength, but just like that, he still instantly killed Wang's Feng Xinji. This new student, isn't he too monstrous? To have such strength, doesn't that mean that he really has the strength to kill aliens at the martial saint level? Thinking of this, for a moment, everyone was even more shocked. They instantly felt how embarrassing their previous thoughts were. Among the true disciples, Bu Qingfei and Du Wanyan were the most surprised. As Feng Xinji's old opponents, they clearly know how strong Feng Xinji is. But even so, they were still killed by Yi Kong with one move. It was hard for them to imagine how strong this guy was. Shang Guanyun and the other four on the high platform, even though they are usually well informed, at this moment, they feel shocked in their hearts. They also thought that Yi Kong would lose to Feng Xinji with a high probability. It can be said that in their hearts, Yi Kong's chance of winning is less than %. However, now it seems that their previous ideas are ridiculous. Yi Kong actually killed Feng Xinji with one move. Liang Hongzhen, who had been presiding over the competition, was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses and announced, Yi Kong will fight Feng Xinji, and Yi Kong will win. Following the announcement of the result, everyone's eyes were on the ring, this man who exuded thunder all over his body, like a god and a demon. In their hearts, they couldn't help but be filled with a trace of awe. Yi Kong, who was above the ring, looked at all the people below with a relaxed expression. The terrifying thunder flickered all over his body, and he said to everyone in an incomparably domineering manner, "Don't waste time, let's go together." Hearing this sentence, everyone was shocked. Yi Kong, do you know what you're talking about? Although you defeated Feng Xinji with one move, do you think you can challenge all of us? That's right, Yi Kong, are you too arrogant? We admit that your strength is very strong, but it doesn't mean that you can single out our 11 true disciples. Yi Kong, sometimes being too arrogant is not a good thing. Under the arena, those true disciples who had advanced all looked at Yi Kong angrily. They admit that Yi Kong's strength is extremely powerful, but they are the pride of heaven. Unacceptable, Yi Kong wants to challenge all of them alone. Especially Bu Qingfei and Du Wanyan, they are the arrogance of the arrogance among the arrogance, they have easily defeated their peers along the way. They had never been so humiliated. For a moment, the two of them erupted with terrifying true energy fluctuations at the same time, obviously going crazy.
Shangguan Yun and the others were also amazed. However, the expressions on the faces of Cao Jiao and Zhang Difei revealed a trace of happiness. Especially Cao Jiao, who almost couldn't help but burst out laughing.
I can't wait for Yi Kong to be beaten up by those angry true disciples. Because, with Yi Kong's terrifying strength to instantly kill Feng Xinju with one move, if it is one-on-one, no one will be his opponent. Including Bu Qingfei and Du Wanyan, who were stronger than Feng Xinji after all, were all killed in one move, and the rest were almost the same result. That means that this time the three prefectures are the first. It will definitely be easily obtained by Yi Kong, so there is no need for their other two academies to participate. However, if Yi Kong is besieged and defeated by everyone, it will create opportunities for them. Dai Ruifan used to have a calm expression no matter what happened. At this time, he said anxiously, "Little Yi Kong, with your strength, you must be number one in the Sanfu Grand Competition this time. Therefore, you don't need to take such a risk."
"Mr. Dai, what are you talking about? Yi Kong is a rare evildoer, isn't he just a dozen true disciples? Isn't it an easy solution in his eyes?"
Zhang Defei was afraid that Yi Kong would repent, so he immediately stood up and flattered him. "That is, Yi Kong of your Dasheng Academy has such terrifying strength, how could he be afraid of the siege of more than a dozen true disciples?" Xiao Jiao also stood up and tried to force the law. "Yi Kong, you don't need to listen to them, you just need to deal with them one by one, this time the Son of God must be yours."
Dai Ruifan persuaded again.
Yi Kong looked at Xiao Jiao and the two of them, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. How could he not know what they were thinking? It's a pity that they don't know that all conspiracies and schemes are useless in the face of absolute power.
"Don't worry, Vice President Dai, I'm sure." Yi Kong exuded a confident and domineering aura all over his body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jiao and the two looked as if their plot had succeeded.
Ugh. As for Dai Ruifan, he let out a long sigh, feeling that Yi Kong was too young and energetic, and just wanted to continue persuading him.
The true disciples below couldn't bear it anymore. "Yi Kong, are you sure you want to challenge our dozen or so true disciples?" Guan Yun, who was ranked third in Nanhuang Academy, asked angrily.
"You may have misunderstood, I am not talking about challenging your dozen or so true disciples, but the 25 true disciples who are still capable of fighting under the ring. Let's go together, save wasting time."
Yi Kong looked at the crowd with a domineering face and said,
"Yi Kong, you are too arrogant, we must teach you a lesson, everyone."
Guan Yun let out a roar, and a terrifying aura erupted from his whole body.
"Yes, let's go together and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Let him know what it means to humiliate himself."
Afterwards, the remaining 22 true disciples also erupted with terrifying breaths all over their bodies. At one time, 25 true disciples included Bu Qingfei and Du Wanyan.
The powerful aura united together and covered Yi Kong. Regarding this, Yi Kong looked leisurely, and the thunder of destruction radiated out. For a time, the valley with a radius of 1 kilometer was divided into two halves from front to back. On one side is the terrifying power of thunder, and on the other side is the combined momentum of 25 true disciples. Bu Qingfei and the others saw that the aura of the 25 of them combined was only to compete with Yi Kong.
I couldn't help being shocked, and even felt a little ashamed.
"Let's go together and get rid of him, otherwise, we will become a laughing stock." Guan Yun yelled, and charged forward with the dragon-chasing spear in his hand. Seeing this, the other 24 people burst out with powerful force and attacked Yi Kong directly. For a moment, Yi Kong held the 9-star cereal knife in his hand, thunder flashed, and the figure quickly disappeared in place.
The crowd who came to attack couldn't find Yi Kong's figure for a while.
"Be careful." At this time, someone shouted. Yi Kong didn't know when he rushed to the crowd.
In the next second, the 9-star cereal knife was brandished with thunder.
A true disciple fell to the ground with a face full of pain. "It's not over yet." Yi Kong made another stab, and thunder raged. Yi Kong at this moment is like a wolf in a herd of sheep. None of the true disciples could block his strike. As for the others who wanted to attack Yi Kong, they found that they couldn't see his figure clearly.
In less than a minute, the entire thunderstorm raged on the entire arena.
Among the people present, only Bu Qingfei and Du Wannian were left, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, and they were the only ones among the true disciples who blocked Yi Kong's knife. The rest of them fell to the ground in pain, and they looked at Yi Kong, who was like a god and a demon, with unwillingness and disbelief on their faces. In the next instant, Yi Kong disappeared in place again. Thunder slash! As he waved the 9 stars chain knife in his hand, a terrifying thunderous knife burst out, directly attacking Bu Qingfei and the two of them. In time, Bu Qingfei and Bu Qingfei showed a resolute look on their faces. Even if they died, they would not admit defeat. This is the arrogance of being the arrogance of heaven. All of a sudden, they waved their flood dragon spears and 100 soul swords one after another. A powerful spear glow, as well as sharp sword energy, collided with the thundering sword energy in the middle of the ring. Boom! The sound of explosions sounded, dust rose everywhere, and gravel flew across. Such a hard arena was under the impact of such attacks, and traces appeared. One can imagine how strong the attacks of the three are. All eyes are fixed on the smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Bu Qingfei and Du Wannian fell to the ground full of scars, and their weapons fell. On the other hand, Yi Kong on the other side, except for some damage to the corner of his clothes, can be said to be unscathed. The gap between high and low points is really too huge. The rest of the people were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Yi Kong could really beat 25 with 1 and easily win. Especially Dai Ruifan and the others on the high platform were also surprised at the moment. How difficult it is to surprise them with their knowledge. This Yi Kong's strength is really terrifying. He even defeated 25 true disciples with his own strength, including Bu Qingfei and Du Wannian. Terrible, this little guy. Although Chao Jiao is the vice president of another college, he still couldn't help but praise him. Although Jean Defei didn't speak, one can tell from the expression on his face how shocked he is now. Old Dai, there is such a monstrous genius in your Dashing Academy, why didn't you release any news before? Shang Wanyun also asked Dai Ruifan in surprise. Yi Kong, it's less than a month to join our Dashing Academy. Dai Ruifan said calmly on the surface, but he was excited in his heart. It was beyond his expectation that Yi Kong possessed such terrifying and overwhelming strength. Really? It's been less than a month since you joined your Dashing Academy. Doesn't that mean you're still a freshman? This little guy's talent is really terrifying. Even in the imperial capital, he can still be ranked first. Hearing Dai Ruifan's words, Shang Wanyun was even more surprised. On the arena, those true inheritance disciples who were seriously injured and fell to the ground were full of shock, and looked at Yi Kong in the center of the arena with a trace of awe, his whole body exuding destructive thunder. They couldn't figure out why Yi Kong possessed such great strength when he was less than double 10 years old. One by one, they couldn't even block a move in Yi Kong's hands, even Bu Qingfei and Du Wannian. Yi Kong's strength is too strong, I'd better cultivate myself and not challenge him anymore. Zhang Wuhan felt that his injury had recovered a little, and stood up. He had thought about going back to fight Yi Kong before, but now that he has seen Yi Kong's terrifying strength, he has no such idea at all. It's too strong, how did this guy cultivate? He is so young, but his strength is so terrifying. Indeed, this strength is too terrifying. With that knife just now, I didn't even see how he made a move, so I was easily killed instantly. With such terrifying strength, I believe that he shouldn't rely on any special means to defeat the foreign race at the martial saint level. Instead, they were defeated by their own hard power. Forget it, with such a huge gap, I am convinced that I lost to him. These true disciples now admire Yi Kong from the bottom of their hearts. You must know that even the three of Feng Xinji have not convinced them. But now, they have seen the huge gap in strength between themselves and Yi Kong, and they can't accept it. At this moment, the three of Feng Xinji, who were also awake, looked at Yi Kong with complicated expressions. They originally thought that the winner of this battle for the Son of God must be the three of them, one of them. It's a pity that we still claim to be geniuses, but in the end, we blocked Yi Kong's move and we were dealt with. Bu Qingfei sarcastically said. Yi Kong's strength is too strong, and his rise is inevitable. His terrifying strength and monstrous talent, only the peerless genius of the imperial capital can suppress him.
Duan Muhan was also relatively open-minded.
Among the three, only Feng Xinji clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. However, afterward, he loosened his fist again. The knife that represented destruction just now made him clearly aware of the huge gap in strength between himself and Yi Kong. Shang Guanyun personally came down to announce the result. This time, Yi Kong is the number one in the Sanfu Grand Competition, and he is specially titled as the Son of God. In a few days, you can go to participate in our Kyushu Grand Competition in Daqin. Everyone, at this moment, looked at Yi Kong not only with envy, but also with respect. After all, Yi Kong really defeated them directly.
Wang Wenyan at the back looked at the young figure in front of him who became a son of God and easily killed 25 true disciples in seconds. He couldn't help feeling admiration and worship from the bottom of his heart. Especially, when he thought of himself going to trouble Yi Kong over and over again. As a result, people didn't take this matter to heart at all. Wang Wenyan couldn't help admiring him even more. It is the meaning of surrender from the heart. After the final victory was settled, Shang Guanyun looked at the crowd and said, Yi Kong has become the Son of God, and I hereby reward you with a copy of the Heavenly Cultivation Method. 100 5th-grade crystals, 10 high-grade precious medicines. Hearing this award, everyone was shocked. They were not too envious of things like 5th-level crystals, top-grade medicines and so on. However, the heaven-rank Kung Fu is different. I'm going. This time the reward turned out to be a heaven-level exercise. You know, even in our academy, the heaven-level exercise is the treasure of the town. Indeed, for things like heaven-rank Kung Fu, you must at least become the Hall Master to be eligible to consult and practice. Unexpectedly, Yi Kong directly obtained a book of heavenly exercises this time. That's right. Even the elders are only qualified to consult.
Yi Kong directly obtained a book of heavenly exercises, and the two cannot be compared at all. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Kong with envy. Including, Chao Jiao and the others were also surprised by this reward.
You must know that there are no more than 20 books of heavenly exercises in their academy.
It is conceivable that the preciousness of the heaven-level exercises. Afterwards, Shang Guanyun handed Yi Kong a storage ring. After Yi Kong received the reward, Shang Guanyun said to him, Little guy, with your talent, you will definitely not just stay here, I will wait for you in the imperial capital.
Is it the imperial capital?
Yi Kong muttered to himself. He did not forget his promise. When he came back to his senses, Yi Kong glanced at the contents of the storage ring.
There are 100 shining 5-level crystals inside.
And 10 precious medicines containing medicinal fragrance. The most important thing is that there is also a book of heavenly exercises, which says, Samsara Sky Knife. This is obviously a book of swordsmanship, and Yi Kong couldn't help but feel delighted. In addition to practicing skills, the sword technique is the technique that can improve his strength the fastest. At the same time, with the end of these competitions, Shang Guanyun announced that everyone can leave on their own. Dai Ruifan also called Yi Kong over to praise him, and told him that the academy gave him a reward. Yi Kong, you little guy, your strength is really beyond our expectations, you have become the Son of God. After you become a child of God, the academy will reward you with 500 million merit points, as well as 5 books of Earth-level exercises for free, and 50 5th-level crystals. And, having the privilege of surpassing true disciples. However, next you have to start preparing for the 9 continents competition, and by that time, there will be a real gathering of geniuses.
Understood, Vice President. Yi Kong responded slowly.
As everyone left, Yi Kong and the others returned to Dasheng Academy by flying boat. On the way, the eyes of everyone in Dasheng Academy looked at him completely different from the beginning.
His eyes were full of admiration and awe. Especially Wang Wenyan seemed to be thinking about something.
Yi Kong, this guy's strength is really far beyond our imagination.
I still remember the knife just now. I didn't even see his figure clearly, so I was cut.
Zhang Wuhan said with a look of surprise.
The rest, although they didn't speak, they couldn't help being in awe when they recalled the terrifying knife just now.
They even felt that if Yi Kong wanted to kill him just now, none of them would be able to run away, and they would all die there. Including, Duanyan's expression is also very complicated at the moment, he recalled.
When Yi Kong was admitted to the hospital, I noticed him.
I also told others that Yi Kong has the strength of the top 10 in the inner sect, but he is still a little short of a true disciple. But looking at it now, how ridiculous his thoughts are. What kind of strength is Yi Kong in the top 10 in the inner sect? Even his own Dasheng Academy, the number 1 true disciple, was instantly killed by him. On the way, everyone was silent from the discussion at the beginning to the end. Facing a guy like Yi Kong who was extremely powerful and talented, they feel a deep sense of despair, which makes people dare not chase after him. Back at Dasheng Academy, everyone went back separately just as Yi Kong was about to go back to his villa. Wang Wentu, who was still wrapped in bandages, chased after him. With a face full of respect, he said sincerely to Yi Kong, "Boss Yi Kong, I want to follow you. Please." Hearing this sentence, Yi Kong was also a little puzzled. How could this guy come to follow him so well? Seeing that Yi Kong didn't reply, Wang Wentu thought it was his previous behavior that made Yi Kong too disgusted. He quickly explained, "Boss Yi Kong, Long Ao ordered me to do the previous things. And I also heard that he deliberately targeted you in order to pursue Yi Lighting." Hearing these words, Yi Kong's expression was still so leisurely. After all, Wang Wentu was instigated by Long Ao to target him, he had already guessed it. As for Long Ao's pursuit of Yi Lighting, Yi Kong already knew about it. However, Yi Kong will naturally let Long Ao know that Yi Lighting belongs to him. Just because he is not worthy of robbing me. When he came back to his senses, Yi Kong looked at Wang Wentu in front of him. I wondered if I should accept his surrender. As this guy, as a true disciple, he can barely become his subordinate. You go back first, I will summon you if there is anything to do. Yi Kong said to Wang Wentu with a leisurely expression. Hearing this sentence, Wang Wentu's face showed joy. He understood that Yi Kong had promised himself to be his subordinate. Thank you, Master Yi Kong. Wang Wentu said respectfully. Yi Kong nodded casually, and then went directly to exchange for some pills. Adding the merit points awarded by the Academy, my own merit points are nearly 200 million. It's time to convert merit points into treasures that enhance strength. Half an hour later, sunset and dusk. Yi Kong appeared in the resource area. He walked into the pill pavilion. Yi Kong, sir, what do you want? As Yi Kong entered, those salesmen rushed up one by one. Like sheep seen by wolves. Yi Kong, as a monstrous genius who is rarely seen in thousands of years, has long been known in the Academy. It can be said that 99% of the people in the Academy know who Yi Kong is. It is definitely a big deal for a big guy like Dash to come to buy things, so all of them want to get this big deal. At this time, a woman who looked like a fox slowly walked down from the second floor with her slender waist twisted. Manager. Seeing this woman come down, the sales staff who had rushed up all looked respectful. I don't know, Mr. Yi Kong, what do you need to buy when you come here this time? Humair leaned closer and said in a somewhat charming voice. There was even a faint fragrance from her body. At this time, the other men in the pill pavilion seemed to be hooked. His eyes were fixed on Humair. With this appearance, it seemed that Humair asked them to do something. What will they do? Only Yi Kong still had a leisurely look on his face. Seeing this scene, Humair felt very surprised. After all, he basically never saw a man who could resist her temptation. Especially for a young man like Yi Kong who was full of vigor. Interesting, as expected of the evildoer who was called by the students to be rare in 10,000 years. 3 top-grade treasure pills that increase the true energy in the body. Yi Kong said leisurely. 3 top-grade treasure pills? It's not cheap, but to Mr. Yi Kong, it's probably nothing. I'll go and get them for you. After speaking, Humair shook her slender waist and walked up to the second floor. Before leaving, she did not forget to wink at everyone. Those men, seeing this scene, almost couldn't help but fainted directly. Only Yi Kong remained calm. I thought to myself, this woman is a bit interesting, she can practice the art of charm to such an extent. 1 minute later, Humair came down with 3 top-grade pills. Yi Kong, sir, this is the elixir you want. Since it's your first time here, I'll count you 15 merit points in total. Humair looked at Yi Kong with a smile on her face. Ah. Yi Kong handed the purple token to her casually. For Yi Kong now, 15 merit points are really nothing.
Then, after Humayr deducted 15 contribution points from the token,
she returned the purple token to Yi Kong, and also handed over a token with the word Dan written on it. Yi Kong, sir, this is the membership token of our pill pavilion. Next time you come to buy something, you can get a % discount with this token.
Remember to come to me next time to buy something.
As she said that, Humayr looked at Yi Kong with a charming look.
Okay, next time I need to buy pills and come back. Regarding this, Yi Kong was only polite, turned and left.
Seeing Yi Kong's leaving back, Humayr smiled, thinking to herself, this man is really interesting.
After returning, Yi Kong immediately walked into the practice room.
He first took out the 105th level crystals. Along with that, 105th level crystals dissipated between heaven and earth. The energy value on Yi Kong's panel has reached as much as 1,000 million. Seeing such a terrifying energy value, Yi Kong didn't think too much, and directly chose to strengthen the 3 high-grade treasure pills that had been exchanged.
100,000 times stronger. With the consumption of 300 million energy points.
In an instant, the 3 elixirs all shone with precious light, and Yi Kong waved his hand habitually.
Directly cover up this dazzling precious light. In the next second, the rich alchemy fragrance scattered in all directions.
It can be said that if an ordinary warrior could smell this fragrance, he might be able to directly break through. It is conceivable how powerful this enhanced top-grade elixir is. Looking at the elixir with huge energy, Yi Kong swallowed it without hesitation.
In an instant, a powerful force erupted in the body like a waterfall. The content of Yi Kong's true energy is as uncontrollable as a flood.
Continuously, increasing at an extremely fast speed, huge energy flows in the internal organs. The terrifying thunder erupted.
The blue thunder that originally occupied 80% has slowly transformed into purple thunder.
The most important thing is that the huge energy directly allows Yi Kong to break through to the half-step Martial Emperor, and will soon reach the Martial Emperor realm.
But it stopped immediately.
Yi Kong remembered that to break through to the Martial Emperor realm, he needed to condense the bones into inscriptions. Moreover, condensing the inscription does not mean that the content of true energy is enough, it needs to enter a special place to comprehend the power of the inscription. There is naturally such a special place in Dasheng Academy. For a moment, the powerful energy in Yi Kong's body ran wildly in his body as if it couldn't get vented. Yi Kong quickly activated his exercises to dissipate this powerful energy in his blood. In this way, when a breakthrough is needed, this energy will be put into use. After 3 minutes, Yi Kong dissipated all this powerful energy in his blood. The purple thunder on his body also reached an astonishing 40%. Yi Kong feels his current state, half-step Martial Emperor. He didn't want to break through the Martial Emperor realm so quickly, he wanted to become a title-level Martial Emperor when he was in the Martial Emperor realm. In this way, when he was at the town general level, he had to cultivate this realm to the peak, where there was no way to advance.